Lu Han is the one who saved your life. Before An Zhu fell, this sentence kept echoing in her ears. The smell of damp earth filled her nose. She suddenly opened her eyes. Under the dark sky, a middle-aged man stood with a shovel in his hand, dressed in rough, old-fashioned clothes. "Madam, if we bury her alive like this, how can we explain it to the An family?" The man asked. They're just a farming family. "A few dozen taels of silver will settle it," the woman replied impatiently. Beating her chest and crying, she added, "As long as my son wakes up, I don't care what it takes." Only then did An Zhu realize the heavy, damp weight falling on her body was soil. They were trying to bury her alive. She forced her eyes wide open, cursing in her heart. "Wicked old woman. Child, don't blame me. If you can help my son wake up, I'll burn plenty of offerings for you in the afterlife," the old woman muttered, pressing her palms together. Then she urged Gu Chun, "Hurry. If we miss the right time, it won't work." The man's movements grew faster, and An Zhu could clearly feel the soil pressing heavier and heavier on her body. No. She couldn't just die like this. Summoning all her strength, she suddenly sat up. Without stopping to wonder why her body felt so heavy, she grabbed the old woman's clothes and dragged her straight into the pit. "If you want to bury me alive, then you can go first." With all her strength, An Zhu shoved the old woman down and, still furious, kicked her hard for good measure. The middle-aged man froze in shock. Without hesitation, An Zhu turned and ran toward the house. Her body moved faster than her thoughts, carrying her into a room. She bolted the door, leaned against it, and gasped for breath. Her head throbbed as if it would split open. Clutching it, she felt strange memories flooding into her mind. She had crossed into another life. The girl she now inhabited had the same name as her, An Zhu. This poor girl had been sent to marry into another family to bring good fortune. But the groom had died on the wedding night, and the groom's mother, the very same cruel old woman, had decided to bury the bride alive. The old woman believed a rumor. If the bride who was meant to bring luck was buried alive on the wedding night, her life could be exchanged for the groom's. The room was still decorated with wedding symbols, and the red candles by the bed hadn't burned out yet. The poor original bride had hit her head during a struggle and lost her life. An Zhu felt sorry for her, but soon began to worry about her own situation. Outside, the harsh voice of the old woman rang out. "Fat girl, get out here. How dare you raise your hand against your mother-in-law? Come out now, and I'll let it go. As long as my son wakes up, I'll give your family 50 taels of silver. Your life isn't worth much, but 50 taels is more than enough. Open the door." The old woman barked her orders, and when there was no response, she snapped impatiently. "Gu Chun, kick the door open." An Zhu felt the door shaking behind her, each heavy kick from the middle-aged man making her back ache. Her eyes fell on the man lying on the bed, still dressed in his wedding clothes. The moment the door burst open, she leapt onto the bed, straddled the man, and grabbed his neck tightly. Her voice was sharp and cold. "If anyone dares to come closer, I'll strangle him." She clutched the man's throat with all her strength, forgetting that he was already dead. Otherwise, the old woman wouldn't have been so desperate to take her life. "You're not allowed to insult my son." The old woman's eyes turned red with fury. To see her son, even in death, treated this way by a woman, it was unbearable. She rushed forward, trying to pull An Zhu away. But An Zhu, clinging to her second chance at life, refused to give in. Her grip only tightened, holding on to this last thread of survival. "Let go," the old woman shouted, tugging at her clothes. An Zhu glared at her fiercely and said in a cold voice, "Your son's death has nothing to do with me. If you let me leave, I'll let him go. But if you don't, I'll make sure he can't rest in peace." The old woman's eyes blazed as she shouted, "You wouldn't dare." If it had been the original bride, she would have been too frightened to speak. But An Zhu was different. Meeting the old woman's gaze, her eyes were as cold as if they came from the depths of the underworld. "Try me and see." So she held the man's neck tightly, staring down the old woman. At this moment of life and death, she could not afford to lose her resolve. The old woman was so angry she almost spat blood, but she couldn't pull her away. Gu Chun stood nearby, but because of his position, he didn't dare to step forward. She had no choice but to back down. The old woman took a deep breath and stepped back. The dead should be respected. You should come down first. You two against one? I'm not that foolish. An Zhu's eyes flashed as she stared firmly at Gu Chun. You, get out. She was confident she could handle the old woman alone. Gu Chun, leave. The old woman didn't even look at him. Her voice softened a little. Come down. After all, my son is your husband, and I am your mother-in-law. An Zhu sneered. Just now you wanted to bury me alive. Now that force didn't work, you want to try kindness? Too bad, I'm not falling for it. If she wanted to act like a mother-in-law, An Zhu wasn't going to recognize it. The old woman's heart sank. Looking at An Zhu's plump and unattractive figure sitting on her son's body, she felt regret so strong it made her chest ache. Of all people to marry her son for good fortune, why this one? Not only had she brought disaster, but now she wouldn't even leave his body in peace. Tell me, what will it take for you to get off my son? The old woman's eyes were sharp with hatred, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh from An Zhu. At first, An Zhu thought about asking for a horse to escape. But then she remembered from the original owner's memories that leaving the city wasn't easy. She would need travel papers and household records. She was unfamiliar with the area. If she was caught by the authorities, she could end up in prison. For a woman alone, that would be unbearable. Her eyes turned, and suddenly she had an idea. When midnight passes, I'll come down on my own. Once midnight was over, the superstition about burying her alive to save him would no longer apply. You, the old woman pointed at her with a trembling hand. He is my husband. What's wrong with me sitting here? I'm not even disgusted that he's dead. An Zhu glared back, though in her heart she silently apologized to her short-lived groom. She was only trying to survive. At worst, she would burn more offerings for him later. Suddenly, she felt something strange. She lowered her head and almost fell off the bed in shock. That face, those eyes, deep and calm like a still well, he was staring right at her. An Zhu's hands were still gripping the man tightly. The groom frowned in discomfort. The old woman's eyes lit up instantly. She rushed forward, yanked An Zhu aside, and cried out excitedly, Hanayu, you're awake. The old woman sat by the bed, holding the young man's hand tightly as tears streamed down her face. She hugged him, crying and laughing at the same time. An Zhu sat quietly in the corner of the bed, staring at the young man's face without looking away. My son, you're awake at last. I was so worried, the old woman said, wiping her tears. I'm fine. The groom's eyes fell on An Zhu, who was sitting in the corner. The doctor said you wouldn't survive. I was desperate, so I made the decision to buy her into the family to bring you good fortune, the old woman explained. But now that you're well, this marriage doesn't have to count. Just a moment ago, you were acting like a strict mother-in-law and wanted to bury me alive, An Zhu reminded her. The old woman's face stiffened, and she gave An Zhu a warning look. Girl. I have a name, An Zhu replied, pretending not to notice her signal. You bought me into this family. If the ritual failed, you planned to bury me with him. Now that it worked, you dislike me and want to throw me away? Turning her head slightly, An Zhu gave a faint smile. Mother-in-law, isn't this too unkind? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? The old woman stared at An Zhu's round face, her smile looking rather unsettling. It wasn't you who saved him. My son simply has a strong life, she insisted, refusing to admit that An Zhu had helped. An Zhu sneered. It's still the wedding night. Aren't you afraid that if you drive me away, your son might fall ill again? The old woman was furious and wanted to rush forward, but she hesitated. What if An Zhu really had been the reason her son recovered? She turned to comfort him instead. Don't worry, my son. I'll take care of everything. Lu Han glanced at An Zhu and said firmly, Mother, she is my wife. No. The old woman immediately objected. Son, don't be foolish. Look at her. She doesn't match you at all. We only did this out of desperation. We cannot abandon her now, Lu Han said with determination. Since you chose her for me, from this day on, An Zhu is my wife. An Zhu is my wife. Just a single sentence was enough to make An Zhu's eyes turn red. In her past life, she had never fulfilled this wish. Yet in this new era, everything seemed to skip the difficult steps. She lowered her gaze. Too bad. It's not him.
Honor, don't.
The old woman wanted to persuade him further, but Lu Han said firmly, Mother, it's decided. I'm hungry. I want to eat your chicken stew. All right, I'll make it right away. You need to build up your strength. With that, the old woman hurried out, leaving only Lu Han and An Zhu in the bridal room. An Zhu's mind was in chaos. From being a 28-year-old single woman, she had suddenly become an 18-year-old bride chosen to bring good fortune. She was happy to be 10 years younger, but the extra weight on her body reminded her that her figure was far from ideal. And then there was Lu Han, the groom. Not only did he share the same name as the one she remembered, but his appearance was exactly the same too. Her head was full of questions. An Zhu, you're a good girl. I apologize for my mother's actions.
She only worries about me.
Lu Han's voice was calm and cool, his eyes resting on her. Her round figure was just as before, but her personality seemed different. An Zhu stayed silent. You're not quite the same as before, Lu Han said more gently. An Zhu hugged her knees and shrank into the corner of the bed, lowering her eyes, not daring to look at him. Inside, her guard was fully raised. Just moments ago, he had called her his wife, and now he was questioning her like this? You don't need to be afraid of me. Lu Han swallowed the rest of his words. Seeing her like this, clearly frightened, he realized that her sharp words to his mother earlier were probably just a way to protect herself. If you're willing to stay in the Lu family, I'll make sure you have food and clothing.
But
there will be no children between us. Do you understand? He looked at her and added, if you don't want to stay, I'll send you back home and give you 100 taels of silver. An Zhu gave him a strange look. Breaking off an engagement doesn't sound good, but 100 taels is enough for you to live without worry. Lu Han's voice grew colder, his face expressionless.
So,
does he think I'm greedy? An Zhu sneered inwardly, lowering her eyes in thought. Coming here had been far too sudden, first being buried alive, then suddenly having a husband. Compared to returning to the An family, it was better to stay with the Lu family. Lu Han disliked her for being overweight and refused to touch her, which suited her perfectly. If she really had to share a room with him, she would rather die quickly. The old woman was hateful and cruel, but An Zhu was confident she could handle her. I know I'm fat and not pretty, but my mother said that after marriage, a couple should live together as husband and wife. An Zhu pretended to be shy as she glanced at Lu Han. Until she was sure she could leave safely, she had to play her role well. Otherwise, if anyone discovered her soul had changed, they might treat her as a monster and burn her. Lu Han's face darkened. We will not live as husband and wife, and we will not have children. This has nothing to do with your looks. An Zhu's eyes showed hurt. She buried her head against her knees, curling up in the corner, her shoulders trembling slightly. If it had been the real An Zhu, this posture would have looked delicate and pitiful. But with her heavier figure, the same action seemed far less graceful. Lu Han said, some people gain weight even from drinking water. You don't need to be upset. If you want to return to the An family, I'll stay here, An Zhu interrupted quickly. Then she lowered her head again, as if afraid. My mother said words don't count. We need it written down. What if you change your mind? Lu Han's gaze grew colder. An Zhu calmly added, what if one day you send me away, because I can't have children? Even if I leave the Lu family in the future, it won't be, because I was cast out. There's paper and ink on the desk, Lu Han said, glancing at the table by the window. An Zhu reminded him, you can't write while sitting on the bed. Lu Han. She really knew how to get under his skin. Even if she weren't overweight, he still wouldn't be interested in her. He lifted the blanket, stood up with his injured leg, and walked to the desk. An Zhu shook her head inwardly. Such a handsome face. Yet he was lame? You can read? After finishing the document, Lu Han handed it to An Zhu, then suddenly thought of the question. An Zhu held the paper, pausing before saying, "It doesn't matter if I can't read. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?" While pretending to wait for the ink to dry, she quickly glanced over the writing. At least he hadn't lied. His calligraphy was surprisingly elegant. "Honor, your health has just improved. I asked Uncle Gu to prepare a room so that fat girl can stay there." Mother Lu walked into the room, saw the paper in An Zhu's hand, and asked sharply, "Fat girl, what are you holding?" "Lu Han already promised that I can stay in the Lu family. Don't even think about driving me away." An Zhu spoke first, quickly folding the dry paper and tucking it close to her chest like a treasure. As for the nickname Fat Girl, she didn't bother to correct it, so no one would notice anything unusual. Mother Lu's face changed several times before she finally said, "Fat girl, Honor's health has just improved. I've prepared another room for you."
No.
"What if you sell me while I'm asleep?" And Zhu shook her head firmly. She was sure this old woman wouldn't give in so easily. If she was sold off in the middle of the night, she would have nowhere to complain. Mother Lu's face darkened, and her sharp gaze stabbed at An Zhu like knives. An Zhu looked timidly at Lu Han. "I want to stay in the same room with you." As soon as she said it, she felt two cold stares. She quickly explained, "I mean, just add another bed, so I can stay in this room. He's still recovering. I don't want to bump into him," she added. She didn't care if the old woman disagreed. She wasn't leaving. Lu Han wouldn't harm her, and staying here meant she wouldn't be secretly sold or buried in the night. "With your looks, how much could you even be worth?" Mother Lu's disdain was obvious. "If you're worried, then sleep in the back room." "I won't. I want to stay here, in the same room as him," and Zhu insisted. She looked at Lu Han with a frightened expression. "Just now, your mother wanted to bury me alive. Who knows if she'll try to sell me while I'm asleep? You're not afraid of me?" Lu Han raised an eyebrow. "You're a good person," and Zhu answered softly, following the timid nature of the original girl. "You helped me before." "Mother, let Uncle Gu bring in another bed for this room," Lu Han said. Mother Lu didn't argue further. While the bed was being set up, An Zhu quietly slipped away to take care of her needs. "Honor, how can you let her stay? She's not even worthy to carry your shoes." Mother Lu shouted angrily. Lu Han replied calmly, "Mother, if she's not worthy, then why did you make her marry me to bring me luck?" Mother Lu was at a loss for words. Back then, when the doctor said there was no hope, she had desperately tried every possible remedy. "It's all that girl Meow Meow's fault." Mother Lu sat down by the bed. "That ungrateful child. She used to speak so sweetly, but when I asked her to marry you to bring some good fortune, she ran away without a trace. If I ever see her again, I'll definitely question her. I treated her like my own daughter." The more she spoke, the more upset she became. Wiping her tears, she asked, "By the way, what did you just write for Fatty?" Lu Han didn't hide the truth, though he left out the part about not sharing a real marriage life or having children. "You really wrote an agreement? As long as she doesn't want to leave, she can stay in the Lu family forever. Always as your wife?" Mother Lu's voice grew sharp. Looking at his face, she asked urgently, "You're lying to her, right? What you wrote isn't really that, is it?" In her eyes, there was a faint, desperate hope. Lu Han lowered his gaze.
No.
Mother Lu's eyes dimmed completely. With deep sorrow, she said, "Foolish child." Lu Han closed his eyes. "Mother, I'm already crippled. Does it really matter who my wife is anymore?" Outside, An Zhu looked down at her round body and made up her mind to lose weight. Not for anyone else, but at least so she wouldn't be out of breath just from walking. That night, lying on the wooden bed, the boards creaked as she turned over. Too many things had happened today, and her thoughts were still a mess. She thought she would stay awake all night, but unexpectedly, she soon fell asleep. At dawn, An Zhu was woken by noises outside. The light through the small window told her that Lu Han was already up. "Fatty, get up. The sun is already shining on the bed. Hurry and make breakfast." Mother Lu had thought it over the whole night. In the end, she accepted that Fatty would stay. After all, having one more person to work wasn't a bad thing. An Zhu stretched lazily and let out a big yawn. Even if she had to get up, it wouldn't be because of that old woman's shouting. Yawning really was the most comfortable thing. She opened her hand and saw a pink flower in her palm. Why did it look exactly like hers? Her eyelids twitched. She pressed down on the flower with her hand, but it didn't move at all. Rolling her eyes, she bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto her palm. Still, there was no reaction. Could she have guessed wrong? Unwilling to give up, An Zhu tried several more times, but nothing happened. Just then, Mother Lu's voice called from outside the door. "Fatty, in our Lu family we don't keep people who just eat and do nothing." Mother Lu pushed the door open and came in. Seeing her round figure, her eyes were full of dislike. In her mind, a daughter-in-law should be a refined young lady from a wealthy family, not someone like this. It's not even fully light yet. An Zhu walked to the doorway and looked at the gray sky. Clearly, the sun hadn't risen completely. Washing clothes, cooking, feeding the pigs, cleaning the chicken coop. Aren't all these your jobs? Mother Lu raised her brows and said with disdain, "You're so big. You should do more work." An Zhu ignored her words. With the memories of the original owner, she was already skilled at these chores. While cooking porridge, she didn't shortchange herself. She grabbed 4 handfuls of rice, tossed them into the pot, and added a full pot of water, enough for 4 people. Do you think rice doesn't cost money? Mother Lu's heart ached as she watched the amount of rice being used. "Mother-in-law, didn't you ask me to cook porridge? How can I make porridge without rice? There are 4 of us. Or does mother-in-law not want any?" An Zhu looked at her with innocent eyes. Hearing her call mother-in-law again and again made Mother Lu feel uncomfortable, as if there was hidden mockery in her tone. She turned away, unwilling to look at her anymore. "Later, sweep the yard. There's chicken droppings everywhere." An Zhu gently stirred the porridge to keep it from sticking. Only now did she carefully observe the Lu family's home. The house was made entirely of wood. The main building had a central hall, with Lu Han's room on the left and Mother Lu's on the right. Behind a main house was a kitchen, next to a well, and in the backyard they raised chickens and ducks. The man she met yesterday, Uncle Gu, lived in a small house not far from them. The Lu family's house was new, built less than half a year ago. It stood against a lush bamboo forest, green and pleasing to the eye. In the original owner's memory, the Lu family was mysterious. Lu Han, a hunter with an injured leg, rarely interacted with the nearby villagers. In the front yard, under the walls, flowers and plants were growing. An Zhu quickly cleaned both the front and backyards and now fully understood the layout of the Lu household. Looking at those flowers and plants, she felt they didn't match Mother Lu at all. That woman was clearly a mean-spirited old hag. Wasn't there supposed to be a daughter in the Lu family? Yet she hadn't seen her. An Zhu was deep in thought when she suddenly noticed something silver among the grass and flowers. She reached out with her left hand to pick it up. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the object that had been in her hand vanished in the blink of an eye. "My silver." Madame Lu hurried over. Seeing An Zhu staring at her hand, she rushed forward. "Did you pick up my silver?" "I didn't." An Zhu instinctively closed her hand. But Madame Lu grabbed her chubby hand and said, "It must be you who picked it up. I'm telling you." Her words stopped abruptly. She stared at the empty hand and muttered, "Why isn't it there? I didn't pick it up, so how could it be there?" An Zhu shook off her hand, though her heart was racing. Her space, her bamboo garden, had returned. "Then why were you looking at your hand?" Madame Lu grabbed her hand again and stared at the pink mark on her palm. "What's this? Did you draw it? Why doesn't it come off?" She rubbed hard at it. "A birthmark doesn't rub off." An Zhu slapped her hand away. "Mother-in-law, weren't you looking for your silver? Maybe you buried it in the ground yesterday. Looks like even heaven couldn't stand it and took it back from you." At the mention of yesterday, Madame Lu lost interest in the mark. Birthmarks grew in different places, and if one looked a little nicer, it wasn't anything special. With a dark face, she said, "I told you to work, and here you are hiding and being lazy. No wonder you're so fat." "I didn't get fat eating your family's rice. What's it to you?" And Zhu was furious. The original girl was indeed plump, but it wasn't because she lived off the Liu family. How dare this old woman insult her? With that, An Zhu turned and left. She had planned to wash clothes at the backyard well, but after a moment's thought, she carried them to the small river instead. Aren't you the chubby girl from the An family? What are you doing in our Dongxing village? Before she even reached the river, someone stopped her.
Who are you?
And Zhu looked at the unfamiliar woman. Was the original girl really so well known? I'm from the Zhu family, the second household in Xiaoman. As soon as the woman spoke, An Zhu blurted out, Big Mouth Ma? Yes, that's me. Big Mouth Ma's eyes crinkled with delight. She stared at the clothes in An Zhu's bucket and asked, so people in Dongxing village know me too. Chubby girl, what are you doing here? An Zhu squinted her eyes and smiled. Sister Ma, how do you know me? In the original memory, she had only been to Dongxing village 2 or 3 times. Chubby girl, in all the nearby villages, no daughter is rounder than you, Ma Big Mouth said, then quickly slapped her own lips. Look at me. I don't know how to talk properly. Being a little plump is good. It means blessings and good fortune. Chubby girl, you don't have any relatives in our village, do you? Ma Big Mouth asked for the 3rd time, her eyes full of curiosity. And Zhu replied, I married into the Liu family. The Liu family? Ma Big Mouth's eyes widened. She pointed to the house halfway up the mountain, built less than half a year ago. You mean Liu Han, the one with the injured leg? Oh my, you married into the Liu family, but why wasn't there a wedding feast? That Liu family. Madame Liu is really too frugal. And Zhu turned her head and saw the old woman carrying clothes over. When she noticed Ma Big Mouth, the old woman swallowed back the scolding words she had been about to say. You're the wife of Zhu family's second son, aren't you? Surname Ma? Liu's mother looked at Ma Big Mouth with a faint smile. Even her tone was calm and practiced, completely different from the woman who had tried to bury An Zhu alive the day before. The old woman cared a lot about appearances. Madame Liu, congratulations on gaining a daughter-in-law, Ma Big Mouth said quickly, then found an excuse to leave. She had no interest in chatting with Madame Liu. This woman smiled to your face, but would scheme behind your back. You told her you're my daughter-in-law? Liu's mother looked at An Zhu with displeasure. Did I say something wrong? An Zhu asked with a look of sudden realization. Mother-in-law, should I have said I'm the bride you bought to bring good luck? Liu's mother's face darkened even more. Then I'll go tell Sister Ma right now, An Zhu said, pretending to chase after her. Liu's mother quickly blocked her way. Do you want to embarrass us even more? There are so many clothes at home. Yet you only take your own? We have a well at home, but you insist on washing at the river? And Zhu turned back and retorted directly, Mother-in-law, if others find out you almost buried your new daughter-in-law alive yesterday, what do you think the villagers will say? Liu's mother. Carrying her bucket, An Zhu walked away. The old woman cared too much about her reputation to argue with her in public. In the morning, the sunlight spread across the water, making it sparkle. In the distance, a sea of green bamboo was covered in mist, and a clear winding river flowed down, meeting the red glow of the sky to form a beautiful scene. Suddenly, she rubbed her eyes. Was there someone in the middle of the river? And Zhu stood up and looked carefully. Yes, there really was someone, a woman struggling in the water. Without hesitation, An Zhu jumped straight in. Not far away, Liu Han saw everything. The original body was too heavy, and the weight made it harder for her to move in the water. Still, she managed to circle around to the woman's side, grabbed her from behind, and swam toward the shore. Breathing heavily, An Zhu dragged the woman onto the grass. After making sure she was still alive, she asked, Miss, how did you end up in the river so early in the morning? The woman lay on the grass, without moving. An Zhu leaned closer. If she hadn't confirmed the woman was alive, she would have thought her effort was wasted. Why did you save me? The woman's clothes were soaked, and her eyes were filled with despair. She began to cry softly. An Zhu. She had just risked herself to help, yet somehow it felt like she was being blamed. Hey, I saved you. If you don't want to thank me, fine, but don't act like I did something wrong. If you really don't want to live, there are other ways. But crying like this won't solve anything. An Zhu spoke with some frustration, thinking of how much effort it had taken her to pull the woman out. Seeing the woman still lying there crying, An Zhu lost interest in arguing. She turned her attention to her own wet clothes instead. She glanced across the river toward the peach tree. Lu Han, who had been standing there earlier, was gone. She had clearly seen him just now. What a heartless man, watching without helping. The woman's crying grew softer. "Zhen, my child." A woman hurried over, following the sound of her daughter's sobs. Seeing her drenched, she rushed forward, hugging her tightly and crying as well. "Zhen, how could you be so foolish? If something happened to you, how could I go on living? Mother, I don't want to marry." Perhaps after facing danger and crying her heart out, Tianjun had calmed down. She said quietly, "It was Fatty who saved me." All right, mother will listen to you. You won't marry. You said the chubby girl from Shiliang village saved you?" Tianjin asked in surprise, then muttered to herself, "Why would she be in our village so early in the morning? You've been washing just a few clothes for half an hour. The porridge isn't cooked, and the pig grass hasn't been cut yet. No wonder she's so plump, always thinking of being lazy instead of working." Lu Mother's voice came from the kitchen, the clattering sounds showing her displeasure. She came out of the house, staring at the girl's wet clothes with clear dislike. "Hurry and cook the porridge. Letting you stay in the Lu family doesn't mean you can act like a young lady. An Zhu, go back and change your clothes first." Lu Han's voice came from behind. The sun must have risen from the west? He actually cared about someone? An Zhu muttered in her heart, but ignoring the long face of the old woman, she went straight back to her room to change. When she opened the wooden chest she had brought, her hand paused. The small chest wasn't even full. After all, she was a bride married for good luck, so it was understandable her family was poor. But every piece of clothing was patched. That meant, except for the one she wore on her wedding day and the one she had on today, all the rest were patched clothes. How poor must they have been? The road to earning money would be long, and she would have to work hard. An Zhu quickly changed her clothes, then raised her hand to look at the little pink flower in her palm. She wondered how much silver it would take before her bamboo garden could be restored. She missed her fish pond, her chickens and ducks, and her soft, comfortable bed. "Hunter, why are you speaking up for her? Don't really treat her as your wife, you." Lu Mother's endless nagging stopped the moment she saw the wild pheasant in Lu Han's hand. She scolded, "Your body just recovered. Why did you go to the back mountain? How is your leg? Chicken soup is good for health." With just that one sentence, Lu Han made his mother so happy that she quickly took the pheasant into the kitchen, saying as she went, "Mother will stew chicken soup for you." "Madam Lu, congratulations. I heard your family just got a daughter-in-law." Old Madame Zhu, after hearing from her own daughter-in-law that the lame son of the Lu family had married the chubby girl from the neighboring village, couldn't sit still. She left her housework behind and came straight to the Lu family to see the excitement. On the small path, old Madame Zhu ran into old Madame He. After hearing her words, she quickly followed along. The two of them happened to see the Lu family's kitchen, where Mother Lu was still preparing a chicken. Old Madame O laughed and said, "Madame Lu, having a daughter-in-law really makes things different. It's not even a holiday, and you're already cooking chicken." Mother Lu paused in the middle of plucking the wild chicken, silently cursing her daughter-in-law 100 times in her heart, but she kept a smile on her face. "Sister Zhu, Sister He, my son Han is skilled at hunting. He caught this chicken, so we're just making something nourishing. Where's your daughter-in-law, the plump girl? Let us see her. She may be round, but with her strong build, she'll surely give you many grandchildren." Old Madame Zhu laughed with a hint of mischief. Ever since the Lu family had moved into the village, even though Lu Han had an injured leg, his strikingly handsome face still drew attention. Many villagers had shown interest in marrying into the Lu family because of Lu Han's looks. But Mother Lu had turned them all down without hesitation. She always dressed in the finest cotton clothes, wore even a single silver hairpin with grace, and her fair, delicate skin was enough to stir envy among the villagers. "That's right, old madam," he chimed in. You really know how to choose a daughter-in-law, picking the roundest girl from all the nearby villages. Soon you'll have a house full of children, and you'll be smiling every day. She had once hoped to marry her own daughter into the Liu family, but Mother Liu had rejected her outright, making it clear she didn't think much of her daughter. That had left her fuming. Now that the Lius had married the plump girl, she could hardly hold back her laughter. In fact, old Madam, he laughed even louder. Oh dear, what if the children turn out just as round as their mother? What's wrong with that? Being plump is a sign of good fortune. The two women kept teasing back and forth, as if they were watching a play. Mother Liu's face darkened completely. What's wrong with me being plump? I don't eat your rice or your vegetables. Unable to hold back, An Zhu grabbed a greasy loofah sponge from the side and threw it at them. It landed right on Madame Zhu's skirt, leaving a dark stain. With a cold voice, she said, Madame Zhu, you'd better worry about your own family. Your son spends all his time at the gambling house and wandering the streets. Be careful, he doesn't ruin himself one day. You. Madame Zhu's face instantly changed. What do you mean you? If your son Zhu Sheng hadn't led my infome astray, would he have gone gambling? And Zhu was still angry. She pushed open the small side door, but halfway through, her body was too big to fit. Quick-witted, she grabbed a fire poker nearby and pointed it at Madame Zhu. Go back and tell Zhu Sheng. If he dares to bother my infome again, I'll break his legs. Her sharp eyes and cold words didn't sound like a joke at all, and Madame Zhu was so frightened she didn't dare talk back. And you? And Zhu turned to Madame He. Go home and keep a closer eye on your daughter. Don't let her throw herself at every man she sees. If I catch her one day, don't blame me for being harsh and ruining her reputation. Xiaoman's feelings for Liu Han had been discovered by accident, and An Zhu couldn't believe how bold women in ancient times could be, no less daring than modern women. You, stop talking nonsense. Madam, he rushed forward, looking ready to fight. But An Zhu wasn't afraid at all. She raised the fire poker high. You know very well whether I'm speaking nonsense. Go home and ask your precious daughter yourself. Madame He's face changed again, and in the end, she slunk away in defeat. Liu's mother, standing nearby, was stunned. She could only scold a little, but when it came to facing the village women who made scenes, she never dared to step forward. But just now, An Zhu's presence was even stronger than theirs. Mother-in-law, if you had used even half the strength you used to scold me against them, you wouldn't have been left speechless, An Zhu said, glancing at her. This old woman only cared about saving face and bullying her own family. No wonder the original An Zhu had been treated like an easy target. The little warmth Liu's mother had felt when An Zhu defended her disappeared instantly. She said with disdain, if you weren't so fat, they wouldn't have had the chance to laugh at us. In her eyes, the fat girl wasn't protecting her at all. She just couldn't stand being called fat. I may be fat, but I don't eat your Liu family's rice or grain, An Zhu snapped, furious. This old woman really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. It was like feeding good intentions to a dog. When Madame Zhu returned home, she was immediately approached by her second daughter-in-law, who looked eager for gossip. Mother, did Liu Han really marry that fat girl as his wife? Old Madame Zhu raised her hand and slapped hard. Go, do your work, she scolded. A lame man with a plump woman. Wasn't that a perfect match? As soon as Madame He got home, she went straight inside and pulled her daughter, Xiaoman, out of bed. Mother, what are you doing? I'm still sleepy. Xiaoman rubbed her eyes. She was the only daughter among 3 sons, born late in her parents' lives, and they had always treated her like a treasure. But Madame He slapped her so hard that Xiaoman was stunned. The next moment, Xiaoman screamed, Father, help! Mother's gone crazy. Not even bothering to put on shoes, Xiaoman pushed her mother aside and ran out. Wife, what are you doing? He Genshin quickly shielded his daughter. It's early in the morning, and you haven't even made breakfast. Madam, he had hurt her back when Xiaoman pushed her. With her hands on her waist, she snapped, It's all because of your precious daughter. Hurry and find someone to marry her off before people start gossiping about her. Mother, Don't make things up. What did I do? Xiaoman shouted. You still dare to argue? I'm already ashamed for you. Seeing her daughter's stubbornness, Madam, he raised her voice. Did you go looking for that crippled Lu? That was the nickname people secretly gave to Lu Han. His name is Lu Han, Xiaoman corrected. Listen to her. Madam, he turned to her husband angrily. Your daughter sneaks off to see that, and even wants to marry into the Lu family. All the warnings she had given Xiaoman before had clearly gone in one ear and out the other. Xiaoman didn't dare argue. Shrinking back, she looked at her father. Father, even though his leg is injured, he's really very capable. Madam, he rushed forward to slap her again, but Zhenxing blocked her hand.
We can talk this out.
Why hit Xiaoman? With her father protecting her, Xiaoman lifted her chin proudly, as if her wish was already coming true. Don't even think about it. Madam, he snapped. Lu Han has already married the plump girl from Xiliang village. Our family may be poor, but we will never let you become someone's second wife. Her words hit Xiaoman harder than any slap. She froze on the spot. That plump girl saved your daughter? Mother Lu asked with some doubt, looking at the eldest daughter-in-law of the Tian family. Although she was from the main branch, she was the weakest one. Even though Mother Lu didn't interact much with the villagers, she still knew how much the eldest daughter-in-law was bullied. Yes, if it weren't for Fatty, my little Zhen, Xie Xiuhong said with a choked voice. When Tianjun fell into the water, it was only right for Fatty to save her, Mother Lu said modestly on the surface, but in her heart she was suspicious. With Fatty's body, round like a pig, could she really swim and save someone? It would already be good if others didn't laugh at her. This life-saving kindness must be repaid. It's just that my little Zhen caught a cold after falling into the water, so she couldn't come today. Next time, I'll have her come and bow to Fatty in thanks, Xie Xiuhong said excitedly. At the same time, she took out the eggs from her basket and, feeling a little embarrassed, added, We only have 6 eggs at home, but I truly want to thank Fatty. There's no need. Keep them for yourselves, Mother Lu said after glancing at the clean, polished eggs. The Tian family hadn't split households yet, and the main branch had no say in family matters. For Xie Xiuhong to bring 6 eggs was already not easy. You must accept them. Fatty is really a good child, Xie Xiuhong said, full of praise. Meanwhile, An Zhu, who was cutting pig grass in the mountains, knew nothing of this. After the sun rose, sweat poured down her forehead like rain. The thin porridge she had in the morning had long been digested. She wiped her sweat, glanced at the scorching sun, and sighed. It was already August, yet the heat was still unbearable. She bent down and cut another basket of pig grass, then sat straight on the ground, panting heavily. If not for the original body's muscle memory, she wouldn't even know how to do this work. Looking up at the sky, she let out a long sigh. Life is really tough. The original owner wasn't pampered, so how did she end up so overweight? Could it really be that even drinking water made her gain weight? An Zhu pinched the rolls of fat around her waist, which looked like a flotation ring. Having been slim all her life, she never thought that one day she would have to worry about losing weight. Bamboo Garden, oh Bamboo Garden, why haven't you appeared yet? How much silver do you need before you'll come out? She muttered to herself. Yesterday, she had searched through the original owner's belongings. There wasn't even a single copper coin, let alone silver. If she wanted the Bamboo Garden to appear, she needed money. She patted her chest in relief. At least it wasn't like in modern times, where it required jade. With her current situation, let alone jade, she couldn't even afford a tiny piece of it. An Zhu calmed herself a little and went back to work. Cutting a basket of pig grass was not easy. When she finally finished and tried to carry it down the mountain, she realized how painful the pole pressing on her shoulder was. No, I can't do it. It's too heavy. She frowned at the carrying pole. Having the original owner's memories was one thing, but now she was the one who had to bear the weight. In the shadows, Lu Han, who was about to head into the mountains to train, saw everything. An Zhu, you can do it. You're only heavy because you don't move enough and eat too much, she told herself. Clenching her teeth, she lifted the load of pig grass. The pain on her shoulder made her wince. In both her lives, she had never suffered like this. Bamboo garden, if you don't appear soon, your master is going to collapse. Xiaoman rubbed her eyes. After being scolded by her mother, she still couldn't believe it. How could someone as handsome as Lu Han marry the chubby girl from Shiliang village? Everyone within 10 miles knew about her size. Is it really you? Seeing the girl's body, twice as wide as her own, Xiaoman rushed forward, grabbed her hand, and demanded, "Tell me it's not true. You didn't marry Lu Han, did you?" The sudden push made the load on An Zhu's shoulder even heavier. She quickly shoved Xiaoman aside. Xiaoman looked at her with hope in her eyes. "Please tell me my mother lied. It's not true, right?" An Zhu set the pig grass down. "It's true." "What do you mean true?" Xiaoman stared at her in disbelief, then shouted, "Look at yourself. You're not even worthy to carry Lu Han's shoes. How could you possibly marry him?" An Zhu lowered her gaze to study the girl. At just over 10 years old, Xiaoman was like a flower bud not yet in bloom. Her skin was sun-kissed, her features were fine, and her face still full of youthful softness. An Zhu knew she shouldn't argue with a child, but the words were sharp and stung. Not even worthy to carry his shoes? She hadn't even minded that Lu Han walked with a limp. An Zhu stepped forward. "I'm worthy, because I'm taller than you. What's so great about being tall? You're as round as a pig. Ugly." Xiaoman stood on tiptoe, trying to match her height. "It's true, being tall isn't everything. But my weight is only temporary. Your short height, however, will last a lifetime." After An Zhu finished speaking, she quickly stepped back, just in case someone lashed out in anger. You. Xiaoman looked pitiful, as if she had been bullied. Suddenly, when she saw Lu Han standing behind her, her eyes lit up. She ran toward him and said, "Lu Han, Fatty called me short. I'm not short at all. Lu Han, I know you definitely don't want to marry her, right? She's so big. She doesn't deserve you at all." An Zhu turned her head. Sure enough, Lu Han was standing not far away. Because of him, she was being dragged into trouble and even insulted. How many people had called her fat today already? It made her furious. If she had anywhere else to go, she would never stay in the Lu household. "Fatty, hurry up and clean the backyard. The whole place smells like chicken droppings." Lu's mother sat in the hall, cracking sunflower seeds, with a basket of eggs beside her. An Zhu gritted her teeth, put down the pig grass, and sat on the steps under the eaves, panting from exhaustion. The uneven steps made a natural bench, and even with her round figure, she didn't feel squeezed. "What are you sitting there for? Go quickly," Lu's mother urged. Instead, An Zhu sat more firmly, turned her head toward the hall, and said, "I'm tired. Can I rest for a while?" She knew that since she was living under someone else's roof, she had to endure some things. But being ordered around like a servant by this old woman? She wasn't going to accept that. Why should she be treated like a tireless ox? She was willing to work hard to lose weight, but not to be bossed around like this. Who knew what else this old woman might do in the future? So she had to make it clear, she was not someone to be pushed around. One day, when she earned her own money, she would throw silver notes right in front of this woman, making her see clearly that An Zhu was not fat and ugly, but beautiful, capable, and wealthy. No, not silver coins, those could hurt someone. She would throw silver notes instead, and throw them hard. Just imagining the scene made An Zhu secretly laugh to herself. "Lazy people always make excuses," Lu's mother muttered, tossing the seed shells onto the table. A small pile had already formed. Her eyes fell on the basket of eggs, and then she asked, "You came back all wet this morning. Did you fall into the water?" An Zhu was so tired, she didn't even want to lift a finger. "I knew it. How could someone like you possibly save another person?" Lu's mother grumbled. An Zhu's ears perked up. She asked, "How do you know I saved someone? Was it really you who saved him?" Madame Lu stared at An Zhu. In her whole life, she had never seen a girl this round. With that body, she looked like two people in one. How could she even swim in the water?
Of course it was me.
An Zhu stood up and walked into the hall. She saw 6 eggs in a basket and asked, "Did the Tian family send these?" She picked up the basket and said, "2 eggs a day, that's enough for 3 days." Madame Lu's eyes widened. "You're eating from the Lu family, and you want to keep all these eggs for yourself?" And Zhu grinned. Though she was plump, her teeth were neat and white. "I want to lose weight, so I eat less. That way, I won't be a burden to the family. Besides, I saved Lu Han's life. Mother-in-law, you wouldn't be so stingy as to not even feed the person who saved him, right? And don't forget, I'm still your daughter-in-law in name." Every time An Zhu called her mother-in-law, Madame Lu felt uncomfortable, as if she were being mocked. Carrying the basket, An Zhu went back to her room, not feeling guilty at all about keeping the food. From her observations, the Lu family wasn't poor. In fact, there was something mysterious about them. Take Uncle Gu, for example. He usually carried firewood, fetched water, cooked his own meals, and lived by himself. Yet, when he looked at the old lady, there was even a trace of respect in his eyes. Could it be that the old woman was once the daughter of a powerful family? Or maybe a noble lady?
No, no, no.
What kind of noble lady would scold people so fiercely? After a busy day, An Zhu lay down on the wooden bed. She pressed her palm again and again, hoping for her little bamboo garden to appear. If she had that, she would never have to worry about food or drink. When the 3rd day after the wedding came, no one in the Lu family mentioned the return visit to her family. Madame Lu knew about it, but refused to bring it up. Deep down, she simply didn't want to acknowledge this daughter-in-law. Lu Han didn't understand, nor did he act like a married man. And Zhu didn't mention it either. She was only pretending to be the real bride. Fooling the old lady was one thing, but if she went back to the An family and was exposed, what if they treated her like a monster? Why haven't I lost any weight at all? She pinched the 2 soft rolls at her waist, round like swimming rings. She had been working hard these past few days, waking up early, sweating a lot, and eating very little. Yet, she hadn't slimmed down even a bit. Her bamboo garden still showed no sign of life. It seemed it really needed money to grow. But trapped in this village, where could she possibly find silver? It's not every day that luck comes, like when the old woman dropped some silver. That night, An Zhu couldn't sleep. She asked, "When will you go to Yangchuan County?
Can you take me with you?"
Lu Han was the kind of person who never showed up during the day and only came home at night, sometimes even bringing back game. She couldn't understand how he managed to climb the mountains and hunt with his injured leg. Moonlight slipped through the unsealed window and fell across Lu Han's blanket. An Zhu tried hard to open her eyes wide, but she could only make out the outline of his face. Why did he have the same name as her Lu Han? Why did he look exactly the same? Her Lu Han had been warm, cheerful, polite, and clever. He was nothing like this one, who had once refused to help her. She had even married him in hopes of bringing him luck, but it all felt meaningless. Sadly, she never even had the chance to visit her Lu Han's grave and say she was sorry. Lowering her eyes, An Zhu was wrapped in quiet sorrow. Even her soft sigh slipped out without her noticing. Then Lu Han's voice broke the silence. An Zhu, slow to react, thought to herself, "If I go to the county tomorrow, how will I earn money?" "You're not allowed to go." The moment Lu's mother heard that An Zhu wanted to go to the county, she was the first to object. An Zhu was about to argue back sharply, but out of the corner of her eyes she saw Lu Han returning from outside. She lowered her head and said timidly, "Lu Han already agreed to take me to the county. Don't use Han as your excuse." "If he really agreed, then Before she could finish, Lu Han interrupted. A flicker of disappointment flashed in An Zhu's eyes. "Mother, I promised to take her to town." "Han, how could you be so careless? Why would you let her go to the county?" Lu's mother said disapprovingly. "So there's actually a carriage?" An Zhu's eyes lit up when she saw it. She had thought this poor household had nothing, and that they would have to walk everywhere. "My leg is injured, so I prepared a carriage," Lu Han explained. Even though he limped, he climbed into the carriage with surprising ease. An Zhu tried to follow with the same agility, but as soon as she lifted one leg, She felt her waist squeeze uncomfortably, and the carriage sank slightly under her weight. "So heavy. You'll break the horse," Lu's mother muttered with disdain. "I told you not to bring her along." Inside the carriage, Lu Han's cool, distant eyes rested on her. An Zhu gritted her teeth, grabbed the side of the carriage, and with some effort climbed up. She sat across from Lu Han, not daring to move too much. The excitement she had felt earlier about riding in a carriage was now completely gone. Her family was so poor they had to sell daughters, yet she had still managed to grow this plump. Was it really true that some people gain weight even from drinking water? She had to lose weight, no matter what. And Zhu thought that even with all this daily hard work, it still wasn't enough. She needed to push herself more. The carriage swayed, and even with her soft figure, she felt sore and a little dizzy. "When we go back later, I'll walk home," An Zhu suddenly said. Lu Han glanced at her. "It's 20 miles. You wouldn't make it home in 2 hours. His tone wasn't harsh, but it carried a sting. "I can run," An Zhu replied. Lu Han said nothing.
Whoa.
Uncle Gu, who was driving, suddenly pulled the reins, and the carriage stopped. An Zhu lost her balance and fell forward, landing right on top of Lu Han. Her hands pressed against the carriage wall, and the position looked like something out of a dramatic scene. She blinked, seeing his face so close, and clearly felt his displeasure.
"Sorry,"
she stammered. Before she could finish, she scrambled to get up, but the carriage jolted again. Her hand slipped awkwardly, and she quickly pulled back. "I didn't mean it," she said in a rush, leaning as far back as she could, not daring to look at him. There were some stones on the road. "I didn't notice. Are you two all right?" Uncle Gu called from outside. We're fine," An Zhu quickly answered.
"And you, Xiaohan?"
Uncle Gu asked again. Still flustered, An Zhu rolled her eyes at the question. Lu Han only gave a muffled reply. The carriage started moving again, and this time An Zhu clung tightly to the window frame, not daring to shift an inch. When they finally reached the county town, all her worries about her weight and the earlier embarrassment vanished. She jumped off the carriage eagerly. Looking at the town, so different from what she had seen on TV, she felt an urge to shout with excitement. She really had struck it rich. She had survived, and now she could enjoy the sights of the past, all for free. She wanted to get rich. She wanted to become a wealthy woman. No, she wanted to become a landlady. "Uncle Gu, when are you going back?" An Zhu asked with a bright smile. She had no interest in talking to Lu Han. Just wait. Once she lost weight, he would regret everything. Uncle Gu looked at Lu Han before replying, around the end of the afternoon hour, close to the early evening. That meant about 3 o'clock. An Zhu quickly did the math in her head and said, "All right, I'll go to the county first. I'll wait for you here in the afternoon." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurried into the county town. She needed to find business opportunities, a way to make money. There was no time to waste.
"Master?"
Uncle Gu looked at her leaving figure with some worry. "Will the chubby girl get lost?" Lu Han said calmly, "Let her be. By the way, there's still no news about Miss Meow Meow," Uncle Gu added hesitantly. "I've been searching nearby these past few days. Do you think she'll be all right?" He didn't think much of Miss Meow Meow running away just to avoid marrying Lu Han. "No need to look anymore. I'll explain to Mother myself," Lu Han said quietly. If it weren't for his mother, he wouldn't have brought Meow Meow along in the first place. "Then should we go to the clinic first or sell the wild goods?" Uncle Gu wisely changed the subject. Every 10 days, Lu Han had to visit the clinic to check on his leg. Lowering his eyes, Lu Han looked at his injured leg. Even though the doctor had said it couldn't be cured, he still refused to give up. He wanted to stand again. Meanwhile, after entering the county, An Zhu felt like a villager stepping into a grand garden. Everything looked new and exciting. Restaurants made money, but she had no capital, and she didn't want to work for others. Selling vegetables could also bring profit. The vegetables from her bamboo garden were the freshest and tastiest in the world. What about a small business like barbecue? But meat was hard to buy, and with the weather turning colder, barbecue wasn't as popular anymore. Most importantly, she couldn't come to the county every single day. So, what should she do? An Zhu wandered around the county again and again until her stomach growled loudly. Only then did she realize she hadn't eaten lunch. She had been so focused on thinking of ways to make money that she had forgotten to eat. Now her stomach was completely empty. She quietly pulled out 9 copper coins, the ones her mother had secretly slipped to her when she got married. The coins had been rubbed smooth from being held so often, faintly showing the pink marks in her palm. Her bamboo garden was really troublesome. It seemed to swallow money, and even looked down on her few copper coins. An Zhu spotted a steamed bun shop. The hot buns gave off a rich, meaty smell that made her stomach growl. She couldn't resist walking forward. 2 meat buns, please. The shopkeeper lifted the lid, and rows of plump white buns appeared. He wrapped 2 in oiled paper. 4 coins. So expensive? An Zhu looked at the buns with pain in her heart. My meat buns have thin skin and lots of filling. They're worth 2 coins each, the shopkeeper said, then opened another steamer. Plain buns are 2 for 1 coin. Want those instead? Then just 1 meat bun, An Zhu replied without thinking. Who knew when she'd get to eat meat again after this? She sighed, sat under a big tree with the bun in her hand, and even through the paper, she could feel its warmth. 1 bun, 2 coins gone. Only 7 coins left. What could she do with that? Forget it, I'll eat first. She took a big bite. The shopkeeper hadn't lied. This bun was worth it. The skin was thin, the filling generous, and every bite was full of flavor. She felt so satisfied. But 1 bun wasn't enough to fill her. She smacked her lips and comforted herself. An Zhu, you're supposed to be losing weight. 1 is enough. Looking around to distract herself, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Without thinking, she jumped up and ran toward it. In front of a shop, a burly man lifted another man as easily as if he were a chicken. The man being held begged, "Please, sir, let me go. If you don't have money, don't play." The big man growled, then kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. The man clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. "Anfeng, you're gambling again." An Zhu shouted angrily. Back when she was sent to the Liu family, Anfeng had knelt before their parents, swearing he would never gamble again. And now, only a few days later, here he was at the gambling house. "I wasn't gambling," Anfeng muttered weakly, clearly guilty. "He owes our gambling hall 20 copper coins. Are you going to pay for him?" The man looked at An Zhu with open mockery in his eyes. "So, this is your chubby sister? She's really as round as a pig." "I don't have money," An Zhu replied directly. She only had 8 copper coins in her pocket, and even if she had enough, she would never pay off An Feng's gambling debt.
No money?
Then what about these 20 copper coins? The man stepped forward. "So, what if my sister is chubby? It's just 20 copper coins, nothing special. Just wait." After snapping back, An Feng quietly pulled An Zhu aside, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Xiao Zhu, can you lend me some?" "No money." An Zhu spread her hands. An Feng grew anxious. "Doesn't your husband have money?" An Zhu sneered. "Then go ask him." "I don't dare." An Feng shook his head without thinking. He had seen Lu Han before. Even though Lu Han had a bad leg, just looking at him made An Feng uneasy. "Then I don't dare either," An Zhu said firmly. "Chubby girl, how can you just watch and not help? I'm still your brother." An Feng panicked. If he couldn't pay back the 20 copper coins, he would be beaten badly. "I was already sold once, because of you. Do you want me to be sold a second time?" Without warning, An Zhu kicked An Feng hard, sending him stumbling. If he hadn't gambled and owed so much money, their parents would never have sent her to the Liu family as a bride. She wouldn't have ended up buried alive by the old matriarch either. This anger had to be released. The man had been guarding against them running away, but who would have thought the chubby girl would actually fight back? "You silly girl, what are you doing?" An Feng clutched his stomach after being kicked twice. Since when did this sister of his have such strength? His belly ached badly. Who was it that swore never to gamble again? An Zhu stepped forward and kicked him once more. "And who said if he gambled again, I could beat him as I liked?" She controlled her strength carefully. Enough to make him hurt, but not enough to cause real harm. It hurts, it hurts. And foam held his stomach, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seeing An Zhu raise her foot again, he scrambled toward the man. Brother did too. Please help me. I'll work to pay off the 20 copper coins instead. That won't do. An Zhu walked forward and gave him another hard slap. Then she brushed the dust off her hands and looked at An Foam, who was too weak to even ask for help. She said coldly, "Father and Mother are waiting for you to come home. If you waste your time here, how am I supposed to explain it to them? Fat girl, you're tough." Big Head Brother gave her a thumbs up. Looking at An Feng's miserable state, he laughed and said, "Forget about the 20 copper coins. Just don't let your brother gamble again." "Thank you, Big Head Brother." An Zhu smiled brightly. "You're really a good person." Big Head Brother froze. Her round face didn't look pretty when she smiled, but it was sincere. No one had ever called him a good person before. An Zhu dragged An Foam away. "It hurts. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. Are you really my sister?" An Foam groaned, clutching his stomach, his back, his waist, and even his bottom. An Zhu looked at him coldly. Her real self, the true younger sister, had already been buried alive by the Liu family. The one standing here now was only An Zhu's body. "Fat girl," An Foam lay on the ground without shame. "I know you're angry, but I just wanted to earn more money so our family could live better." Arms crossed, An Zhu said, "So you lost all the money, and on top of that, you sold your sister? What's next? Do you plan to sell An Xia too?" "No, I won't." An Foam denied it without thinking. After a brief moment of guilt, he forced a smile. "Fat girl, don't take it the wrong way. You're already chubby, and now you talk so harshly. Your future husband won't like that. Look, the husband I found for you. His looks are unmatched in all of Yangchuan County." An Zhu reminded him. "What good is a handsome face if it can't put food on the table? Why not?" An Foam suddenly sat up. "The Liu family is rich. I heard." He paused, glanced around, and lowered his voice mysteriously. "I heard the Liu family came from the capital. Who knows, maybe one day you'll become the wife of a wealthy household. Then I can benefit too, and even go to the capital."
Ha!
An Zhu sneered. "Why don't you say the Liu family offended powerful people in the capital and got driven out here to this remote village? Otherwise, why would they leave behind the life of a noble family in the capital just to live here? If the capital ever comes after them, even our own family won't be able to survive." An Foam gave an awkward laugh, his eyes darting around as he scrambled up and complained, "I'm your older brother. You really hit too hard just now."
But
"Well done. These 20 copper coins, you don't need to pay anymore." An Zhu stepped down on him again. "What excuse did you use to trick our parents into letting you come to the county?"
ow!
An Foam clutched his foot in pain and muttered, "Why are you so strong now? Look, I didn't need to lie to them just to come here." Before he could finish, An Zhu pressed down on his other foot. "Who did you go gambling with?" If she hadn't seen wrong earlier, there had been a familiar figure standing nearby when An Foam was being beaten. But she needed to confirm it with him. "That chubby girl," An Foam blurted out, hopping in pain, and raised his hand as if to hit back. An Zhu was faster. She grabbed his hand and used it to slap his own face. The loud smack left An Foam stunned. An Zhu said calmly, "Brother, so you do know you were wrong. You even hit yourself." "I hit myself?" An Foam stared blankly at his hand, then looked at An Zhu suspiciously. "Wasn't it you who used my hand to hit me? You must have seen it wrong." An Zhu quickly changed the subject. "Were you gambling with Zhu? Was it your money that was lost? Or his?" "Chubby girl, why are you in the county? Weren't you in Dongxing village?" An Foam tried to change the subject, pretending to be worried. "Does Lu Han know you came here?"
Don't try to distract me.
"I just saw Zhu Sheng." And Zhu gave him a sideways glance, her eyes clearly saying, "Don't think you can fool me. I know everything. Since you got married, you've gotten smarter," and Foam muttered. Finally, after being threatened by An Zhu again and again, he admitted reluctantly, "Yes, I came with him. But the money I lost was mine." He even tried to look loyal about it. Then where did you run into Zhu Sheng? And Zhu pressed further. And Feng hesitated, then waved his hand. Chubby girl, why are you asking all this? Before he could finish, and Zhu raised her fist, and he immediately shrank back in fear. He didn't dare to bet that she wouldn't hit him. This girl never hesitated to strike, and he couldn't understand how the Lu family had turned her into someone so fierce. And Feng's eyes shifted. I went to Dongxing village to see you, and on the way I ran into Zhu Sheng. Then Zhu Sheng found out you had money, and he told you. Why not gamble a little? If you win, you can even keep some secret savings, right? And Zhu's words made An Feng's eyes widen. How did she know so clearly? That was exactly what Zhu Sheng had said. If luck was good, the money could double in one round, then double again and again. And Feng got excited right away. He didn't even go to Dongxing village. Instead, he followed Zhu Sheng along a shortcut to the county. But in the end, he didn't earn anything. Even the money his mother had given him was completely lost. Mother gave you how much? And Zhu looked at him, thinking of the gentle Lu Yu in her memories. When she first learned she was to be married off for her brother's sake, her heart had been unwilling. It felt as if the parents who loved her had sold her away for her brother. They would never know that the real An Zhu, after being sent to the Lu family, had been buried alive within just one day.
10.
The words were on An Feng's lips, but when he met An Zhu's sharp gaze, he quickly changed it.
20.
20 copper coins. So, not only did you lose all 20 copper coins, but you even owe another 20? And Zhu raised her eyebrows. 20 coins might not seem much, but for the An family, already drowning in debt, it was a heavy burden. Fatty, what are you doing here? Ma Big Mouth was in the yard coaxing a child. Seeing An Zhu's round figure and the man following behind her, he looked puzzled. I'm looking for Zhu Sheng. And Zhu sat right down in the Zhu family's main room. If the bench hadn't been wide, her plump body might not have fit. What are you doing? Fatty, this is the Zhu family, not a place for you to make trouble. Old Madame Zhu was never easy to deal with in the village. Last time at the Lu family, she had been embarrassed by An Zhu, and she had held a grudge ever since. When she heard An Zhu had come with An Feng, she rushed home angrily, pointed at An Zhu, and shouted, "Get out. You're not welcome here. If Zhu Sheng pays back the money, even if you invited me, I wouldn't want to come." And Zhu slammed her hand on the table, her sharp eyes fixed on Madame Zhu. I already told you last time, Madame Zhu. If Zhu Sheng dares to take An Feng gambling again, I'll break his leg. But today, An Feng came to see me with the small allowance my mother gave him, and Zhu Sheng tricked him into gambling. Not only that, An Feng even had to pay 20 copper coins for him. Madame Zhu, tell me, what should be done about this? An Feng coughed on the side, signaling to An Zhu with his eyes. On the way back, he had already told her not to come to the Zhu family, but she wouldn't listen. Brother, go find Zhu Sheng. Don't let him get away. And Zhu turned to look at An Feng. Today, she was determined to let the whole village and nearby people know. If anyone dared to take An Feng gambling again, she would not let it go. Otherwise, with An Feng's weakness for gambling, not only would the An family face ruin, but her own life would never be peaceful. Madame Zhu blocked An Feng and shouted angrily, "What 20 copper coins? What gambling? I should be saying it was your An Feng who dragged my Sheng into gambling. You foolish girl, don't you dare throw dirt on my son's name." And Zhu stepped right in front of Madame Zhu, making her voice falter. And Zhu said sternly, "The headman of Changlo Alley told me himself. If you don't pay back the money, I'll break Zhu Sheng's leg. You. Madame Zhu was so shaken that she sat down in the courtyard and cried out loudly, "Is there no law left in this world? In broad daylight, you want to put false blame on my Sheng? Husband, come back, quickly," she shouted, and soon the nearby villagers gathered to watch the commotion. Seeing that An Feng hadn't returned, An Zhu went straight inside and dragged Zhu Sheng out. "You're the one who took An Feng to Changlo Alley. Brother He told me everything."
Yes.
Zhu Sheng was terrified by the way An Zhu dragged him out, especially after seeing with his own eyes how An Feng had been beaten before. Deep down, he was truly afraid of her. Did you owe 20 copper coins? And Zhu pressed again. Zhu Sheng's heart sank. He had run fast that day, and with Infome there, he was lucky not to be caught. Without another word, An Zhu kicked him hard in the stomach. Just then, Zhu Sheng's father returned and happened to see the scene, but it was too late to stop it. Debts must be repaid. That's only right. My brother Infome paid 20 copper coins for Zhu Sheng, so your Zhu family must return the money. And one more thing. If anyone dares to take Infome gambling again, don't blame me for being rude. And Zhu picked up a stick and snapped it in half with her bare hands. That fierce moment was deeply etched into the memory of everyone in the village. In the end, An Zhu left with Infome, satisfied, holding the 20 copper coins. You useless fool. You and that limping Lu really make a pair, one fat, one crippled. Old Madame Zhu was furious. Why shouldn't Zhu take their money, kick Zhu Sheng, and still walk away so boldly? Watch your mouth. And Feng shouted angrily. The next moment, he saw that An Zhu, who had been walking ahead, had suddenly appeared in front of old Madame Zhu. With 2 sharp slaps, she said coldly, "We're from the same village, so I'll only give you 2 slaps this time. Next time, I'll make sure you face real punishment." Her sharp and intimidating gaze made Zhu Sheng's father nervous. Afraid she might actually cause serious trouble, he quickly scolded his wife to keep quiet. "Fatty, you were amazing just now," and Feng said excitedly, glancing at the coins in her hand. And Zhu tucked the money into her sleeve and looked at him, thinking, I need to find him something useful to do. Otherwise, if he keeps gambling every few days, I'll never have peace. "Fatty," and Feng said as he followed behind her, staring at her round figure. "Today we basically earned 20 coins for nothing." And Zhu stopped and gave him a cold look. "For nothing?"
Ha.
And Feng scratched his head, his eyes rolling. "Why didn't you ask for more just now?" Hearing this, and Zhu glared at him. Was that money even Zhu Sheng's to lose? And you still want more? Then why did we take these 20 coins? And Feng muttered. And Zhu looked at him, as if he were a fool. That was the debt you owed. Big brother didn't make you pay it, so why shouldn't Zhu Sheng? Besides, it's better for us to have the money than for him to waste it. He wouldn't dare go to Changla House to check anyway. Fatty, you're really something. Getting married has made you sharper, not just with your hands, but with your mind too. And Feng caught up and glanced at his chubby sister. She was still chubby like before, but her eyes looked more confident. He said, maybe I should also go stay at my brother-in-law's house for a few days. Maybe I'll become stronger too. And Zhu didn't bother explaining. She casually said, I agree, but I'm worried you'll get nervous when you see Lu Han. In her memory, the Lu family wasn't well liked in the area. Lu Han was just a hunter, and he was limping, plus he was an outsider. But he was very skilled, quick to fight back, and no one dared to get close. Even Granny Zhu and Granny, he only dared to talk about him casually. Thinking about Lu Han's cold eyes, and Feng hesitated and waved his hand. Never mind, I'll pass. They walked in silence. And Zhu moved quickly, looking chubby, but walking very fast. And Feng, a grown man, was panting as he chased her. Stop, stop. Why are you walking so fast? I need to go back to the Lu family later. If I don't hurry, will I wait until sunset? And Zhu replied impatiently. West Liang Village and Dongxing Village are separated by a mountain. Dongxing is at the foot of the mountain on the side, with deep forest to the south and West Liang Village to the west up the mountain. As she climbed uphill, and Zhu reached the An family's house exhausted and speechless. Compared to the new house of the Lu family, the An house was very old. The wooden boards had lost their original color, covered with marks of age. The yard with bamboo fences and the yard made of yellow mud from the Lu family looked much worse. Lu Yu came out of the house, quickly put down her broom, and hurried over to stand in front of An Zhu, looking excited. She examined her sister closely. Fat girl, you're back. She had many things she wanted to say and ask, but seeing her sister's distant look, she couldn't say anything. She still remembered the day of the good luck charm, when her sister's eyes were full of anger and despair. Mom, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. and Feng was shouting. He had gone out early in the morning to Changlifang, spent noon at the casino, and hadn't eaten anything. Then An Zhu pulled him back to Dongxing village, and they hurried home again. His stomach was already growling loudly. Come inside quickly. I'll make you 2 pancakes. Luyu wiped her eyes and hurried into the kitchen. An Zhu looked around the yard. Even though the in-house was old, Luyu kept it very clean. As the name suggests, Luyu is gentle and kind. The original owner remembers that Luyu used to look very beautiful, but over the years, her skin darkened and turned yellow because she lacked proper nutrition, and she became a bit thin. She followed her memory into the main hall. There was a square table and long benches, just like she remembered. She sat down in the position that belonged to the original owner. In a daze, she seemed to see a dish on the table and a family sitting together, eating. The original owner was chubby, but her family treated her well. Sometimes she would argue with her brother and sister, but in her heart, they were a happy family. Fat girl, can you not tell mother about the gambling house later? And Feng sat beside her and whispered in her ear. His words interrupted her thoughts. And Zhu agreed quickly, sure, you're such a good sister. If you get bullied in the future, just tell me. I'll stand up for you. And Feng patted his chest confidently, pretending to support her. And Zhu pursed her lips, not expecting him to help. She said, but you also have to promise me one thing. Not just one, even 100 promises are fine. And Feng said without hesitation. From now on, I will fetch firewood twice a day, and every 10 days I will take it to the county to sell. And Zhu said. As soon as she finished, and Feng grimaced and shook his head. No way, fat girl. 2 loads of firewood a day. That won't make much money, then I will talk to mother about it. And Zhu sat up straight, looking directly at him. Don't, I can chop it myself. And Feng immediately said, thinking. If he fetches firewood once a day, how will she find out at the Lu family? Don't try to slack off. If it doesn't match in 10 days. And Zhu shot him a sidelong glance. Here comes the pancake. Luyu entered with a plate, carrying steaming scallion pancakes, golden on both sides, with the aroma of scallions. I'm starving, and Feng reached out, but Luyu slapped his hand away. She looked at the chubby girl who entered silently and carefully said, Fat girl, eat while it's hot. And Zhu was indeed hungry and didn't hesitate. She took one and ate it, asking, Where's Xiao? She went to gather firewood in the mountains. It's getting colder now, so we should store more, Luyu replied, hesitating before asking. Fat girl, is the Lu family treating you well? I heard that Lu Han has woken up you. And Zhu lowered her eyes and said, Mother. I thought it would be hard to say, but unexpectedly, she spoke out loud. She looked at Luyu's face, which had been worn down by time, and calmly recounted the events of the day she was supposed to bring good luck, especially the part about being buried alive. She saw Luyu's eyes turn red. In her ears, she could hear An Feng cursing. And Zhu didn't hide anything and continued, maybe heaven didn't want me to die, so it let Lu Han come back to life. Fatty, if that old witch dares to bully you in the future, I'll stand up for you, An Feng said angrily, rubbing his hands as if ready to fight. Fatty, I'm sorry, my daughter, her mother said. Luyu was crying uncontrollably. She thought that although the Lu family was an outsider family and Lu Han was limping, they still had enough to eat and wear, so it wasn't too bad. Mother, it's An Feng who's sorry to me, and Zhu comforted her. Next to her, An Feng was furious, rubbing his hands anxiously. Brother, if you hadn't gambled, we wouldn't owe 10 taels of silver and be unable to pay it back. That's why I was sold to the Lu family, to bring good luck, and Zhu choked on her words. Her tone was completely different from her previous strong attitude. She lowered her head and wiped non-existent tears, saying, Brother, stop gambling. If you keep gambling, will you sell Xiaoxia too? After selling Xiaoxia, who else can you sell? I won't gamble anymore, and Feng shook his head without hesitation. Seeing the crying in Zhu now and the one who had just beaten him before, he was stunned. Which one was his sister? Brother, swear that you won't go to the gambling house again. If you do, you'll never marry and have children, and Zhu took the opportunity to speak. She was pretending to be weak, but she had figured out An Feng's temper. The carefree An Feng, at critical moments, still knew how to protect his sister. For example, in Chang Le Fong, when the big brother called her fat, and Feng also argued. Another example was at the Zhu family, when Grandma Zhu scolded her, and Feng also defended her. And Feng shouted, "Fatty, are you stupid, or am I? I can't even marry a wife. So where do I get children and grandchildren?" And Zhu calmly replied, "Of course, none of the children are yours." And Feng, "Brother, swear," and Zhu found a good trait of the original owner. Her voice was very nice, soft and sweet, perfect for acting cute. And Feng raised his hand and swore, following Anju's words, and loudly made a solemn vow. After Anju left, and Feng muttered, "Mother, do you think fat girl has changed?" And Feng was hit on the head. Lu Yu frowned. "Xiao Feng, if you go gambling again, you'll be betraying your sister. Your sister has already died once." Thinking about fat girl being buried alive, Lu Yu's heart clenched. "Why are you just standing there? Take your sister home." If the Lu family really bullies her then, Lu Yu paused, thinking of her careless son, and sighed. "Forget it. When you see Lu Han, you get weak. You can't even stand up for your sister. I'm sorry, fat girl. I'm a bad mother." Lu Yu pounded her chest and silently shed tears. And Feng was panicked and comforted her. "Mother, don't cry. I'll take fat girl home right now." And Feng ran away quickly. Seeing Lu Yu crying, he felt nervous and uneasy. "What are you following me for?" Fat girl asked after walking for a while. And Feng straightened his back and said, "I'm here to take you home. Mother is probably crying."
And Zhu said firmly.
When she decided to tell about fat girl being buried alive, it was partly to make Feng stop gambling. If even his own sister almost died, and he still wouldn't change, she thought he would learn how to be a better person. She also wanted to tell the original parents that if they could sell her today for gambling debts, they might sell her sister and Xia tomorrow. The An family only has 2 daughters. "How do you know?" And Feng looked up in shock. And Zhu didn't answer. When they were close to the Lu family, she hurried in Feng to go back. "Fat girl, what if old witch Lu scolds you today?" And Feng rarely showed concern. And Zhu shot him a glance. "Do you think you can stay at the Lu family forever? Honor, how is your leg? What did the doctor say? Do you have any news from Miao Miao?" Lu's mother saw her son return and immediately came over. Same as usual, nothing new. Lu Han looked around the house and asked, "Has An Zhu come back? Don't mention her." Hearing An Zhu's name, Lu's mother felt furious and heartbroken. When she went to the vegetable garden earlier, she overheard people talking about a fat girl, which made her so angry. "I found out from the villagers that fat girl did something good today at the Zhu family. Honor, we can thank her with money. There's no need to make her your wife. She doesn't deserve it," Mother Lu said again. If it weren't for fat girl, her son wouldn't be mocked. And Zhu stood outside the yard, took a deep breath after hearing this. Today, when she returned to the An family, Lu Yu not only felt sorry for her, but also told her to take good care of Lu Han and her mother-in-law. She was told to work hard and speak less. She understood clearly that she couldn't go back to the An family. The old witch is just an old witch. She just wants to stay peacefully in the Lu family. Why is it so hard? And Zhu sighed silently, looked up at the door of the Lu family, knowing she still had a tough fight ahead. She stood outside the yard gate, waiting for Lu Han's reply, but unfortunately, he didn't answer. "Since you're back, what are you standing here for?" Lu Han's voice sounded from inside the yard. "You're still daring to come back?" Mother Lu rushed out angrily, opened the door, and saw her face full of fat. She was so angry, her chest hurt. She pointed at her nose and scolded, "Can you behave? Going to the Zhu family to show off and ask for money? You're bringing shame to our Lu family." And Zhu suddenly sat on the ground, hugged Mother Lu's leg, and started crying. "Are you crazy?" Mother Lu was startled by her voice and actions. When she saw her hugging her leg, she felt numb all over, like she was being haunted by a water spirit. "That Zhu woman is too much. It's one thing to call me fat, but to call my husband, that's too much. Mother, do you think I should slap her twice? Would that be too much?" And Zhu cried as she spoke. "The Zhu family is full of bad people. They dared to call my son, a. Good job hitting her,"
Mother Lu said. She hated anyone calling her son a.
Zhu took my brother to the gambling house, and now he lost money. Why should my brother pay? Mother, do you think I did wrong? An Zhu looked up. Mother Lu immediately replied without thinking, debt must be paid. That's just how it is. Mother, I knew you are the most reasonable. You wouldn't falsely accuse someone for no reason. An Zhu said with a smile, tears still on her eyelashes. Mother Lu. So if she punished her again or scolded her, wouldn't that mean she wasn't reasonable? A strong gaze caught An Zhu's attention, and although she wanted to ignore it, she couldn't. She looked behind the old woman and saw Lu Han's eyes on the smooth stone bench, as if he could see through everything. She felt a bit uncomfortable and explained, Lu Han, I saw An Feng in the county. He was beaten up by the gambling house people. I couldn't reach you, so I was very worried. I came back with my brother first. Lu Han looked at her silently, making her feel nervous. What does his silence mean? An Zhu forced herself to continue speaking. I've been at the Lu family's place for a long time and haven't gone back to my parents' home. Today, I went back with my brother. Stay away from your brother. He might gamble away his own sister, Lu's mother said impatiently. Hurry up and feed the chickens and turn the soil. Don't just sit around waiting for a free meal. Okay, I'll go now. An Zhu quickly got up and went to the backyard to feed the chickens and ducks and also weeded the vegetable garden. Besides loving her son dearly, the old woman had a kind heart. An Zhu lay on the bed, tossing and turning but couldn't sleep. She had hoped to find a way to earn money in the county. Because of An Feng's problem, she hadn't made any money. She sent a cart of firewood to the county every 10 days. Besides the cost of the cart, she could save a little. But how should she talk to Lu Han?
An Zhu tried to speak.
Lu Han's cold voice sounded in the darkness. An Feng swore he wouldn't gamble anymore. He plans to chop 2 loads of firewood every day. I thought since the family's cart is empty, maybe every few days, we could borrow the cart to use. After speaking, An Zhu found it wasn't so hard. She looked toward Lu Han, but the moonlight was too faint to see his face clearly, only his outline. Lu Han's reply made An Zhu breathe a big sigh of relief. Thank you. You're really a good person. In the dark room, silence fell again. Exhausted from the day, An Zhu quickly fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, Lu Han was no longer there. My back and waist hurt. An Zhu stretched lazily. The bed was made of 2 long stools and a wooden board. She had to be very careful when turning over, afraid she might collapse the makeshift bed. Her eyes fell on the only bed in the room. She comforted herself silently, not fighting with her for the bed. When An Zhu woke up, she could already smell porridge in the kitchen. Lu Han was still nowhere to be seen. She resigned herself and let the chickens and ducks in the backyard out, then carried her basket and went to the back mountain to gather pig grass. The Lu family raised a pig, and since she arrived, the pig grass gathering was her responsibility. Halfway through collecting pig grass, An Zhu heard someone calling her. From initially feeling unfamiliar, she had now gotten used to being called chubby girl. Tianjun ran up to her quickly. An Zhu immediately remembered her, the girl she saved from the river on her first day of crossing over. The Tian family even gave her 6 eggs, and the old witch didn't even ask for any. Don't you want to die? Seeing her face flushed and still smiling, An Zhu couldn't help teasing her. Tianjun blushed, then pursed her lips and said, Thank you for saving me. I don't want to die now. Living is good. An Zhu nodded without saying much more and continued to lower her head to cut pig grass. Tianjun didn't speak, silently helping her pull the grass. Having someone help made a big difference. The work was much faster.
You don't have to help me.
An Zhu wiped the sweat from her forehead. But thank you anyway. I must repay your life-saving kindness. Tianjun grinned. With her 2 small braids, she looked much prettier than when she was crying when rescued from the water. An Zhu patiently added, As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood. As long as you're alive, there's hope. You're right. Tianjun couldn't help sharing. My parents no longer plan to marry me off to a widower. An Zhu casually praised her, thinking to herself, women in ancient times really had no say in marriage. Even after almost being buried alive, her mother Lu Yu was heartbroken but still let her stay safely in the Lu family. She never thought about leaving her husband. Sigh, but my grandma said she might still marry me off to someone else. Tianjin sighed and said to her, "Chubby girl, I really envy you." An Zhu's hand paused in cutting the pig grass. "Although you're here to bring good luck to the Lu family, they don't worry about food or drink," Tianjin said. Her words made An Zhu roll her eyes and think to herself, she almost got buried alive when she came here. How can she be envied? Tianjin looked at her and said, "I heard that maids get monthly pocket money to sign a slavery contract. Then I would be a servant forever," An Zhu reminded her. She looked at Tianjin again and noticed her thoughts were different from others. "It's better than staying at home, where my grandmother might marry me off to someone else for bride price," Tianjin said seriously. "Although my parents are protecting me this time and won't let me marry that widower, who knows what my grandmother will look at next time?" An Zhu secretly admired her. An immature idea formed in her mind, and she asked, "You might not care about being a servant, but what about your parents? Your children? Don't you care?" If her memory is correct, once someone becomes a servant, their children are also servants, unless the master is very kind. But such kind masters are as rare as winning a big lottery prize. Tianjin's eyes showed hesitation. Besides being a maid, there are many ways to earn money. An Zhu tried to guide her in another direction. Tianjin looked at An Zhu with a confused expression. An Zhu smiled and nodded confidently. "Of course, as long as you're willing to think, there are many options." Soon, the pigweed was all harvested. An Zhu thanked Tianjin again. "Thank you for helping me gather the pigweed." "No need, no need. I owe you my life." Tianjin hurriedly waved her hand. As she left, she kept thinking about An Zhu's words. Besides being a maid, what other ways are there to make money? Working so hard every day, I guess I'll lose some weight, right? An Zhu panted as she carried the harvested grass home, then started cutting more pigweed. By the time she finished, the sun was high. Her stomach was already empty. "That smells so good." Looking at a bowl of porridge on the table, An Zhu drooled with hunger. She asked, "Mother-in-law, where are my eggs?" "How many eggs? Who would forget them?" Mother Lu glared at her. "If you want eggs, you can cook them yourself." An Zhu went straight to the kitchen. The cupboard was locked, but the eggs given by the Tian family were placed in the corner. She didn't mind. She simply put the eggs into a pot and cooked them over the remaining fire. "Mother-in-law, how about I cook lunch today?" An Zhu suggested. Mother Lu refused. "No, you can't. What good dishes can you make?" An Zhu, she has made many delicious dishes before, so why can't she cook now? Is the old witch worried she uses too much oil? Besides being bossy and proud, the old witch is also stingy. She treats her like a thief, making her do all the dirty and tiring work, but she's not allowed to touch anything in the kitchen. An Zhu muttered to herself, feeling she had to bow her head under the roof. Her desire to earn money grew stronger. If she kept going like this, when could she afford to eat meat every day? Every morning, Tianjin helps An Zhu cut pig grass. She defends her. "Don't listen to what the villagers say, and don't get angry." "What do the villagers say?" An Zhu asked curiously. Tianjin realized she hadn't heard anything. "Let me guess." An Zhu, used to cutting grass, said. Besides sweating a lot, she no longer felt dizzy like at first. She guessed, "They're probably saying I'm fat and Lu Han is so we're a perfect match, or maybe they say I'm too fierce. Like a mother tiger." Tianjin's eyes widened. "You really haven't heard what the villagers say? Then how come her guesses are exactly the same?" Last night, she met Zhu Dama. Zhu Dama, always saying that the chubby girl looks like she matches Lu Han's disability. It made her so angry she argued with Zhu Dama. "It's not hard to guess," and Zhu said casually, "When I lose weight, I'll blind their dogs." Tianjin asked, "Aren't you angry?" She was furious when she heard it. "What's there to be angry about?" And Zhu shrugged. "After all, a dog bites you, you can't bite back, right?" Tianjin looked a bit confused but admired her eyes. "You really know a lot." And Zhu modestly said, "Just so." "Oh, didn't you say yesterday you wanted to make money?" "I thought all day and night, but I couldn't think of a way." I told my mom, and she scolded me for daydreaming, Tianjin said, a bit discouraged. An Zhu's mind moved. She asked, I actually have a way to make money. Do you dare to try? Tianjin answered without hesitation, then looked at An Zhu with doubt. Why are you telling me this? I can't do it. An Zhu sat on the nearby grass, feeling sad about her excess weight around her waist. Soon, she became excited about earning money. She had thought all night and finally came up with a good idea. My mother-in-law knows I can't go to the county every day, An Zhu said clearly. She understood her awkward position in the Liu family. The things she had done before could be explained once, but she was a bit stubborn. If she suddenly stopped doing chores at home and instead went to the county every day to do small business, her mother-in-law might not accept it. If people found out something was strange, they might say she was possessed by a spirit and burn her. That would be a big loss. The An family was also not a good place to ask for help. The closer someone was, the easier it was to find out she was pretending. Then what should I do? Tianjin asked. An Zhu shared her idea. People eat to live, so of course I will sell tasty food. I don't know how to cook, Tianjin said honestly. I can teach you, An Zhu replied. She leaned in and looked around, then whispered, I met an old man before. He taught me how to make delicious food. Sadly, he said I could only do it after I got married. But no, the old man's recipe is a secret. How can I teach you? Tianjin shook her head quickly. An Zhu thought, this silly girl. The old man I mentioned was just a story I made up. Why does Tianjin believe it so easily? She decided she needed to talk to her later, to prevent her from trusting others too much and getting tricked. She continued, You're silly. I can't do it now, so I can't make money. But if you earn some, you can give me a share, maybe a third, and I can save some secret savings. Or, do you think I taught you so you wouldn't share the money with me? Tianjin shook her head quickly. Of course I will share. Good, An Zhu said. She then said, I went to the county the day before yesterday. Not many people sell food there, but the Baozi shops do very well. We could make meat sandwiches. What are meat sandwiches? Tianjin asked curiously. Just flour pancakes with meat filling inside, An Zhu explained patiently. They don't cost much to make. A pound of flour costs about 2 coins, and with a pound of meat, you can make 6 or 7 sandwiches. She carefully calculated that after paying for ingredients, selling all 10 sandwiches could earn her 3 or 5 coins. Tianjin swallowed hard. If she made 50 of those, how much money could she earn? 50, and you can earn between 15 and 25 coins. An Zhu quickly understood what she was thinking. Tianjin's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. But I don't have any money. Her parents also didn't have many coins. An Zhu said, I can buy 2 pounds of flour and 2 pounds of meat to try. It won't be much, and I might not earn much, but do you want to try? Tianjin nodded without hesitation. Yes, I want to. Aren't you afraid? An Zhu asked. It takes 3 or 4 hours to go to the county and back, and you'll have to sell it yourself. As long as I can make money, I'm not afraid, Tianjin said firmly. Once she was sure Tianjin could do it, An Zhu asked, if your meat sandwiches sell well, do you think your grandma and others will come to take them? Maybe, Tianjin said uncertainly, frowning. If she dares to come, I will fight her. An Zhu smiled but said nothing. In a few days, I will go to the county. When I do, you come with me. We'll buy flour and meat and make it at my house. But won't your mother-in-law say something about you? Tianjin worried. An Zhu asked back, if you make it at your house, won't your grandma find out? Tianjin's parents had a good reputation, but her mother-in-law was unreliable. In recent days, An Zhu had been thinking about how to talk to the old woman about making meat sandwiches. Her worries turned into a turning point. When Tianjin's father went hunting in the mountains, he broke his leg. The doctor said he would never walk again. Now, Tianjin's mother-in-law refused to stay, and she kicked Tianjin's family out. They were forced into an old, broken house. An Zhu visited and saw it, leaking everywhere, and even the roof leaked when it rained. Tianjin had cried many times over this. Fat girl, it's all because of me. If I hadn't refused to marry, my father wouldn't have gone hunting in the mountains. It's all my fault, she said, her eyes red from crying. An Zhu comforted her. Splitting up is good. At least your marriage won't be controlled by your grandma. And after splitting up, your family can be together without being scolded. But my father's leg. Tianjin felt very sad just thinking about her father's leg. An Zhu looked at her and asked, Tianjin, do you want to take a chance? When Tianjin Yang Xie Xiaohong heard her daughter's words, her first reaction was, are you crazy? No, mother, I am not crazy. Tianjin took Xie Xiaohong's hand. Father's leg needs treatment. We don't have any money. If meat-filled buns could make money, father's leg would already be healed. Xie Xiaohong argued. We barely have any coins at home. If this turns out to be a waste, all of us will be left with nothing. Xie Xiaohong firmly disagreed. An Zhu, hearing this, was not surprised and directly went to visit Tianjin. She was still very polite to her daughter's lifesaver. Madam Tian, can I call you that? An Zhu sat on a stone under the eaves. The Tian family's house didn't even have a simple stool. Yes, of course, dear. Thank you for saving my little Zhen. In the future, I will do anything to repay you, Xie Xiaohong said gratefully. An Zhu didn't reply. She just looked at her for a while, and then asked, Madam Tian, do you really not want to help Uncle Tian? Don't you want to treat his leg? Xie Xiaohong's face turned red with anger. She stood up, looked at her chubby face, and endured her frustration. You don't understand. I don't understand. We're almost starving, and you still refuse to go out and earn money. I also don't understand how, even though his leg can still be treated, you won't do it because of no money. An Zhu's voice was calm and steady. Her gaze fell on Xie Xiaohong's face. In her memory, the Tian family's eldest was honest, simple, and dependable. She hoped she wouldn't be mistaken this time. Do you think I don't want to treat it? Xie Xiaohong's voice rose several tones. She covered her face and said painfully, the doctor said his leg can't be cured. As a woman, what can I do? Madam Tian, did you invite a barefoot doctor? Have you been to the county clinic? If the county clinic can't help, you could try the city's hospital, An Zhu encouraged. Maybe the hospital in the county can treat him. If you don't even try to see a doctor, it would be such a pity. It's not that she looked down on barefoot doctors. On the contrary, she admired them. She appreciated how they settled in villages, treating common illnesses with affordable fees, using mostly local herbs. The villagers could afford it. But for more serious and complicated illnesses, barefoot doctors might not be very skilled. Traditional Chinese medicine is broad and deep, and even if she doesn't understand medicine well, looking at more places can give more hope. Let's assume, just for the sake of argument, that even the county doctor says there's no cure. Uncle Tian's leg is as bad as it can get, and Zhu used her persuasive words. Selling meat sandwiches doesn't cost much, and even if we lose money, we won't be in a desperate situation. But what if we make a profit? Muscles and bones need 100 days to heal. Uncle Tian needs good rest. Do you think it's better to just sit and eat up the savings or to earn some money? And Zhu's words made Xie Xiaohong fall into quiet thought. Even a fool knows earning money is good, but is it really so easy to make money? Seizing the moment, An Zhu said, I have 25 coins. Let's use that as part of the capital. We'll also contribute 25 coins. Another voice suddenly spoke from inside the house. Head of the household, Xie Xiaohong hurried into the room. Old Tian said, his wife, fat girl saved Jin girl. I believe her. But 25 coins, Xie Xiaohong choked up as she looked at his leg. This money was meant for his treatment. He wouldn't be able to work in the future, and their family of four needed money for food, drink, and daily expenses. His wife, let's agree on this. If we really can earn money, you and your daughters will have an easier life. Old Tian patted his leg, feeling guilty. It's all my fault. If I were stronger, you wouldn't have to do these things. Head of the household, Xie Xiaohong quickly held his hand to stop him. You've already done enough for us. She only had 2 daughters. Her mother-in-law often scolded her for only giving birth to unprofitable children and not even having a son. But old Tian didn't blame her. Instead, he protected her and their daughters. Xie Xiaohong wiped her tears and left the inner room. Fat girl, will also contribute 25 coins. Tomorrow, I'll buy flour and meat. Do you want to come along? No, and Zhu refused. Tomorrow afternoon, when you come back, I'll teach you how to make meat sandwiches. It's autumn now. They fry the meat in the evening and hang it over the well water to cool. It won't spoil by morning. After settling the Tian family's matters, An Zhu felt there was some progress. It seemed like money was coming in steadily. An Zhu raised her head and gently touched the small pink flower in her palm. Zhu Yuan. Oh, Zhu Yuan, we will see each other again very soon. As soon as she entered the yard, An Zhu saw Lu Han sitting there chopping firewood. There was a stool and a wooden block. He placed the cut wood on top, raised his axe, and split the logs in half. His simple, repetitive movements were done very skillfully. An Zhu watched, feeling a bit eager to try. Lu Han, how about I give it a shot? Lu Han glanced at her, continued chopping, and his look of disdain was obvious. Unwilling to give up, An Zhu stepped forward. Don't look down on me. I have plenty of strength. Lu Han handed her the axe. Startled by the sudden weight, An Zhu was taken aback. She hadn't expected the small axe to be so heavy. Lu Han looked at her with a teasing expression, enjoying the show. An Zhu clenched her teeth, firmly gripping the axe. That doesn't count. You just suddenly handed it to me without warning. She set the axe aside, picked up a piece of wood, placed it on the block, and gripped the axe again, aiming at the center and swinging down. The axe hit the wood, neither too high nor too low, just like her awkward mood at the moment. I guess I didn't control my strength well. An Zhu took a deep breath, encouraging herself silently. She wasn't the awkward one, others were. Let me try again. With great effort, An Zhu finally managed to lift the axe. On her second attempt, she used all her strength. The wood split, but it was nowhere near the evenness of Lu Han's neatly chopped logs. She tried 7 or 8 times in a row. Sometimes the size was uneven, sometimes she missed, or it was just like the first time. Awkward and embarrassing. Why is it that you sitting down is better than me standing and chopping? Muttering to herself, An Zhu moved a stool to sit and chop, but unfortunately, it was still worse than standing. Her arms were already sore. You're a man, so you have more strength, she said, returning the axe to him and finding a perfect excuse for herself. Lu Han didn't expose her little trick and kept chopping. An Zhu sat nearby, staring intently. She thought working hard really makes a difference. Chopping wood was like a painting. Forget it. There are many ways to lose weight. It's better not to compete with men for work. An Zhu quietly stacked the chopped firewood onto the pile. Under the courtyard wall, a row of wood stacks led straight to the kitchen, all filled to the top. She was sweating all over, wondering if she could lose a little weight. In the kitchen, the smell of chicken soup wafted over, making An Zhu's stomach growl. Her eyes lit up instantly. The chicken hunted by Lu Han a few days ago, and she hadn't even seen a trace of the broth. Today, she hoped to have a sip of soup. This is for you, Lu Mu said directly, handing her a bowl of soup. Thank you, mother-in-law, An Zhu said happily. Lu Mu looked at her carefully. Don't think about the chicken meat. It's reserved for Honor to strengthen his health. 1 bowl of soup is enough for me, An Zhu said, pouring the chicken soup over rice and finishing the bowl clean. She grinned and said, Mother-in-law's cooking is really good. The chicken soup is so fresh. She decided not to call her old witch anymore. Lu Mu looked at her suspiciously, as if wondering if she was up to something again. After confirming she wasn't planning to steal the chicken soup, she asked Lu Han, Hana, any news about Miao Miao? Not yet, Lu Han replied quietly. Gu Chun is so bad at finding people. It's been so many days, and there's still no news, Lu Mu said worriedly. Could something have happened? Mother, if she wants to leave, she has to face the consequences, Lu Han said slowly, taking a sip of soup. He wasn't in a hurry about Miao Miao's disappearance. Although his mother told Miao Miao to bring him good luck, even without blood relation, he couldn't accept it. But Miao Miao, no matter what, shouldn't have run away secretly before he was even dead. He was fine, but what if he wasn't? Miao Miao even abandoned her own mother. Such a treacherous person. What's the point of finding her? Honor, I know you're angry, and I am too. But Miao Miao is still young. She's your sister. Lu Mu tried to defend Miao Miao. She's already 16, Lu Han replied. An Zhu silently ate her meal, acting like a puppet who heard nothing and asked nothing. Lu Mu's cooking skills were poor. She fried a small bok choy until it was yellow with a hint of charred edges, oil and fire out of control. Are you going to take a bath again? Lu Mu looked at An Zhu. She had just finished washing the dishes and was starting to light the fire again. Mother-in-law, it's so hot today and I've been sweating a lot. If I don't take a bath, won't I smell bad? An Zhu confidently said, I drew the water into the pot myself. I carry firewood every day. Plus, I heat water in the front pot, and the back pot also gets warm. You and Lu Han can both wash. An Zhu looked like she had done a good deed, making Mother Lu speechless. Since it's early autumn, the water doesn't need to be very hot, just warm enough. An Zhu took a bucket of water to the back room and comfortably took a bath. Only then did she feel refreshed. She put on her clothes, feeling the tightness of her outfit. Why hasn't she lost any weight? An Zhu was very worried. These days, she sweats a lot every day, from early morning when she feeds the pigs, chickens, and ducks, to washing clothes, then collecting firewood in the morning, planting vegetables in the afternoon, and helping carry firewood to the pile. She worked hard every day. She had 3 meals a day, but never felt full. Why hasn't the meat decreased at all? In her memory, the original owner's diet was also poor. How did she manage to get so fat? An Zhu sighed deeply and suddenly collapsed onto her bed.
Bang!
The bed collapsed. An Zhu looked at her bed in disbelief. Was she really that fat? So fat that she broke the bed? What's wrong? Mother Lu and Lu Han both entered the room. When the long bench arrived, An Zhu lay on the mat, looking incredulous. Mother Lu wanted to scold her, but, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh. Fat girl, you need to work more and eat less. Look at how fat you've become. Haha. Mother Lu laughed so hard she almost couldn't straighten her back. Lu Han's gaze fell on An Zhu, and a smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. I eat little and work a lot. I don't know why I gained so much flesh. An Zhu covered her face, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Fat girl, there's a room in the back. The bed was just made by Gu Chun. You can sleep there. Mother Lu took the opportunity to speak. An Zhu immediately relaxed from her embarrassment. She held her quilt and looked at Mother Lu, asking, Mother-in-law, are you still thinking of driving me away? Her eyes showed suspicion. Feeling Lu Han's deep gaze, she took a deep breath and, looking worried and scared, said, Mother-in-law, I work very hard. Look, I can do all the chores at home and outside. You can't drive me away. All right, no one is forcing you to leave, Mother Lu complained, but An Zhu worked quickly and efficiently. In the past, she had done all these chores, but now with An Zhu helping, it was much easier. Her back didn't hurt as much anymore. An Zhu carefully moved the quilt to the back room. Maybe because of her weight, she made the bed bigger and sturdier. After laying the quilt on top, it felt a bit hard, but she thought she could still roll around comfortably. The room wasn't big, but at least it was a single room. As long as they didn't make her leave, she didn't want to share a room with Lu Han. This is so comfortable. An Zhu lay on the bed, rolling from side to side. The sides a little creaking, it was 100 times better than the wooden bench bed. Be careful, or the bed will break. Lu Han's voice came from the next room. At that moment, she realized that their beds were separated by just a wooden board. She could hear Lu Han clearly when he spoke. She cleared her throat and said, That won't happen. This is a new bed, and it's very sturdy. Are you making fun of me? An Zhu said through clenched teeth. I've never seen anyone break a bed before, Lu Han teased. An Zhu pounded on the door and said, That's not the bed's fault. If you slept on it, it would break too. You're a man occupying the bed, and I didn't complain. Yet you mock me, no manners at all. Manners? Lu Han's voice suddenly rose. Yes, An Zhu quickly added, My mother said men should be humble and considerate of women. Lu Han, your mother sure knows a lot. Of course, An Zhu replied cleverly. My mother has been to the capital. Lu had been to the capital, which was part of the original owner's childhood memories. Being able to think of this showed that An Zhu was trying hard to connect with the original personality's memories. After a moment of silence, An Zhu quietly let out a breath. She couldn't get too proud. She needed to let everyone see her different personality gradually. She had to be more careful. The next day, after finishing her chores, An Zhu took the opportunity in the afternoon to visit the Tian family while gathering firewood. The shabby house where Tianjin's family now lived was just behind a small hill from the Liu family. "Fatty, you're here? I bought some things, but I don't know how to cook." Xiaoman secretly brought the items back. Her heart was pounding all the way, worried someone might see her. 50 coins were spent to buy 3 jin of meat and 3 jin of flour, leaving 8 coins. Of these, 5 coins bought Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and star anise, along with a jar of sauce. "All the meat is from the front leg, just as you said. Take a look and see how it is," Xiaoman said. The flour cost 6 coins, and the meat was 12 coins per jin. And Zhu praised, "Good choice of meat. Let's chop it up first. Do we have green onions?" "Yes," Tianjin answered quickly. "How much do you want?" "I'll pick some." "A big handful," and Zhu replied. Looking at the ingredients, although not perfect, she believed the meat sandwich would taste good. Unfortunately, she couldn't go into her bamboo garden, where she had all the seasonings she needed. Whatever she wanted, she had. "Aunt Tian, although Sichuan pepper and sauce are expensive, remember, we're using them to make money, not just for eating," and Zhu comforted. "Without sauce, the meat sandwich wouldn't taste as good. This sauce smells really good," Xiaoman praised again, opening a small jar. The rich aroma of the sauce wafted out, and she couldn't help but say, yes, this sauce was worth it. It can be used many times. "Aunt Tianjin, take a good look and see how it's made," and Zhu said, cutting the meat into strips. "Boil the meat until it's cooked." She threw the meat directly into the pot, and Tianjin immediately helped start the fire. "The method is simple. Just braise the meat until fragrant," and Zhu explained as she cooked. After boiling and removing the meat, she fried it lightly, then added spices and sauce to stew together. Use low heat and simmer for about. She almost said an hour but quickly corrected herself. Half an hour is enough. Slow cooking on low heat allows the flavors of the sauce and spices to soak into the meat. "I'll make a pancake first." Looking at the time, and Zhu took a portion of dough. While fermenting, she followed Xiaoman's method. "It's hot now, so you can put it on the stove." "Yes, once the dough rises, just fry a pancake." She said this while looking at Xiaoman and Tianjin, asking, "How about it?" "Isn't it very simple?" The mother and daughter exchanged glances, feeling they understood how to do it, but still unsure. "All right, once it's ready, you'll see." An Zhu stood in front of the pot, the steam rising constantly and filling her nose with the smell of meat. Her stomach, which already had little energy, was growling loudly now. "Smells so good," she said. Tianjin licked her lips eagerly. Xiaoman looked outside and said, "Luckily, our house is a standalone building, a bit away from the road. Otherwise, with that meat smell, the villagers might start talking." An Zhu smiled gently. She could imagine what the villagers would say. "Fatty?" Xiaoman asked you. "I eat little, work hard," An Zhu replied, touching her waist where 2 swimming ring-shaped fat pads were. She sighed, "I don't know if drinking water makes me gain weight." Before, she could eat as much as she wanted and not gain weight. She was happy if she gained a pound or 2. But now it was the opposite. Losing a pound made her tear up with happiness. "Fatty, I don't mean you're not pretty when you're fat, but being fat isn't good for your health," Xiaoman said carefully, worried she might upset An Zhu. An Zhu smiled, her face already round, her eyes narrowing into small slits. She said, "Aunt Tian, I will try to lose weight." As long as her bamboo garden was back, with water animals swimming and land animals running, everything was different from ordinary. The bamboo garden swimming pool, where she swam daily, was very effective for exercise. The water there was sweet, and although it wasn't as intense as in stories that claimed it could cleanse the soul, a little body transformation was still possible. She believed her weight gain was only temporary. "Is your mother-in-law treating you well?" Xiaoman asked. An Zhu casually replied. Xiaoman didn't know how to continue. She thought that the Liu family and the villagers had no contact, which wasn't good. But they weren't very close, so she didn't know what to say. Fatty, it smells so good. I bet it tastes great, Tianjin said, stirring the fire and staring at the rising steam, wishing she could breathe in that aroma. Let's try some together later, An Zhu said, looking forward to it. She wondered if her first attempt at making meat sandwiches in this world would turn out okay. An Zhu stood calmly, hiding her nervousness. When the meat was cooked, she served it out and said, "Aunt Tian, chop the meat into small pieces and add some green onions. I'll make the pancakes." Okay. Xiaoman swallowed hard. When she was cutting the meat, she carefully caught the small amount of juice that dripped out with a bowl, not wanting to waste it. An Zhu kneaded the dough into a round flatbread, spread a little oil and lard in the middle, then wrapped it up again. She pressed it with her hand to shape it into a round cake. Tianjin, young man, whether it turns out good or not depends on the step. An Zhu placed the cake in the pan and gently grilled it until both sides turned golden brown. She cut the cake in half and filled it with the minced meat that Xiaoman had prepared earlier. Since it was her first try, she only spread a thin layer as a test. She divided the cake into 5 parts, and one meat-filled bun was ready. Let's each have a piece and try it. No, we can't eat so much, Xiaoman said shyly. An Zhu said, let's all taste it. Only then will we know how it tastes. Here, take it while it's hot. An Zhu urged, took her piece, and took a bite. The sauce, the meat aroma, and the bread flavor blended perfectly. The taste was simply amazing. An Zhu ate small bites, thinking to herself, when will I be free to eat meat whenever I want? Xiaoman gave her bun to old Tian to try. Tianjin sniffed it and took a bite. Little Tian Bao beside her was drooling with hunger. Eat it. Just smelling won't tell you anything, An Zhu teased. Tianjin hesitated and said, Fat girl, I haven't had meat in a long time. Eat it. Soon, you'll be able to eat meat every day, An Zhu said, stuffing the last piece into her mouth. The small piece of bread was just a tiny corner in her stomach, but she felt satisfied. Her cooking skills were still good. Tianjin took a small bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. She praised, It's so delicious. I don't even know how to describe the taste. Tianjin took another bite. The meat smells so good. Unconsciously, Tianjin finished the quarter of the bun she was holding. She licked her lips and said, This is the best bun I've ever had. So, this bun costs 3 cents each, which isn't too much, right? An Zhu said with a smile. Meat buns are only 2 cents each. Tianjin paused. An Zhu explained, but our meat-filled buns are large and well-made. If you sell them for 2 cents each, we will lose money. Besides, there are no other meat buns like ours in Yangchuan County. We are the only ones. The taste is also very good, so selling them for 3 cents is normal. Tianjin asked hesitantly, Will anyone buy them? An Zhu confidently said, Of course. People eat to fill their stomachs, but wealthy families want tasty food. She encouraged her, Don't worry. I believe they will sell out. Xiaoman excitedly came over and said, Fat girl, your meat buns are so delicious. Uncle Tian, I wish you and your family can sell all your buns tomorrow, An Zhu said with good wishes. Won't you come with us? Xiaoman looked a little worried. An Zhu replied, I'll come in the morning to knead the dough, but selling depends on you. You can keep 70% of the money, and I'll take 30%. No, Xiaoman quickly shook her head. If it weren't for your teaching us, we wouldn't know how to make them. We should split everything equally. An Zhu smiled and said, Let's sell all the buns first, then we'll share the money. So, just as 2 women go, Xiaoman felt unsure. Yes, just you 2. Don't worry, our buns are tasty. You should be worried about making too few. An Zhu also talked to them about possible problems they might face while selling and how to respond. She even played the role of a difficult customer. With An Zhu's reminders, Xiaoman and Tianjin gradually adapted. Uncle Tian, Aunt Tian, keep going. I believe you can do it. An Zhu encouraged them. After that, she hummed a little tune and went back to the Liu family. The next day, at dawn, An Zhu quietly got up. She was the first to wake. She tiptoed out with her basket and left the house. In the darkness, Liu Han knew immediately when she left the house. He quietly followed her, watching until An Zhu poured herself into the broken house of the Tian family. He frowned, thought for a moment, then turned back into the mountains. Although his leg wasn't fully healed, he couldn't afford to fall behind. "Aunt Tian, you got up so early," and Zhu saw that the stove in the kitchen was already lit and the meat was still heating in the pot. This way, when making meat-filled buns, they would be hot and fresh. "Fat girl, you're here. I was just about to knead the dough." Xiaoman saw An Zhu arrive and looked at her as if she had found her backbone. "Aunt Tian, you're doing very well. The meat needs to be hot. Cold meat in the buns doesn't taste good." An Zhu started kneading the dough directly. At the same time, she made some oil pastry, carefully explaining to Xiaoman how to do it best. Xiaoman and Tianjun, mother and daughter, watched very carefully, afraid to miss any step. Even when frying the pancakes, they watched without blinking. An Zhu said, "Aunt Tian, try it." Xiaoman imitated An Zhu and started frying the pancakes. Very good. Making the pancakes the same size helps control costs and makes customers happy. An Zhu was very patient in teaching. After finishing the pancakes, she wrapped them in oil paper and kept them warm with a large cotton coat. "Aunt Tianjun, keep it up. You can do it." An Zhu encouraged them, holding great hope for these 20 pancakes. With small profits but many sales, once the meat-filled buns were ready, she was confident she could make money. All morning, An Zhu was distracted, eagerly waiting for news. "Aunt Tian, how did it go?" As soon as she saw them return, An Zhu asked anxiously. "We sold out," Tianjun said excitedly. She held An Zhu's hand, about to speak, but An Zhu pulled her into the yard. Tianjun said, "All 20 buns sold out in no time. My mother and I used the money to buy flour and meat, and we're ready to sell again tomorrow." "Fat girl, you guessed right. Some people said our buns are too expensive, but we followed what you taught us yesterday, and soon, people started buying." Tianjun was so excited she had never been this happy before. "They all say our meat-filled buns are delicious," Xiaoman said. "Oh, and some even said they'll come back to buy more tomorrow." "That's good." An Zhu felt relieved. Xiaoman felt very motivated. In a short time, she sold 60 coins worth of 20 pancakes, and after subtracting costs, she earned 13 coins. Although the money wasn't much, just a few coins per pancake, Xiaoman was very happy. Forget about the sauce and spices for now. The pancakes could still be used. But what if she made 100 pancakes? "Today we sold more than yesterday. Tomorrow, we can sell even more pancakes," Xiaoman said happily. An Zhu encouraged her. "Soon, our money will grow like a rolling snowball. Let's cook some meat now," An Zhu said and started preparing the meat she bought. The key to delicious meat-filled pancakes was the meat itself, and she was very careful about that. Early the next morning, An Zhu went back to the Tian family. Lu Han didn't mind and went straight to the back mountain. Recently, his throwing skills had improved a lot. Days passed, and the meat-filled pancakes sold out every day. Finally, it was time for An Zhu to go to the county with Lu Han. She knocked on the wall. Lu Han's voice came from the next room. "Say a few more words, or you'll die of boredom," An Zhu muttered in her mind, then asked loudly, "When you go to see the doctor about your leg tomorrow, can you take me along?" Lu Han reminded her. "Chai." An Zhu hit her forehead. "Oh right, I need to go back to my mother's house to deliver firewood to the county tomorrow. But I won't take the carriage. As long as you agree, my mother-in-law won't object." Lu Han responded with a simple, "Thank you, you're such a good person," An Zhu praised loudly. Early in the morning, after helping to prepare the pancakes, An Zhu returned to Lu's house. Just as she reached the gate, Lu Han, dressed in a dark robe, stood there. The morning sun cast a glow on him, giving him a faint golden shine. Lu Han was bathed in this glow, his robes fluttering in the wind. A person on the road looked like jade, and the young master was unmatched in the world. An Zhu's mind automatically thought of this poem. Her gaze fell on his leg, and she felt a bit regretful. "Get in the carriage." Lu Han jumped onto the carriage, moving swiftly, making it hard to tell he had a limp. "No need. I can walk." An Zhu shook her head decisively. Riding in a carriage was too embarrassing after the last time. She didn't want to ride again. The carriage drove off. An Zhu looked angrily at the back of the carriage, thinking, Lu Han really doesn't understand how to cherish and care for others. He probably didn't truly want her to get on the carriage just now, right? From the moment they arrived at Shiliang village on Jia, An Zhu didn't stop. Even when she was exhausted and gasping for breath, she couldn't rest. She wouldn't give Lu Han the chance to make fun of her. Father, mother, I'm here. An Zhu ran quickly into the yard and asked directly, Where is the firewood my brother chose? A girl with a small braid ran over crying. Quick, look at mother. She's so sick she can't speak. An Zhu's heart sank. She held the little girl's hand and asked, Xia, what's wrong? When did mother get sick? She's been sick for several days. Xia cried as she said, Ever since my sister left, mother has been ill. An Zhu walked toward the house. She could feel her own worry and guilt. Did her words that day cause Lu Yu to fall ill? Dad went to the mountain to pick medicine and hasn't come back yet, the sisters answered each other. But before An Zhu entered the house, she heard Lu Yu coughing. Fatty, you're back? Don't listen to Xia's nonsense. Cough. I'm just coughing, it's nothing. Cough, cough. Lu Yu's cough sounded like she was trying to cough out her lungs. Mother, you're coughing so badly. Why don't you see a doctor? An Zhu entered the house. In the dim light, she clearly saw Lu Yu had become thinner, her cheeks sunken, and her face was unusually red. She reached out to touch her forehead, but was frightened by how hot it was. She said, Mother, you've got a fever. Come on, let's see a doctor. As she spoke, she helped Lu Yu to her feet. Lu Yu grabbed her hand and said, Fatty, I'm fine. A few days of rest will do. Cough, cough. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yu coughed again. An Zhu looked at her bony hands and was furious. You're fine? Do you only get serious when a small illness turns into a big one? And Feng, where is he? An Zhu squatted down, trying to get Lu Yu to lean on her back, but Lu Yu didn't want to. Brother went to chop firewood. Xia looked confused. When did her sister become so capable? At this time, he's still out chopping firewood. If Feng were in front of her, An Zhu would want to hit him directly. My brother said that chopping firewood can earn money to treat our mother's illness. And Xia explained softly. Mother, don't delay the time. If her condition worsens, it will cost more money and cause more suffering. Seeing Lu Yu not cooperating, An Zhu grabbed her hand and forcibly carried her on his back. Lu Yu was very light, so light that he easily carried her out. As soon as he reached the yard, he saw Lu Han standing beside the carriage. She paused and said, My mother is sick. Can we take the carriage to the county? An Zhu asked politely, but he didn't slow down at all and directly put Lu Yu on the carriage. Lu Han. Did he even have a chance to say no? After settling Lu Yu, An Zhu jumped down from the carriage and said, Thanks, Xia. Wait at home for Dad and Feng. Just tell them I took my mother to the county for a checkup. An Zhu wiped her tears and said, Don't cry. Mother will be fine. And Xia nodded. The villagers said her sister was fat and ugly. She was very angry and secretly scolded her sister for being so fat. But now, her chubby sister gave her a great sense of security. After settling her sister, An Zhu realized a problem. Lu Yu was sitting in the carriage, but what about Lu Han? Lu Han's cold gaze swept over her. An Zhu quietly tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear, Lu Han, my mother has a very high fever. If we don't see a doctor, she might not make it. You are a kind person. Please help me. If anything happens to my mother in the future, I won't ignore it. Okay? She looked at him pleadingly. Are you threatening me? Lu Han looked at her sharply. No, no. An Zhu quickly shook her head and then smiled at Lu Yu inside the carriage. She turned around and begged, Lu Han, please, I'm begging you. My mother is really very sick. You are her son-in-law, right? Her soft voice and chubby face didn't match at all. Lu Han looked at her. What are you standing here for? Hurry up and get on the carriage. All right. Thank you. And Zhu grinned and quickly climbed onto the carriage. Mother, I was just talking to Lu Han about taking you to the county for a checkup. That's not very good. Lua looked at Lu Han sitting in the driver's seat. The carriage is still wide enough. Why don't you come inside? No need. Lu Han refused. Sorry to trouble you. Lu Yue was already feverish and coughing. After saying a few words, she leaned back and dozed off in the carriage. Mother, rest your head on my lap. I'm plump, so it's comfortable for you. An Zhu patted her own leg. The road to the county was rough and bumpy, and leaning against the carriage board made her head hurt. No need, Lu Yue declined. Cough. Mother, I'm your daughter. Don't be shy, An Zhu said softly, supporting Lu Yue to lie on her lap. The carriage was wide enough, and she could lie half-reclined comfortably. Mother, rest for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive, An Zhu whispered. Through the curtain, Lu Han clearly heard her voice. She was quite filial. By the time they reached the county clinic, Lu Yue was unconscious from the high fever. An Zhu carried Lu Yue into the clinic. Doctor, please check on my mother. She has a high fever and is coughing badly. Gu Shu watched her carry someone into the clinic and couldn't help but say, Miss An is really strong. Calling her young madam was not what Lu Mu wanted. Calling her chubby girl didn't seem right either, so in the end, they just called her Miss An. Lu Han, leaning on his cane, slowly walked toward the clinic. If she's not strong, wouldn't all that flesh just be a waste? Young. Gu Shu started to speak, then changed his words, thinking of the busy street. Lu Han, besides being a bit chubby, Miss An is quite good. At least, Lu Mu no longer was alone every day, with no one to talk to. Inside the clinic, the doctor examined Lu Yue and then spoke in a lot of medical terms. An Zhu didn't understand any of it. She asked, Doctor, just tell me directly, how serious is my mother's illness? She didn't understand terms like floating pulse or thin pulse, or deficiency of qi and blood. She was brought in just in time. If it had been a day later, I'm afraid. The doctor looked at Lu Yue and then at An Zhu. I'll give you a prescription. Take it twice a day. In less than 3 days, your mother will start to improve. But your mother is weak, malnourished, and has insufficient qi and blood. She needs slow recovery. This is nourishing medicine and it's not cheap. The doctor emphasized the words, malnourished, with extra stress. Compared to Lu Yu's thinness, An Zhu's chubbiness was a bit noticeable. The doctor's gaze was very obvious, so obvious that An Zhu felt a little ashamed. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Although the original owner didn't eat much and worked hard, she was very thin, while An Zhu was surprisingly fat, making others think she was lazy and unfilial. An Zhu pretended not to see the doctor's look and asked, How much does it cost? The medicine recipe costs 100 coins. This nourishing recipe is more expensive, about 1 or 2 silver coins. The doctor looked at her patched clothes and found it strange. The mother and daughter didn't seem wealthy, so why was this girl so fat? 1 or 2 silver coins. An Zhu touched the copper coins in her hand. She was now so poor she only had 2 coins left. The rest of her money was spent on selling meat-filled buns at the Tian family. Although she earned some money, the profit was small, and with low costs, her earnings were barely enough. In her 2 lives, this was the first time An Zhu felt poor because of money. Doctor, please wait a moment. An Zhu stood up. As she turned around, she bumped into Lu Han. She cleared her throat, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. Lu Han, can you lend me some silver coins? Don't worry, this silver is a loan. I will definitely pay you back later. An Zhu forced herself to speak. She had inherited the original body and naturally needed to take care of her parents. Besides the matter of bringing good luck, the original parents treated her very well. Not to mention Lu Yu was her biological mother. Even if she were a stranger, a life was a life. An Zhu couldn't remain indifferent. Lu Han asked, How much? The consultation fee is 100 coins, but my mother is too weak and needs medicine to recover. It will cost about 1 or 2 silver coins. An Zhu spoke more softly. She was just someone sent to bring good luck to Lu's family. If Lu Han didn't want to lend her money, what could she do? Pay the money, Lu Han said, looking at Gu Chun. Thank you. Thank you so much. An Zhu was very grateful. Lu Han looked at her and said, I owe you. An Zhu hesitated. All right, but I can't write. You write it and I will stamp my fingerprint. Soon the doctor finished preparing the medicine. An Zhu carefully took all the medicine and remembered clearly how to prepare it. The first batch of medicine was brewed in the clinic. While taking the medicine, An Zhu overheard the conversation between the doctor and Lu Han. "Young Master Lu, I really can't help with your leg. I heard that Elder Feng appeared in Chongping Prefecture. If you have the ability, you can go look for him," the doctor suggested. Before Lu Han could speak, Gu Chun excitedly asked about Elder Feng. Could he be a famous doctor? An Zhu finished the medicine and went to the backyard to start boiling it. This clinic is quite good, with a dedicated medicine boy responsible for boiling the herbs. An Zhu only needs to watch the fire. "Mother, you're awake." An Zhu brought in the prepared medicine and saw Lu Yu open her eyes. She said, "Mother, quickly, drink the hot medicine." Lu Yu felt uncomfortable all over. Hearing her daughter's words, she immediately drank all the dark, bitter medicine, which filled her mouth with a strong, unpleasant taste. "Drink some water," An Zhu said kindly, offering warm water. After drinking the water, Lu Yu felt much better. She looked around at this unfamiliar place and asked, "Fatty, where is this?" An Zhu helped her lie down and said, "Mother, you really need to take better care of yourself. The doctor said if you had come one day later, you might have lost your life." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yu was so excited that she coughed even more. She looked at An Zhu in disbelief and said, "Fatty, the doctor must be lying to you. I know my body. I have old illnesses." "Mother, what old illnesses? You're burning up and coughing so badly. You should see the doctor instead of just waiting. If you don't take medicine, how can you get better?" An Zhu kept saying, "I know you want to say that Dad gave you some herbs, but not all illnesses can be cured with herbs. How much did it cost?" Lu Yu asked worriedly. "Is Lu Han going to scold you again?" "No, I have to pay that money back." An Zhu quickly stepped forward and helped Lu Yu, who was about to get up. "Mother, rest well.
He didn't scold me. He
paid the consultation fee." "How can that be?" Lu Yu was anxious. "They're family already. If it's because of my illness, won't your mother-in-law scold you?" "If she scolds me, as long as it makes your illness better, let her scold," An Zhu said casually, "and my mother-in-law is quite nice." Lu Yu looked at An Zhu, as if she were looking at a fool. Could her daughter be foolish? As for the incident of being buried alive, although I was really scared that day, I understand that she cares deeply for her son. To win Lu Yu's heart, An Zhu worked hard to praise Lu Mu. She suddenly clapped her hands and said, "Oh right, a few days ago, Lu Han caught a wild chicken. I even drank the chicken soup, and it was so fresh and tasty." "You drank chicken soup?" Lu Yu looked at her suspiciously, seeming not to believe her. "Mom, really? The chicken soup was delicious. Next time, I'll send you one to help you get stronger," An Zhu said sincerely, her eyes showing genuine care. "Really?" Lu Yu still didn't fully believe her. Ever since she heard An Zhu say she was almost buried alive, Lu Yu's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She couldn't sleep at night and worried during the day. "Mom, I swear, everything I just said is true. If I tell a lie, may lightning strike me." An Zhu raised her hand and swore an oath, frightening Lu Yu. "Pooh, pooh, pooh. Don't say such things carelessly. Mom, do you believe me now?" An Zhu grinned and comforted Lu Yu. "Mom, you can rest a little. Lu Han told me he won't leave until after lunch." "Okay, I'll rest a bit." Lu Yu was really exhausted. Her eyelids drooped heavily, and after taking medicine, she was even more sleepy. An Zhu quietly called to make sure Lu Yu was asleep, then tiptoed out and closed the door behind her. In the yard, only Gu Chun was there. An Zhu asked, "Uncle Gu, where is Lu Han?" "He's treating his leg. He's soaking it in medicinal bath, and the doctor is also massaging it by hand, so it takes some time," Uncle Gu explained. "Oh, I see." An Zhu nodded. She then said, "Uncle Gu, could you please watch over my mom for a while? I want to go out." "Sure," Uncle Gu replied. Quickly, An Zhu left the clinic. She wanted to find Aunt Tian and Tianjun to see how customers were reacting and to look for other ways to earn money. She never wanted to experience such financial hardship again. Like a headless fly, An Zhu wandered around aimlessly. Aunt Tian had told her where to sell things, near Washi Market, but she didn't know where Washi Market was. Is your food for pigs? It's so bad, and you dare to charge the master money. In a nearby restaurant, a young man suddenly slammed his bowl down. Even if it was 10 coins per serving, I wouldn't pay. Not even 20 coins. And Zhu's steps paused. She saw the shopkeeper apologizing humbly to the young master, bowing so low it looked very submissive. Young Master Qian, this is the best dish we can make. They're still the best dish. Young Master Qian's eyebrows nearly shot up in surprise. He looked incredulous. Even worse than pig feed at my house. If that's the best, I think you should just close this restaurant. Young Master Qian, please have mercy on me. I have elders above and children below, and this restaurant is my only way to support them, the shopkeeper begged humbly, almost kneeling. Sigh, why is it so hard to find a good meal? Young Master Qian sighed and waved his hand. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Just tell me which restaurant has good food. I'll pay 1 or 2 silver coins for a dish. Since the chef at Zhu Fulu left, he hadn't eaten any satisfying meals. He had tried every restaurant in the county. If he didn't eat something good soon, he thought he might go crazy. This. The shopkeeper looked worried. Everyone in their line knew young Master Qian was generous. He used to be a regular guest at Zhu Fulu, which made everyone jealous. If a new dish appeared somewhere, they would definitely invite young Master Qian to try it. Young Master Qian was generous, so everyone was trying to think of new dishes. 1 or 2 silver coins for a dish, and Zhu stepped out from the crowd. She was tall and stood out among the others. When young Master Qian saw An Zhu, his eyes lit up instantly. At home, his father always said he only cared about eating and had become fat as a pig. Now, he saw a woman who was about his size. An Zhu, don't get angry. When she loses some weight, she'll blind him with her brightness. Thinking this way, An Zhu asked, you just said 1 or 2 silver coins for a dish. Is that true? Of course. I never tell lies. Young Master Qian examined her clothes, which still had patches. With her, how could she possibly make delicious food? His face clearly showed disbelief. Young Master, what would you like to eat? An Zhu asked with a gentle smile, her eyes curling into crescent moons. Seeing her sincere interest in cooking, young Master Qian casually said, then, spicy stir-fried pork. Stir-fried peppers with meat is a very common dish, but making it well is not easy. An Zhu responded immediately and went straight into the kitchen, asking, shopkeeper, can I use your ingredients? I'll pay you back once I get the money. Of course, the shopkeeper said generously. He looked at An Zhu and couldn't help asking, do you really know how to cook? An Zhu shot him a glance, looked at the ingredients in the kitchen, and selected a piece of tenderloin to cut into strips. She also sliced some fatty pork belly. While marinating the meat, she paid extra attention. To her surprise, the soy sauce in the kitchen included both light and dark soy, better than the ones Aunt Tian bought. She used cooking wine, light soy, dark soy, salt, and egg whites. Instead of regular cooking oil, she used melted pig fat. She sliced green and red peppers into strips and minced green onions and garlic. Please help turn on the high heat. Thank you, An Zhu said after preparing everything. She cleaned the pot, added oil, and waited until it was about 40% hot. Then she added the meat strips to cook quickly and removed them. She added more oil, then sautéed the minced garlic and green onions until fragrant. She stir-fried the peppers until just tender, then returned the meat to the pan. Although An Zhu is chubby, her movements were smooth and quick. The shopkeeper watched with wide eyes. When the dish was plated, he was stunned. Making stir-fried meat looked so complicated. An Zhu carefully wiped the edges of the plate and then served the dish. Please enjoy, she said calmly, standing to the side. A simple dish like stir-fried peppers with meat is the best test of a chef's skill. The former owner of Zhu Yuan was confident in her cooking skills. It looks good. Young Master Qian took a deep breath. It smells nice too. Did she really cook this? Young Master Qian looked at the colorful, fragrant dish and then at the plump An Zhu beside him, with a hint of doubt in his voice. I saw her cook it myself, the shopkeeper quickly replied. He added, from chopping the ingredients to stir-frying, it was all done by this young lady. Let me try. young Master Qian said eagerly. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The meat was tender but not dry, and the peppers were fresh and flavorful, better than the stir-fried meat he had at Jifu Tower. Rice, he said, quickly reaching for his bowl. A clever servant nearby served him a bowl of rice. Young Master Qian ate 4 bowls of rice, gobbling up everything, even the soup in the plates. He let out a satisfied burp and said, "Finally, I'm full. Here, I keep my word." "This is your reward," young Master Qian said, handing over a silver note worth 10 taels. "Help me again tomorrow, 1 dish for 1 silver." An Zhu looked at the silver note and said directly, "I can't make change. It's all yours," young Master Qian said happily. "This is your reward. Thank you. The remaining 9 taels can be for 9 dishes. What would you like to eat?" An Zhu asked directly. "Or, do you have any food you can't eat?" Young Master Qian replied, then added, "I want to eat chicken, duck, fish, braised pork. Anything is fine. Tomorrow, 2 dishes and a soup." He added that the food was so delicious he couldn't finish his stomach. "Okay." An Zhu took the 10 taels of silver with her right hand, feeling very happy. Today was really lucky. She met a generous young master. It was like heaven sent him right to her. After eating and drinking enough, young Master Qian left confidently. "Shopkeeper, how much did those dishes cost just now?" An Zhu put the money into her purse. "Nothing at all." The shopkeeper rubbed his hands and said shyly, "Miss, can you teach me how to make the spicy stir-fried meat?" An Zhu smiled, looking at the shy shopkeeper. She said, "Didn't you see everything clearly just now? When she made the spicy stir-fried meat, she didn't hide anything. First, it was just a simple dish, so she didn't need to hide it. Second, she wanted to see what kind of person the shopkeeper was. Don't worry, miss. I won't take advantage of you. In the next few days, you still need to cook for the young master. How about I provide a free place for you to cook?" The shopkeeper patted his chest. "My restaurant isn't big, but the chef and the assistant are all family. I promise you'll enjoy cooking here." "Thank you very much," An Zhu said. She agreed to come back tomorrow morning, and then left. Before leaving, An Zhu only had 2 copper coins, but now she had 10 taels of silver. When she returned to the medical clinic, she was smiling. An Zhu smiled warmly and asked, "Not yet." Uncle Gu looked at her smile and asked, "Miss An, do you have some good news? I haven't been to the county in a long time, and I'm happy." An Zhu answered casually. "She makes money by cooking, but she can't let others find out, or the An family wouldn't understand. The original owner probably cooked in the family, and the family would definitely know. Also, there's Lu Han. She always feels like his eyes see right through everything." "Mother, you're awake?" As soon as An Zhu entered the room, she saw Lu Yu waking up on the bed. "It seems the fever has gone down quite a bit." An Zhu reached out to check her forehead. Earlier, her hand was burning from the high fever, but now it was only slightly warm, meaning the fever was lowering. She asked, "Mother, are you hungry? I bought some porridge for you. Would you like to try?" On her way back, she saw a stall selling porridge and bought a bowl for Lu Yu. For someone with a high fever and cough, light porridge is the best choice. "Where did you get the money to buy the porridge?" Lu Yu looked at her worriedly. "Will Lu Han be angry?" "I've already spent so much on the treatment, and if..." An Zhu interrupted her. "He's your son-in-law. When you're sick, isn't it natural for him to spend money?" She kept the secret about the IOU and comforted her. "Mother, you need to take care of yourself. If not, how can I not worry? Father worries too." Xiao Xia was so scared today she cried. "It's all my fault. My body has been too weak all these years." Lu Yu hit her chest in self-blame. "But you still raised us." And Zhu gently patted her back and said softly, "Mother, don't blame yourself. Restoring your health is the best thing you can do." "Aunt Fatty, what about Xiao Feng's mother?" A man's voice sounded. And Zhu stood up. "Father is here." At the door, and Fu, tall and broad-shouldered, with thick eyebrows and a square face, looked older than his years, with some white hair at his temples. His face was full of worry. He strode forward and asked, "Xiao Feng's mother, are you all right?" "Her father, I'm fine." "It's Aunt Fatty." Cough. Lu Yu coughed, then continued, "Aunt Fatty was just too worried about me. Mother, You say you're fine, but the doctor said if I had delayed one more day, I might not have made it. An Zhu directly interrupted Lu Yu's speech. She also felt a bit angry about An Fuchuan. Her own daughter was so sick, coughing badly, and he still wanted to go to the mountain to pick herbs? If those herbs could really cure illnesses, why was Lu Yu still so weak? If only An Fuchuan had been a bit braver and managed An Feng more strictly, the family wouldn't have had to sell the original owner just because of An Feng's gambling debts. It's my fault, all my fault, An Fuchuan said, feeling very guilty. Fat Girl handed in the porridge and said, "You should feed mother some porridge." Fat Girl held An Xia's hand and left the house. In the original owner's memory, although An Xia disliked Fat Girl for being fat, when people in the village called her fat, An Xia was the one who would rush forward and bite them. "Little Xia, are you hungry?"
"I'm hungry."
"I've walked for half a day, and my stomach is so empty," An Feng said, looking at An Zhu kindly. "Fat Girl, I want to eat meat buns." "I have no money," An Zhu replied without hesitation. An Feng didn't believe her and made a face. "Machi is fine too." He rubbed his flat stomach. He wasn't lying, he was really starving. Early in the morning, he carried a load of firewood, and when he heard that mother was taken to the county with Fat Girl, he hurried after his father to the county without even a sip of water. "Brother, look, with that much money you could buy food, meat buns, enough to eat every day. Even if you eat meat, you could have good meals for many days. But instead, you gambled it away. Now you can't even buy a single steamed bun." "I think it's a waste," said An Zhu seriously, looking at An Feng. Next to them, An Xia nodded. "Exactly, brother. If you hadn't gone gambling, sister wouldn't have been sold, and our family wouldn't have gone half a month without eating meat." Hearing that they hadn't eaten meat for half a month, An Zhu felt a sudden pang of sympathy. The little girl was still growing. She took her hand and said, "Let's go. Sister will buy you some buns." "Wait, I want to eat too," and Feng hurried to catch up, worried that if he was late, there wouldn't be anything left. "Sister, I just want to eat machi," and Xia tugged at her sleeve. Even though she was drooling over the buns, she was still reluctant to part with them. "No problem, today we eat buns," said An Zhu. She ordered 8 meat buns and 4 machi. "Why are mine just machi?" And Feng looked at the 2 machi in his hand, feeling very unhappy. An Zhu glared at him. "When you stop gambling, I'll buy you meat buns. I haven't gambled for 10 days. And Feng spoke to her back. "If you don't gamble for a month, I'll buy you meat buns. If you don't gamble for 2 months, I'll buy you braised pork," An Zhu said without turning around, handing 2 meat buns to An Xia. "Eat them while they're hot. These buns are really tasty. Where's sister?" An Xia asked, holding a bun. "I only need 2 steamed buns. Look, I'm so fat. Should I eat less and lose some weight?" An Zhu pinched her face. The girl was thin, with a small, sharp face. An Xia looked at her chubby body and agreed. "It would be better if sister was a bit thinner." "Yes, so you should eat quickly." An Zhu thought she must make her little sister's face rounder. Her small face was too thin, and her body too fragile. An Xia said, "I'll eat steamed buns too, to save some for Mom. Mom has had porridge and can't eat more buns." An Zhu looked at her and repeatedly reassured her that everyone had enough to eat. Only then did the girl bite into her bun. Such a well-behaved and thoughtful girl. An Zhu sincerely sighed. After returning home, she divided the buns. "Uncle Gu, I bought a few buns. Thank you for bringing my mom to the clinic." "That's not right." Uncle Gu was reluctant to accept. Lu Han, after soaking his legs, was now practicing walking in the yard. "Thank you." And Zhu handed over the 2 buns. "These buns are really delicious." Lu Han glanced at them. "You do know how to be grateful." "Of course. I treat everyone who treats me well the same." And Zhu grinned and whispered, "Later, don't say my mom's medicine costs 1 or 2 silver coins or 100 coins. She wouldn't want to spend that much. Even if I owe you, I'll pay you back once I earn some money." "Okay." Lu Han didn't ask more. And Zhu felt relieved. As she entered the house, she heard An Fuchuan say, "Xia, I only need 2 steamed buns." "Why did you buy buns?" "I also ate buns," and Xia said, lifting her head. "They smell so good." "That's..." And Fuchuan looked at the buns in his hand, feeling reluctant. When An Zhu came in, he scolded, "Fatty, if you have money, save it. Don't spend it recklessly. Buying buns for you isn't spending money recklessly," An Zhu rebutted. And Fuchuan kindly said, "Fatty, Dad can eat anything, even steamed buns. Don't waste money on unnecessary things. Dad is my real father, but brother isn't my real brother. I only eat 2 steamed buns." And Feng, who only ate 2 buns, looked jealous and said, "Dad, if you don't want yours, give me yours. I haven't tasted meat in a long time." Afraid that An Fuchuan would be too fond of his son, An Zhu quickly said, "Brother, we agreed. No gambling for a month. I'll treat you to meat buns that fill you up." Dad, brother is already 19. Others are already married, but he still hasn't found a wife. You can't spoil him anymore or he'll end up single, An Zhu warned. If he stays single, our family will lose its lineage. Nowadays, if a son can't marry and have children, it means the family line will be broken, which is a big matter. Hearing this, An Fuchuan immediately scolded, "Xiao Feng, listen to your sister." All right, and Feng said, scratching his ear and leaning toward An Zhu. "Fatty, you're saying the meat buns are filling, right?" An Zhu looked at him and confidently replied, "Yes. If it had been yesterday or this morning, she wouldn't dare to answer like that. But now she held 10 taels of silver, and she believed that the meat buns being filling was definitely true. Then I will go hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. And Feng thought happily about the meat buns being filling. An Zhu looked at him with a half smile. Okay, if he went hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, could he still eat meat buns? "Fatty, how much is your mother's medical fee?" And Fuchuan quietly asked. 50 coins. An Zhu directly cut the amount in half. "The doctor said mother needs to stay in the clinic for a few days, so the cost is higher. Mother, I need to go on a long trip." Lu Han returned home and immediately asked Lu Mu to help pack his things. "Where are you going?" Lu Mu asked while packing. "Your leg isn't good. If you go to Chongping Prefecture, it takes 4 hours. Can your leg handle it?" "I heard from the county doctor that old Feng is in Chongping Prefecture." As soon as Lu Han finished speaking, Lu Mu became very excited. She quickly packed her things and advised, "I've heard that old Feng is a skilled doctor, but he has a bit of a temper. For your leg, Honor, you need to control your temper." "Girl, I'm just going to see about my leg, not going to fight anyone," Lu Han replied helplessly. His mother's words made it seem like he was about to start a fight. "Lower your stance a bit. A real man can bend and stretch. As long as you can heal your leg, it's okay to endure some hardship and ignore some looks," his mother kept advising. She then said, "No, I should go with you. Mother, the weather is getting cooler and your health isn't good. What if you get sick on the way?" Lu Han repeatedly assured her he would take care of himself. Only then did his mother give up the idea of going with him. "Young master, the carriage is ready," Uncle Gu said at the door. "Since it's still early, we can leave before dawn and reach Chongping County. Be careful on the road. Mother is waiting for good news at home." Lu's mother reluctantly packed things into the carriage, food and supplies, worried they might run out on the way. When An Zhu returned home, it was almost dark. "Aren't you supposed to go to the county with them? Why are you back so late?" Lu's mother frowned. "Are you trying to avoid work again?" "My mother is sick. I want to see the doctor in the county." "If you don't believe me, ask Lu Han." An Zhu cut her off directly. Honor had to go far away for something. Lu's mother looked at An Zhu and asked, "Is your mother very ill?" "The doctor said she passed away if we arrive too late," An Zhu said without exaggeration. She added, "Mother-in-law, I need to go to the county tomorrow to see my mother. I can't do the chores at home." Mother-in-law is the most understanding. She definitely won't object, right? An Zhu smiled happily. Whether Lu's mother agreed or not, she was going to the county tomorrow. As children, when your mother is sick, you should naturally go to take care of her. Lu's mother paused and then said, "Actually, there's half a wild chicken at home. I'll stew it for your mother to help her recover." "Thank you, mother-in-law." And Zhu was surprised that Lu's mother actually took out the remaining half of the wild chicken. "Don't get too happy yet. I won't admit you're my daughter-in-law." "You're not good enough for Honor," Lu's mother warned, noticing her smiling brightly, worried she might think she had already accepted her as a daughter-in-law. "Mother-in-law," and Zhu looked at him eagerly, her heart blooming with happiness. She was only interested in money, Lu Han. In her heart, Lu Han was the person she truly wanted to marry. Looking at me won't help. As for my son Han's wife, her family background isn't worth mentioning, but at least her appearance should match him. Mother Lu examined her from head to toe. Her chubby body didn't seem to match her son at all. An Zhu lowered her head and quickly ran into the house, locking the door behind her. She took all the silver from her purse, first holding 1 or 2 taels in her right hand. Zhu Yuan, I've given you silver. You must come out now. An Zhu prayed silently. She placed 1 or 2 taels of silver on the pink flower in her left palm. Suddenly, a flash of light, and the silver disappeared. Is it gone now? An Zhu rubbed the pink flower in her palm, but there was no response. She looked at the remaining silver, then added another tael. That's not fair. She kept adding silver, 5 taels in total. When the flower in her palm showed no change, she was so angry she hit the bed and rolled around. Finally, she took a deep breath. Clenching the 6th tael of silver, she gritted her teeth and said, "If it doesn't appear soon, I'll have no money left." She took a deep breath again, placed the 6th tael in, and it flashed with light, then vanished instantly. But a faint connection made her very happy. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Mother Lu knocked on the door. Hearing the noise inside, she asked, "Fatty, don't worry. I'll find you a good family. When the time comes, I'll treat you like my own daughter and marry you off in style." An Zhu. Is this still her mother-in-law?
I'm fine.
I just accidentally fell, but I'm okay. An Zhu answered loudly. Her mind was fully focused on Zhu Yuan. She closed her eyes, trying to imagine entering the bamboo garden as she usually did, but unfortunately, besides sensing the fish pond on the outer edge of the bamboo garden, she couldn't feel anything else. She reached out, trying to grab the fish from the pond. With a thought, a big grass carp was already in her hand. An Zhu was caught off guard. The fish dropped to the ground with a plop. The large grass carp, out of water, flopped and thrashed on the ground. Did something fall? Mother Lu had just left when she heard a loud smack. An Zhu quickly caught the fish and hurriedly said, "Something fell." She threw the fish back into the pond. The fishy smell on her hands told her there really was a fish pond. Although the bamboo garden is not fully open, one fish pond is available. At least when I want to eat fish, I can have some. I almost forgot. Tianjin asked me to visit her home. An Zhu quickly ran out, washed her hands, and went to Tian's house. "Chubby girl, you finally came," Xia Xiaohong said happily, as if she saw a savior. "Chubby girl, come help check if the meat we cooked today is good. Is it salty enough? Or too bland?" An Zhu took a deep breath and looked at the cooked meat. Its color was similar to what she would cook. She said, "Aunt Tian, you did a good job with the cooking. Try a piece and see how it tastes," Xia Xiaohong said shyly. "You haven't been here all day. Tianjin came to find you at your house. Your mother-in-law said you're still in the county and haven't come back. So, I started cooking first. Aunt Tian, once you learn, you can cook by yourselves. No need to wait for me," An Zhu said seriously. She took a piece and said, "It's a little bland. If you put it in a bun, it might taste better. If it's too bland, it won't be tasty. Then add a bit more." Xia Xiaohong added a little salt and asked, "Is this enough?" "Add a little more." An Zhu signaled her to continue. Xia Xiaohong held the spoon carefully and didn't dare to add too much. She added a little more, then looked at An Zhu. Only after An Zhu nodded did she cover the pot again. She pulled Tianjin over and carefully counted today's earnings. "You can take it first. Uncle Tian's leg also needs treatment," An Zhu said. She wasn't short of a few cents and was happy to help out. "Uncle Tian's leg should be treated as soon as possible." "That's not right," Xia Xiaohong said, holding the copper coins she gave to An Zhu. She handed them over. "Chubby girl, this is what you deserve. You shouldn't just put money in. You shouldn't take a single penny back. Aunt Tian, I have enough to eat and drink at home. I don't need money for now," An Zhu said seriously. "And we agreed that you take 70% and I take 30%. That's the deal. Aunt Tian shouldn't give me so much." An Zhu recalculated and said, "From now on, the meat bun business will be done by you. I won't come anymore. I only pay 25 cents, but keep taking 30%. I just hope you don't think I'm taking money for nothing."
How could that be?
Xiaoman shook her head repeatedly. "If you hadn't taught us how to make it, we wouldn't earn a single penny. Then let's leave it for now. When we earn more in the future, I'll get my share." An Zhu spoke firmly and with a gentle smile. Xiaoman and Tianjun, mother and daughter, looked at each other. Tianjun said, "By the way, Fatty, today someone made the same kind of pancake as us, but theirs is even cheaper." "How do their pancakes taste?" An Zhu asked. "Well," Xiaoman hesitated. "I haven't tried them myself, so I don't know." "I know," Tianjun quickly said. "I heard some customers say theirs aren't as good as ours. Their pancakes are hard and tough to chew, and the meat inside is less than half of ours. That's good. Don't worry. Just keep making good pancakes every time and add more meat filling. People will definitely buy your meat-filled buns." And Zhu reminded her again, "Make sure to use good quality meat. Only good ingredients taste nice. As long as the food is good, no one will refuse to buy." "I understand," Xiaoman nodded seriously. "Although it's a bit hard, earning money every day gives her hope. Tomorrow morning, I need to go to the county. I won't be here." "Aunt Tian's pancakes are already better than mine," and Zhu praised. Xiaoman asked, "Will you have company tomorrow morning? Want to go together?" "No need. My mother is sick. She's at the doctor." And Zhu declined. Going with the Tians might be inconvenient, and she also wanted to bring a fish to her family to help her mother recover. "Your mother is sick, so you need money," Xiaoman said, reaching for her purse. And Zhu refused. "It's just a small illness. Only a little fee for the doctor. My father can pay for it." After leaving the Tian family, An Zhu took advantage of the remaining daylight to go to the river. Soon, she returned home carrying a large grass carp. "Grandma, come help. The fish is about to escape," An Zhu called loudly as she entered the yard. She placed the fish on the kitchen table happily. "When I was washing my hands by the river after coming back from Tian's, I happened to catch this big grass carp. Look, it's really large. I don't know how I managed to catch it. It just swam right into my hands. Let me see." Lu Mu came over. She looked at the lively, fat grass carp and said suspiciously, "Did you really catch this yourself?" "Of course I did," and Zhu replied seriously. "In the village, besides Aunt Tian's family, I don't know many people. It's impossible for someone else to catch this fish and give it to me." Mother Lu agreed and said, "If it were Lu Miao Miao, she might doubt whether someone is just being nice to her. But An Zhu is different. With her chubby body, only a fool would try to flatter her." And Zhu helplessly lowered her head and asked, "How should we cook the fish?" "Maybe we can make it braised. I don't know how to cook this fish." Mother Lu glanced at it and said helplessly, "Usually Gu Chun is the one who kills fish. Then what should we do?" And Zhu swallowed and asked, "When will they come back?" "I don't know," Mother Lu thought. "Old Feng's whereabouts are uncertain, so it might take some time." "So, are we not going to eat this fish?" And Zhu looked at the fish in disbelief. She hadn't eaten fish in a long time, and now that the fish is here, she can't eat it? "We'll keep it for later," Mother Lu casually replied. "I can kill it," and Zhu said, took a knife from the kitchen, grabbed the fish outside, and squatted down to slaughter it. "Do you know how?" "Be careful not to cut your hand," Mother Lu warned. "She doesn't know how to kill chickens or ducks, let alone fish. She can cook only for her son." "It's okay. I've killed fish at home before," and Zhu replied casually. She quickly handled the fish, washed it thoroughly, and then said, "How about I cook the fish today?" Mother Lu looked at the fish and nodded. "All right, give it a try," and Zhu was full of enthusiasm. She chopped scallions, garlic, and a lot of chili peppers. Mother Lu reminded her, "Chili peppers are grown in the field, but they're still limited in amount. Mother-in-law, this way of cooking makes the fish very tasty. Why don't we try it today? You haven't been able to eat much lately, right? If I cook it well, you might eat an extra bowl of rice." Mother Lu rarely agreed to let her cook. She had to do her best to make the fish delicious, or she might not get another chance to be the chef. Seeing her quick movements, Mother Lu relaxed a little. "Just don't waste this fish." "Of course, I won't." An Zhu was confident. In no time, a plate of spicy braised fish was freshly cooked, sprinkled with chopped scallions. It looked and smelled wonderful. The taste was quite fragrant, but she wasn't sure if it would be good to eat. Mother Lu examined the braised fish on the table. The top was covered with crushed red and green chili peppers and garlic, making the color look even better. And Zhu Shim cooked a good meal, waiting for praise. She didn't just say it was fish from the bamboo garden. She said the taste was perfect. She always makes high-quality dishes from the bamboo garden. Mother Lu tried a piece of fish. The tender fish meat mixed with a spicy chili flavor combined perfectly. It almost made her swallow her tongue. This was definitely the best fish she had ever tasted. She reached for another bite and savored it carefully. "Grandma, how is it? Does it taste good?" And Zhu looked eager for praise, her eyes smiling. She hadn't eaten such delicious fish in a long time. Mother Lu took another bite, listening to her. She looked at the fish on the table and said reluctantly, "It's okay. Grandma, is it so hard to praise me?" And Zhu ate her rice directly. The big grass carp from the bamboo garden was different, fresh and tender. The cooking was just right. "Fat girl, don't call me grandma in the future." It sounds so awkward. Mother Lu finally remembered the issue when she heard her call her grandma so often. Every time she heard her call her grandma, she felt like she was being mocked. "Then don't call me fat girl. Call me An Zhu," An Zhu quickly said. She had wanted to correct her nickname for a long time. Fat girl sounded so unpleasant. "Then I'll call you Xiao Zhu." Mother Lu changed her words. Before she could reply, An Zhu cut her off. "I know you don't want to accept me as your daughter-in-law, but everyone in the village knows I married into the Lu family for good luck. If I call you Mrs. Lu or Aunt Lu, it wouldn't be appropriate." Mother Lu was eating her fish and heard her words but didn't argue. On the first day Lu Han left, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't argue. Instead, they enjoyed a good meal together. Especially Mother Lu, she unusually served herself an extra bowl of rice. The next morning, when An Zhu saw the wild chicken soup in the kitchen, she was very surprised. Mother Lu kept her promise. She was caring, proud, and frugal, but also kind-hearted. "Mom, thank you for the wild chicken soup," An Zhu said to the room. She didn't wait for a reply and went straight to the town. Today, she needed to prepare 2 dishes and a soup for young Master Xiao. She couldn't miss out on earning money from the silver she had earned. Near the county, An Zhu caught a big grass carp from the bamboo garden and carried it into the clinic. "Fat girl, you're here?" And Fuchuan looked at the fish in her hand. "Where did this fish come from?" "My mother-in-law gave it to me, along with the wild chicken Lu Han hunted last time. She already made chicken soup early this morning." And Zhu didn't dare to say she caught the chicken herself. The original owner's weight and strength were known to her biological father. "Your in-laws are very kind. You really shouldn't bring everything here." And Fuchuan looked at the chicken soup and fish, worriedly saying, "Will your mother-in-law be angry? Will she take it out on you?" "Dad, everyone says my mother-in-law asked me to bring these. I didn't ask for them." And Zhu handed the fish to Fuchuan and carried the chicken soup into the house. The clay pot still held warm soup, even after the walk. She said, "Mom, have some chicken soup. This wild chicken soup tastes really fresh." And Zhu specially served a small bowl of soup and offered it. "Mom, try it. Fat girl, your mother-in-law treats you well. I feel reassured." "You drink this." "I can't." Lu Yu looked at the bowl of chicken soup, thinking that the Lu family still considered An Zhu as a daughter-in-law, which made her feel much happier. "Mom, I've gained so much weight. Can I still drink chicken soup?" And Zhu looked down at herself, unable to meet her own eyes. "Getting a bit chubby means good fortune," Lu Yu said with a gentle smile, coughing occasionally, but much better than yesterday. Lu Yu, leaning against the bed, had a gentle smile on her face, her eyes soft and kind. Seeing that she really didn't want to eat, An Zhu took the chicken soup back outside. Soon, she returned with a bowl of plain chicken noodle soup topped with a little chopped green onion. "Mom, try this chicken noodle soup. Did you make this?" Lu Yu looked at the chicken noodle soup. She had no appetite but still took a small taste. She praised, "Fat girl, I didn't realize you have a talent for cooking." "Of course. I watch Mom cook every day, so I learned, An Zhu said, half true and half false. At the An family, she did a lot of chores, but most of the cooking was done by Luyu. Her cooking skills were good. The original owner mainly did simple tasks like lighting the fire and preparing ingredients. Fat girl, you've really changed, Luyu sighed with emotion. An Zhu's heart immediately sounded an alarm. She pretended to be coquettish and said, Mom, I got married. I should grow up. Is it bad that I am like this now? Mom, eat quickly while it's hot, or the noodles will get hard. An Zhu changed the subject, afraid of saying too much. Lua looked at her with guilt. Fat girl, if I had a choice, my parents would never. Mom, let's forget about the past. An Zhu interrupted her. Pretending to go see Aunt Tian, An Zhu hurriedly left the clinic. She breathed a sigh of relief, glad she didn't have to see her every day, or she might have slipped up. When she arrived at Zhou's restaurant, she deliberately carried a fish with her. It was much easier to handle the owner when she said she caught it herself. You're good at catching fish, the owner praised, looking at the fish in her hand. Is this a carp? It's quite big. Yes, I plan to cook spicy fish, An Zhu replied. She went into the kitchen and prepared the fish first. Miss, my surname is Zhou. What's yours? Zhou the owner asked, helping by chopping some green onions and garlic. An Zhu looked at Zhou and said, Zhou, how about we make a deal? Please, miss, and go ahead. Zhou smiled at her. Over the next 3 days, I will cook for less money, and I need to use Zhou's place. I can teach Zhou a few simple dishes for free, but don't you think it's fair that you show some sincerity too? An Zhu said politely. She didn't mind teaching Zhou some home-cooked dishes, but nothing is free in this world. Miss An, what kind of sincerity do you think is good? Zhou asked, not answering directly. Since An Zhu left yesterday, Zhou's business had improved more than 3 times just by cooking a spicy stir-fry. If he learned a few more dishes, his struggling restaurant might turn around. If it's Zhou's sincerity, it should be based on Zhou's own effort, An Zhu said, passing the ball back to him. If it weren't for seeing how hard Zhou's family was, his mother was sick but still took good care of everyone, I wouldn't bother cooking here. She believed that as soon as she asked, young Master Qian would let her cook anywhere she wanted. 10 taels of silver, Zhou said after a moment, then explained, Miss An, it's not that I don't want to give more, but 10 taels is all I can afford. You saw that my small restaurant isn't doing well. I can only earn a few taels of silver a month, which is already good. If you don't believe me, you can ask around nearby, Zhou said sincerely. An Zhu smiled and said, Shopkeeper Zhou, you're too polite. I'll listen to you. 10 taels of silver for 10 dishes. Shopkeeper Zhou immediately took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to her. Shopkeeper Zhou, are you worried that my later dishes might not taste good? An Zhu asked with a smile as she took the silver. Shopkeeper Zhou shook his head and said, I trust Miss An yesterday. Your spicy stir-fried pork was the best I've ever had. An Zhu replied directly, all right then. Today I'll make a chopped chili fish. It should have sour and spicy peppers, red peppers, right? The restaurant of Shopkeeper Zhou wasn't very big, but it was well stocked with ingredients. An Zhu took the silver and explained more carefully than yesterday. She said, although this chopped chili fish looks simple to make, the freshness of the fish and the cooking time are very important. Shopkeeper Zhou listened carefully and remembered it well. Besides the chopped chili fish, she also made braised pork and a 3-vegetable soup, which looked and smelled delicious. Shopkeeper Zhou, there's something I want to tell you. An Zhu suddenly thought of something and asked, can you keep my cooking skills a secret? Shopkeeper Zhou agreed immediately. It wasn't a difficult thing to do. When young Master Qian hummed a tune and came over, the dishes were just served. To make young Master Qian enjoy his meal, Shopkeeper Zhou quickly tidied up the backyard and set a table there. The table was polished until shiny to look nice. Young Master Qian, here are today's 3 dishes and 1 soup. As An Zhu introduced the dishes, young Master Qian couldn't wait and started eating right away, beginning with his favorite braised pork. The shiny, oily braised pork looked good. With a bite, the meat was tender and balanced with fat and lean parts, melting in the mouth. Good. This braised pork is even better than at Zhu Fu Lu. Young Master Qian felt his money was well spent. He ate 3 pieces of braised pork before trying the chopped chili fish. The tender fish paired with the sour and spicy peppers had an excellent taste. Is this soup a bit plain? Young Master Qian looked at the 3-vegetable soup and said casually. Young Master Qian, you'll know once you taste it, and Zhu replied without further explanation. This 3-vegetable soup was the most complicated dish to make. Without seafood, she specially asked shopkeeper Zhou for some river shrimp, peeled the small shrimp meat, and mashed it into shrimp paste to make shrimp balls. Tofu is cut into pieces. The hardest part is making the broth. A whole old hen is simmered for hours to make the chicken soup base. The chicken leg meat is shredded into fine strips. Each step takes a lot of time. Is this chicken soup? Young Master Qian tastes a spoonful, pouting his lips, and says, No, it's more flavorful than the chicken soup I usually drink. What is this? Young Master Qian picks up the shrimp paste and examines it carefully, but can't recognize what it is. It's made from river shrimp, and Zhu patiently explains. It also has shredded chicken and tofu inside. Young Master Qian gives her a thumbs up and quickly finishes all the food, even drinking all the soup and eating the leftover bits. He rubs his full belly and asks, Would you like to come work as a cook at my house? I'll pay you 5 taels of silver each month. How about it? Yesterday's spicy stir-fried meat suited his taste well. Today's 3 dishes each are his favorites, especially the 3 delicacies soup, which is so fresh it almost makes his tongue want to swallow. Young Master Qian, I appreciate your kind offer. And Zhu smiles politely and declines. She needs money, but she definitely won't work as a cook. She plans to open the biggest restaurant and make a lot of money daily. How could she work as a cook at Qian's house? How about 10 taels a month? Young Master Qian offers more money, 10 taels a month. This price is higher than any other cook in Yang County. There are 6 dishes left. You can choose which day to come over. Just give me a heads up in advance, and Zhu quickly changes the subject. Young Master Qian frowns. What if I finish eating these 6 dishes? If he doesn't eat good food for 3 days, he feels weak and can't walk properly. If you have time later, young Master Qian, you can come here to eat, and Zhu politely smiles. Young Master Qian stops worrying and leaves after finishing his meal. And Zhu tidies up the dishes herself. The wife of the shopkeeper, Zhou, kept saying she didn't need to help, but Zhu still helped clean up. Shopkeeper Zhou, did you remember all the dishes today? And Zhu collects the silver and naturally makes sure he's taken care of. Some details are still unclear. Shopkeeper Zhou asks again about the specific way to make the 3 delicacies soup, especially the seasoning, as he's not quite sure how to get it right. Seeing that it's still early, and Zhu specially prepared these 3 dishes. As noon approached, more customers started coming into the restaurant. After confirming that shopkeeper Zhou could handle it, and Zhu left directly. When she arrived at the clinic, she met An Fuchuan at the door. He asked, Fatty, where have you been? Your mother has been worried about you. Mrs. Tian was busy, so I helped her out. By the way, is Mom feeling better? Is she taking her medicine? And Zhu changed the subject. And Fuchuan then mentioned Lu Yu's health, and he seemed more at ease. The fever has gone down. The doctor said she can go home today. That's good. Dad, you haven't eaten yet, right? And Zhu wanted to ask what he wanted to eat, and Fuchuan replied, I bought some steamed buns. Your mother is eating porridge. Are you hungry too? There are some in the house. And Fuchuan took out 2 meat buns. And Zhu paused for a moment, then switched to eating a steamed bun instead. Dad, I'm overweight, so I can just eat buns. You can have the buns. You need to travel back home this afternoon. Fatty, I can be full just eating buns. And Fuchuan said, reluctant to eat. And Zhu persuaded him. The buns are already bought. If you don't eat them, it would be a waste. I'll take them home for Xiao Feng and Xiao Xia, he said. And Fuchuan started eating the buns and said, By the way, I put the fish you brought in water to raise. Maybe we should return it. The fish is for Mom to strengthen her health. Dad, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you? And Zhu raised an eyebrow, giving him a look. And Fuchuan immediately got anxious. Fatty, what are you saying? Of course I want to keep the fish. It's just enough. We still have fish at home, and we can't finish them all. And Zhu said. Only then did An Fuchuan relax. Mom, Lu Han has gone far away for something. He's coming back today. Maybe we should hire a cart. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yu interrupted her. Fatty, I'm much better now. I can walk. Why would I need a cart? If you can't walk, I can carry you, and Fu Chuan said, also reluctant to spend money on a cart. He squeezed out 50 coins to pay for the treatment, and the family was tight on money. Soon, and Fu Chuan brought all the medicines. He looked at them and asked, Fatty, with so many medicines, is 100 coins enough? Why are there 2 kinds of medicine? She asked. And Fu Chuan listened carefully. The doctor specifically said to take 3 packs of medicine, then switch to 10 other packs, with different preparation methods. That's because Mom's illness was serious. She's better now, so she needs new medicine. And Zhu said casually, secretly hoping in Fu Chuan wouldn't find out she spent a silver coin or 2 to help Lu Yu recover. By the way, I have something to do, so I won't be going back with you. And Zhu reminded Lu Yu to take care of her health before leaving. She still needed to go teach Manager Zhou how to cook, collect the money, and work hard. Missin, today's dishes are especially popular with everyone. Manager Zhou looked at An Zhu with a kind and caring expression, like she was his own daughter. That's good. The 3 delicacies soup, Manager Zhou, you can make it, right? This morning, there weren't enough shrimp, but there should be some by the afternoon. I just prepared river shrimp. Would you like to take a look? Manager Zhou was busy all morning. After buying the river shrimp, he immediately started making shrimp paste. The whole family helped. Even his son was peeling shrimp and making shrimp paste. Use a stone mortar to mash the shrimp into a paste. It tastes better that way. Add 2 egg whites, some pepper, and salt. Be sure to add the right amount, or it won't taste good. And Zhu reminded him, if you hang the shrimp in well water overnight, the flavor will be even better. Thank you, Missin. The only thing Manager Zhou wasn't very good at was making shrimp paste. Well, I have to go now. I live in Dongxing Village, the first house in the village, on the hillside. That's my home. If there's an emergency, you can come find me there. And Zhu said this and hurriedly took a shortcut through a small alley. Her luck might not be very good. In the alley, it seemed like someone was fighting. No, it was more like one-sided bullying. One person was pressed to the ground and beaten, while 2 others were punching and kicking. And Zhu planned to go around, but when she saw the face of the person being beaten, she stopped in her tracks. It was the big boss from Chang Lefang, the man who had waved 20 coins from her. Seeing him battered and bruised, and Zhu grabbed a nearby stick and rushed forward. The original owner was chubby. Since she arrived, she had been working on her physical fitness. Although she hadn't lost weight, she was now a nimble, chubby girl. With one strike, she kicked one of the attackers to the ground. Where did you come from? The attacker said, not paying attention. Before he could finish, An Zhu struck him with a stick. She rarely fought, but when she did, she was fierce and ruthless, showing no mercy. The 2 men who had been beaten and kicked looked at each other after realizing she was a woman. They both saw the unwillingness and defiance in each other's eyes. You're not dead, so come help. And Zhu pulled on Big Head, whose chubby body was too heavy. In the past, she could have taken down these 2 men alone. Big Head was startled by her shout and stood up against the wall to help. After finally driving the men away, Big Head leaned against the wall and slid down. He was injured in several places. And Zhu's arm was also scraped. Thank you, Big Head panted as he spoke. If it weren't for An Zhu, he might have been beaten to death. I've paid back the favor I owed you. And Zhu looked at the scrape on her arm, which was bloody and numb. You're called Fat Girl, and you're An Feng's sister, Big Head said directly. My name is Wang Big Head. If you need help in the future, just find me. And Feng often lost all his money, but he remembered clearly that day his sister Fat Girl was involved. Will it help to find you? And Zhu brushed off the dust from her clothes and quickly wrapped her arm with a cloth. She said, Big Head, my brother won't go to the gambling house anymore. This implied they probably wouldn't meet again. I won't go to the gambling house either. Wang Big Head lowered his head, looking disappointed. Those 2 are also thugs, right? And Zhu leaned against the wall. The skills of those 2 men were obvious. They looked experienced and had probably fought many people. Yes, Wang Big Head sighed. Originally, Chang Lufeng was run by me, but the brothers Ada and Aer, relying on their charm with the boss and some relatives, wanted me to leave. I refused. So, you got beaten up? An Zhu glanced at Wang Big Head. His face was swollen, and he had been beaten badly. If she hadn't come to help, he might have been beaten to death. She said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. I only earn a silver or 2 a month. I can't leave. Wang Big Head looked anxious. If you keep risking your life, earning 10 taels a month is pointless. An Zhu replied irritably. Having lived through it again, she valued her life even more. You don't understand. Wang Big Head struggled to stand up. Seeing her patched clothes, he said, my grandmother isn't healthy. She needs medicine every day. Without this money, how would she buy her medicine? But if you die, who'll take care of your grandmother? An Zhu's voice softened as she said, you are skilled. You can work at the agency or find other jobs. It's better than risking your life in a gambling house. Are you hungry? I'll go buy some steamed buns for you. An Zhu glanced at the buns outside and quickly went to buy them. She quietly wrapped the remaining 30 coins she had left in a paper bag, repacked the buns, and said, eat them while they're hot. Without another word, An Zhu turned and left. Wang Dazhu held the buns, watching her figure as she walked away, murmuring, she's a good girl. Grandma, time to eat the buns. Wang Dazhu carried the buns home. The ones he took out from his pocket were still warm. Dazhu, don't spend this money. Save it to marry a wife. Grandma Wang looked at him with concern. Dazhu, did you get into a fight again? I just fell accidentally. It's nothing, Grandma, Wang Dazhu said, carefully wrapping his face with a cloth to hide any signs of injury. Grandma has been a burden on you. Tears fell from Grandma Wang's eyes. She had thought about ending her life many times, but she was worried that Dazhu would be left all alone in the world without any family. Grandma, don't think like that. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today, Dazhu said quickly, kneeling in front of her. Grandma, I only have you. I won't work at the gambling house anymore. Grandma Wang's cloudy eyes brightened. She held Dazhu's hand with her thin fingers and smiled. Dazhu, it's wonderful that you don't want to go to the gambling house. Don't worry, Grandma still hopes to see you marry. Grandma, you should eat the buns now. Eat them while they're hot. They won't taste good when cold. Dazhu changed the subject. He didn't dare to think about a wife. All right, one for each of us. Grandma Wang unwrapped the oil paper, saying, next time, don't waste money like this. As she opened the paper, the coins spilled onto the ground. She shouted, Dazhu, why is there money inside the buns? Dazhu looked at the scattered coins on the ground and picked them up one by one. There were 30 coins in total. He was deeply moved. He remembered how hard the chubby girl was, how quickly she fought, and how kind she was to help him. She had waved 20 coins for him before. Today, she had saved his life and given him 30 coins. What a good person, such a kind person. No, he must work hard in the future to earn money and then repay her. An Zhu doesn't know what Wang Dazhou is thinking. She is now in a hurry to get home. Luckily, it stays light longer now, or else it would already be dark when she arrives. As soon as she enters the village, she sees Mother Lu sweeping in the yard, looking around from time to time. Mom, I'm back. An Zhu runs home, so tired she can hardly breathe. Were you waiting for me? Who would wait for you? Mother Lu says awkwardly. I thought you were going to stay at your parents' house, so I didn't cook for one person. An Zhu heads straight to the kitchen, scoops water from the jar, and drinks eagerly. The rice and vegetables are still hot in the pots. Mom, can you eat so much by yourself? Can I cook porridge tomorrow instead? Mother Lu casually says, hurry up and wash your hands to eat. An Zhu washes her hands and looks at the food in the bowl, feeling very hungry. Her stomach growls loudly. The spinach and green beans look so delicious today, maybe because she ran all day. Her legs feel like they are not her own. Even though they are just vegetables, she eats them very happily. She says, Mom, I see we have a lot of peppers in our vegetable garden. Why don't we make some chili sauce? Can peppers really be made into chili sauce? Mother Lu raises an eyebrow. Of course. Chili sauce is very tasty. You can make dried chili or sour and spicy chili. You should know that, right? An Zhu blinks. If she remembers correctly, everyone in the village should know how to make it. Making chili sauce is simple. Just peppers, garlic, and some salt. For example, when we only eat greens, this chili sauce comes in handy. When An Zhu mentions chili sauce, she remembers pickled peppers. Today, when she was making sour and spicy braised fish, she secretly tasted a bit. It was both sour and spicy. All right, stop thinking about those peppers. The peppers at home are not enough. Mother Lu quickly dismisses her idea. An Zhu thinks about the vegetable garden at the Lu family. It seems a bit smaller. She feels regretful. Chili sauce is really delicious, until she washes the dishes and Zhu keeps talking about it. Mother Lu says, if it's really good, you can buy some peppers and try making it. Really? And Zhu's eyes light up instantly. I'll give you a few coins. You can buy a bunch of peppers. Mother Lu rarely says this. She takes 5 coins and gives them to her. Go buy some tomorrow and give it a try. I promise, Mother, once she eats, she will want to eat more. And Zhu didn't refuse the money. She had some, but it was hard to explain where it came from. At night, while taking a bath, Lu Mu saw the injury on her arm. Did you fall by accident on the way back? And Zhu explained cleverly. Lu Mu looked displeased. You're just too fat. You can even fall while walking. I really don't understand how the An family managed to raise you so fat. And Zhu, she was also very curious about how the poor An family managed to raise the original owner so round and plump. After her bath, An Zhu sat in her room, using a cloth to wipe her injured arm. Without any antiseptic, she mixed some salt with hot water, let it cool, and then applied it to her wound. It hurt so much, she grimaced. Lu Mu came into the room and saw what she was doing. She asked, "What are you doing?" "Just washing it. It will heal quickly." And Zhu didn't explain about the salt water or anything. Honor's leftover powder is a waste to throw away, Lu Mu said, handing her a small paper packet. And Zhu looked at the packet and smiled. Thank you, Mother. I'm just worried about wasting it, so you can still work tomorrow. Lu Mu wasn't used to seeing An Zhu's sweet smile. Although she was fat, when she smiled, her eyes curved, and she had dimples on her cheeks. I understand, Lu Mu said. And Zhu carefully sprinkled the powder on her wound. Watching Lu Mu awkwardly leave, she thought, Lu Mu really is a sharp-tongued but kind-hearted person. She saw her hurt and wanted to give her medicine, but also acted like it was a waste to throw away. After applying the medicine, An Zhu felt, perhaps just her imagination, that her wound was already much better. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. An Zhu froze for a moment, then quickly put on her shoes and ran out. Mother, what happened? I fell. Lu Mu's voice was faint. An Zhu saw her outside the kitchen door. Lu Mu was half lying in a small ditch, her waist pressed against the edge of the stone slab, holding her waist with a painful look on her face. Mother, did you hurt your waist? An Zhu hurried over to help her up, but as soon as she stood, Lu Mu cried out in pain. No, I can't straighten my waist. Did you sprain your waist? And Zhu didn't dare force her mother-in-law to stand up. Instead, she carried her to a stone bench in the yard and asked, Mother, where does it hurt? And Zhu planned to gently massage her, but before she could touch her, her mother-in-law was already in severe pain. Mother, wait here. I will find someone to borrow a cart, and Zhu said, and stood up. Her mother-in-law, in pain and uncomfortable, asked, Why do you need a cart? Of course, to take you to the county to see the doctor. This has become serious. I can't let you suffer like this. And Zhu replied and ran outside. I'll be back. Her figure quickly disappeared into the night. Her mother-in-law looked after her, lost in thought for a long time. Eventually, the pain became too much and she couldn't think clearly anymore. Annie Tian, does anyone in our village have a cart? And Zhu went straight to Xie Xiaohong's house to ask. Zhu's family has one. After answering, Xie Xiaohong remembered and asked, What do you need the cart for? Which Zhu family? And Zhu asked urgently. Xie Xiaohong paused before replying. Zhu Sheng's family. How could it be their family? And Zhu thought about her past conflict with Zhu Pozi. Could she rent their cart? Yes. Zhu Sheng's family has a cart. They often help buy things for others. Otherwise, where does Zhu Sheng get money to gamble? Xie Xiaohong explained. Don't worry, fat girl. Usually, it costs only 2 coins to take a cart to the county. If it's an emergency at midnight, it only costs 10 coins. The main thing is to get your mother-in-law to the county quickly. Yes, my mother has terrible back pain, An Zhu said, and headed toward Zhu's house. Wait a moment, fat girl. Xiaoman called from inside her house, then followed An Zhu to Zhu's home. Uncle Zhu, Aunt Zhu, are you at home? An Zhu knocked the door. Who's there? It's late at night. You're so noisy, came the grumpy voice of Zhu Posey. When she opened the door and saw An Zhu, she leaned against the doorframe and sneered. Oh, what wind blew fat girl here? Thinking of the 2 slaps she received that day, Zhu Posey looked at An Zhu with hatred, as if she wanted to spit fire. An Zhu felt bitter inside. She didn't expect things to happen so suddenly. Luckily, she hadn't actually broken Zhu Sheng's leg that day. Otherwise, there would be no way to turn things around now. She took a deep breath and lowered her stance, saying, Aunt Zhu, my mother-in-law fell and hurt her back. I want to rent Uncle Zhu's ox cart to go to the county. Annie Zhu, your mother-in-law fell? Zhu's wife's eyes lit up, looking pleased. And she hurt her back. Does that mean she can't walk or has broken a bone? And Zhu held back her urge to scold and smiled politely. Auntie Zhu, I heard from Aunt Tian that it costs 10 coins to go to the county. She took out 10 copper coins and handed them to Zhu's wife. Zhu's wife looked at her proudly. Weren't she just harsh and dismissive before? Now she had to ask for her help. At night, the mountain road is hard to walk, and if we meet wolves or something. Zhu's wife looked reluctant. And Zhu kept her smile. That's true. Since the mountain road is difficult, I'll add 10 more coins. She took out another 10 copper coins from her pocket and said loudly, Uncle Zhu, Aunt Zhu, please help us. My mother-in-law needs to get to the clinic in the county as soon as possible. Zhu's father, hearing the commotion, came out of the house. And Zhu quickly repeated the story. Zhu's father immediately prepared to get the cart, but Zhu's wife coughed to get his attention. Brother Zhu, the chubby girl is willing to pay 20 coins. Please help us. Lu Han and Gu Chun aren't home. Xiaoman, standing nearby, immediately spoke up to support An Zhu. Not at home. Zhu's wife stretched out her tone, not mentioning the cart to the county. Instead, she touched her face and said, My face, I don't know what's wrong. It's been hurting. Auntie Zhu, I'm sorry. I was really angry that day. And Zhu lowered her eyes and apologized. Her hand under her sleeve clenched tightly. Thinking about Lu Mu sending her medicine and how she was still in pain at home, she felt she definitely needed to rent that cart. Just a sorry isn't enough, Zhu's wife said irritably. That 20 coins was hard-earned. Zhu's father tugged at Zhu's wife's sleeve, about to speak, but she pushed him away. Zhu Guangfa, are you still a man? Your wife was beaten by her, and she was extorted for money. Now you want to send her to the county? Why? 50 coins. And Zhu said, not bothering to argue further, and simply increased the price. Xiaoman's lips moved slightly. If you want to rent the ox cart, you can ask me. Mrs. Zhu looked very proud and haughty. And Zhu bit her lip, trying several times to argue back, but she hesitated when she thought of Mother Lu, who was in great pain. Kneel and beg me, and I will immediately send a cart to the county, or there will be no way out, Mrs. Zhu said proudly, her eyes full of gloating that she couldn't hide. The night was clear and bright. Mrs. Zhu's smug face made Xiaoman feel uncomfortable. She only felt a tight knot in her stomach. Uncle Zhu, 50 coins. Are you still unwilling to give them? And Zhu's voice was low and deep. She looked past Mrs. Zhu and at Zhu Guangfa. Before Zhu Guangfa could reply, Mrs. Zhu crossed her arms and sneered, If I don't agree, he won't leave this house, Uncle Zhu. And Zhu called again. Zhu Guangfa avoided her gaze and secretly signaled to his wife. 50 coins. All from neighbors and friends. Well, you see. What are you looking at? Mrs. Zhu said, hands on her hips, eyes wide with warning. If I don't agree and you dare to leave today, I won't stay alive. Fat girl. Zhu Guangfa dared not look at Mrs. Zhu and could only say to An Zhu, Your aunt is so angry. Talk to her gently. Kneel and beg me, and I will go to the county immediately, Mrs. Zhu said calmly. Brother Zhu, Sister Zhu, we are all from the same village. Fat girl is willing to pay 50 coins. In this area, that price can get a cart, even a horse-drawn carriage. Xia Xiaohong couldn't hold back anymore. Please don't make things difficult for fat girl. An Zhu gently shook her head at Xia Xiaohong, who still wanted to argue, and turned to leave without hesitation. Fat girl, why are you leaving? Xia Xiaohong looked worried as she watched An Zhu walk away. Zhu Guangfa, we're all from the same village. So, what if we're from the same village? The Lu family is from outside. She hit me, and I still want to send her mother-in-law to the county? Don't even think about it. Mrs. Zhu spat and said, stupid fat girl, pretending to be a filial daughter-in-law. Just kneel and beg me once. That's all. Xia Xiaohong was so angry she didn't want to speak anymore. Kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents, what is Mrs. Zhu? Aunt Zhu looked at Xia Xiaohong carefully. Although she had 2 children, her figure was still good, slim where it should be, and full where it should be. She gossipingly said, well, your husband broke his leg, so he can't do anything now. Ma Xiaohong, shut up. Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation, Xia Xiaohong said angrily. My husband's leg will get better. Unlike you, I do more than just sleep all day. Not helping when someone is in trouble will bring you bad luck, Aunt Zhu warned. Xia Xiaohong clenched her teeth and turned to chase An Zhu. Pfft, you're the one who will face bad luck, Aunt Zhu spat. The doctor said your husband's leg can't be fixed. Stop dreaming. Xiaohong, do you think what we're doing is okay? Zhu Guangfa looked worried. The fat girl's mother-in-law might be right. It could be serious. If it's serious, we won't go. If he dies in the carriage, it would be so unlucky, Aunt Zhu replied without thinking. Zhu Guangfa looked at his wife, shrinking his head. He said, but we're all from the same village. So what if we're from the same village? Are you jealous of Lu Posey's looks? Are you having bad thoughts? Aunt Zhu raised her hand and hit Zhu Guangfa on the shoulder. Nonsense, Zhu Guangfa argued. That's not true. If it's nothing, why are you so worried? The ox cart is ours. We can send her if we want, and if we don't, we won't. Who can say anything about us? Aunt Zhu snorted and went into the house. Too bad. She only got 50 coins. It's okay. Seeing the fat girl unhappy makes her feel happy inside. Fat girl, maybe we can borrow from the next village. No. If we delay, what will happen to your mother-in-law's back? But we can't go to the county either. It's too far from here to the county town. Xia Xiaohong chased after An Zhu all the way, trying different ideas, but nothing worked. Tan aunt, thank you. If worst comes to worst, I'll carry my mother to the county, An Zhu said, walking faster. Xia Xiaohong stopped in her tracks. Carry her? 20 miles, and she still has to carry someone?
How can that be?
Xiaohong was very anxious. She went back and told old Tian about this. Old Tian said, how can this work? It's so far and only the 2 of them, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. It's too dangerous. Maybe. Old Tian was a bit upset that his legs weren't better. Otherwise, he would have gone with them. Head of the family, I'll go with you. It's good to have company on the road, Xiaohong said, grabbing a knife and heading out. Mother, I want to go too. Tianjin told her father and followed along. Why are you coming? Your father and Bauer are at home, and no one is there to take care of them, Xiaohong said anxiously as she hurried to catch up with An Zhu, trying to send Tianjin back. Mother, more people means more help. I can also assist, Tianjin said. Mother, is that the chubby girl? She asked. Under the moonlight, the 2 figures coming out of the Lu family looked just like An Zhu. She was carrying someone on her back. Xiao Zhu, don't worry, mother. The road is so far, I'll go again tomorrow. Lu's mother endured her pain and spoke. She waited at home for a while, then heard An Zhu say she would carry her to the county. She didn't want to go, but An Zhu insisted and carried her onto her back. Mother, your injury can't be delayed. An Zhu walked very steadily, saying, don't worry, I'm fat and strong. I won't drop you, Xiao Zhu. Lu's mother leaned on her back, looking at her chubby face, which was different from the girls she knew. Her plump body was full of flesh, even her back was soft and fleshy. In the past, she disliked her for being fat, for not being pretty, and for her poor family background. If she hadn't been desperate, she wouldn't have agreed to let her bring good luck. In her heart, Lu Han was like the moon in the sky, worthy of the best girl in the world, not like An Zhu, who had no looks, no family background, and no talent. She almost buried An Zhu alive because the good luck didn't work out.
But now,
Xiao Zhu, why? Why are you so good to me? Lu's mother's voice choked with emotion. She had raised her daughter tenderly since she was young. When she learned Lu Han was unwell, she thought about trying to bring good luck, but she didn't want to and secretly ran away. She looked down on An Zhu, always criticizing her, but at this moment, she was carrying her to the county for treatment. Today, I hurt my hand. You scolded me for not paying attention while walking. Didn't you want to put medicine on it? But I almost buried you alive, Mother Lu said, trembling. An Zhu paused, then kept walking forward. There were no streetlights, only bright moonlight guiding the way. She said, I can't forgive you for that. At the time, she was confused. Later, after carefully reviewing the original owner's memories, she finally understood how the original owner died. There was a fight at the An family, and she was taken to the Lu family. Lu Han couldn't breathe properly, and Mother Lu was overwhelmed. During the struggle, the original owner lost hope, felt very sad, and accidentally hit her head, which led to her death. The original owner died, and I can't forgive her. So you... Mother Lu's hands involuntarily clenched her clothes. Therefore, you owe me a life, An Zhu said quietly, owing the original owner a life. Mom, what are they talking about? Tianjun and Xiaoman, mother and daughter, followed not far behind. Maybe, after this, fat girl's days at the Lu family will be better, Xiaoman whispered. Then she pulled Tianjun along. They walked in silence, so quiet that even the insects in the woods could be heard clearly. The wind rustled through the leaves. Fat girl, should I carry Sister Lu? After walking a while, Xiaoman caught up, and the four of them moved closer together. Thank you, Aunt Tian, but I can still carry her, An Zhu said calmly, beads of sweat on her forehead. She was prepared when she made the decision. Fat girl, we can take turns carrying her, which will be easier, Xiaoman suggested. An Zhu looked to the side, smiled, and said, when I can't carry her anymore, I'll ask Aunt Tian for help. Okay. Xiaoman and Tianjun stayed close to An Zhu, ready to help if she became too tired to carry her. She said, Sister Lu, you really have a good daughter-in-law. Little Zhu is very good. Mother Lu leaned on her back, feeling her steady steps. The pain in her waist made her endure it painfully. Fat girl, maybe from now on I should call you Little Zhu too, Xiaoman changed the subject. An Zhu replied, Fat girl doesn't sound nice. Just call me Little Zhu. After walking for a long time, sweat like soybeans rolled down An Zhu's forehead. Mother Lu felt very distressed. Xiaoman insisted, I'll carry Sister Lu for a while. The county is still far, and when I get tired, Xiao Zhu can take over. Thank you. Mother Lu couldn't sit up straight. It was late at night, and whether it was An Zhu or Xiaoman and her daughter, they were kind enough to send her to the county, and she was grateful. No need, Xiao Zhu has helped me a lot. Xiaoman was used to carrying things to sell in the county. She was used to it, and Mother Lu wasn't heavy, so she could still manage. After walking a bit more, An Zhu took Mother Lu back onto her back. Tianjun didn't pretend to be strong either. She held a knife and stayed close, afraid of meeting wolves or other wild animals. In the dark, the moonlight stretched their shadows long and long. Mother Lu leaned on An Zhu's back, thinking she would never forget this night in her life. An Zhu had been here several times, even at night, and remembered everything clearly. Doctor, open the door. Tianjun knocked directly. They had traveled most of the night and finally reached the county. Originally, Xiaoman and her daughter wanted to pick any clinic, but An Zhu insisted on this one. First, the doctor at Yuchun Clinic had treated Lu Han's leg before, and An Zhu felt they knew each other well. Second, she had just met him today, and thought he would be willing to get up in the middle of the night to treat someone. They heard voices inside. An Zhu stepped forward. Young man, please open the door. My mother has hurt her waist. Please help treat her. The young servant who opened the door saw that the group was all women and children. He moved aside to let them in and went to the backyard to call the doctor. Mrs. Liu, the doctor hurried over. When he saw Mother Liu, he spoke with familiarity, clearly recognizing her. Song Yu, I trouble you again, Mother Liu said, her voice weak from pain. After a quick diagnosis, they confirmed that Mother Liu's bones weren't broken, only badly sprained. An Zhu finally relaxed. She was worried about a broken bone, which could lead to paralysis since there were no surgeries back then. Sprained waist needs medicinal oil and careful rubbing. Be gentle with the pressure. Dr. Song handed the medicinal oil directly to An Zhu. An Zhu looked at Mother Liu lying there and hesitated, asking, Will I accidentally hurt her? Don't worry, just follow my instructions, and it won't hurt. Dr. Song confidently said. As soon as An Zhu entered the inner room, holding the medicinal oil, she hadn't spoken yet when she heard Mother Liu say, Little Zhu, come and help me press. An Zhu lifted Mother Liu's clothing, poured the oil into her palm, warmed it by rubbing her hands together, then directly applied it to Mother Liu's waist. Mother Liu bit her handkerchief silently. Mom, bear with it a little. If we don't massage it well today, it might swell up tomorrow. An Zhu pressed with just the right amount of force, listening to Dr. Song's instructions, and finished pressing all the necessary spots. After leaving, An Zhu found that Xiaoman and Tianjin's mother and daughter were already sitting on chairs, asleep. She lowered her voice and said, Dr. Song, we're done. Take the medicinal oil home. Massage once in the morning and once in the evening, and you'll be fully recovered in about 5 or 6 days, said Song Yu. He then looked at An Zhu. He heard from Uncle Gu that Lu Han liked women who could bring good luck, but she was a bit too chubby. Dr. Song, do you know where I can rent a carriage? An Zhu asked, interrupting Song Yu's thoughts. He replied, The clinic has a carriage. I'll have someone send you back to the village. Thank you so much, Dr. Song. An Zhu expressed her gratitude. When she asked about the price, Song Yu smiled and said, Lu Han and I are good friends. It's just a small matter. He then immediately sent someone to arrange a carriage. Didn't expect I could ride a carriage home. Xiaoman sat in the soft carriage, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. Thank you all today, An Zhu said again. Lying in the carriage, Mother Liu also spoke. If it weren't for you today, I might not have made it. Aunt Liu, don't say that. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is what neighbors do. I didn't do much, Xiaoman said modestly. Fat girl, little Zhu even saved Zhenzhen's life. Helping with this small thing isn't a big deal. Your help is truly valuable, Mother Liu said gratefully. Back home, An Zhu carried Mother Liu back to her room. This was her first time in Mother Liu's room, which was tidy and clean, just like her usual clothes, always neat and spotless. Her hair was also carefully styled. Mom, you're hungry, right? I'll cook some noodles for you. An Zhu warmly urged Xiaoman and Tianjin to stay, but mother and daughter were eager to get their meat-filled buns and hurriedly left. Mother Liu handed her the keys. I'm hungry. Help me make a bowl of noodles and add an egg. An Zhu took the keys and then heard Mother Liu say, You've been tired all night. Eat something too. There are plenty of eggs. Thank you, Mother. At this moment, An Zhu was very hungry and her stomach was growling. She opened the cabinet that Mother Liu had kept locked. Inside, there was plenty of flour and rice. She lit the stove and started kneading the dough. She had once learned how to make hand-pulled noodles, so now she was very skilled. In no time, 2 bowls of egg-drop noodles were ready, topped with green scallions and clear broth. Why are these noodles so thin? Mother Liu looked happily at the noodles in her bowl. They were much thinner than the ones she usually made. These are called pulled noodles, An Zhu explained simply. As long as you know the method, making them is quite easy. The fried eggs are also well done. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, Mother Liu praised as she looked at the golden fried eggs. An Zhu smiled. After feeding Mother Liu, she finished her own bowl of noodles. Outside, the sky was beginning to brighten. She said, I'm going to cut some pig grass. The pigs at home weighed about 70 or 80 jin. When they were fed well by the new year, they would have pork to eat. She went to gather pig grass, released the chickens and ducks, and cleaned the yard. The busy morning sun had already risen high. Fat girl, you're still sweeping the ground? Zhu Posey came over. Through the open yard gate, she saw Fat Girl sweeping and scolded. Your mother-in-law fell and hurt her back. Do you still need the ox cart? Let Uncle Zhu take her. Last night, Zhu Posey thought about it all evening. She felt the 50 coins were a pity. She didn't like Fat Girl, but she couldn't let money come between them. And Zhu shot her a glance and was too lazy to reply. Fat Girl, I have to tell you. Your mother-in-law fell, so you should take her to the clinic. You can't just ignore it. Lu Han isn't home, so you should take care of your mother-in-law, Zhu Posey said, acting like she was giving advice. Move aside. Let me see how badly your mother-in-law fell. Zhu Posey tried to push her way in. And Zhu quickly swung her broom and threw it at Zhu Posey. Aunt Zhu was caught off guard and fell flat on her backside, hurting herself and grimacing in pain. She pointed at An Zhu and shouted angrily, You rude girl, how dare you hit me? Sorry, I didn't hold the broom steady. And Zhu crossed her arms and leaned casually against the gate, looking down at Aunt Zhu. She didn't care about Aunt Zhu's insults. She said, Your family's ox cart is too expensive for us to afford. Aunt Zhu cursed loudly. Ungrateful girl. If my daughter-in-law were like you, I would have slapped her long ago. I would have made my son divorce her, and I wouldn't care if I fell down. With your family's 3 lazy and useless people, I wouldn't want them anyway. And Zhu smiled and said, So, if you want to show off as a mother-in-law, you'd better go home and do it. You. Aunt Zhu didn't expect An Zhu to be so shameless. She spat and said, If you want to get married, I don't want you, you rude girl. And Zhu's eyes turned cold. She grabbed a basin of laundry water nearby and poured it over Aunt Zhu. Wash your mouth so you won't talk nonsense. Rude girl, I won't give up on you. Aunt Zhu rushed forward to hit her, but seeing that An Zhu was tall and strong, with a cold look that made her tremble, she remembered the last time she was slapped twice. Her steps slowed, and she cursed as she ran away. An Zhu picked up the broom and swept the spots where Aunt Zhu had stepped. Only then did she close the courtyard gate again. Inside the house, Mother Lu's voice was heard. As soon as An Zhu entered her room, she heard Mother Lu say, Xiao Zhu, none of Aunt Zhu's daughters-in-law are as good as you. She had seen Aunt Zhu's daughters-in-law before. They were all lazy and not worth mentioning, always gossiping and meddling in others' affairs. Mother, don't say things you don't mean, An Zhu said, knowing her own strengths. The original owner was hardworking and quick, but her body type probably wouldn't be liked by any family. She didn't mind and said, I don't care what they say. Words are on other people's mouths. If I start to care, I might just get myself upset. You're still so young and optimistic. Mother Lu looked at her carefully. Xiao Zhu, you really can't get any fatter. And Zhu's clothes are still the same as the original owners, exactly like before, with no loose fit. Mother Lu shook her head and said, I can't tell. It's okay. I believe I can lose weight eventually. And Zhu looked down at her belly, making sure Mother Lu didn't need to go to the bathroom. Then she left, saying she was going to catch fish. Be careful, Xiao Zhu, Mother Lu reminded her as she watched her go. After leaving the Lu family, Zhu Posey was angry at home. She changed her clothes and then called Ma Dazue over. She whispered a few words in her ear, and Ma Dazue looked shocked and said, Really? Fat girl dares to disrespect her unfilial mother-in-law. What? Do you think I'm lying? Zhu Posey glared fiercely at her, and Ma Dazue immediately shook her head. She quickly left. Lu Hanyang, are you at home? Mother Lu was lying on the bed. No one was talking, and she had no chores to do. She applied ointment to her lower back so the pain was less. She tried to stand up and heard sounds outside. Mother Lu asked loudly, It's me, Sun San's wife. Sun San's wife pushed the door open and saw Mother Lu struggling to come out of the house. Oh, you really fell. Seeing her unable to straighten her back, Sun San's wife knew what had happened. At least Fat Girl was still the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. If Mother Lu was hurt and didn't get treatment, that was one thing, but leaving her alone at home was another. He Posey, upset about Xiaoman's situation, had long been dissatisfied with the Lu family. Now, hearing rumors, she immediately came over. Lu Hanyang, you really have good taste. Choosing such a daughter-in-law after careful selection, he Posey said angrily, unhappy that her own daughter was shameless and that Mother Lu looked down on Xiaoman. Wait, are you misunderstanding something? Mother Lu sat on a high stool nearby. Her back didn't hurt as much now. Looking at the 3 or 4 women in front of her, she asked curiously, Sun San's wife, why are you here? Sun San's wife was the village chief's wife, which Mother Lu knew. Let's not talk about that now. The most important thing is to take you to treat your injury, Sun San's wife said with emotion. It's just unfortunate that your son and Gu Chun aren't in the village. How did you get hurt? And what about Fat Girl? Did you visit the clinic in the county? Sun San's voice was full of disbelief. She turned around and pulled Zhu Posey, who had changed into new clothes, over. Ma Xiaohong, you tell us what really happened. Third aunt, I don't know either. Yesterday, Fat Girl came to rent a horse cart but didn't want to pay because it was too expensive. This morning, I went out and got splashed with water by Fat Girl. Zhu Posey quickly shook her head. Ma Xiaohong, be honest. Does Fat Girl refuse because she thinks it's too costly? Xia Xiaohong's voice came from outside. She heard Bauer say that many people went to the Lu family. Worried that Fat Girl might be taken advantage of, she hurried over. Hearing Zhu Posey's words, she was so angry she recounted what happened yesterday. Others go to the county, and it costs at most 20 coins. Fat Girl was willing to pay 50 coins, but you still refused and even wanted her to kneel and beg you. Your cart is too fancy. Usually, Xia Xiaohong was timid and didn't dare say much at Tian's house, but in recent days, selling meat sandwiches in the county had made her more confident. Third aunt, last night I went to Zhu's with Fat Girl. Xia Xiaohong recounted everything that happened last night at Zhu's house, word for word. Sun Sen looked at Ma Xiaohong and asked, did you really make her kneel and beg? Are her parents or someone else wronged you? 50 coins isn't enough, and you still want her to kneel and beg? Ma Xiaohong, if this keeps up, we won't be able to afford your family's ox cart in the future. Zhu Posey panicked and explained, Third aunt, you know last time she slapped me twice. I was just angry, but wasn't it your son who tricked Big Brother into gambling and also scolded Fat Girl and Lu Han? Xia Xiaohong immediately retorted. Third aunt, Fat Girl is a good child. When she saw I was hurt, she immediately went to get a cart. Who knew she would suffer so much injustice? Yesterday, Mother Lu was in terrible pain and didn't think much about it. Today, after hearing Xia Xiaohong's words, she realized what Fat Girl had gone through when she went to rent the cart. So, how did you go to the county? Sun Sen knew that only Zhu's family had a cart in the village. Xiao Zhu carried me there. It was 20 miles, and she carried me all the way to the county. Fat Girl is a very filial and good child, Mother Lu said, feeling very touched. After what happened at Zhu's, she felt she couldn't just ignore the villagers anymore. While An Zhu was catching fish in the river, she didn't know what was happening in Lu's family. She was thinking about how many fish to bring home today. Having more fish meant more money. The fish in the bamboo garden reproduced very quickly, truly endless and inexhaustible. She wondered how she could do things openly and honestly. An Zhu looked at the river. It wasn't small. If she released fish into the river and then caught some to sell in the county, that should be fine, right? She decided to do it. An Zhu's hand dipped into the water, feeling fish slipping past her fingertips. Finally, I can eat fish openly and honestly, An Zhu thought happily as she carried a basket of fish home. Fat Girl, where did you get so many fish? Aunt Sun and a few others were about to leave when they saw An Zhu coming back with a basket full of fish. Auntie, are you here to see my mother-in-law? An Zhu asked in return. Aunt Sun explained what had happened earlier and praised her, saying, Fat Girl, you're really a filial and good child. Thank you, Auntie, An Zhu said gratefully. She then said, Annie, Sister Tian, hurry home and bring her baskets. There are so many fish in the river. I don't know where they all came from, bunch after bunch. So many? Aunt Sun and Xia Xiaohong's eyes lit up immediately, and they quickly went back to get their things. Mom, I see a vacant spot in the backyard. Maybe tomorrow I can dig a small pond to raise fish. That way, I can always have fish to eat whenever I want, An Zhu said, looking worried about the fish in her basket. She had too many fish and nowhere to put them. Fat girl, how did you catch so many fish? Mother Lu sat in the hall, surprised when she saw the fish in An Zhu's basket. She had been in Dongxing village for a long time and had seen Lu Han catch fish sometimes, but never this many. Maybe I was lucky. There are a lot of fish in the river, An Zhu replied. She took a wash basin, poured all the fish into it, and then went back to the river to catch more. When she arrived, many people were already fishing. Since she released so many fish, including the ones in the river, everyone had a good harvest. An Zhu caught her second basket of fish and stopped. Even though it was early autumn and she was wet all over, she felt uncomfortable. She carried her and went to dig a pond in the empty spot in the backyard. I must praise Lu Han for choosing a great spot to build his house. It is backed by a mountain, yet there is a large open space. He planted many vegetables in neat rows, and there is still plenty of room left. She dug with her, turning the smallest hole into a fish pond. Her hands got blisters from the work. She added water to the pond and made an outlet to drain the fish into the pond. Then she started preparing lunch. Mom, I will visit my family this afternoon, An Zhu said. She planned to send a basket of fish. Okay, bring some fish with you, her mother replied. Then her mother said, Xiao Zhu, go catch a hen in the yard to help your mother recover. No need, An Zhu refused. Her mother looked serious and said, chicken soup is very good for health. Or should I just give you money? No, An Zhu shook her head. My mother has medicine now. She just needs to rest and get better. Her mother didn't say anything and struggled to stand up. Mom, where are you going? An Zhu asked, helping her. I'm going to catch a hen, her mother said, glancing at her. Your mother is sick, and I must send a hen to her. Seeing her mother bend over, An Zhu sighed and said, all right, I'll catch one. An Zhu carried some fish and caught a hen to go back to Xiliang village. Her mother watched her leave, but didn't rest. She went back to her room, took a needle and thread basket, and found a piece of fine cotton cloth. She planned to make a new dress for An Zhu. Her clothes were old and patched, just those two pieces. Mom, I'm back, An Zhu said, setting down the fish and hen. Fat girl, you're back, her brother and Feng said, putting down the firewood he was carrying and running in quickly. Such fat fish. Did you finish carrying 2 loads of firewood today? An Zhu asked, looking at the firewood behind him. It was all 1 load. This is the 2nd load, he said with a smile. Fat girl, you don't know. I carry 2 loads of firewood every day. I work hard. When the time comes, I'll be like a meat bun. Brother, you're not even stronger than me, An Zhu said, walking up easily and lifting the firewood. And Feng looked at her, speechless. Are you slacking off? An Zhu said, gathering the firewood. 1 load was only half a load now. Fat girl, you don't know how hard chopping firewood is. I have to do other work every day too, and Feng kept complaining. An Zhu said, if you keep chopping like this every day, you'll never have enough meat buns. I won't eat the fish I brought you either. An Zhu pursed her lips and looked at the pile of firewood in the woodpile. Since she came back, there was quite a bit more. Don't be like that, and Feng was immediately frightened. His father also didn't know what was wrong. After hearing An Zhu, he became stricter with him. If he said he couldn't eat, he couldn't. Then don't be lazy. Maybe if you're in a good mood, I'll treat you to braised pork. An Zhu crossed her arms and carefully looked at Feng. His features were okay, and after tidying up, he was a good young man. However, to change his lazy and gambling habits, he needs to find ways to earn money. Otherwise, the money he earns isn't enough to cover his gambling losses. Braised pork, and Feng looked at her in disbelief. Fat girl, do you have money? I have enough to make a meal of braised pork. Xia ran out of the house and ran straight to An Zhu, hugging her and saying, Sister, you're back. An Zhu patted the little girl's head and said, there will be fish to eat tonight. Eat more and watch your brother. If he doesn't fill the cart with firewood like this, tell me. Then he won't get to eat braised pork. Okay, Xia nodded heavily. An Zhu took Xia's hand and went inside. Xia held her back and said, Sister, Mom is in the vegetable field. Mom went to plant vegetables. An Zhu paused. She had just recovered from a fever yesterday, and today she was already in the vegetable field. An Zhu changed direction and went to the vegetable field. There, Luyu was planting vegetables. Mom, why don't you take better care of yourself? An Zhu strode forward quickly, saw her sweaty and reached out to take her. Mom, let me do it. Fat girl, why are you back? Luyu swayed and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Seeing An Zhu suddenly appear, she asked nervously, Is it your mother-in-law? No. An Zhu interrupted her. From her look, she knew Luyu was thinking about something. She explained, My mother-in-law knows you're sick and even sent a hen over. A hen? Your mother-in-law sent it? Luyu's eyes widened. An Zhu nodded and said, Yes, my mother-in-law sent them. She not only gave us a chicken but also a few fish. Luyu exclaimed, Fish again? Mom, in our village's river, the fish suddenly became many. So, we caught a lot of fish. An Zhu smiled warmly. She reached out to check Luyu's forehead to make sure she wasn't running a fever, then relaxed. She bent down to turn over the ground and helped plant some radishes before rushing home. At dinner, An Zhu made fish soup. The tasty fish soup with rice was different from yesterday's spicy and sour fish. Fatty, your cooking is pretty good, Mother Lu praised. Mom, An Zhu put down her chopsticks and asked cautiously, Mom, do you think my cooking skills are good? If I go to the county to sell things, would that work? Sell things? Mother Lu wiped her mouth. What do you want to sell? Food? Yes, 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 An Zhu nodded repeatedly. Aunt Tian and the others sell meat-filled buns in the county. The buns have meat inside, and it seems pretty good. You always say I have good cooking skills. If I sell food, I should be able to make some money. At first, Mother Lu probably wouldn't agree. But after yesterday's events, she hesitated. We still have enough rice and grains for the family, but I want to earn money, An Zhu said seriously. I'm pretty talented at cooking. If I can make money with this skill, that would be good, right? Of course. But I'll wait until my back gets better, then I'll go. An Zhu didn't say she would go tomorrow, just gave her mother some mental preparation. After speaking, An Zhu started tidying up the dishes and cleaned the kitchen thoroughly. When she was boiling water for a bath, she poured a bucket of water into the room. Mom, do you want to wash up or just wipe yourself? I'll just wipe myself, Mother Lu said. Looking at the warm water, she suddenly lost her train of thought. The girl she raised since childhood, always sweet-talking, but many things were done by her. She rarely took action herself. Do you want me to help? An Zhu asked proactively. No need, Mother Lu refused. An Zhu didn't insist. She went back to her room, took a comfortable bath, and after finishing her chores, lay on the bed. She looked at her palm with the powder flower and smiled, thinking, things will definitely get better in the future. She gently rubbed her hands. Today, she dug a small fish pond and planted radishes. Her hands got blisters, but she felt very happy inside. At dawn, An Zhu noticed the river was full of people catching fish, like dumplings being made. Now, she could sell her fish openly and honestly. After finishing her chores at home, An Zhu went to the river and caught a basket of fish. She said, Mother, I want to take these fish to the county to sell. Okay, Mother Lu agreed without hesitation. She handed her some money and said, It's getting cold soon. Buy some cloth. What color? How much? An Zhu looked at the money, thinking Mother Lu was a bit stingy, but she seemed generous today. Everyone in the family needs new clothes. Buy 2 for yourself too. Don't wear patched clothes all the time and embarrass the Lu family, Mother Lu said, looking at her patched clothes, which were well mended, but still a bit ugly. Thank you, Mother. An Zhu was polite. I'll go early and come back early. She carried her basket and headed to the county. After finding the market, she went there specifically. When she lifted the cloth cover of her basket, she stretched out her left hand. Fish from the bamboo garden jumped into the basket one by one, filling it completely. Only then did she lift the blue cloth cover. She stood up and called out, Fresh grass carp for sale. Take a look. 1 grass carp for 10 cents. Don't miss out if you pass by. The grass carp from the bamboo garden each weighed over 2 or 3 jin. They were much cheaper than pork. Pork costs 12 cents per jin, but grass carp only 10 cents for 2 or 3 jin. Big grass carp are a good source of meat. Look at my big grass carp, lively and jumping. They taste especially fresh. An Zhu saw a passing ant and said, Annie, do you want a grass carp? My fish are very tasty. Just 10 cents each, An Zhu said cheerfully. Despite being chubby, her kind smile made people like her. It's hot today. The fish might spoil. The ant looked at the lively fish in her basket and was pleased. Andy, you can fry the fish in oil to make fish pieces. That way it lasts longer. An Zhu smiled and explained. And my grass carp are very fresh. They taste great whether you make braised fish or chopped chili fish. Braised fish, I know that. What is chopped chili fish? Auntie asked curiously. Passers-by also stopped, sharing the same question. It's made with sour and spicy peppers and red chili, chopped into small pieces, then stir-fried with green onions and garlic to add flavor. The mixture is poured over grass carp, which is then steamed until cooked. Finally, soy sauce is added. It tastes really good. To sell fish, An Zhu explained in detail, if you can't finish the grass carp, you can cut it into pieces and fry them until crispy. You can store the fried fish for 10 days or half a month. The oil used for frying can also be used for cooking other dishes. Auntie, look, An Zhu deliberately picked up a fish. Our fish was just caught from the river, very fresh. She called her Annie again, and with a warm attitude, the ant said, Then I'll have one. Sure, thank you, Andy. Once you try it, you'll want more. An Zhu smiled warmly, tied the fish with grass, and handed it to the ant. Seeing someone still undecided about buying fish, she again explained how to make chopped chili fish and its taste. Can buying fish also teach me a new dish? Give me one, I'll have one too. Soon, all the fish in An Zhu's basket were sold. She moved to another place, using the same method. She sold dozens of fish, and her purse grew heavier. Only then did she carry her basket of fish to Zhou's restaurant. Boss Zhou, do you want some fish? An Zhu took out the fish from her basket. I caught a lot, Boss Zhou answered without hesitation. Thanks to the dishes An Zhu prepared, the restaurant's business improved greatly. He believed he would earn back the 10 taels of silver soon. Miss N, I was just about to tell you that young Master Qian will come for lunch today. Zhou's words made An Zhu act immediately. Looking at the fish she brought, she quickly decided what dishes to cook for lunch. Spicy and fragrant boiled fish slices, twice-cooked pork slices, and eggplant stir-fried with green beans. Is this fish? Young Master Qian arrived early. When he saw the boiled fish slices, he was unsure. Can fish be sliced like that? Yes, I separated the fish bones from the meat. It makes it more flavorful, and Zhu carefully explained how to make the fish slices. Qian Xiaoyi swallowed hard. When he tasted the fish slices, the satisfaction made him very happy. These fish slices are smooth and tender and without bones. Delicious. Young Master Qian tasted the sliced pork again. The pork belly was cut into thin, balanced pieces with a mix of fat and lean meat and decorated with red and green peppers, making it look very tempting. He also saw eggplant cut into strips and stir-fried with green beans, which he had never seen before. It turned out that eggplant and green beans could be so delicious together. Young Master Qian, this is the last dish today. You can take it home to eat, she said. 10 taels of silver for 10 dishes, 3 dishes each time. Today's last dish was made a bit specially. Take it home to eat. Young Master Qian looked at her empty hands and asked, What dish is it? Young Master Qian, can you still eat now? And Zhu looked at him. Young Master Qian was also a foodie. Every time he finished 3 dishes, he would fill his stomach completely, leaving no space. Young Master Qian touched his stomach and waved his hand. Forget it, I'll save it for tonight. Then when will I get to eat your cooking again? Young Master Qian asked. The chef at Jufu Tower had left, and it was rare to meet someone who cooked so well. He really wanted to invite her to his home. All 10 dishes were learned perfectly by Manager Zhou, and Zhu replied casually. She wanted to earn money, but the young master was only focused on eating, so he clearly wasn't suitable as a partner. Young Master Qian frowned. What if I want to try new dishes? And Zhu spread her hands. Want to try new dishes? Does she look like a chef? When she opened her own restaurant, young Master Qian would be welcome to come every day. But now that's impossible. She needed to work hard to earn money and open a restaurant. With her dream in mind, An Zhu went straight to the fabric shop. She looked around and finally found Yongchang Fabric Store. As soon as she entered, she could see all kinds of beautiful fabrics displayed in front of her. The intricate patterns and bright colors made her feel happy. An Zhu reached out to touch the fabric, curious about its texture. Suddenly, she heard a loud shout, "Don't move." A woman came over and blocked her view of the fabric. She looked at An Zhu up and down with a sneer. When she saw An Zhu's patched clothes, her eyes showed disdain. "This is high-quality silk fabric, 100 coins per foot. Can you afford it?" The woman carefully placed the fabric down and said, "If you can't afford it, don't touch it. If you damage it, you won't be able to pay for it. Can I look at it if I can't afford it?" An Zhu retorted unhappily, showing that, whether in ancient or modern times, contempt still exists. "Can't afford it and still look," the woman said with disdain, looking at her. "I've never seen someone as fat as you. Being fat has nothing to do with buying fabric," An Zhu said as she stepped forward. "Are you trying to cause trouble?" The woman backed away and shouted loudly, "Shopkeeper Hua, come quickly." "She's trying to cause trouble." It was just after lunch, and only An Zhu was a customer in the shop. "Xiao Tao, what's going on?" The shopkeeper Hua came out from the back after hearing the noise. Xiao Tao quickly complained, "Shopkeeper Hua, she's just here to cause trouble. She can't afford the silk, but she still wants to touch it. I told her if she damages it, she can't pay. Now she's trying to hit someone." An Zhu sneered, "Your shop's fabrics don't even allow touching. How am I supposed to know which fabric to buy? I only took a step forward. If that counts as hitting, then I have nothing to say." She gently took a step forward. "I came here because of your good reputation for fabrics, but today," she sighed deeply, and her meaning was clear even though she didn't continue. "You clearly wanted to hit someone just now," Xiao Tao said with a pout. "Shopkeeper Hua, she can't afford it." "She apologize," the shopkeeper Hua said in a deep voice. "Shopkeeper Hua." Xiao Tao looked at her in shock. The shopkeeper Hua looked at her coldly. Xiao Tao awkwardly apologized. "Sorry, miss, you can touch the fabrics, but be careful not to get them dirty," the shopkeeper Hua said kindly, smiling warmly. As the saying goes, a smiling face wins over others, and Zhu didn't argue further. She asked, "I want to buy fabric suitable for work. Do you have any recommendations? Cotton and Raimi fabrics are good. Our Yongchang fabric shop offers the fairest prices," the shopkeeper Hua said warmly, not looking down on her because of her weight or patched clothes. Instead, she enthusiastically explained, "Cotton is a bit more expensive, 20 coins per yard, Raimi 10 coins per yard. How much do you need, miss? How many yards of fabric does it take to make a person's clothes?" An Zhu asked, knowing quite a bit about this. Usually, tall men need about 8 or 9 yards, women about 7 or 8 yards. For someone with your figure, about 10 yards. The flower shopkeeper's words were very ordinary. And Zhu didn't think she was fat. She estimated and chose half a bolt of black cotton fabric and half a bolt of dark gray cotton fabric, both in deep colors. "Please help me calculate the price." And Zhu still had a good impression of the shopkeeper. Sure, the shopkeeper, who had dealt with fabrics for many years, knew the price as well. She said, "Both fabrics cost 20 coins per foot. The total is 800 coins. I'll give you an extra foot as an apology." "Is that okay, miss? Our Yongchang fabric shop never charges more than 1 penny per yard," the shopkeeper added. And Zhu happily took the fabric. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Before coming, she had also checked. It was true. 1 yard of fabric costs 20 coins. She decided to be generous. After seeing An Zhu off, the shopkeeper's face immediately darkened. She warned, "Xiao Tao, if there's a next time, don't come here." "Yes." Xiao Tao lowered her head. Gongzi, young Master Qian, returned to the Qian residence and started to examine the food box. He heard the chubby girl say it was cold dish. He wondered, since it was cold, could it still taste good? "Young master, save it for night," Jinzi said flatteringly. "If you can't resist, you won't have anything to eat tonight. I just want to take a look." Young Master Qian glared at him. Jinzi looked worried. "Young master." He looked at Jinzi, knowing he would definitely want to eat it. "Bring it here," young Master Qian said, glancing at him. "I'm the young master. Listen to me." "Yes," Jinzi opened the food box. Inside, on a large round plate, shredded chicken mixed with green and red pepper strips and peanuts sprinkled with white sesame seeds. When he lifted the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Is this chicken? Young Master Qian examined the shredded chicken, looking surprised. Chicken can be eaten like this. Usually he ate chicken either in a delicious soup with various ingredients or roasted. He had never seen chicken shredded like this. It seems to be chicken, Jinzi said, also seeing chicken prepared this way for the first time. Young Master Qian reached out and pinched a piece of chicken, putting it in his mouth. Jinzi, standing nearby, thought, I knew he wouldn't be able to resist. It's so tender. Young Master Qian's eyes lit up as he tasted the chicken strips soaked in broth. They were very tender, and the cool sensation combined with a spicy, numbing flavor. He had only planned to try a piece, but before he knew it, he had finished the whole plate. Delicious, he said, reaching out again. Looking at the plate with only broth left, he was surprised. Why is it all gone? Young Master, I didn't eat anything. Not a single bite. Jinzi quickly shook his head. When he saw Young Master eating, he was so tempted he was drooling and hoping to get a bite when Young Master was done. But now, everything was gone. Young Master Qian handed the plate to Jinzi. Jinzi didn't mind and finished all the remaining broth. He licked his lips and said, Why does this taste so good? Tomorrow I'll go to the restaurant and order this dish, Young Master Qian said. He rubbed his round belly and let out a big burp. Jinzi, how can I eat the food from the fat girl every day? That fat girl was almost as plump as him. If only Miss An owned a restaurant, Jinzi murmured. Then Young Master could go to Jufu restaurant every day. Don't mention Jufu restaurant, Young Master Qian said coldly. He and the young owner of Jufu had been childhood friends. After opening the restaurant, he often went there to support it. But now? He said he wanted to explore the city and bring the chef along. Young Master Qian thought to himself, with such a big county, he didn't believe only Jufu's chef could cook so well. Jinzi was careful, worried that Young Master might get angry again. When An Zhu returned to the village with a cloth, she saw men, women, old and young catching fish in the river as soon as she entered. She carried her basket home and handed the bought buns to her mother. Mom, are you hungry? No, I ate some porridge at noon. Lumu looked at the cloth she bought and asked, Why are they all so dark? The cloth for Luhan was okay. It was black, which Luhan liked. But the dark gray cloth? Mom, I think this cloth is nice. It's dirt-resistant and easy to wash. Plus, dark gray looks elegant. And Zhu said, pulling the cloth and comparing it to her mother's skin. Mom, look, it makes your skin look whiter. Lu Mu examined the cloth. Seeing her daughter praise it so much, she didn't say anything. And Zhu handed over the remaining 200 coins. Mother, this is the leftover money from buying fabric. Also, the shopkeeper gave me an extra foot of cloth. Gift. Mother Lu asked. Where did you buy the cloth? Yongchang cloth shop. And Zhu briefly explained what happened at the shop. She said, Mother, the shopkeeper is very kind. After a simple meal, An Zhu went to the backyard to work. She wanted to turn the small fish pond into a big one, but that wouldn't happen overnight. Xiao Zhu, what you said last time was really good. Besides making meat filling, I also made chive and mushroom fillings. More people are buying now, Xie Xiaohong said gratefully. The meat bun business is getting busier. At first, she could only sell a few dozen a day. Now she sells over 100. Tian Aunt makes delicious food, so naturally more people come. And Zhu asked, Have you checked Uncle Tian's leg? Xie Xiaohong sat up straight, excited. Yesterday, I went to the county to see the doctor. The doctor said it can be cured, but it costs money. Congratulations, Aunt Tian. And Zhu sincerely said, Thank you too. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take Jin girl and her father to the county, Xie Xiaohong said, handing over a pound of meat. Xiao Zhu, this meat is my special way of thanking you. No, I can't accept it, and Zhu refused repeatedly. Xie Xiaohong composed herself and said seriously, Xiao Zhu, this is what you deserve. If it weren't for you, her father's leg wouldn't be treated. Now I just hope to sell more cakes and earn more money. By the way, I used the money I earned to buy flour and meat. I will give you the rest later. In these days, we've caught many fish and sold quite a lot of them. Xiaoman was very excited. The money from selling fish and cakes was bringing some income to the family every day. Aunt Tian, I should thank you. If it weren't for you and your help that night, I couldn't have taken my mother-in-law to the county. And when Zhu's family scolded us, you also helped us speak. And Zhu knew right from wrong. Saving Tianjun was good, but the Tian family also sent eggs to thank her. No matter how much they gave, it was the thought that mattered. After earning money from the meat buns, Xiaoman returned the initial capital to her. The remaining profit was used to buy flour and meat, aiming to sell more buns. Although Uncle Tian's leg was not good, the fishing baskets he made worked very well. They caught fish, yet he still sent her a pound of meat. The Tian family's gratitude naturally made An Zhu hope that their business would last a long time. Zhu, you must take this. Or should I deliver it to your house myself later? Xiaoman repeatedly insisted on delivering it, so An Zhu had no choice but to carry it home. As soon as she arrived, she met Sun San's wife, who also brought a pound of meat. Aunt Sun, did you all agree on this? An Zhu looked at the meat. Fat girl, this is to thank you. Aunt Sun smiled warmly. She and the Tian family knew the news first. Their family had more laborers and caught the most fish. When the whole village found out later, her family had dozens more fish than others. The river belongs to everyone, An Zhu said, refusing. There are fish in the river, but never this many in recent days. If you didn't tell us, who would know? Aunt Sun put down the meat and was about to leave, not giving An Zhu a chance to refuse. Thank you, Aunt Sunday. An Zhu expressed her gratitude without fuss and accepted it directly. Since they were from the same village, she would definitely share good news with Aunt Sun in the future. Mother, it looks like we'll have a good meal today. An Zhu asked Lu Mu how she planned to eat. How about spicy stir-fried pork? It's simple and tasty. You earned it, you can eat it however you like. Lu Mu had no objections. Her back had almost healed after resting these days. The meals An Zhu cooked were clearly better than hers, so she simply handed over the kitchen to An Zhu. After dinner, Lu Mu handed her the finished clothes. Mother, what is this? An Zhu wasn't sure if it was for her. The dark gray one was bought by her, but she didn't recognize the other water blue outfit. They're all for you. Try them on quickly. During her recovery, Lu Mu had been busy making 2 sets of clothes. The soft, fine cotton fabric felt excellent. An Zhu immediately went to change into the water blue outfit. The cut was very good, intentionally loose, with embroidered bamboo branches on the sleeves and hem, making it very beautiful. At the waist, Lu Mu also made special adjustments. When An Zhu put it on, she felt slimmer. Fits perfectly, Lu Mu nodded, very pleased with her tailoring. Even the pattern was chosen carefully. Previously, she embroidered mostly bright-colored flowers like crabapples, roses, and roses for Meow Meow, matching her youthful, flower-like age. Mother, when did you measure my size? I think it fits perfectly. Every woman loves to look nice, and An Zhu is no exception. Being very overweight is already upsetting enough, and she still wears patched clothes every day. She can only wash her clothes thoroughly. I saw it, Mother Lu said, examining her waist, which was thicker than a water bucket. Try on the other outfit. An Zhu quickly went back to her room and changed into another set of clothes. She chose a dark gray one herself. The color is a bit dull, but since it's new, it looks nice. Thank you, Mother, An Zhu said happily. But when she sat down and saw the rolls of fat around her waist, her mood suddenly turned sour. She didn't sit idle. She went to dig in the fish pond again. Every shovelful of earth showed her determination to lose weight. Aunt Sun and Aunt Tian both gave her some meat. To lose weight, An Zhu didn't eat any meat, not even rice. Just eat some vegetables? How can you survive on that? Mother Lu looked at the spicy stir-fried meat and eggplant with chili on the table. An Zhu only ate some vegetables and didn't touch the rice at all. An Zhu took a deep breath. Mother, I'm so fat. I need to eat less to lose weight. You don't eat rice 3 times a day when you're at the An family. Why aren't you losing weight? Mother Lu knew she worked very hard every day. If she ate even less, she might faint. An Zhu lowered her head, looking at the rolls of fat around her waist. If I eat more, I'll definitely get fatter. If I eat less, I probably won't. She was determined to lose weight. She didn't eat rice at all. The next morning, she got up early and carried fish to sell in the county. Is this the shortcut? An Zhu followed behind Xiaoman. This was the first time she went to the county with her, but they didn't take the usual main road. Yes, Xiaoman panted. This road is about half as long. It takes about half an hour to reach the county. But you have to climb up the mountain. The path is narrow and too steep for carts. It's very tiring. I'd rather take this road, An Zhu answered without hesitation. Walking the main road takes an hour and a half. Isn't saving that hour worth doing something else? Zhu, actually not many people walk this way. First, it's hard to climb the mountain, and second, it's more dangerous on the mountain than on the main road. Even during the day, I wouldn't dare to walk it at night. Xiaoman looked at the mountain peak ahead. As they climbed, it seemed like they would never reach the top. Now that autumn has arrived and the weather has cooled, there are fewer snakes, insects, mice, and ants in the mountains. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to walk here. Xiaoman pushed aside the tall grass, revealing a small path in front of them. Mom, next time let's take the main road, Tianjin said, exhausted. Climbing this mountain is too hard. This saves us an hour, Xiaoman said, feeling sorry for her daughter. If it weren't for earning more money and keeping the biscuits from getting cold, she wouldn't choose this shortcut. She looked at An Zhu nearby, wanting to comfort her, but saw that An Zhu was slightly out of breath. Compared to Tianjin, she was in better shape. Little Zhu, you're quite strong, Xiaoman praised. An Zhu shook her head. She sat on a nearby rock, feeling as if the basket of fish was very heavy. She was sweating on her forehead. Since climbing the mountain, she hadn't dried off. Her clothes felt soaked, and her throat was burning. She took a sip from her leather water bag and finally felt better. After doing this a few more times, you'll get used to it, she said firmly. An Zhu was determined to take this route, even though it was steeper and more dangerous. But in less than an hour, the scenery was wonderful. When they reached the top of the mountain, An Zhu let out a big sigh of relief. According to Xiaoman, standing on the mountaintop, they could see Yang County's town. Suddenly, Tianjin screamed and hurriedly moved behind Xiaoman. She looked scared and said, "There's a snake." "Where's it?" Xiaoman asked. She had walked this way many times but had never encountered a snake. She grabbed a stick to defend herself and looked around carefully. An Zhu reached into her basket and pulled out a fish. When she saw the snake's head, she threw the fish away instinctively and shouted, "Run." If it had been a small wild pig, she might have been excited, but this soft, squishy thing made her hairs stand on end. Just now, An Zhu was thinking about resting after climbing the mountain, but now she was carrying dozens of pounds of fish and running very fast. Xiaoman and her daughter Tianjin also hurried after her. They moved quickly down the mountain. When they reached the main road, Tianjin gasped and said, "That scared me. Why are there snakes now? Don't be afraid." "Today just wasn't our lucky day," Xiaoman said, though she was still trembling inside. To save an hour of walking, she was almost scared out of her wits. Luckily, they escaped safely. "We can carry some medicine to repel snakes and insects, then we won't be afraid," An Zhu quickly calmed down. Since it was her first time, she was inexperienced, but after more trips, she wouldn't be scared anymore. "We don't know anyone either," Xiaoman hesitated as she spoke. "An Zhu, there should be some in the pharmacy. I don't know the price, but carrying it with you is safe." It probably isn't expensive. When they arrived in the county and reached Washi, a kind lady recognized her. "I know you, the chubby girl who sells fish. I bought your fish yesterday, and it was very fresh. I'm here again today to buy another." "Thank you, ma'am," and Zhu handed the fish directly to her. As for being called the chubby girl who sells fish, she didn't bother to correct her. As long as she had money, she didn't care what people called her. This was her first time seeing Xiaoman and Tianjin's mother and daughter selling meat-filled buns. Their movements were smooth, and they spoke confidently. Their smiles were genuine. Xiaoman was selling buns, while Tianjin was collecting money nearby. After quietly selling a few batches of fish, An Zhu started to think. As the weather turned colder, freshly baked meat buns would taste best when made and sold on the spot. She needed to think of other foods to sell. She wandered around Washi and saw tofu strips and dried bean curd. She decided to make marinated vegetables. These vegetables are affordable, tasty, and don't spoil easily when cold. If she had small fish, she could fry them and dip them in chili for a very delicious snack. She acted quickly. An Zhu bought all the tofu strips at her stall, as well as a bunch of dried bean curd and dried chili peppers, which she packed into her basket. Xiao, why are you buying so many dried chili peppers? Xiaofang looked at her as she packed the peppers into her basket. The large handful probably weighed 2 or 3 jin. With so many, would she be able to eat them all? Tan Annie, these chili peppers will definitely be useful. And Zhu smiled and asked, have you finished selling? I want to go to the medicine shop to look for some medicine to repel snakes and insects. Dr. Song, do you have medicine to repel snakes and insects? And Zhu went straight into Yechen Medical Hall. Seeing Dr. Song, she felt especially trusting. Yes, Dr. Song nodded. These are common medicines, 5 won per dose. You can put them into a sachet. How long does this medicine last? And Zhu asked. She was afraid of snakes. When she went to the mountains or took shortcuts to the county, she still needed this snake-repelling medicine. Master Song said, it can be used for a long time. This amount is enough for this year. If stored well, it can be used next year too. Then give me a portion, and Zhu asked directly. Xiaohong said, Little Zhu, I don't want any. Uncle Tian still needs to treat his leg, and Zhu didn't say anything. She packed the medicine in a cloth bag, hung it at her waist, and felt very relieved on her way back home. Mom, I'm back. And Zhu put down her basket and started doing chores at home. Why did you buy so many chili peppers? And what are you going to do with the shredded tofu? Mother Lu saw her tidying the basket and was curious about the contents. Even if the family was going to eat it, they couldn't possibly eat so much. Uncle Tian said he wants to make cold, shredded tofu. I haven't delivered it yet. And Zhu grinned and pushed the basket towards Xiaohong. Anyway, she couldn't have any suspicious items on her. She quickly finished the chores at home, dug a little in the fish pond, and then started preparing lunch. For lunch, she made a pot of spicy fish slices. She ate 2 bowls of rice. The spicy, numbing fish slices tasted so good, she wished she could drink the broth too. Little Zhu, your fish is really good. I've never had such delicious fish before, Mother Lu said. Recently, her appetite was excellent. The dishes she cooked always tasted wonderful, making her unconsciously eat more. I also met good people in the county. When I was selling fish, I heard someone mention this recipe, so I tried it, and Zhu said. She had been selling fish every day lately, and Mother Lu didn't suspect anything. Little Zhu, why haven't I seen so many fish in the river before? She asked. And Zhu, focused on eating her rice, replied, maybe they just started swimming here. She didn't have dinner last night, so she needed to eat well at noon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the strength to work in the afternoon. After lunch, An Zhu used the excuse of delivering something to go to the Tian family. She took out the shredded tofu and the bought dried tofu strips. Today, we'll add some new dishes, cold shredded tofu and cold dried tofu strips. That way they won't get cold. Oh, Aunt Tian, weigh them for me. You know the prices, An Zhu said. When she bought them, they were selling meat-filled buns. After Xiaohong weighed them, she paid An Zhu according to the price, and then carefully started learning how to make these 2 dishes. Tianjun crushed the dried chili peppers into powder. An Zhu boiled the shredded tofu and dried bean curd until cooked, then began preparing the seasoning for the cold dishes. This sauce is very important. If the flavor isn't right, these 2 dishes won't turn out well. She added all the ingredients she had at home, then mixed the boiled tofu and dried bean curd into a large basin, stirring in chili oil and pepper powder evenly. The tofu and bean curd, which originally had no color, now looked very appetizing with a rich flavor. Once mixed well, let it soak to absorb the flavor. It will taste better by evening. And Zhu swallowed hard and started preparing the filling for meat sandwiches. Recently, besides meat, she also made fillings with radish and cabbage. The kitchen was busy and lively. Old Tian's legs couldn't move, so he stayed at home weaving bamboo baskets. His delicate bamboo basket was taking shape in his hands. Tian Bauer was still young. She did all the household chores and also went to the mountain to gather firewood. Aunt Tian, if we keep burning like this, we'll need a lot of firewood. An Zhu watched the never-ending pile of wood. She wanted to ask Feng to bring some, but it didn't seem appropriate. Right now, even if Feng had a way to earn money, it wasn't suitable for him to do it. It's okay. There's plenty of firewood in the mountains. My daughter and I will go gather some, she said. Xiaoman looked forward to the future with hope. Mom, Aunt Tian specially sent you some cold shredded tofu and dried bean curd to try, An Zhu said, pushing all the preparations onto Xiaoman. Lu Mu examined the new dish and asked, made by Tianjin? I didn't know she had the skill. Exactly. If I hadn't helped Tianjin, she wouldn't have told me, An Zhu said happily, praising her own cleverness. She added, Mom, today I caught a lot of fish. I'll go to the county to sell them tomorrow. The road is very close, so it won't interfere with the household chores. Lu Mu responded and asked, what's hanging on your waist? Snake and insect repellent, An Zhu replied, opening the cloth bag after taking a bite of vegetables. See? With these medicines, we don't have to worry about snakes on the road. The path is short but steep and overgrown. We even saw a snake today. Your cloth pouch looks so ugly, Lu Mu said with disdain, looking at her waist. As long as it can hold herbs, that's enough, An Zhu said without minding. Lu Mu asked, you have new clothes but don't want to wear them? My daughter, I am going to the county to sell some things. I'm worried about getting my clothes dirty. An Zhu hesitated to wear her best clothes. The original owner's clothes were better. Even if they got dirty, it wouldn't matter much, just wash them. Clothes are for wearing. If they get dirty, just wash them. Wearing patched clothes every day, don't you find them ugly? Mother Lu looked at her clothes with disapproval, feeling uncomfortable about the patches. My mother's patches are not obvious, An Zhu replied casually. She was still hungry but didn't dare to eat too much. She could only endure it and, sensing her mother's disapproval, quickly said, I'll wear them tomorrow. Lying on the bed, An Zhu listened to her stomach growling. She sighed, stop calling, there's nothing to eat anyway. She patted her stomach and said, I wonder where Luhan has gone. It's been half a month and he hasn't come back. It's better if he doesn't come back. His eyes are so sneaky. If he finds out something, it could be bad. An Zhu started thinking about ways to earn money. Whether it's selling meat-filled buns or cold tofu strips, these are small businesses. Making big money is difficult. Unfortunately, the young master has little money, and it's not easy to just take a few coins each time. What kind of work should Feng do for him? An Zhu thought about it but couldn't come up with a good idea. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep. Early in the morning, An Zhu carried fish to the county. Xiao Zhu, I think today's tofu strips and dried bean curd will sell for a good price, Xiaoman said with a smile on her face. After tasting them yesterday, she was sure they could make money. The ingredients for tofu strips and dried bean curd are inexpensive, but she felt a little guilty about the pricing. 3 coins per bowl, is that too expensive? Xiaoman asked while packing up, still worried about the price. An Zhu replied seriously, a bowl of vegetarian dish in the shop costs at least 5 or 6 coins. We only charge 3 coins. Our ingredients are plentiful, so 3 coins per bowl is not expensive at all. Xiaoman looked at the small bowls they usually ate from, which were much smaller than the plates in the shop. Aunt Tian, our cost is just 1 coin. We carry it from so far away. Shouldn't we earn some extra for the effort? An Zhu said, encouraging her. When they started selling, she shouted, everyone come take a look. My homemade tofu strips are even more fragrant than meat. An Zhu's words instantly made people laugh. A woman said, Miss, you're joking. Tofu shreds don't taste good. They can't have the smell of meat. Really? An Zhu said, lifting the lid. A fragrant aroma wafted out, mixed with various spices. Even though it was tofu shreds, the smell made people salivate. Try one, Auntie. An Zhu offered a small piece. The woman hesitated, looking at her. An Zhu smiled and said, Go ahead, Auntie. No charge. All right. The woman quickly ate the tofu shreds, feeling the delicious smell on her tongue. When she wanted to taste more, the flavor was gone, leaving only the fragrant smell in her mouth. She pouted and asked casually, "How do you make these tofu shreds? Why do they taste so good? Can I try some too?" The woman's expression showed she was very interested. An Zhu cut 3 or 4 portions and offered them to others. She said, 3 coins per bowl. Today, only 20 bowls available. First come, first served. Only 20 bowls? Hearing this, the woman immediately rushed to buy one. 3 coins could buy such tasty tofu shreds. She was afraid she'd be too late and run out of money. "I want a bowl. Give me one too." Everyone who tasted the food hurried to buy, worried they might miss out. An Zhu carefully packed each bowl with paper, making sure each was even. She didn't worry about some bowls being more or less. The 20 bowls of tofu shreds sold out quickly. She looked at the nearby dried bean curd strips and said, "Dried bean curd strips are the same price, 3 coins a bowl." Sold until gone. Xiaoman and Tianjin's mother and daughter watched An Zhu sell these 2 foods quickly, and they were stunned. The meat-filled buns she brought were popular too. They sold out in no time. Xiaoman held about 100 coins, feeling her purse grow heavy. Selling tofu shreds was more profitable than selling buns, mainly because the cost was low. "Miss, you're here." The owner of the tofu shred stall was very happy when she saw An Zhu. She had ordered 50 jin of tofu shreds, worried she might lose money if she didn't sell them all. "Boss, I'll order 50 jin again tomorrow," An Zhu said, packing the tofu shreds. After confirming her order, she went to another tofu shop with Xiaoman. Xiaoman asked curiously, "Is 50 jin not enough to sell?" "Aunt Tian, today our tofu shreds sold well. Maybe tomorrow, the boss will see and raise the price. We should find 2 tofu shops. That way, if one raises the price, we won't be worried." An Zhu is used to not putting all eggs in one basket. If one breaks, it's okay. She bought all 10 jin of the boss's tofu shreds and then hurried to buy spices. With so much tofu shreds, she needed a lot of spices. On the way home, Xiaoman's purse was full of money, all exchanged for spices and tofu shreds in her basket. This money won't last long, Xiaoman thought nervously. Just now, she thought she had a lot, but now only a few coins remained. Tomorrow, we can earn more money. Also, tomorrow we will focus on making tofu shreds. They don't spoil easily, and later, when we're in a shop, we can also make meat-filled buns. And Zhu comforted her. A shop? Xiaoman stopped walking, raising her voice a few pitches. "Yes. Otherwise, relying on us carrying things back and forth every day, we won't earn much," and Zhu replied confidently. "Uncle Tian's leg is still healing. Once it heals, he can do more work. I never thought we could open a shop," Xiaoman whispered. Nearby, Tianjin happily said, "Mom, Xiaozhu, if we open a shop, wouldn't we be our own boss and shopkeeper?" "Of course," and Zhu nodded firmly. "As long as we make more tofu shreds, we can earn more money, and then we can open a shop. Let's earn more money," Tianjin said happily. When they got home, Tianjin took her bamboo basket and started pounding chili powder. 60 jin of tofu shreds needed a lot of chili powder, not a small amount. Tianjin was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. And Zhu washed the tofu shreds and began preparing the ingredients. Peeling and crushing garlic was not easy. She and Xiaoman spent half an hour. The 60 jin of tofu shreds were divided into 3 pots to be prepared. "Mom, I'm back," and Zhu hurried home. The stove was already lit in the kitchen. Aunt Tian made more tofu shreds. "I forgot the time." "I'll do it, Mrs." Lu glared at her. Every time she saw her chubby body, she got angry. How could a girl become so fat? "This is my home. I will definitely come back." And Zhu quickly argued back, looking at her cautiously. "Mother, you can't drive me away." "I won't leave now." Once she had money and sorted out the household registration, she would definitely leave. "Then you should lose some weight. With your current look, you don't deserve my son," Mrs. Lu said with disdain. She added, "If you can't lose weight, even if you save my life, I won't let you marry my son. At most, you can prepare a dowry for me, so I can marry happily, right? An Zhu added, having heard this many times. She knew what Mrs. Lu was about to say. It was always the same few words. She replied, Mother, don't worry. I don't want your dowry. I'll save up my own money. Why? Don't you want to marry my son? Mrs. Lu raised an eyebrow. Many women wanted to marry her son, but she didn't even look at them. With me so fat, not only would Lu Han dislike me, but you would too, right? An Zhu shrugged. She didn't say she definitely wouldn't marry Lu Han, even if he had the same face. In her heart, Lu Han was the best. He died to save her, and she couldn't settle for a substitute. At night, An Zhu received a brand new purse. It was embroidered with green bamboo, with clear joints and bright green leaves. If you looked closely, the bamboo pattern looked like the character bamboo. Mother, is this for me? An Zhu looked at the purse, very happy. She praised, the embroidery is really beautiful. There's some leftover material, so I embroidered it for fun, Mrs. Lu casually replied. If you like it, take it. Thank you, Mother. An Zhu happily expressed her gratitude. Although Mrs. Lu said it was just for fun, the bamboo on it was clearly for her. She packed her old purse with herbs to repel snakes, insects, and mice, and put her money inside the new purse. Can we sell it all? If we can't sell it all, we'll lose money. That's probably over 100 bowls, right? On the way to the county, Xiaoman was worried. Yesterday, they sold 40 bowls, and it was all gone in a short time. Would they not sell enough today? It's okay. If one place doesn't sell out, we can try another. An Zhu smiled happily as she spoke. Recently, selling fish had made her purse grow fatter. The money she earned before was given to Zhu Yuan. It was like falling into water, no, like splashing into water and making a sound. The money she put into Zhu Yuan's hands didn't even make a splash. But even so, An Zhu planned to keep putting money in. Her Zhu Yuan was a treasure. Today, Tianjin didn't come along. It was just her and Xiaoman. While chatting, she thought about how to earn more money. Little Zhu, your purse looks so nice. Xiaoman turned around and saw the purse hanging at An Zhu's waist. She said happily, I've never seen such beautiful embroidery on a bamboo bag. My mother-in-law gave it to me. An Zhu said happily. Your mother-in-law is really talented. Her embroidery is even better than the county's best needleworkers, Xiaoman praised. Your mother-in-law's waist must be very good too. It's almost there, An Zhu replied. They chatted casually. From the first time she was out of breath, An Zhu had gotten used to it. When she entered the county, a woman who bought tofu strips yesterday excitedly came over. Fat girl, do you still have tofu strips from yesterday? My grandson said they're so tasty, even more fragrant than meat. Meat costs 12 coins per jean. 1 jean of meat with chili stir-fried makes just 1 bowl. With so many mouths at home, there's less meat to share. But tofu strips are different. 1 bowl costs only 3 coins. Even if the bowl is smaller than a plate, 2 bowls only cost 6 coins. Yes, I do. How many bowls do you want? An Zhu smiled and looked at Xiaoman, as if saying, Sister Tian, your worries are unnecessary. 3 bowls, the woman said happily. Not only her grandson loved it yesterday, but she also thought it was delicious. Her family praised her for buying good food. An Zhu took bowls and filled them. The woman took a jar and said, Help me put it in here. I've washed it clean. Xiaoman was responsible for packing 3 bowls into the jar, while An Zhu handled the money. According to Xiaoman, I have so much money. I can't count it all. Was I late today? Give me 2 bowls. I didn't get enough yesterday, she said. Me too. My husband said this tastes good, it's cheap, and it's delicious. 66 pounds of shredded tofu. Don't thank Xiaoman for worrying. It was sold out completely, and An Zhu's new purse was bulging. She put her money in her pocket, afraid someone might come to steal it. When An Zhu and Xiaoman arrived at the tofu shop, they heard the owner say he was raising the price. Yes, my shredded tofu is very good. If I don't raise the price, I will lose money, the owner said with a worried look, as if he had lost a lot selling to her. Boss Fu, I bought your shredded tofu because I saw how hard you work. I ordered 50 pounds yesterday, and you suddenly raised the price without telling me. That's not good business. An Zhu replied firmly. When I ordered yesterday, you didn't mention any price increase. Yes, the price I agreed on yesterday stays the same. Today, it's just 1 cent more per pound, Boss Fu said with a gleam in his eye. He had heard that someone was selling very popular shredded tofu. He chuckled. Just 1 cent more, isn't that fair? That's fine. An Zhu counted out the money for 50 pounds and handed it over. She took the tofu and left. Hey, are you not buying shredded tofu anymore? Boss Fu called after her as she turned to leave. 1 cent more per pound isn't much. I work hard making your tofu, and I even make less tofu than usual. Boss Fu, if it weren't for me, how could you sell so much shredded tofu every day? An Zhu asked back. When I bought your tofu before, you promised it would be good. Now, just a few days later, you're raising the price. Boss Fu, it's not just about my shredded tofu. When I make less tofu, you still earn money from the shredded tofu, An Zhu said confidently. She wasn't afraid of him. In this county, there were many tofu makers, not just Boss Fu. She chose his because she saw he was honest, and the tofu was good. I just raised the price by 1 cent, Boss Fu said, seeing that An Zhu wouldn't back down. He looked at Xiaoman and said, Miss, you and your daughter should understand. Raising the price by 1 cent isn't much. My tofu is really good, and you can't find it elsewhere. Please talk to your daughter. Xiaoman didn't know what to say. She simply stayed silent and looked at An Zhu, feeling that the boss was being unreasonable. If we can't afford the price increase, we won't buy. This is a small business, and I put in a lot of effort. If you raise the price again, I will lose money. I might as well stop making it, An Zhu said firmly and walked away, leaving Boss Fu standing there in surprise. If you don't want to buy, then don't. Mr. Fu angrily said that the county's situation was neither too big nor too small. Everyone should know about selling tofu strips, right? Mr. Su, how much are the tofu strips today? With Mr. Fu's opening, An Zhu decided to ask another shop owner first. Su Shun was a bit surprised, chuckled, and scratched his head. How much was it yesterday?
Still the same today.
Do you want tofu strips again tomorrow? Yes, I want to order 100 jin. Can you make that much? An Zhu asked. Su Shun's eyes widened. Miss, did I hear you right? 100 jin? Yes. If you can't make that much tomorrow, 50 jin is fine. Whatever amount of tofu strips you can make in the future, I want it, An Zhu said directly. When paying, she asked, Does your price for tofu strips go up? Su Shun shook his head. I've been selling tofu and tofu strips for many years. The price has always stayed the same. It doesn't go up. Good. Let's work happily together. An Zhu paid quickly and carried 30 jin of tofu strips away. What does working happily together mean? Su Shun scratched his head, looked at the money in his hand, and felt very motivated. Xiao Zhu, do I feel like I'm dreaming? On the way back to the village, the first half of the road was all uphill. They had to climb to the top of the mountain and then go down to reach Dongxing village. Behind Xiaoman was a basket with 50 jin of tofu strips. Plus, An Zhu carried 30 jin in her basket. That's a total of 80 jin. Aunt Tian, we will earn more and more in the future, An Zhu said with a bright smile. She was increasingly hopeful about the future. After all, in her previous life, she was alone. Her grandfather and relatives had left her. Even Lu Han had left her. Now that she was in Shichu, maybe she could live a good life. Yes, she couldn't live a wasted life, right? With this thought, An Zhu said, Aunt Tian in the future will expand this tofu business. Not only tofu strips, but also marinated peanuts, marinated broad beans, marinated lotus root, and so on. Eventually, it will become a special marinated food shop and will definitely make money. Yes, marinated meat is good too. People can buy it and prepare it easily at home. That's better than making it from scratch themselves, An Zhu thought. She believed that the people here were talented at making delicious food, but no matter how talented, not everyone could make tasty dishes. If there is already food available at a low price, she would definitely buy some braised dishes. Can you make so much food? Xiaoman asked in surprise. Xiao Zhu, how did you think of this? An Zhu's eyes twinkled as she replied, Aunt Tian, These dishes weren't entirely my idea. It's not. I understand. Xia Xiaohong interrupted her with a knowing look. Seizing the moment, An Zhu said, Aunt Tian, if my mother-in-law comes looking for you, you must say it's your family's secret recipe passed down through generations. That won't do. Xia Xiaohong quickly shook her head. If I say it's a family secret, my father-in-law and mother-in-law won't believe it. Then say you learned this recipe from a kind person while treating my father's leg, and Zhu started to persuade her. There are good people in this world. Seeing your family in trouble, they taught you this recipe. It makes sense. If they want to find someone, you can just say you don't know where they went. Make up a story. Is that okay? Xia Xiaohong hesitated, feeling that lying and deceiving was wrong. Of course, it will work, and Zhu nodded confidently. Aunt Tian, you probably don't want to keep earning money in the future, and your in-laws might come to take your money again. No, Xia Xiaohong shook her head. I want to be filial to my in-laws, but I don't want to support my younger brother's family. Old Tian, for the sake of the Tian family, broke his leg. Usually, old Tian did all the work, whether in the fields, in the mountains, or doing odd jobs, and all the money he earned was handed over to his in-laws. But in the end, old Tian's leg was broken, and the Tian family refused to spend a single cent. Just follow my plan, so there won't be any confusion later, and Zhu said repeatedly to Xia Xiaohong. As they reached the mountaintop, she looked out at the endless mountain ranges. To the south of Dongxing village, there were vast, deep mountains. Who knew what treasures might be hidden deep inside? Let's rest for a while. Xia Xiaohong sat on a large rock, exhausted from carrying 50 jin of tofu threads. The view from the top of the mountain is really beautiful, and Zhu sighed. No wonder so many people like to stand high up. The scenery from above is truly stunning. All mountains. Is it beautiful? Xia Xiaohong looked at An Zhu with a strange expression. She had grown up in the village, and the farthest she had been was the county town. She really didn't think these mountains were anything special to see. An Zhu smiled but didn't answer. When they returned to Dongxing village and reached the Tian family, they heard Tian Bauer crying and Tian Po scolding. Big sister, don't be angry with your mother. If Xia Xiaohong runs away, leaving you all orphans, what'll we do? Tian Po said kindly. Don't worry, I am Zhenya's real grandmother. I wouldn't harm her. I won't marry. Tian Jun hid behind her older brother Tian Lao. She was hoping her mother would come back soon. Stubborn girl, not marrying and staying at home to eat free food? Did your father raise you for nothing? Tian Po spat and scolded Tian Jun. Then she looked at Tian Lao and said, Big brother, if you agree, the other side is willing to pay 5 taels of silver. 5 taels. Actually, they were willing to pay 10 taels, but she had worked hard to raise this stubborn girl, and she couldn't let her efforts go to waste. Mother, I'll go ask around. If he really is as good as you say. Before Tian Lao finished speaking, Xia Xiaohong suddenly stood up. No, mother, Zhenya's marriage is something my husband and I will decide. If he's really so good, why doesn't mother let Zhuya marry him? Zhuya is still young, Tian Po said awkwardly. Zhenya is only a year younger than Zhuya, Xia Xiaohong reminded her. Of course, Zhenya should marry first since she's the older sister. How can a younger sister marry before her? Tian Po answered without thinking. She looked at the basket on Xia Xiaohong's back, but didn't pay much attention. She scolded, Xia Xiaohong, how are you taking care of my son? His leg is broken, and you're not at home to look after him. Instead, you let the children run around outside every day. Are you still fit to be a wife or a mother? Big sister, you can't spoil your wife. Now that your leg is broken, if she runs off with someone else, you'll be the one crying, Tian Po said. Tian Po kept mentioning her son's broken leg. Not only would Tian Lao be upset, but even Xia Xiaohong's eyes turned red with anger. She put down her basket and stepped forward. Mother, Tian Lao is your son. If his leg is broken, why don't you give him money to treat it? He's done so much for the Tian family. Why isn't it worth spending some money to treat Tian Lao's leg? Xia Xiaohong almost completely lost her temper just thinking about her husband's leg because of what Granny Tian said. Her anger couldn't be extinguished. Isn't the doctor saying it can't be cured? Xia Xiaohong, Have you become bold enough to argue with your mother-in-law? Big brother, look at your wife. What has she become? Granny Tian scolded loudly, while complaining to Big Brother Tian. Big Brother Tian, who usually stayed silent and let Granny Tian scold, finally spoke. Mother, Xiaohong has had a hard time these days because of my leg. As for Zhen's marriage, we will consider it. You. Granny Tian sat down on the ground, crying out loudly. My son is grown up, but I can't control him. I raised you with tears and sweat, and now I feel like I've raised a white-eyed wolf. I don't want to live anymore. What's the point of living? An Zhu, who came in a step later, watched the big scene. Although Dongxing village is small, with only about 100 households, these women are really good at talking. Granny Tian is like that, and Zhu Xing's mother is the same. Crying, making trouble, even threatening to hang herself. If this were modern times, they'd be awarded a small golden statue. And Zhu's gaze fell on Granny Tian's hand, wiping her eyes. The tears squeezed out so hard that it made her feel awkward. Mother, you don't need to make a fuss here. I have nothing now. I live in my old home, which leaks, and my leg is broken. I can't earn money for you. As for Zhen's marriage, I will never give her to just anyone, Big Brother Tian said firmly. Hearing this, Xia Xiaohong immediately said, Me too. Anyone who dares to marry my Zhen recklessly, I will fight to the end. In the past, Big Brother Tian often asked her to be patient. She would tolerate it. But now that Big Brother Tian finally spoke up, she wouldn't let her daughter marry just anyone. As long as her daughter is safe and sound, she didn't believe her Zhen was not capable. She was so diligent, she would definitely marry into a good family. Since the Tian family wouldn't compromise with the old Tian family, their partnership could still continue in the future. And Zhu quietly put her things in the kitchen. When she heard Granny Tian leave, she entered the room, closed the door, and said, Uncle Tian, your leg will definitely get better. Let's check the income today. And Zhu untied her purse and poured the copper coins onto the ground. With a clatter, the coins tumbled into stacks. The Tian family, who had been angry just now, suddenly became happy. Is this all the money you earned today? Tian Lauda stared blankly at the copper coins, so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. Before, when selling meat sandwiches, he only earned about 10 coins a day. Now, selling tofu strips, he had made so much money. Yes, all from today. Let's count quickly so I can go home and eat, An Zhu said happily. The money in front of her was pure profit. This was more than selling meat sandwiches. Since the tofu strips sold in large quantities and were new and interesting, they could make a good profit with small prices and high sales. 1, 2, 35. Tianjin lost track of counting. She said, No, I lost count again. Count in stacks of 10. 10 stacks make it faster. And Zhu said, stacking 10 coins together, then stacking 10 of those stacks. In the end, she just needed to count the stacks. Why didn't I think of that? Tianjin also followed An Zhu's method. Xia Xiaohong didn't say anything but used the same way. Soon, they counted a total of 156 coins. Is this what they earned in one day? Xia Xiaohong was stunned. Even though each bowl of tofu strips was made by her, she still felt very surprised. Of course, An Zhu said, taking half of the coins, 78 coins. Aunt Tian, we split the money equally. No, Xia Xiaohong refused. Xiao Zhu, you should take more. If it weren't for your teaching, we wouldn't be able to do this. Exactly, Xiao Zhu, you should take more, Tianjin agreed. Tian Lauda nodded in agreement. Yes, without Xiao Zhu, we couldn't have earned this money. And Zhu looked at the sincere Tian family and smiled. We did this together. The firewood was even from your house. Maybe I should count the firewood costs too. No, just a little firewood. It doesn't cost much, Xia Xiaohong said quickly. And Zhu replied, That's right. From now on, we are partners. We will work together to run the pickled vegetable business well. When the time comes, we can earn more money. She made up her mind. Once they earned enough capital, the pickled vegetable business would belong to the Tian family. Or maybe, the An family could also get involved, though she worried about An Feng, who was unreliable. We split everything evenly, that's perfect. If I take more, I might not want to work with you in the future. Let's earn money first. Future plans can wait. The Tian family looked at each other. After An Zhu's persuasion, they decided to accept the 78 coins. Girl, today Annie Tian praised the purse you made for me. When An Zhu returned home, she praised the purse. Mother Lu gave her the purse, and she accepted this kindness. Not bad. Did you sell everything today? Mother Lu asked. Yes, the tofu strips sold very well. I'll go sell more tomorrow. An Zhu replied with a smile. She had money in her pocket and felt calm inside. Mother Lu waved at her and sat down before saying, Xiao Zhu, I don't interfere with your business with the Tian family. Even though the old Tian family has split, the wife of the Tian family is not easy to deal with. Be careful. Mother, today Annie Tian came again, An Zhu said, telling her what she saw today. Mother Lu snorted and said, What good marriage can Annie Tian find for Tianjin? Last time she mentioned a widower, and this time, who knows what she's after? An Zhu said with a cold smile. She guessed that Annie Tian was after a bride price, probably 5 taels of silver. She suspected Annie Tian was secretly aiming for that amount. How can you run around every day and still not be thin? Mother Lu looked at An Zhu's figure. She saw how hard An Zhu worked these days. Others might have become thin from exhaustion, but An Zhu didn't look any thinner. I don't know. An Zhu shook her head. I sweat so much every day, but I just don't lose weight. It didn't make sense, completely illogical. An Zhu also thought she hadn't lost weight because her old clothes still fit the same as before. Logically, her weight should be quite high, so she should be losing weight quickly. You're not eating much either, Mother Lu mumbled. An Zhu pinched her waist and sighed inwardly. She went back to cooking. The Lu family's meals were good. At least 2 meals a day with plain rice. Not necessarily every meal with meat, but enough to keep her full. Zhu Yuan, you've eaten your silver, but you can't just give it all to the fish. Lying on her bed, An Zhu fed a tael of silver to the pink flower in her palm. The silver disappeared quickly. She looked at the few remaining silver taels and suddenly felt that earning less than 100 when today was too little. When could she meet someone like moneyless young master again? Someone foolish, but with lots of money. Fish wanted to sell every day, but it was too obvious. Selling fish didn't make much money, and it was dangerous. She thought that selling occasionally was fine, but doing it every day was not sustainable. The next morning, early in the day, An Zhu and Xiaoman carried baskets on their backs. The baskets held specially made rice steamers, perfectly filled with shredded tofu. Each of them carried one, and by the time they reached the county, they had wiped the sweat from their brows several times. Today, they returned to their usual spot. Many regular customers came to buy the shredded tofu. They made a large amount today, but after visiting several places, they still hadn't sold at all. Xiaoman was a bit worried, so An Zhu decided to go to Zhou's restaurant. Zhou the shopkeeper was very excited to see An Zhu. Miss, and you're here? About the money. Shopkeeper Zhou, I brought you some good dishes today, An Zhu said with a bright smile, interrupting him. Her smile was very cheerful, like a lucky god of wealth had arrived. What dishes? Zhou the shopkeeper was quick to notice. When he saw Xiaoman, he immediately stopped talking. He knew the wealthy young man would be arriving later. It's like this, we sell shredded tofu. You should try some. An Zhu didn't directly ask him to buy. Instead, she opened the freshly made shredded tofu and carefully served some to Zhou. Smells wonderful, Zhou said, taking a deep breath. Everyone has been talking about shredded tofu on the streets lately. Did Missa make it? How can it smell so good? Usually, people buy shredded tofu because it's cheap, but now it must be because it's delicious and affordable. When my wife mentioned this, I didn't believe it. I thought tofu couldn't smell as good as meat. Now I believe it, Zhou said, having tasted the product recently. His eyes looked at An Zhu as if he had seen a lucky god of wealth. It can be said that Zhou's restaurant was revived thanks to An Zhu's 10 special dishes. Now, they were busy every day, with work never ending. Life was hectic, but full of hope. Shopkeeper Zhou, you shouldn't say that, An Zhu replied with a smile. You haven't even tried it yet. How do you know it's delicious? Just the smell alone makes me crave it. If it doesn't taste good, I might as well stop being a chef, Zhou said eagerly. He tasted the shredded tofu, and its flavor and aroma were just as everyone said. It truly could rival meat in taste. He carefully tasted it and could identify many spices. If he were to make it, he wouldn't achieve perfect results, but a good 6 or 7 out of 10 should be possible. Delicious, shopkeeper Zhou said as he looked at the tofu strips in her basket. I'll take all of these, shopkeeper Zhou. I sell these for 3 coins per bowl, and Zhu reminded him. Shopkeeper Zhou smiled and said, no worries. I won't charge you a coin. Just trying to attract more customers, and I'll make up for it in other ways. Then, and Zhu whispered a few words to Xiaoman, who nodded repeatedly. Little Zhu, I trust you. It's okay to ask for less money. God knows how worried Xiaoman was when they couldn't sell everything today. Now, seeing the restaurant owner want to buy everything, even at a lower price, she was happy to accept. Shopkeeper, I have about 30 jin left. I'll sell it to you cheaply. I don't want you to lose money, and Zhu said, offering 30 coins less. It wasn't much, but shopkeeper Zhou looked at her with satisfaction. This girl not only cooks well, but also knows how to treat people. When paying, shopkeeper Zhou handed over the money, including the 30 coins. He said, today, this is a thank you gift for Miss N. If you come again tomorrow, I'll give you a better price. And Zhu and Xiaoman exchanged glances. Xiaoman kept thanking her. After selling everything, Xiaoman hurried to leave. She needed to pick up medicine from Yechen Medical Hall. She said, Little Zhu, I'll go get the medicine first. Can I wait for you here later? Sure, Auntie. Go ahead. I'll wait here for you. And Zhu replied with a smile. As soon as Xiaoman left, shopkeeper Zhou quickly whispered to her, Miss N, I was just about to send someone to find you. Perfect timing. Young Master Qian just sent a servant to tell you that he wants to invite you to lunch today. And Zhu looked a bit surprised. She asked, he wants to invite me to eat. If the original owner was a stunning beauty or a gentle lady, she might wonder if young Master Qian was interested in her looks. But she was just a big girl, so unless young Master Qian was blind, it didn't make sense. Not to cook for me, and Zhu asked again, thinking maybe shopkeeper Zhou had misunderstood. No, just to invite you to eat, Zhou said confidently. When the servant told me, I was also confused. I thought I heard wrong. He repeated it 3 times, so I'm sure I didn't misunderstand. Oh, and Zhu responded with a sound and sat nearby to drink tea. The tea from manager Zhou wasn't the best quality, but it was better than having no tea at all, as it had a hint of tea flavor. She wondered why young Master Qian was looking for her. He was quite wealthy. Chubby girl, young Master Qian's eyes lit up when he saw An Zhu. My name is N, with just the character Zhu, she corrected him. She didn't like being called chubby girl. An Zhu, young Master Qian said, looking around at the busy hall. It didn't seem quite right to talk here. Jinzi, go ask if we can talk in the backyard, young Master Qian told Jinzi. Jinzi turned and ran into the kitchen. Soon, he came back, followed by manager Zhou. Young Master Qian, there's a table in the backyard where we can eat without being disturbed, manager Zhou said, leading young Master Qian to the backyard. When young Master Qian came earlier, he also ate at that table. Manager Zhou took some peanuts and brought the best tea, then left. He told his children to stay inside and not come out. He and his wife went ahead to prepare lunch. And Zhu, your cooking skills are so good. Isn't it a waste if you don't cook? Young Master Qian smiled warmly at An Zhu. He was quite fat, and when he smiled, his eyes squinted. I don't think so, An Zhu guessed his purpose but didn't say anything. She played dumb, pretending not to understand. Young Master Qian tempted her. Don't you want people from Yangchuan County to praise your cooking? Don't you want to earn more money? Everyone loved money. Last time she saw An Zhu, she was wearing patched clothes, so her family probably didn't have much. Today, she wore new clothes, but they were made of plain cotton. People are busy chasing a few coins, An Zhu said. She loved money, but she had her limits. She wouldn't work as a cook at the Qian estate. She preferred earning her own money freely, more if she wanted, rest if she wanted. That was better. That makes sense, young Master Qian said, studying in Zhu. Does your family have scholars? He knew poor families often studied hard. No. An Zhu quietly sipped her tea and lowered her eyes. With her college diploma, just speaking in a refined way might make people suspicious. Young Master Qian thought to himself, then said, I have a suggestion. Why don't we work together to make money? I won't be a cook, An Zhu said directly. Young Master Qian paused, then smiled and said, if not a cook, then be the boss. How about that? An Zhu's eyes lit up. Young Master Qian grinned and continued, you have such good cooking skills, and I have money. Why don't we open a restaurant together? Opening a restaurant. That was An Zhu's initial idea, starting with a small restaurant, then turning it into a kind of rustic farm stay. But she had no capital. With her current small-scale efforts earning only 100 or so coins a day, opening a restaurant was very difficult. Unless she was like Manager Zhou, who opened a small eatery. Even small eateries like that had high rent, and she couldn't afford to buy a storefront. Young Master Qian in front of her. Well, he was rich. An Zhu encouraged him with her eyes to keep talking. Young Master Qian said, if we open a restaurant together, we can definitely beat the best restaurant in town, Zhu Fulu. Do you have a grudge with Zhu Fulu? An Zhu asked carefully. If she remembered correctly, Manager Zhou had said before that young Master Qian often ate at Zhu Fulu. No. Young Master Qian looked to the side and took another peanut to eat. If I have money, I want to do the best, and Zhu calmly took a sip of water. Such a name wasn't unusual. She didn't need to make a fuss. She acted as if she had never seen the world. And Zhu, what do you think? Young Master Qian stared at her. The chubby girl, despite being so poor, didn't speak up about such a good idea? Not bad, An Zhu said slowly, taking another sip of water. Young Master Qian, wanting to partner in opening a restaurant is a good idea. And then, young Master Qian looked at her, not noticing that his confident attitude earlier was now a bit off, as his mind was starting to get confused. And Zhu raised her eyebrows. Doing business together, the most important thing is honesty, right? Young Master Qian looked at her blankly, his eyes squinting as if puzzled. They had just started talking about business, so why was honesty involved? Of course, I am not interested in young Master Qian's private life. However, if it might affect the restaurant, I will think carefully about it, An Zhu said, making her words clearer since he looked confused. She knew about young Master Qian from Manager Zhou, but she wasn't very familiar with the owner of Zhu Fulu or their past conflicts. Qian Duo's suggestion was tempting, but if it could cause trouble for the restaurant, she needed to consider it carefully. She didn't want to get involved in complicated matters. No conflict, Qian Duo replied. Seeing her doubt, he added, the owner of Zhu Fulu is Mr. Chen, named Chen Shiming. We grew up together. He usually looks down on me, thinking I'm just a spoiled rich kid who only eats and drinks. I also look down on him, thinking he's too refined. Then why do you often eat at Zhu Fulu? And Zhu asked, surprised. They are enemies, yet he still goes there every day. Why not? Their food is good, so I go, Qian Duo answered without hesitation. We usually bicker a bit, but he once saved me. I try to be generous and not argue with him. But this time, he's taken all the cooks to the capital city to prepare for next year's imperial exam. That's too much. Later, I want to open my own restaurant and make him jealous. Qian Duo pursed his lips, feeling upset when he thought about how he had eaten almost all the restaurants in Yang County just to enjoy good food. And Zhu was silent. And Zhu, if we open a restaurant together, I can be the boss, right? Qian Duo's eyes lit up at the thought of beating Chen Shiming someday. That's possible, but I don't have any money, An Zhu said. Qian Duo patted his chest and grinned. I have money. You just need to bring your cooking skills. As long as every dish is as delicious as before, we'll be fine. Profit split 50-50, An Zhu said straightforwardly. Before Qian Duo could reply, Jinzi couldn't help but say, young master pays, at least dozens or hundreds of taels. You're not paying a single coin, and you want 50% of the profit? Jinzi's eyes widened, feeling it was unfair. And Zhu didn't answer. He looked steadily at Qian Duo. Qian Duo scratched his head and chuckled, Is 50-50 a bit too much? An Zhu was firm and said, without my cooking skills, don't talk about opening a restaurant. Even if you invest a few hundred taels, it might all be wasted. We split the profits 50-50, no less. Cooking skills are her greatest confidence and the key to running a restaurant successfully. Of course, connections matter too, but if the food tastes good, won't customers come? Qian Duoduo thought for a moment and then agreed. Can you manage the restaurant? An Zhu looked at Qian Duoduo with a smile. Since they would soon be partners, she felt more relaxed talking. I can't. Qian Duoduo shook his head. An Zhu spread her hands, showing she couldn't either. Then, hire someone? Qian Duoduo asked uncertainly. An Zhu chuckled softly. Hire whom? Is he reliable? Are you sure he can manage the restaurant well? Then what should we do? Qian Duoduo directly threw the question back. An Zhu said, I have a good candidate. We just need to share some of the profits, and we won't have to worry about it. She had thought hard about how to be a hands-off owner in the future. She didn't want a restaurant to hold her back. She wanted to be a happy landlady. Qian Duoduo asked, who? Far away, but close at hand, An Zhu finished her tea. Coming to the county today was a wise decision. Qian Duoduo glanced at the gold next to her and shook his head. Gold is not suitable. He's just a servant. Neither can I. I don't know how to manage a restaurant, Gold said, knowing his limits. An Zhu rolled her eyes. Master Zhou, what do you think? Master Zhou. Qian Duoduo stroked his chin and gave Gold a look. Soon, Master Zhou was called over. Young Master Qian, what are your instructions? Master Zhou bowed respectfully. Young Master Qian's father was a well-known wealthy landowner in the county, not someone a small restaurant manager could offend. Are you willing to open a restaurant with us? Qian Duoduo's words sounded like a gift from heaven. Master Zhou was stunned and stood there in shock. Qian Duoduo pounded the table. He frowned and said loudly, Master Zhou, if you're willing, then willing. If not, then no. Why are you just standing there? I am willing. I am very willing, Master Zhou said excitedly, unable to find words. An Zhu said, all right, from now on, the restaurant will be managed by Manager Zhou. Young Master Qian will provide the funds, I will handle the cooking, and our profits will be split as follows. 3 parts for us, 3 parts for me, and 4 parts for Manager Zhou. How does that sound? Manager Zhou will run the restaurant, and she will teach the cooking skills to Manager Zhou. This way, the division seems fair. What do you all think? An Zhu asked, looking at Qian Duoduo and Manager Zhou. No, I can't take the most. Manager Zhou quickly shook his head. He was surprised when he agreed to open the restaurant with him, but now he finds out he's getting the most profit. No, he can't accept that. An Zhu looked at Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo asked, why does he get the most? We get less. That's a good question, An Zhu praised. Young Master Qian, in the future, no matter what happens with our restaurant, if you have doubts or questions, just say them openly. Don't keep things inside, or over time, it will become a problem. When you earn the money, it might hurt your feelings. Because Manager Zhou will handle most of the work in the future, of course she should get the most money, An Zhu said with a smile, then asked Qian Duoduo, young Master Qian, you will provide the funds, but you probably won't be involved in the day-to-day affairs, right? Yes, Qian Duoduo nodded. Since he was a child, he was mainly interested in food. Managing a restaurant would be too much for him. So, besides teaching cooking, I won't be involved in the management, An Zhu said with a knowing look. Those who work hard should earn more, right? Right, Qian Duoduo agreed. An Zhu smiled brightly and asked Manager Zhou, Manager Zhou, you wouldn't mind giving up this small restaurant, would you? Would you like to join our restaurant? Of course I would. Manager Zhou's face turned red with excitement. She said, it's just that I'm worried I might not do well. She nervously tugged at her sleeve, never expecting such a good opportunity would come to her. Manager Zhou is already running her restaurant very well. I've heard many people say that Zhou's restaurant has a great reputation, An Zhu said seriously. But I must be clear, since we've agreed on the profit split of 3-3-4, we must not let money cause any trouble or hurt our friendship. I don't have any objections. I just think there are too many, shopkeeper Zhou stammered. An Zhu said, Then from now on, shopkeeper Zhou, pay more attention to the restaurant. Where will it be located? How should we decorate and design it? Young Master Qian, have you thought about this? It will be on Xiaobei Street, the busiest street in Yang County, right across from Jifu Tower. It has 2 floors and a backyard, so it's spacious enough. Qian Duo had already thought this through before coming. He asked, "What do you mean by decoration and design?" "It means how we decorate the place. We want it to be different from others. When people walk into our restaurant, they will feel it's special," An Zhu explained simply. She was ready to act, and the 3 of them went straight to the restaurant's location. "The fabric shop from a few days ago is empty now," Qian Duo said proudly. "Isn't it spacious enough?" "Yes, it's very good." An Zhu carefully examined it and praised, "Young Master Qian, you truly are young Master Qian. This is a perfect spot for a restaurant." The foot traffic was undeniable. Even before it became a restaurant, the street was always busy. Once the restaurant opened and the food was good, no one would be able to stay away. She checked every part of the restaurant, even the backyard kitchen, making sure she saw everything clearly. Then she said, "Young Master Qian, it will take a few days to clear these things out, right? I have some ideas for what to do next." 3 days. "I've already started having people clear it out." "It will be done in 3 days," Qian Duo replied. "If you have any ideas, come quickly and tell me. I will send someone to his restaurant." After returning home, An Zhu began thinking about how to change the restaurant. Since this is ancient times, there's no need to chase after old-fashioned styles. Just placing things randomly can make it look antique. She had many ideas to make it stand out, but how to carry them out was a bit tricky. 3 days later, An Zhu arrived at the restaurant. The messy shelves had been cleared out, and everything was neatly organized. She had discussed her ideas with the craftsman Master Qian had brought. "Why are these tables and chairs different?" the craftsman asked, looking at her simple drawing. It was straightforward, but it looked different from their traditional square tables and benches. A long table with benches facing each other, and the height was not quite the same as usual. "Yes, the plain square table and benches are too simple. I want to change them to something that can seat people together. Most of the guests are familiar, sitting face to face, which is more convenient. Also, this way, we can add more tables." This arrangement is common in later times, but in ancient times, I haven't seen anyone do it like this. "The height of the bench is also not right," the craftsman asked. "On top of the bench, I need a special soft cushion about this thick. The bench can't be too high." She gestures to show the thickness. "I have many more ideas," but the craftsman looks confused. They've never done these before. The craftsman looks at Qian Duo. "Listen to her," Qian Duo says directly. The craftsman listened carefully. "By the way, what should we name the restaurant?" Qian Duo asks while eating. "Should it be Qian Anzhu Restaurant? Treasure Gathering House? Delicious House?" Qian Duo suggests several names. An Zhu holds back her urge to roll her eyes. These names are not memorable and could be easily confused with other places. "I can't think of one." Manager Zhou shakes his head, indicating he has no idea. After thinking for a while, An Zhu says, "How about Fatty Restaurant? 3 Fatty Restaurant? What do you think?" Qian Duo looks down at his waist, and then at An Zhu's chubby body. His gaze finally falls on Manager Zhou. "He's not fat. I know he's not fat, but Fatty Restaurant doesn't mean everyone has to be fat. Think about it, if there's a fatty restaurant, just hearing the name once, you'll remember it, right?" An Zhu asks. Qian Duo nods. "That would be very memorable." Manager Zhou also nods, since he's never heard of such a restaurant name in Yang County. The 3 in the name doesn't mean 3 fat people. It represents that the restaurant belongs to the 3 of us. The fatty part is to make the name more memorable, and Zhu explained she thought about this name for a long time. "All right then, we'll go with that name," Qian Duo says lazily. Manager Zhou agrees. "I have no objection." "Okay, then make a signboard with this name. After it's done, cover it with a red silk cloth and make a flower ball to hide the name." And Zhu reminds him. Qian Duo asks casually, "Why?" "Of course, to make the restaurant more mysterious." And Zhu smiled, showing her white teeth. "Shouldn't we let everyone see it? People might find it strange if, when we open, more visitors come." Qian Duoduo thought the name was special and wanted to attract attention so that everyone would talk about the restaurant. This way, business would surely be good. No, no. An Zhu shook her head. While this might make people curious about the restaurant, curiosity has its limits. If the sign hangs for half a month or even a month without opening, wouldn't people stop finding it strange? Qian Duoduo thought for a moment and shook his head. I understand now, said Manager Zhou, patting his leg excitedly, trembling as he spoke. Miss N, are you hiding the real name of the restaurant on purpose? Waiting until opening day, when everyone's curiosity is high, then once they taste our food, they will never forget it. When they mention our restaurant, they'll think our dishes are delicious. Exactly, and Zhu nodded and gave him a big thumbs up. A unique name might seem like just a gimmick, but if we add tasty dishes, people will find it hard to forget. After trying once, they'll want to come back for more. Jinzi, remember this, Qian Duoduo said, glancing at Jinzi. And tell the sign painter to keep quiet about the name. Jinzi smiled and nodded, indicating he understood. And Zhu continued, I've thought of some signature dishes. When the time comes, we'll make wooden plaques with the dish names and hang them in the hall. That will add a special touch. Got it. Qian Duoduo replied, looking at Jinzi. And Zhu then asked, Young Master Qian, is there any dish that's inexpensive but tastes especially good or unforgettable? Something that makes people think of Sanpongzi restaurant when they see it. She wanted to promote one dish that would remind people of Sanpongzi restaurant. Cheap but not expensive, tasty and memorable. Qian Duoduo murmured her words, but for a moment, he couldn't think of anything. And Zhu looked at Manager Zhou, who was also pondering but had no ideas. It would be great if there were crayfish, definitely a signature dish. But she stopped thinking and suddenly brightened her eyes. River snails. The snail has a muddy, fishy smell and sand, so it doesn't taste good, said Qian Duoduo, shaking his head. Shopkeeper Zhou awkwardly explained, these snails have shells and little meat, and they taste strong. Plus, they have sand, so no one likes to eat them. That's why freshwater snails are very cheap. In the county's Yanchuan River, you can scoop up a handful, but no one wants them, a handful at a time, and Zhu's eyes immediately lit up. She said, Quick, go catch some more. I will cook a pot for you in a few days. I promise you'll want to eat more. Gold. Qian Duoduo just spoke and Jinzi immediately bent down. Young master, I will go catch some right now. Recently, Jinzi understood that the young master now listens especially to An Zhu. One more thing, An Zhu casually drew a chubby person and said, Can you add this chubby person next to the characters? A big chubby person next to the words Sanpongzi restaurant? And Zhu took out her drawing of the chubby little figure, which looked cute and funny. Sure, but why add a chubby person? Qian Duoduo asked. Never mind, I won't ask. I'll have someone add it and see how it looks. How big should the chubby person be? And Zhu carefully measured and said, Make the chubby person a bit bigger and the characters next to it slightly smaller. That way, it will stand out more. After discussing, Qian Duoduo asked, Why does it take a few days to prepare the freshwater snails? You can scoop up a bucket in a short time. Didn't you say the snails have sand? That's because they need to be raised for a few days after catching, and Zhu patiently explained. Keep them in clean water for a day or two, then add a rusty-looking kitchen knife. Change the water once or twice a day. This way, they will quickly spit out all the sand. Oh, it's so troublesome. Qian Duoduo could only wonder what the cooked snails would taste like. And Zhu looked at him with a gaze that seemed to say, Just wait and see. After arranging everything, she went back to continue making tofu strips. Recently, besides tofu strips, she also made dried tofu, cut into square blocks, fried in oil, then re-seasoned with broth. The flavor was popular with everyone. After a few days of experiments, making 50 jin of tofu strips each day was the limit. Switching to some tofu blocks also sold quite well. In total, about 70 or 80 jin per day was just right. Auntie Tian, how are Uncle Tian's legs? What did the doctor say? And Zhu asked carefully. Recently, she earned more money. So Xie Xiaohong specially invited a doctor from the county to check Tian Lao Da's leg. Xie Xiaohong happily said, Xiao Zhu, I must thank you. If you hadn't suggested calling the county doctor, his leg would have been ruined. She still remembers what the doctor said. If they had waited half a month longer, his leg would have been crippled for life. That's wonderful. Congratulations, Aunt Tian. And Zhu sincerely thanked her. As they packed up, they were stopped by Boss Fu. Boss Fu rubbed his hands and asked, "Do you still want tofu strips? I will sell them to you at the original price." "The price has gone up. We can't afford it." And Zhu refused directly. She didn't like Boss Fu's behavior of raising prices without reason. "I'm selling them to you at the old price, isn't that right?" Boss Fu felt a bit embarrassed, but after speaking, he raised his voice louder than anyone else. "My tofu strips are famous for being delicious," Boss Fu boasted. "I make 50 or 60 jin a day." He thought An Zhu would come back begging to buy more, but instead, he went to find the Su family. Seeing that the Su family sold so much tofu strips every day, Boss Fu felt very regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have raised the price. "But we can only sell that much each day. If we buy more, we won't be able to sell it all," and Zhu answered seriously. She said, "Boss Fu, let's work together again in the future. It's good to leave some room for future dealings. If the Su family can't supply enough later, there's still Boss Fu." Xiaoman listened to An Zhu and didn't say a word. "Xiao Zhu, are your tofu strips not selling out? Maybe you should stop making them." Lu Mu looked at her, noticing her worried expression every day. She thought there was a problem with the business. "No, our tofu strips sell very well. We sell nearly 70 or 80 jin every day." And Zhu smiled and said, "I just want to make more tasty food so I can earn more money. There's enough to eat at home, and you don't need this small amount of money," Lu Mu said, watching her go to the county every morning, work until evening, and then go to Tian's to make tofu strips. She was worried that An Zhu might be overworking. "But I want to do something. Having money makes me feel safe," An Zhu answered confidently. Lu Mu thought she was just worried about poverty at home and didn't say much. During dinner, Mother Lu kept staring at Lu Han's seat, murmuring, "I wonder when Hana will come back." "Mom, Lu Han is with Uncle Gu. Maybe he'll return soon," and Zhu comforted casually, thinking it would be better if he came back later. Without Lu Han, she felt the air was freer and fresher, and she didn't have to worry about being caught off guard. "I hope so," Mother Lu sighed. She had been waiting for a long time and hadn't received any news. Perhaps she had found the wind god doctor? With this thought, Mother Lu suppressed her longing deep inside. Maybe when she saw Hana again, his leg would be better. And Zhu guessed he went to see a doctor to treat his leg. Medical technology isn't advanced now, so healing legs is difficult. She was also thinking about how to prepare the snail dishes in a few days because she was craving them so much. After selling the tofu strips, An Zhu went straight to Zhou's restaurant. When Zhou the shopkeeper saw her, he greeted her warmly, saying, "Changing the water twice a day really helps. I've seen quite a bit of sand when I change it. Uncle Zhou, is the stuff I asked you to prepare ready?" And Zhu asked. Since becoming partners, and Zhu now called Zhou the shopkeeper Uncle Zhou. His real name was Zhou Wu. Yes. Zhou Wu took out a metal plate and fitted it into a large wooden block, following An Zhu's instructions. He placed the wooden block on the ground, and the metal plate stood upright. From top to bottom, there were 7 holes arranged from large to small. This is a good tool. If you want to enjoy delicious snails, you can't do without this, and Zhu said as she rinsed the snails in a big basin again. "Xiao Zhu, thank you," Zhou Wu suddenly said. "If it weren't for you, young Master Qian wouldn't have asked me to manage the restaurant." Young Master Qian signaled with a wave of his hand. Many people wanted to manage the restaurant for him. "Uncle Zhou, this is fate. I believe that anyone I work with must have good character. If someone is bad, no matter how much money they make, they will face consequences. I don't like people like that," and Zhu said with a smile, her chubby face slightly flushed and her faint dimples showing. "Uncle Zhou, keep it up. You'll earn more money in the future, and your wife Zhou can live a happy and joyful life," she encouraged. After washing the snails, she signaled to Zhou the shopkeeper to explain why she was making this metal plate. She held a freshwater snail in her left hand and a knife in her right, fitting the snail into a round hole. She said, "Uncle Zhou, look, Just a little of the snail's tail is showing. We can cut it off with the knife. An Zhu quickly cut off the tail of the snail. She placed the prepared snail aside and said, "Now just rinse it again, and it's ready to cook." "Impressive," Zhou Wu praised with surprise. "I didn't know you could do it like this, quick and easy. Of course. Otherwise, it wouldn't taste good," An Zhu replied as she continued cutting. Zhou Wu watched her and started to do the same. Li Lanhua, Zhou Wu's wife, brought over a bowl of freshly stir-fried chestnuts. "Xiao Zhu, these are fresh chestnuts. Try some, they're really delicious." "Thank you, An Zhu. I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat later." An Zhu smiled. Li Lanhua glanced at their dirty hands and sweaty foreheads. She turned to bring some tea. "Drink some water." "Thank you, Aunt Zhou," An Zhu said. Li Lanhua, curious, asked, "Are these snails really tasty?" Then she realized her question might not sound right and changed her words. "Xiao Zhu's cooking is so good. Whatever dish she makes, it always tastes great. I can't wait to try it. If you try it, you'll definitely think it's delicious," An Zhu said confidently. She and Zhou Wu worked quickly, preparing a bowl of snails. She carried the bowl to the kitchen to start cooking. To show Zhou Wu how to do it, he also began to learn. Li Lanhua took over the task of cutting the snails. When her two sons returned, they found everything fascinating and helped out too. Cooking snails is actually quite simple. The most important thing is the ingredients. When you have all these ready, it will make everyone drool, and Zhu explained each spice's amount before starting to cook the snails. Especially this perilla leaf. Cooking it makes the flavor so different, she added, tossing the perilla into the pan, and the aroma wafted out. "Am I late?" Qian Duo arrived just as the kitchen was filled with a delicious smell. Following the aroma, he entered the back kitchen, eyes fixed on the pot of snails. With all the spices, just looking and smelling made him feel hungry. "No, you're not late. You can rest for a while," Auntie An Zhu replied. "Once it's almost cooked, just add water and simmer. This way, the flavor will soak in, and the field snails will be perfect. How much longer do I have to wait?" Qian Duo swallowed nervously, stretching her neck to watch. She had been thinking about these snails for days. An Zhu paused and said, "About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." While the snails simmered, she returned to the yard and saw Zhou Wu's two sons cutting the snails. The small basin beside them was already filled with the cleaned snails. She said, "Uncle Zhou, your sons are really hardworking. Young people need to work hard, or they won't find a good wife," Zhou Wu said with a smile. His sons usually helped him at the shop and took care of their grandmother. They were very obedient and sensible. And Zhu teased, "Uncle Zhou, you should work a bit harder to help them build a family business, so they won't fight over everything." Zhou Xiaotao and Zhou Xiaoshu spoke in unison. "I don't want that," Zhou Wu proudly said. "Don't worry, I will give you what you deserve. But just because I give you things doesn't mean you can slack off. No matter how much property you have, if you sit and do nothing, it will all be gone someday." "I understand," Zhou Xiaotao nodded wisely. Zhou Xiaoshu said, "Dad, don't worry. I will earn money someday." The yard was filled with laughter and joy. When the snails were ready, she said, "Everyone come and try. How do you eat this?" Qian Duo took a bowl and looked at the snails, feeling a bit unsure. "Watch me," An Zhu said. She picked up a snail, licked it, and bit off the unwanted parts like the intestines. The remaining meat was in her mouth. She said happily, "Delicious." Like this, Qian Duo imitated her, eating the intestines as well. An Zhu looked around and took out a thin bamboo skewer she had prepared. "If you can't get the meat out, use this skewer," she demonstrated first. "It's not fishy, smelly, or sandy." Qian Duo ate one, and then tried a second. She found that if she didn't swallow the meat with the broth, it was hard to enjoy the flavor. Qian Duo put down the skewer and said, "I don't believe I can't get it out." After learning the method, she successfully ate a snail and kept praising. "So delicious. I've never had such tasty snails before." Zhou Wu and others also found that meat pierced with a skewer tasted better than meat that was pulled out with a straw. So, the sound of pulling snails has been echoing in the yard. Jinzi stood nearby, feeling very eager, and asked, "Young master, can I try some too?" "Eat," Qian Duoduo said generously. Jinzi sat aside and squatted under the big tree in the yard to eat. A bowl full of freshwater snails was quickly finished by everyone. It was spicy and delicious, and the taste was excellent. Qian Duoduo happily rubbed his stomach and said, "I believe that once you try it, you'll want to eat it again. Our restaurant will definitely be the best in Yang County. Then we should hurry up with the decoration and opening of the restaurant," An Zhu reminded. "By the way, don't say I made these snails. Don't worry. I ate outside, and then asked manager Zhou to make them," Qian Duoduo said. He really wanted to hide An Zhu because she was so good at cooking. If someone else hired her away, he would be very upset. Everyone praised the freshwater snails. An Zhu specially made 2 bowls, took one home, gave one to Aunt Tian, and kept the other for herself. "Aunt Tian, why are you crying?" An Zhu looked at Xie Xiaohong's eyes, which were obviously red and tearful, and asked quickly, "What happened? Where is Tian Zhen? They want to marry my sister to a butcher," Tian Bauer said tearfully. "A butcher?" An Zhu paused. Xie Xiaohong choked and said, "If he really is a butcher, that might be okay. But he's going to marry his foolish son. Marrying Zhen over there is like pushing her into a fire." This was no different from the last widower. Marrying a fool. How could old Tian's family be willing to marry such a beautiful girl to a fool? If you don't agree, can they force the marriage? You can separate the family. The officials already have the case on record, An Zhu reminded. But the groom's family came to visit, and they said some very harsh words, Xie Xiaohong said. She came home early today and happened to meet the foolish son's mother. The mother was about to scold her, pointing at her nose, accusing her of taking money, but not wanting to marry off her daughter. She also said that if this matter caused trouble, their daughter wouldn't be able to marry anyone else. An Zhu comforted herself. In ancient times, things were often difficult. Clearly, it was old Tian's fault, but if the other side really tore their face and threw dirt on Tianzhen, it would be hard for Tianzhen to get married in her life. But is there really such a suitable person? Xie Xiaohong has been busy earning money these days. She asked around through contacts, but since her family was divided, there weren't many willing people. There's no rush. We still have time after all. Tianzhen can't marry a fool. At worst, we can have her pretend to be sick, An Zhu suggested. Xie Xiaohong's mind was in a mess. The next day, even when she went to buy tofu strips, she was distracted and uneasy. "Madam, here are 30 jin of tofu strips and 30 jin of dried tofu," Su Shun handed over the items. Before she even paid, she saw Xie Xiaohong carrying the goods and trying to leave. Su Shun hurried to catch up. "Madam, you took too much." Xie Xiaohong stared blankly at Su Shun. "Thank you." An Zhu took the money. Suddenly, she saw Xie Xiaohong's eyes light up. She looked at Su Shun and asked, "Are you married?" Su Shun was stunned by the question. "Madam, I am already engaged. My fiancé is about to get married," Su Shun replied shyly, but his eyes showed hope. Xie Xiaohong's expression darkened. "I see. Someone like you probably has many people wanting to marry you. Tan Shen, don't worry. Didn't you ask someone? Maybe there will be news soon. Let's go find Tianzhen." An Zhu comforted her. She felt helpless too. This wasn't like buying vegetables. You just pick what you like and pay the right price. This was a person for a lifetime. "Hey, why isn't Tianzhen here waiting for us?" An Zhu looked around curiously. Recently, she had made some meat-filled buns and Tianzhen was selling nearby. Why was she not here now? Suddenly, An Zhu saw some movement nearby. She hurried over, worried something was wrong with Tianzhen. "I'm not your wife. You must be mistaken." Tianzhen was terrified. She had wanted to buy some meat to take home and help her father get better, but suddenly a man rushed forward and claimed she was his wife. Tianzhen was startled. Luckily, someone came to help. Otherwise, if he had hugged her, she wouldn't have been able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. "Brother, what are you doing with him?" An Zhu looked at Infome, as if asking, "Are you gambling again?" "Little Bamboo, please don't look at me like that. I came to sell firewood. Last time, you said you wanted to buy firewood, but you haven't come for a long time. So I brought some to the county myself. I even took out the 10 coins I earned from selling it. I didn't keep a single coin for myself. Are you selling firewood alone? Where's your father? Little Bamboo also understood that selling a bundle of firewood only earns a few coins. Maybe An Feng sold more because his firewood was plentiful. Father went hunting in the mountains. A few days ago, he caught a bamboo chicken and wanted to give it to you. I persuaded him not to, since mother is just starting to recover and she needs to regain her strength. And Feng looked more and more guilty as he spoke. Helping mother recover was true, and he and Xiao Xia also ate a little meat. I have meat to eat at the Lu family, so you don't need to worry about me. As soon as Little Bamboo finished speaking, An Feng grinned and said, yes, that's what I think too. Little Bamboo, don't worry. When I catch a wild chicken or something, I will definitely bring it to you. Don't go gambling, and I will be very happy. Little Bamboo saw that he really wasn't going gambling, so she relaxed and asked, by the way, how are you all together? Mother explained, it's because he saved me. Tianjin told the whole story to Xie Xiaohong. After hearing it, Xie Xiaohong was very scared and felt grateful and thankful to An Feng. She also gave him some money. An Feng's hand trembled. He looked at Little Bamboo but didn't dare to take the money. He refused, saying, I'm a man. Helping out is what I should do. Seeing that he really didn't want to accept the money, Xie Xiaohong bought 2 meat buns for him. Little Bamboo, this. An Feng swallowed hard. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Little Bamboo, if it weren't for your brother, Arjun girl would have been in big trouble today. Do you dislike the cheap meat buns I bought? Xie Xiaohong pretended to be angry. Little Bamboo quickly denied, no, Aunt Tian. I'm just worried that my brother didn't do anything and is just taking advantage. Thank you, Little Bamboo, for your brother. Xie Xiaohong kept thanking him and carefully looked at An Feng. He had a handsome face, tall stature, not fat or thin, but he liked to gamble. When Xie Xiaohong returned home and told Tian Lao about this, Tian Lao was so angry he trembled. But today was a coincidence. Even though he knew his mother hadn't given up, he didn't expect the other side to have such thoughts. Does she know you sell pancakes? Tian Lao asked. Yes, I know, and they mock us for not making enough money, Xie Xiaohong said with some relief. When selling tofu strips, the Tian family didn't see her. Otherwise, seeing everyone buying tofu strips, she wasn't sure what they would think. Just wait and see. Tian Lao took out his homemade walking stick and hobbled toward old Tian's house. Xie Xiaohong asked worriedly, Dad, what are you going to do? I was in the crowd and thought I saw Mom and my younger sister. If they deny it, I won't be able to do anything. Just wait and see, Tian Lao said angrily as he headed to old Tian's house. When Lu Mu heard An Zhu mention this matter, her eyes showed mockery. Selling your own granddaughter for money? They're not afraid of being visited by ancestors in the middle of the night. In the capital, they at least try to hide it. But they're so open about it, Lu Mu said bitterly. An Zhu didn't reply. Everyone would feel it was unfair that old Tian's family married a beautiful girl like Tianjin to a fool. But if it was a different kind of marriage, like a noble family alliance, people might envy her for marrying well. Even outside noble families, in Yangchuan County, anyone who married a wealthy daughter-in-law would be happy. No one cared if the woman was willing or not. And Zhu suddenly felt grateful for the Lu family, who brought her good luck. Although Lu Han was a bit cold, he didn't bully her. Xiao Zhu. Lu Mu sensed An Zhu's silence and thought she was thinking about herself. She awkwardly hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. An Zhu looked at Lu Mu curiously. What's wrong? When Han'er lost his breath, I was also. Lu Mu started to speak, but An Zhu already understood what she wanted to say. She lowered her eyes, thinking about the original owner, and heard Lu Mu's voice continue. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I thought that doing that could wake Hanu up. Lying on the bed, An Zhu thought about Lu Mu's words today. Her apology made her feel regret for a mother risking everything for her son. But how innocent was the original owner? She turned over and closed her eyes, deciding not to think anymore. The restaurant would open soon, and her big plan to earn money was about to start. Anyway, she wouldn't stay long at the Liu family. With this thought, An Zhu quickly fell asleep. After selling the tofu strips the next day, she went to the restaurant. Xiaoman carried her basket home, never asking where An Zhu was going. She only worried that An Zhu might be scared to go back alone. 5 days later, the restaurant will open. An Zhu specifically went to check around the restaurant. Surprisingly, with many people working together, things are moving very fast. The craftsmen are excellent, and the main hall is very special, completely different from other restaurants. When it's finished, adding soft cushions and some decorative paintings will make it look even better. The private rooms haven't changed much. By the way, you mentioned the soft cushions. I made a sample. Please look and see if it's okay. To prepare for the opening, Duo asked his mother about it. She knew he was starting a business and supported him a lot. An Zhu looked at the soft cushions made from metal, and she found it hard to say. They looked good, but placing them in the main hall didn't seem suitable. She said, "Young Master Qian, these cushions are too expensive. Ordinary people probably wouldn't sit on them, worried about getting them dirty. If they get dirty, they can be washed," Duo said casually. "That's not the point." An Zhu turned to her servant and asked, "Jinzi, if you went to a restaurant and saw cushions made of metal, would you be willing to sit on them?" "No, I wouldn't." Jinzi shook his head without hesitation. "These materials are better than my clothes. What if they get damaged?" "Exactly," An Zhu nodded firmly. "Young Master Qian, these good materials can be used in private rooms. But in the main hall, it's better to use rough cloth or fabric, cheaper and easier to wash. The colors should be darker to hide dirt and be easier to clean. Then I'll ask my mother to change them for me," Duo replied. An Zhu finally felt relieved. She asked, "I've already taught Uncle Zhou the new dishes these past few days. What do you think?" "They're delicious," Duo said happily. "These days have been wonderful, with tasty food every day, and he's been eating well. In the next 2 days, the freshwater snails will be ready. But the snails from the Yanchuan River aren't directly delivered to the restaurant. Look at the price," and Zhu reminded him about the snails. Duo looked at her blankly. "I'll have someone pick them up." "Young Master Qian, all the ingredients, rice, grains, and oil for the restaurant must come from suppliers. Nothing can be missing. Just send them over. We're running a restaurant, not doing charity, right?" And Zhu smiled and interrupted. "Every dish made in the restaurant is meant to make money. So, the snails shouldn't be delivered for free. My idea is, can we keep the news quiet for now and do it ourselves first?" Zhu did not hide anything and said straightforwardly, "I am from the village. Our Dongxing village is quite poor. I was thinking, maybe we can help the villagers earn a little more money." "That's fine." Duo didn't mind and looked at Jinzi beside him. "If you want to earn this money, I will accept it too." Duo thought for a moment and asked, "How much is a suitable price per jean?" Zhu shook his head, indicating he didn't know, and looked at Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu, who had run a restaurant before, said, "Freshwater snails aren't worth much. Usually, no one wants them when we give them away. But since we are buying, let's set the price at 1 coin per jean. They have shells and little meat." "Okay, 1 coin per jean," Zhu agreed. After returning home, he told Lu Mu about this. Lu Mu asked, "Are you talking about the freshwater snails you brought last time?" "Yes, they taste pretty good, right?" Zhu smiled. Lu Mu thought about how the snails tasted that day and said, "There's too little meat. You don't get much meat from the shells, even if you eat a bowl." "I won't go. I'd rather stay home and make clothes." His father, "What do you think of in foam?" Xiaoman asked while braiding tofu strips. In foam, after causing trouble at old Tian's house, Tian Laoda became more eager to recover his leg. Tianjin's marriage was temporarily put aside, but to completely cut off that thought, Tianjin needed to get married. Tianjin was already 16. If old Tian's family hadn't delayed her, she would have married long ago. "That's Xiao Zhu's brother. He saved Zhen last time," Xiaoman reminded. Tian Laoda frowned and said, "Xiaohong, you can't just like Xiao Zhu and marry Zhen to him. And Feng is a gambler. He even gambled away his sister. Would you marry your daughter to him?" Tian Laoda looked at her. Xiaoman hesitated. She initially thought he was a good match, but now she felt it wasn't so good. She said, I saw him chopping firewood and selling it the other day. It seems he has changed. Xiaoman, we're not in a rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Didn't you ask someone to find out about him? Tian Laoda knew how gamblers could ruin their families, selling children, wives, and daughters. Such a person should not marry into the family. Aunt Tian, are you at home? Zhumo's voice came from outside. Xiaohong paused. It felt like she was caught talking about someone behind their back. Hearing Zhumo's voice and seeing her in person, she felt a bit afraid to look at her. An Zhu was very happy and didn't notice her. She said, Auntie, I have good news, but I don't know if you would like to hear it. What good news? Xiaohong looked at An Zhu with curiosity. Even Tian Laoda put down the basket he was working on. Uncle Tian's woven basket frame can be useful now. Auntie, do you remember the shopkeeper Zhou who bought our tofu strips? An Zhu asked. Yes, I remember. Xiaohong nodded repeatedly. Shopkeeper Zhou buys 20 jin of tofu strips and 10 jin of dried tofu every day. She remembered clearly. Well, he is planning to open a restaurant with someone else. They need to collect river snails, 1 cent per jin. What do you think, Auntie? An Zhu said, not mentioning that she also had a share in the restaurant. 1 cent per jin. Laoda's voice rose a few pitches. They rarely ate those snails because they were fishy, smelly, and sandy. No one wanted to bother collecting them, let alone sell. Yes, 1 cent per jin. An Zhu nodded. This news isn't known to anyone yet, so we can dig some river snails and sell them in the county. My legs aren't good, Laoda said anxiously. He could only watch others do the work to earn money. An Zhu smiled and said, Uncle Tian, your basket weaving is very good. I only have 1 basket at home. Maybe I can buy one from you? Buy what? I'll give it to you, Laoda said generously. He couldn't move his legs at home, so he wove baskets. They weren't worth much money, but it was better than sitting at home and earning nothing. Yes, listen to your uncle. Don't take money, or I will be angry, Xiaohong said in agreement. She asked, Xiao Zhu, I want to ask, how many jin of river snails does shopkeeper Zhou need? Any amount he wants, An Zhu replied. The restaurant just opened, and river snails are a main dish. If they sell a few hundred jin a day, they need to prepare enough now. If they run out, it would be bad. Okay, Xiaohong said. I'll go to my parents' house and ask my brother and them to help gather some too. She was eager to leave immediately. An Zhu stopped her and said, Annie Tian, I want to tell you something. I also want to share this news with third aunt. Aunt Sun-san, the wife of village head Sun Detsai, was the one who mediated during the previous dispute when Zhu Pozi came to cause trouble. She caught some fish and earned some money, and she also brought back a pound of meat. Although a pound of meat isn't worth much compared to the fish she caught, it shows that Aunt Sun-san is a kind person. All right, Xiaohong said, then asked, would you like me to go with you? That would be very kind of Aunt Tian, and Zhu thought. She originally wanted her mother-in-law to go, but Mother Lu doesn't like to go out. Don't mention it. It's such a good thing, and you're thinking of us, Xiaohong said happily. When they arrived at Aunt Sun-san's house, she was taking care of her grandson. The little boy was running around happily, chubby and adorable. Welcome, dear guests. What wind blew you here? Aunt Sun-san smiled brightly when she saw An Zhu. She brought out freshly roasted pumpkin seeds. Try my freshly roasted pumpkin seeds. Thank you, Aunt San. An Zhu politely declined. She didn't wait and directly said, Aunt San, I came here because I have something to discuss. Aunt Sun-san moved a stool for her and said, let's sit down and talk while eating some seeds. Tan Aunt and I sell some snacks in the county. We met a shopkeeper named Zhou. He wants to buy river snails, 1 coin per jin. Tan Aunt and I discussed it, and since there are plenty of river snails in our river and along the Chuan River, if the villagers hear about it early, we could earn more money. Oh, Aunt Sun-san was excited. She held An Zhu's hand, her eyes full of affection, like she was seeing her own daughter. She asked, can river snails really sell for 1 coin per jin? Aunt Sun-san knew about Xiaohong's situation. If this was really a good opportunity, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to compete for it. Yes, really, An Zhu said confidently. Shopkeeper Zhou said he would buy as many jean as we have. That's wonderful. The villagers will thank you, Aunt Sun San exclaimed excitedly. She called out Sun Ditsai, who came out of the house. After she explained the matter, Sun Ditsai's eyes lit up. East Xing village is poor, mainly because they have very little land and few sources of income. If they could really catch river snails, and each person could catch over 10 jean, that would be quite a lot. Lu Han's wife, do you mean they really buy as many jean of river snails as we can catch? Over the years, no one has eaten river snails, Sun Ditsai asked worriedly. And Zhu replied, Uncle Sun, they will definitely buy hundreds of jean. If it reaches nearly 1,000 jean, the restaurant probably couldn't even finish eating that much. Uncle Sun, you can collect freshwater snails every day, not just once a day, and Zhu said. She meant that this way, the income would be steady over time. All right, Lu Han's wife, I thank you on behalf of the villagers, Sun Ditsai said excitedly. Even if a family catches 20 or 30 jean, they earn 20 or 30 coins. This money comes faster than doing other work. Plus, since they collect snails every day over time, everyone's pockets will be a bit fuller. Uncle Sun, I don't expect thanks from everyone. I just hope they won't isolate our Lu family, and Zhu smiled. She knew that Lu's mother had been isolated in the village. When she had trouble, they couldn't even get a carriage. If they had a stable place in Dongxing village, would Grandma Zhu still dare to bully them? Aunt Sun San smiled awkwardly, wanting to say something but not knowing what. Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, I don't mean anything bad. Last time, I was scared when I rented the ox cart. The Lu family came from outside the village. I just married into this family. Lu Han and Uncle Gu had to go out. It was just me and my mother-in-law at home. Suddenly, my mother-in-law hurt her back. Grandma Zhu wanted a high price and she even made me kneel to save her. And Zhu looked scared and said, luckily, Aunt Tian was with me, helping me carry my mother-in-law to the county. Otherwise, her back wouldn't have healed so quickly. Grandma Zhu really went too far, Aunt Sun San scolded. Don't worry, next time she dares to do this, I'll stand with you. Cough. Sun Ditsai cleared his throat and said fairly, who is right? I, as the village head, will stand on that side. Don't worry, once you're registered in Dongxing village, you're part of the village. I will be fair and impartial. And Zhu smiled and changed the subject. Do you know where the snail collection spot will be tomorrow? It can be right outside my house, under the big tree. Xiao Zhu, does that work for you? Aunt Sun San casually said. And Zhu nodded happily, agreed on the time, and then left. Xia Xiuhong asked confusedly, Xiao Zhu, why do you want to collect snails at the village head's house? And Fuchuan was about to leave with Infeng when he saw the chubby figure from afar. He excitedly asked, did the Lu family bully you? I will go fight them. And Feng rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to start a fight. And Zhu quickly interrupted. No, they didn't bully me. And Fuchuan and Infeng clearly didn't believe him. And Zhu pointed to his clothes and said, look, this is the new outfit my mother-in-law made for me. Did the chubby girl get bullied? Inside the house, Lu Yu heard the news and hurried out. She just saw the clothes on Zhu. No, I wasn't bullied. I came early today to tell you about a money-making business, and Zhu changed the subject. Snails that cost 1 coin per jean. The more you find, the more you can sell. And Fuchuan was stunned and asked, people want those things too? Yes, they do, and Feng said excitedly. There are so many snails in Yanchuan River. I cooked some to eat, roasted some. But they weren't very good, fishy and sandy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the county to find snails now. Since fewer people know about this, we can gather more, and Zhu said, taking out her basket. Bring your things, and let's hurry to Yanchuan River. I'll go too, and Xia rubbed her eyes and ran over. I can do it too. Xia, stay at home. Lu Yu just spoke, but Xia held in Zhu's hand and said, Sister, will you take me? I can work too. I can go to shallow water to find snails. And Xia thought collecting snails was very fun. Chubby girl, who told you to collect snails? On the way to the county, and Fuchuan asked. Everyone was carrying baskets. Even Xia had a small basket on her back. And Zhu repeated what she had told Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun earlier. And Fuchuan said, you should thank Manager Zhou. He told us about this good opportunity. I already thanked him, An Zhu said with a smile. When they reached Yanchuan River, she noticed it was different from what she imagined. The river around Yangchuan County was very wide. Exactly here. We caught many snails here before, and Feng said excitedly. He took off his shoes and socks, then stepped into the water. Bending over, he reached into the water and soon caught a handful of snails. Look at how big these snails are. Not bad. If we gather enough today, we can make money. And Zhu smiled as she prepared to go into the water, but An Fuchuan stopped her. Your mother and the others stay on the shore to pick, while Xiaoman and I go into the water to gather clams. And Fuchuan, like Xiaoman, took off his shoes and socks and went into the water. It was early autumn, and the water was a bit cold, but they still enjoyed the excitement of collecting freshwater snails. Luyu helped An Zhu and An Xia gather the snails they caught and put them into baskets. The whole family was busy and happy. When all 5 baskets were full, and Feng, exhausted, lay on the ground and said, I can't go on. My back is sore. Can it be my turn now? And Zhu smiled. After washing her hands, she went to buy meat buns. This time, she bought enough. Both An Fuchuan and An Feng each ate 8 buns. Lu Yu and An Zhu each took some, and An Xia took one. Xia, come here. I'll hold the snails. And Fuchuan said, taking the snails from An Xia's back. Little Zhu, do you think someone will buy these snails? And Fuchuan, after inspecting the snails, started to worry. And Zhu didn't say anything and headed straight to Zhou's restaurant. Zhou Wu saw her and greeted her warmly. Uncle Zhou, we're here to sell snails. All right. Zhou Wu looked at the honest-looking group of 4 and asked, who are these people? This is my parents, my older brother, and my sister. Uncle Zhou, thank you for telling me about buying snails, and Zhu said directly, worried that Zhou Wu might accidentally reveal something. She wasn't unwilling to talk, but she was afraid the An family might ask questions or find out something suspicious. No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot. Zhou Wu understood her meaning. He straightforwardly priced the snails, 180 jin of snails for 180 coins. Zhou Wu paid immediately. When An Fuchuan received the money, he was stunned. Father, we have money now, and Feng said excitedly, looking at the snails and already thinking about how to cook the meat. Let's go buy some meat. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. And Xia also looked eagerly at An Fuchuan, craving meat as well. Yes, let's eat meat, An Fuchuan said happily. Father, mother, I have something to do. Maybe you should go back first. And Zhu still needed to discuss opening the business. She was worried she wouldn't be able to return soon. The restaurant's business improved, so An Zhu handed over the tofu business to Xie Xiaohong. She no longer took half the profit but kept a 30% share, and in the future, she planned to teach a few more braised dish recipes. It's okay. We'll wait outside and go back together, An Fuchuan said, sitting down in a shady alley. Dad, I'll be back soon. And Zhu noticed his worried look. She thought for a moment, and then went to speak with Zhou Wu. Uncle Zhou, I go back quickly and have a good meal. Zhou Wu smiled warmly. He didn't ask why she didn't tell her family, and Zhu didn't explain further. She finished what she needed to say, and then added, please ask someone to collect freshwater snails from the village chief's house in Dongxing village. No trouble at all. Don't worry, I'll go there this evening, Zhou Wu replied. Let's go home together, and Fuchuan said, holding some money. He took out 30 coins to buy meat and flour. The family planned to make dumplings for lunch. Dad, isn't 2 jin of meat too little? And Feng asked, holding up. We earned 180 coins today, and we're only buying 2 jin of meat? All right, then let's buy 3 jin, and Fuchuan said, giving him a stern look. He added another jin of meat and a big bone to help his wife strengthen her health. And Feng happily went to buy the meat and bone. There's no need to buy more bones. That's a waste, Lu Yu thought, feeling reluctant to spend more money on bones. Mom, tomorrow I can still go collect snails and earn money, and Zhu said with a smile. She then asked, Brother, haven't you been gambling lately? No, and Xia answered loudly. Brother goes to chop firewood every day and sells it to earn money. Good, and Zhu praised. And Fuchuan counted out 50 copper coins and handed them over. Xiao Zhu, This is the money you earned from collecting snails and selling buns. Dad, I can't accept this. An Zhu refused. And Fuchuan said, take it. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how to earn money from collecting snails or selling to Manager Zhou. Keep some extra money for yourself. If you want something, don't hesitate to buy it. Here, take it, Xiao Zhu. Otherwise, your dad and I will worry, Lu Yu said from beside them. And Zhu thought for a moment, took the money for the buns and said, the snail is something Dad and my brother caught. I'll just take the money for the buns. Later, I want to eat meat and bone soup. Mom and Dad won't chase me away, right? Look at what you're saying. We're family. Of course we won't chase you away, Lu Yu said angrily, looking at her. When they returned to the in-family house, An Zhu was in charge of lighting the fire, while Lu Yu cooked the bones and dried beans together. Lu Yu was very skilled at making dough and pancakes. An Zhu only knew from the original owner's memory that Lu Yu's food was delicious. Whatever she made always turned out very tasty. Even when making dumplings, An Zhu noticed that Lu Yu's filling was different. She even added an egg. Mom, why do you add an egg? An Zhu asked. Lu Yu smiled and replied, of course, to make the meat filling more tender and tasty. That's a little secret. After mixing the meat filling, Lu Yu added chopped chives and stirred everything together. Finally, she added a little water. Kneading dough takes practice, but when making dumplings, the crescent shapes she made looked even better than those sold elsewhere. Mom, I want to try making dumplings too, An Zhu said, trying to imitate Lu Yu. As soon as she started, her hands automatically made a dumpling. She heard Lu Yu praising her. Little Zhu, your dumplings look nice. Mom, An Zhu looked at the dumpling in her hand, took a deep breath. She realized how powerful her memories were. She used to love making crescent-shaped dumplings. The folds she pinched were always of a good size. Not bad, you're improving, Lu Yu praised without any doubt. An Zhu relaxed and said, it's all because I watch Mom make them often. I learned from her. I must be good at cooking because I learned from Mom. Before, I couldn't say a word all day. Now that I got married, I talk more, Lu Yu said happily, looking at her. When she decided to let her go marry, she was very conflicted. On one hand, her son, and on the other, little Zhu. If they couldn't come up with 10 taels of silver, her son's leg wouldn't be saved. Her son's pleading, little Zhu's marriage prospects, because she was too fat, things hadn't gone smoothly. The Lu family had only settled in Dongxing village for half a year, but their son was very handsome. They didn't seem like ordinary people. If little Zhu married into their family, she would at least have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. Now, seeing her happy, Lu Yu felt relieved. Girl, when someone has a mouth, they should use it to talk. Otherwise, my mother-in-law and I just stare at each other in silence, and Zhu took the opportunity to speak, laying the foundation for her gradual change. The dumplings were not only pretty, but also tasted excellent. With each bite, the flavor of chives mixed with meat and broth, creating a wonderful taste. Delicious, An Zhu praised. She looked up and saw An Feng and An Xia, the brother and sister, eating dumplings with their heads down. They were blowing on the hot food but still eating eagerly. And Fuchuan ate quickly, one after another. The bone soup cooked with flat beans was very fresh and sweet. As they drank the soup and ate dumplings, they gradually filled their stomachs. This is so good. And Feng patted his stomach, let out a burp, and then picked up another dumpling to eat. Brother, be careful not to overeat and hurt your stomach, An Zhu warned when she saw that An Feng looked full but still wanted to eat. An Feng glared at her irritably. Can't you say something nice? As long as you don't gamble, work hard every day, and eat meat regularly, An Zhu said differently. If you eat meat every day, you won't feel uncomfortable like today, and you won't be reluctant to put down your chopsticks. And Feng's eyes twinkled. Fatty, do you want some river snails? Yes, but there's a limit. If you tell your friends, they might refuse to sell to you, An Zhu warned, glancing at him as if she could guess what he was thinking. Xiao Zhu, they are my friends, my brothers, An Feng corrected. An Zhu crossed her arms. Then why don't they lend you money to pay off your gambling debts? Why do they want to sell me instead? An Feng was speechless. He was in the wrong. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, feeling uncomfortable. "Dad, what are you doing?" And Feng saw An Fuchuan carrying a basket and asked quickly. "Of course, I'm going to catch river snails. Catch more so we can sell more tomorrow." And Fuchuan thought, taking advantage of the fact that no one knew snails could be sold for money. He packed his basket and looked back at him. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and follow. I'm still full," and Feng said, rubbing his stomach uncomfortably. And Fuchuan glared at him. "Isn't that a good time to digest? Mom, I brought back quite a few river snails." When An Zhu returned home, she specially learned how to prepare freshwater snails to eat that night. She also brought some back to share with Mother Lu. "You're not just selling snails, but you've also learned how to cook them." Mother Lu raised an eyebrow. Last time, she wanted to ask about it after tasting, and now that she had tasted again, she directly asked, "Mom, I didn't learn how to cook from anyone," and Zhu said, holding a bamboo skewer and eating the snails. "Of course, we sell a lot of snails, and the shopkeeper kindly gave me some to try." Mother Lu looked at her with a skeptical expression, as if thinking, "Does she think I'm stupid?" And Zhu earnestly said, "Mom, I'm telling the truth. The shopkeeper kindly gave me some to try. If you don't believe me, come with me tomorrow to see the shopkeeper." In the evening, many people gathered at the Sun family. Early that morning, Sun Ditsai told everyone that freshwater snails could be sold for money, 1 coin per jin. Everyone carried baskets or buckets and went to the river to gather snails. Families with many people gathered 70 or 80 jin, while smaller families gathered dozens of jin. They placed baskets of snails in a row, looking very full. "Ditsai, that shopkeeper, won't just abandon us, right?" Zhu Xing's father, Zhu Guangfa, asked worriedly. Sun Ditsai shot him a glance. "The sun hasn't set yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm just worried that everyone worked hard all day for nothing," Zhu Guangfa said, feeling a bit embarrassed, and looked at Grandma Zhu. Grandma Zhu glared at him fiercely before stepping forward. "Third brother, do you think Fat Girl is lying to us? Snails are smelly and gross. Who would want them? And they cost a whole coin per jin." Guangfa's wife, "I haven't said Fat Girl is dishonest. Last time, she asked to borrow a horse-drawn cart in the middle of the night, but you all demanded 50 coins for it. When did your ox cart become so valuable?" Sun Ditsai's voice was loud and clear. The villagers who had been arguing looked over at the Zhu family. This incident was only mentioned by the eldest daughter-in-law of the old Tian family before. People whispered about the Zhu family behind their backs, but nothing more came of it. From now on, if there's any trouble in the village, who can afford to ask for your ox cart? Sun Ditsai said sternly. And to charge so much for a cart and force people to kneel. If this continues, we won't be able to ask for your ox cart anymore. As Sun Ditsai finished speaking, someone jumped out to criticize, saying, "Zhu Guangfa, your heart is too mean. Usually we pay you with a bull cart, 20 coins at night, even less during the day, only 10 coins. If someone hitches a ride, it's just 2 coins. Yet you want 50 coins and even want people to kneel? Exactly, too greedy. If it were me, I wouldn't charge Zhu's family for the snail business. Fat Girl may be chubby, but she's quite kind. That's right. At least she has a job and thinks of our village people." The villagers kept talking, and Zhu's wife wanted to reply, but couldn't argue with so many people. She sat down on the ground, giving up, and said, "Who hit me?" She even wanted to break my son's leg. "If you hadn't scolded Xiao Zhu, would Xiao Zhu have hit you?" "Did Xiao Zhu break Zhu Xing's leg?" Xia Xiuhong bravely spoke up for An Zhu. "She's just fat." "I didn't say anything wrong," Zhu's wife replied irritably. Xia Xiuhong was so anxious, she didn't know what to say. Sun San's wife said, "Enough. Every village has its rules. Everyone has hard times. If someone offends you, do you think you can just use your bull cart to take revenge? Then wouldn't we all have to support your family?" Thinking about how Zhu's wife treated An Zhu, who had a job and was willing to tell others about it, she felt sorry for the girl. Exactly. The villagers who had been watching the scene quickly understood. Everyone has tough times. If Zhu's wife uses this incident to treat Fat Girl the same way, what would happen to us? With this thought, everyone looked at Zhu's wife's expression and found it wasn't right. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhu's wife quickly said, She's just an outsider. There are more outsiders in the village than her. As long as your household is registered in Dongxing village, you are part of the village. Sun Ditsai's voice was firm, reassuring those who had recently moved back and settled here. When An Zhu arrived, the commotion had just ended. Uncle's son, aunt's son. Thank you, fellow villagers, she said with a smile, grateful for everyone's support. After thanking everyone, she walked up to Zhu's wife and asked, Aunt Zhu, since you don't like me, why are you still selling me the snails? Yes, shopkeeper Zhou is the person I found. If it weren't for our familiarity, he could go to other villages or the county to collect snails. Why does he insist on coming to our village? And Zhu's voice is clear and strong. She smiles brightly, but Zhu Posey finds her smile very annoying. Zhu Posey clenches her teeth and secretly curses her. She says impatiently, then I won't sell. I don't believe he's the only one collecting. She kicks Zhu Guangfa and says, let's go. Don't sell to her. Don't go, everyone. Once we leave this village, there won't be another shop. Others don't buy, and Zhu calls out kindly to their backs. Zhu Guangfa doesn't want to carry the basket anymore. It doesn't matter who they sell to. They don't know anyone in the county. Are you going or not? Zhu Posey steps on Zhu Guangfa's leg. To her, and Zhu's smile looks like a challenge. She's so angry she'd rather starve than sell to him. Such a pity, and Zhu sighs. Uncle Sun-san, Aunt Sun-san, I really don't mind buying your snails. If they won't sell, that's their business, Aunt Sun-san says angrily, unable to look at her. She scolds, fat girl. We appreciate your kindness. It's hard enough that you just married into the village and are thinking of everyone. A cart arrives. Zhou Wu, with his eldest son Zhou Xiaodao, comes riding in a carriage, carrying several big baskets. Zhou Wu smiles and says, sorry, the carriage had some trouble on the way, so we're a bit delayed. No problem, no problem. You must be shopkeeper Zhou. Sun Ditsai recognizes him and finally relaxes. Yes, Zhou Wu introduces himself. My name is Zhou Wu. I want to buy snails. Xiao Zhu said your village is honest and simple. I came specifically to buy snails here. 1 coin per gene. Bad snails don't sell. Zhou Wu's words clearly show he's here because of An Zhu's recommendation. I'm Sun Ditsai, the village chief of Dongxing village, he says with a smile. Shopkeeper Zhou, thank you so much. Zhou Wu doesn't waste time and starts collecting snails right away. He weighs them, while Zhou Xiaodao handles the money and pours the snails into the big baskets in the carriage. Seeing Zhou Xiaodao busy, Sun Ditsai calls out to the villagers. After everyone weighs their snails, they pour them directly into the baskets. To avoid raising suspicion, An Zhu carried a small basket of freshwater snails. After selling them, she didn't rush to leave and only departed at the very end. In the kitchen, Mother Lu was preparing dinner. Hearing the noise of her return, she asked, who came to buy the snails today? Yes, and Zhu replied, massaging her sore body. What made her feel even more frustrated was that she was already working so hard. Losing weight was one thing, but eating a little more made her clothes feel tight. Mother Lu asked again, who is the young man working nearby? His son, and Zhu answered, turning her neck. Picking snails is really hard work, especially since they are soaked in water all day. Oh, Mother Lu nodded. She looked out the kitchen window into the yard. And Zhu was sweeping, twisting her neck, and her chubby body was covered in flesh. Zhu Guangfa looked at a basket of snails and said, Ma Xiaohong, I tell you, what are you trying to prove? Look at all these snails, what should we do with them? What to do? Sell them in the county tomorrow, Zhu's wife said while cracking sunflower seeds. There are so many restaurants in the county. Surely one will buy. What if they don't want them? Zhu Guangfa sighed and muttered, I don't understand what he's crazy about. Bringing them to the county is just wasting time. Zhu Guangfa, what are you saying? Zhu's wife said, hands on her hips, looking fierce. Zhu Guangfa immediately shut up, pretending he hadn't heard. Early the next morning, Zhu Guangfa went from restaurant to restaurant trying to sell the snails, but no one paid attention to him. You say no restaurant wants them? Zhu's wife stared at him.
Impossible.
If no one wants them, How could the boss buy them at a penny per jean? Are you lazy? No, really, no one wants them, Zhu Guangfa sighed. He had visited 8 or 9 restaurants today, but no one was interested. Zhu's wife asked, "Did you see the place that came to buy the snails yesterday?" "I don't know." "I don't recognize it," Zhu Guangfa said, looking at the basket of snails. Everyone else got paid yesterday, but his snails were still sitting in his hand. Zhu's wife had an idea, her eyes brightening. In the evening, it was time to sell the snails again. Zhu's wife and her husband didn't come, but their 2 sons and daughters-in-law brought the snails. Aunt Sun glanced at them and thought, "If you have the ability, don't sell the snails." The villagers all looked at An Zhu. An Zhu stood still and looked at Aunt Sun beside her. She smiled and said, "Aunt Sun, we are from the same village. We should help each other." "Yes, helping each other is what makes us strong," Aunt Sun replied, understanding her meaning. An Zhu's words made the villagers think that their previous indifference toward the Liu family was unkind. They also thought that An Zhu, who was considered overweight, and Liu Han, who was lame, might not be acting properly. Soon, it was time to open the restaurant. Early in the morning, An Zhu arrived at the new restaurant. The signboard was still covered with red silk. She had already prepared the snails. She and Zhou each managed 2 pots and started cooking the snails. Today, the snails were the main dish. Qian Duoduo was in charge of welcoming guests at the front. Seeing the unique decoration of the restaurant, Madame Qian praised, "Duoduo, you did a great job this time. Mother, don't worry. My restaurant will be the best in Yangchuan County. If you want anything to eat, just tell me, and I'll send it to your house," Qian Duoduo said proudly. After a few more compliments, Madame Qian went upstairs to the private room. Before noon, the restaurant was crowded at the entrance. Everyone in Yangchuan County knew that young Master Qian was opening a restaurant. The name of the restaurant was kept secret, and even the interior decoration was under wraps. No one knew what the restaurant looked like. When the auspicious time arrived, Qian Duoduo took down the red silk. Everyone saw the words, San Pongzi Restaurant, and a chubby little figure at the front, which made everyone burst into laughter. "Welcome." Qian Duoduo usually cared a lot about being teased for being fat, but now he was in a good mood. As guests entered, they were attracted by the unique decor, especially the smell of snails from the kitchen. They asked, "What dish is that?" "It smells so good. Here is the menu." Qian Duoduo pointed to the wooden sign with the dish names written on it. He listed each dish clearly. The names were easy to understand, but the signature dish was called spicy snail. "Young Master Qian, what is this spicy snail? Is it a snail? That doesn't taste good." Guests were most curious about this dish. Qian Duoduo didn't say much. He confidently announced, "Today is the opening. We will give each table a serving of spicy snail." Young Master Qian is generous. Many people came specifically to try the new restaurant that Qian Duoduo opened. When the dish of snails was served to each table, Qian Duoduo still thought they were losing money. An Zhu explained, "Many people think river snails don't taste good, so they don't want to give them out. Fewer people are willing to try. Also, no matter how full the plate is, it's only a small amount. Can you eat enough?" "No, I can't." Qian Duoduo quickly shook his head. Not just 1 plate, even 10 plates he could finish. "So, if it's not enough and it tastes good, what happens?" An Zhu's words suddenly made Qian Duoduo realize the point. "So now, the snails are served very generously. Whether in the private rooms or the main hall, they're all full. When the snails arrive at the table, they smell very good, but no one knows how to eat them." Qian Duoduo stood nearby and started eating right away. "You can eat snails by on them, or you can use a skewer to pick out the meat. But I prefer to and eat, it has more flavor," Qian Duoduo said like a food streamer, clearly showing where to eat and where not to. Even in the private room, he demonstrated one by one. "Madam, young master knows a lot," Wu Mama praised. "Yes, since we started preparing this restaurant, he's become much more sensible," Madame Qian said happily. She then said, "Let's go see the kitchen." She had seen Zhou Zhonggui before, but she was curious about An Zhu, who was constantly praised by Qian Duoduo. It was a busy time in the kitchen now, with everyone working hard. Wu Mama said, "Young master said she is quite plump." Is that the one by the stove? She pointed at An Zhu, who was cooking in front of the stove, wearing patched clothes. The heat and busy work made her sweat on her forehead, but her serious attitude was different from that of an ordinary woman. Xiao Zhu, every table is adding river snails. How much longer will your pot take? Zhou Wu felt the rush for the first time. Even with a chef and waiters, it was hard to keep up. Almost done. And Zhu stirred the snails in the pot. Just then, a new waiter came to serve dishes and accidentally spilled a plate. The new waiter was very nervous and kept apologizing. And Zhu comforted him. It's okay, just one plate. Let's get another one and serve the dishes properly to the guests. Madam, should I go call someone? Wu's mother asked. Lady Qian raised her hand to stop her. No need. Lady Qian returned to the private room and carefully tasted each dish. The surprising flavors made her a bit shocked. It seemed her son was serious this time. She wanted to make their restaurant the best in Yangchuan, not just talk about it. Take a portion of these dishes home for the master to try, Lady Qian said after finishing her meal. She left a silver ingot on the table and then left. Qian Duo was so busy he was working non-stop. Only after the guests left and Zhou Wu brought out their lunch did he finally eat. He had never been this hungry in his life. Today's business is so good. I've never seen such success at Jufu restaurant, Qian Duo said with a big smile, his eyes squinting. His hands were weak, his body tired, his mouth dry, and his stomach just filled, but he felt very happy. We need to keep working hard and aim for such good business every day, and Zhu said, holding tea and encouraging them. Qian Duo and Zhou Wu both drank their wine in one gulp. By the way, I'll cook all the snails later. I won't be able to stay at the restaurant tonight. And Zhu reminded. It's already hard enough for her to come out during the day, so she wouldn't stay out all night. No problem. I'll be here tonight, Zhou Wu said confidently.
Okay.
I'll come early tomorrow morning to cook the snails, and Zhu said. Then she added, business is good today. As the owners, shouldn't we give some rewards to everyone? Yes, we should, Qian Duo said without hesitation. Everyone gets a reward. Zhou Wu asked, how much is appropriate? Qian Duo looked at An Zhu. And Zhu thought for a moment. 88 won per person. It's a lucky number, meaning prosperity. It also gives everyone hope and motivates them to do their best. Good, Qian Duo agreed quickly. Zhou Wu also nodded happily. Good. 88 won symbolizes prosperity. If the restaurant keeps having such good business every day, not just 88 won, but even 880 won, I'd be happy to give it. Fatty, why are you here? And Fuchuan and Feng saw An Zhu entering the restaurant while they were carrying snails to sell. In recent days, An Fu has been collecting freshwater snails every day during the daytime and bringing them to the restaurant early in the morning to sell. Today, when he arrived, the restaurant was unexpectedly closed, which made the father and son very worried. It was An Feng who suddenly remembered and said, Dad, didn't Fatty say he would deliver wine to the restaurant in a few days? Could it be today? While they were worried about where to find information, they met Mrs. Li Lanhua, the wife of shopkeeper Zhou, who was out with her youngest son, Zhou Xiaoshu. She pointed them in the right direction. Father, brother, An Zhu was quick-witted and said, I'm here to sell snails too. Pretty good, huh? Have I collected so many snails? Yes, my dad and I have been in the water almost all day. An Feng took the opportunity to complain. To earn money, his hands were all wrinkled from soaking. He said, my feet are all swollen like this. Your dad isn't tired, but you're just a young man and you're already tired, An Zhu encouraged him. You're 19 now. If you don't work hard to earn more money to get married, won't you be a bachelor for your whole life? Bachelor? An Feng found the word new and interesting. Someone who never gets married in their life. An Zhu rolled his eyes. Don't you want to hold a soft, fragrant wife and have a big, chubby kid? I do. An Feng nodded quickly without hesitation. I don't want to be a widower. I want to get married. Then earn more money. Otherwise, with your small bets every 3 days and big bets every 5 days, you've even lost your sister's reputation. You don't have a bride price. Who would want to marry you? An Zhu interrupted him and continued, don't tell me there are girls willing to marry you now. Tell me, do you want to marry a pretty girl or someone like me? fat and ugly? Of course, I want to marry a pretty girl, Anfeng answered quickly, without hesitation. He added, fatty isn't that ugly, just a bit chubby. An Zhu ignored that question and said, if you want to marry a pretty girl, then you need to earn more money. I want to earn more money. I'm not afraid of hard work. Anfeng was eager to marry a beautiful wife. He often heard dirty jokes from others and, being young and full of energy, he also really wanted a wife. After encouraging Anfeng, An Zhu then looked at An Fuquan and asked, Dad, there's a job. Are you willing to do it? What job? An Fuquan asked. To collect snails for the restaurant. Yesterday, An Zhu discussed with Qian Duo and Uncle Zhou. The restaurant's business is picking up, and they need someone reliable to collect freshwater snails. An Zhu thought of the original owner's father, An Fuquan. Really? An Fuquan looked at An Zhu in surprise. An Zhu explained, you know, I helped manager Zhou before, and now he's one of the restaurant's managers. He needs someone to collect snails, so I thought of you, Dad. Now it's just collecting snails, but later it will also involve helping with other tasks at the restaurant. I get a silver or 2 each month. Since An Zhu accepted the original body's identity, she had to consider her. The original owner's parents only asked her to bring good luck, and they never mistreated her. Why would they give me such a good job? An Fuquan asked worriedly, looking at An Zhu. If it weren't for her being a bit chubby, he might think otherwise. I saved his son's life, An Zhu casually said. I didn't want any reward, but I think you really need this job. Collecting snails is good, but they don't have snails all year round. Working at the restaurant is different. There's always something to do every day. In the kitchen, with fewer people around, once the busy period after opening is over, she can stop coming every day and won't worry about being noticed. That night, An Fuquan went to buy snails. In just one day, they used over 300 jin. An Zhu was amazed. She had never seen such delicious food in ancient times. It was just as good as in later generations. In Dongxing village, when An Fuquan and Zhou Xiaoshu were collecting snails, villagers were surprised and asked about him. When they learned he worked at the restaurant, everyone said he was lucky. An Fuquan didn't dare say much and focused on collecting snails. Finally, I can rest. An Zhu saw Zhou Wu already teaching apprentices. She let out a deep breath. If she kept working like this, she would turn into a snail herself. Sometimes, on the way home, she could even smell the snail scent on her body. At night, after washing up and changing clothes, her outfit was still tight, just like before, no looseness at all. She wondered if the original owner's body might have some illness. Otherwise, with all her fatigue, why didn't she look thinner? An Zhu touched her chubby face and thought, maybe it's a large body size. Losing 10 jin wouldn't be noticeable. And Zhu was thinking to herself. After doing yoga on the bed again, she finally lay down to sleep. She kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Besides a few copper coins, she had given all her silver to the pink flower in her palm. Except for the fish inside, the bamboo garden remained unchanged. Tomorrow, she didn't need to go to the restaurant. Where should she go instead? Maybe, she thought, she could go to the back mountain to take a look. And Zhu considered going hunting. She had watched many outdoor survival shows and was very interested in hunting. She knew how to use a bow and arrow. Catching wild chickens or rabbits would be very fun. Mother, can I go hunting in the back mountain today? Can I use this bow and arrow? And Zhu found a bow and arrow. In the storage room, there were many bows and even a row of throwing darts. She immediately chose one of the bows. It was finely made, and the bowstring looked better than the one she had used before. Unfortunately, it belonged to Lu Han, and Zhu picked the simplest bow among them. The bamboo joint shape of the bow felt heavy in her hand. She muttered, "Is this how bows are made these days? All like bamboo joints. What do you want a bow for?" To hunt. Lu Mu came from the backyard, looking at Zhu's chubby body. She didn't hold back and said bluntly, "Xiao Zhu, I don't mean to look down on you, but with your weight, can you outrun those wild rabbits or chickens? Be careful they don't hunt you instead. My weight doesn't affect my quickness," and Zhu said confidently. With Lu Mu's approval, she took the simplest bamboo joint bow and carried a quiver of bamboo arrows. Excited, she headed up the mountain. Don't go too far. Be careful of wolves or wild boars. You can't outrun them, Lumu called after her. Even though An Zhu ran outside every day, she often brought some treats or bought more string when she saw her supply was low, or bought salt when the household ran out. When Meow Meow was at home, she was always coquettish, sweet-talking like honey. But she never helped with chores. An Zhu was different. She didn't say many nice words, but she did all the household chores, worked hard, and even went to the county to do business. She also remembered to bring back small gifts. The contrast was shocking. An Zhu's carefulness and thoughtfulness made Lumu truly feel like she had a daughter. Honor doesn't know when he'll come back. Mother Lu looked toward the direction of returning to the village, her heart full of hope. She comforted herself, thinking maybe Lu Han had already found the divine doctor in Chongping Prefecture and was getting his leg treated. An Zhu was visiting the back mountain for the first time. She was excited, looking around everywhere. Recently, she had been traveling daily between the county and the village, and her strength was improving every day. She didn't feel tired at all. Soon, An Zhu spotted her first prey, a wild chicken. The chicken had bright feathers and a long tail, looking around carefully. She didn't dare make a sound. Quietly, she knocked an arrow on her back, squinted her eyes, aimed, and shot the arrow with a swift whoosh. The wild chicken was hit and flapped its wings, flying up into the air. An Zhu, you're amazing, she praised herself. You're a divine archer. I admire you. She quickly ran over to pick up the chicken, petting its feathers. Oh, wild chicken, don't be afraid. I'll eat you soon. She happily talked to herself. The idea of roasting the chicken kept echoing in her mind. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought any salt or seasonings, and there were no spices nearby. It was better not to waste such a good chicken.
La, imalilonting expert.
I'm not afraid of the wind or rain. Come to my bowl, wild chicken, An Zhu hummed happily. When she saw movement in the grass, her eyes lit up. Instead of feeling scared or worried, she was excited.
Hanar, I wasn't mistaken, right?
Mother Lu was sweeping the yard. When she saw Lu Han standing straight outside, she hurried over, excited. Hana, you're back? Lu Han replied with a faint, somewhat bitter smile. Mother Lu looked at his leg and comforted him. It's okay. Even if it can't be cured, it's fine. Mother doesn't mind. We didn't find the divine Dr. Feng, Lu Han said. How come? You've been in the county for almost a month, Mother Lu asked in surprise. When we arrived in Chongping Prefecture, we heard that divine Dr. Feng had already left. We looked for many clues but still didn't see him, Lu Han explained, limping into the house. Don't worry. There's still hope. Maybe someday, by chance, we'll meet him, Mother Lu said, trying to hide her disappointment. Lu Han, your leg injury isn't serious. The imperial doctor also said the hope was slim. Since we didn't find him this time, we can try again next time. It's just a trip to relax. Mother Lu led Lu Han into the house and specially cooked 2 bowls of noodles, adding some shredded tofu. She said, Are you tired? Have a bowl of noodles. Thank you, Mother. Lu Han was tired from traveling and ate the noodles quickly. Then he looked at the shredded tofu and asked, Mother, when did you make such delicious shredded tofu? It's not me. It was Xiaohong who made it. She's the eldest daughter-in-law of the old Tian family, Aunt Tian, Mother Lu said with a smile. Honestly, Xiaohong's shredded tofu is especially tasty. Delicious, Lu Han replied, feeling curious. Didn't Mother usually look down on the women in the village? Gu Chun, go check the back mountain. Little Zhu went hunting there. I'm worried that kid is just playing around. If she runs into a wild boar, she won't be able to escape, Mother Lu kindly called Little Zhu, which made Gu Chun and Lu Han even more puzzled. Little Zhu is the chubby girl. Her full name is An Zhu, Mother Lu said happily. You don't know. I fell earlier and hurt my waist. It was Little Zhu who carried me to the county to see Dr. Xiao Song. Mother Lu described the incident clearly, speaking affectionately about An Zhu. She smiled and said, Little Zhu is a good kid. She helps me a lot. Then you should thank her properly, Lu Han said gratefully. Gu Chun immediately went to the back mountain to find her. "Mother, is your waist feeling better now?" Lu Han asked worriedly. From how Mother Lu was walking just now, she should be fine. "It's better," Mother Lu said. She usually complained, but when praising An Zhu, she couldn't stop. She said, "You don't know. Little Zhu is an excellent cook. She can make all kinds of dishes even from simple fish." Lu Han paused while drinking tea. Mother Lu didn't notice and continued, "And that bowl of river snails, though they smell and taste strong, she made them so delicious." What did she call that dish again? Mother Lu thought hard, then clapped her hands and said, "So Luo, not sure how little Zhu and the others handle it, but the taste of those snails is really good," Mother Lu added. "I've never had such tasty river snails in the capital." "Hana, where are you going?" Mother Lu asked as she watched Lu Han quickly leave. "Looking for someone," Lu Han replied, limping and leaning on his crutch, walking very fast. Mother Lu muttered to herself, "Just now he didn't want to go, so why is he willing now?" She hesitated for a moment, then pushed the thought aside. Her son was back, and she wanted to catch a chicken to nourish him. She first boiled some water, while Mother Lu chased chickens around the yard. And Zhu was very lucky. She caught a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. Unfortunately, another rabbit escaped, which she felt sad about for a long time. Suddenly, there was a shake in the woods, and Zhu eagerly ran forward, holding an arrow, ready to shoot as soon as something appeared. When she saw the brown and black fur, she didn't hesitate and shot immediately. A doubt crossed her mind. This didn't look like a wild chicken, nor a rabbit. What could it be? Before she could wonder long, a wild boar weighing about 100 pounds appeared in front of her. Because it was hit by her arrow, its tusks were visible, and it charged straight at her. And Zhu's face turned pale with fear. Without hesitation, she turned and ran. She had thought she was lucky earlier, having gained so much on her first mountain trip. Now she realized that good luck and bad luck often come together.
She was right about that.
She didn't know the back of the mountain well, and only knew to run forward. But the boar was chasing her too closely. With her build, she definitely couldn't outrun it. She had to think of a plan. While looking back at the boar, she considered her options. She followed and quickly climbed up a big tree. The boar rammed the tree wildly, causing it to shake and nearly fall. Luckily, it can't climb trees, she thought, breathing a sigh of relief. But then the tree shook again and again. She worried that the boar might knock it over. And Zhu shot her remaining arrows at the boar, but unfortunately, the boar's thick skin and meat made it hard to hurt. The arrows just scratched it lightly. She squinted and aimed at the spot just above the boar's eyes. That was her best chance.
Missed again, she sighed.
She had used her last arrow and had no stones left. She wondered if she would be trampled to death by the boar. For a moment, she felt defeated, but she quickly gathered her courage. It was just a wild boar. She and Zhu could handle it. She estimated her chances of jumping down and running away before the boar caught her. But before she could decide, she heard the sound of wood breaking. It was over. Her worst fear came true. The tree was indeed knocked over by the boar. She rolled to the farthest place on the ground, once again showing her dislike for the original owner's body. She was so overweight that she had lost her strength. She grabbed a nearby stone. When the wild boar charged at her, she was already ready to fight for her life. A worried word, and An Zhu turned around. It was as if space overlapped. The events of the past replayed. When the car rushed toward her, he also charged forward like that, with worry in his eyes and deep feelings she hadn't understood. The small car hit him into the sky, and then fell again. Same face, same eyes. And Zhu's heart was confused. She completely forgot that she was in danger. It wasn't until warm, sticky, and slightly smelly blood splashed on her face that she snapped out of it. Lu Han's dagger was stuck in the weakest part of the wild boar. The boar stiffened on all four legs and fell straight down, still moving its mouth. "Are you crazy? Fighting a wild boar?" Lu Han's cold voice carried a hint of worry. And Zhu let Lu Han move the wild boar away from her. His traditional costume made her realize that what she saw just now was only an illusion. There was no worry, no deep feelings, she had just misunderstood. "Why did you come to the back mountain?" An Zhu stood up and saw the dagger in the wild boar's head. She asked, "Can I borrow the dagger?" "My mother said you saved her and carried her to see Dr. Song." "Thank you," Lu Han said, his eyes fixed on An Zhu's face, trying to find something in her chubby face. Lu Han asked, "What do you want the dagger for?" The next moment, Lu Han saw An Zhu turn into a butcher, cutting the wild boar into several large pieces. She said, "We need to leave here quickly. Who knows if wolves or other wild animals will smell us and come." An Zhu stuffed the pig's head and trotters into her basket. There was still the rest of the wild boar's body. She handed the basket to Lu Han. "Are you going to carry the basket or take this wild boar meat?" Lu Han silently carried the basket, glancing subtly at An Zhu. She saw her shoulder the wild boar without any hesitation, not bothered by the blood and gore. They walked in silence. An Zhu awkwardly spoke, "Thanks just now. If you hadn't come in time, I wouldn't be alive." No matter what, Lu Han had saved her. Maybe it was because she had saved Lu Mom that Lu Han was so worried just now. After she understood, An Zhu felt much more relaxed. She had already thought of many ways to cook the wild boar meat. She didn't feel tired at all. "No need, you saved my mother, so we're even," said Lu Han coldly and distantly, returning to his usual indifferent attitude. An Zhu nodded, not caring whether Lu Han was cold or warm. Right now, the wild pig was the most important thing. She was glad that the Lu family lived in a remote place, and no one had noticed the wild pig she brought back. "Mom, I'm back," An Zhu said, carrying the wild pig directly to the well. "Tonight, we'll have a special meal. Such a big wild pig." Lu Mu hurried out of the kitchen. She had just finished making chicken soup, and now she saw such a large wild pig. "Yes, Lu Han hunted it. He's very skilled," An Zhu said, pushing the pig towards Lu Han. She was telling the truth. While scooping water from the well, she added, "Today, we'll have spicy stir-fried wild pig, and the pig's trotters can be used for braised dishes." An Zhu was quick to process the pig's trotters. With Lu Mu's help, she washed them thoroughly. When she chopped the trotters with an axe, she didn't cut through in 2 strikes. She looked at Lu Han and said, "This is a man's job, it's yours." Worried he might refuse, she added, "Mom is waiting for the trotters to go into the pot." Lu Han sat down and quickly chopped the 2 trotters into pieces. His relaxed manner made An Zhu question everything. Are men naturally stronger than women? An Zhu happily put the trotters into a basin and went cheerfully to the kitchen. Her chubby back disappeared with a light step, lacking any sense of elegance. Lu Han shook his head, lowering his gaze and mocking his own fanciful thoughts. That night, 4 people sat at the table together: chicken soup, braised wild pig trotters, and spicy stir-fried wild pig meat. With 3 hearty dishes, An Zhu, who was usually dieting, didn't hold back. After all, if she couldn't lose weight, she might as well enjoy her meal. After a big burp, An Zhu put down her chopsticks and said, "I can't eat anymore or I'll get fat." Gu Chun smiled and said, "Xiao Zhu, being able to eat is a blessing." Since An Zhu arrived, the lady of the house also started eating more. Yes, the food An Zhu cooked was truly delicious. As usual, An Zhu went to the shed in the backyard to take a bath. Just as she took off her clothes, she let out a scream. "What's wrong?" Lu Mu hurried over. Seeing An Zhu hiding in the shed, she smiled and said, "Honor, I forgot to tell you, Xiao Zhu takes a bath in the backyard every night." Lu Han lowered his head and didn't even look at her. He went straight outside and asked, "Mother, why is there a new fish pond in the backyard?" The fish pond wasn't very big, but it was clear that the owner put a lot of effort into it. The bottom was decorated with pretty stones, and under the moonlight, the fish swam freely. "Oh, Xiao Zhu made it," Mother said as she took out a new outfit she had made for Lu Han from inside the house. There was a strange situation in the river. Suddenly, a lot of fish appeared. Xiao Zhu caught many, sold some, and kept a few in the pond. She said that when she wants to eat fish, she can just catch them easily instead of going to the river. Try it on quickly and see if it fits, Mother said as she handed him the clothes. Mother, I have many clothes already. No need to make more, Lu Han said, holding the clothes but not moving. Mother, does she still catch fish? Lu Han asked. With so many fish, it should be easier to catch them, right? I heard from the villagers that everyone caught a lot. Even Xiaoman caught quite a few, Mother replied casually. Lu Han asked again, Mother, do you think she has changed? Xiaozhu, Mother took a moment to realize who he meant. The she in his words was An Zhu. She said, in the past, I judged her by her looks. Xiaozhu is chubby and not pretty, but she's kind-hearted and thoughtful. However, her tone shifted as she looked at Lu Han. Now, I see Xiaozhu as a daughter, not as a daughter-in-law. In the future, you still need to marry a wife. I will prepare a generous dowry for Xiaozhu so she can leave happily. And Zhu was brushing her hair when she came out. She was upset just thinking about how Lu Han might have seen her back. She felt like she was wearing a backless dress. Taking a deep breath, An Zhu usually sat and chatted with Mother, but now she went straight back to her room. Lying on the bed, she kept turning but couldn't sleep. She finished her yoga once, then again, and the bed creaked loudly. Don't be embarrassed. I didn't see anything just now, Lu Han's voice came from the next room. And Zhu was so startled she sat up straight. Then she heard him say, There's nothing to see, Lu Han. And Zhu gritted her teeth, glaring at the wooden board in front of her, wishing she could punch a hole in the wall and beat him up. She said, You can't take advantage and act innocent. You're so thin you have less than 2 pounds of flesh, and there's nothing worth looking at. After speaking, An Zhu lay directly on the bed and scolded Lu Han from head to toe. After feeling better, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lu's mother brought her 10 jin of wild boar meat. Take this to your mother's house. The weather is likely to spoil it now. Thank you, Mother. And Zhu was not polite and accepted the meat. After all, she also had her share of the wild boar, right? Fat girl, why did you bring so much meat? Lu Yu was surprised when she saw the wild boar meat. And Zhu pushed it onto Lu Han and asked, Did brother go to catch snails? Yes, he took Xia with him. I was at home making porridge. Have you eaten? Lu Yu spoke softly. Fat girl, you found a really good job for your father. He says he's not satisfied with what he's doing, but he earns a lot of money with little work. Mother, let your husband do his work peacefully. As long as he does well, the wages might even go up in the future. And Zhu carefully looked at Lu Yu. Compared to her pale face some time ago, Lu Yu looked much better now, and her eyes had a bright smile. That's not possible. I don't hope for wages to increase. I just hope your father can keep working, Lu Yu said with hope in her heart. She asked, Lu Han is back. You should take good care of yourself. Mother, I have to go to the county now. I'm leaving first, and Zhu interrupted her, worried that Lu Yu might say something to please Lu Han or talk about getting married early. She hurriedly left for the county. And Fuchuan was out collecting snails. When An Zhu arrived at the shop, she didn't say a word and started preparing the snails. Now, snail dishes were a signature dish at the restaurant. Sharing the money. After a busy day and preparing to go home, An Zhu heard what Qian Duo said and thought she had misheard. Zhou Wu explained, Young Master Qian knows we need money and decided to share it early. That's not quite right, An Zhu thought. The restaurant had only been open for 10 days, and they were already sharing money. Was that okay? The restaurant made money. What's wrong with sharing some? Qian Duo told the accountant to explain everything clearly. When she left, An Zhu already had 30 taels of silver in her pocket. According to Qian Duo, they earned more than that, but because they needed money for future expenses, they only shared 30 taels. And Zhu was very satisfied. The accountant had calculated everything very clearly. She took 2 silver ingots, 20 taels, and 10 taels of broken silver. When she returned home, An Zhu went straight to her room. She opened her hand and looked at the pink flower in her palm, then glanced at the 2 silver ingots. She wondered if the pink flower would eat silver ingots. Zhu Yuan, oh Zhu Yuan, I give you 2 silver ingots. You can't treat me badly. And Zhu held the silver ingots in her palm. Suddenly, a faint light flashed, and the silver ingots disappeared. She carefully sensed her Zhu Yuan. Besides the fish pond, there didn't seem to be any other difference. Her eyes fell on the other silver ingot. She painfully held it and muttered, "Why is my Zhu Yuan so tricky?" In the novel, the female lead always has all kinds of special powers. Now, I have to earn money to support Zhu Yuan? And Zhu sighed. Thinking about the resource-rich Zhu Yuan, she clenched her teeth and gave the other silver ingot to Zhu Yuan to eat. She stared at the pink flower in her palm without blinking, eager to count all its veins. Just as she was about to curse loudly, her eyes lit up. The next moment, An Zhu angrily pounded the bed. What kind of broken Zhu Yuan is this? Not only does it not give her a variety of seasonings, but it also doesn't let her eat. It even opened a stove for her. What's the point? Cooking air? Zhu Yuan is definitely a trap. An Zhu stood in front of the familiar stove. The surroundings were dull and gray, but she knew that behind the stove was a huge preparation table, and further back, all kinds of cooking seasonings. But what's the use of knowing that? She can't get them. It's like having a lot of money, but having to wait until she's 18 to access it. At least there's a stove, and Zhu comforted herself. The stove in Zhu Yuan is different from others. The dishes cooked with its pot are more fresh and fragrant than ordinary ones. Most importantly, she doesn't need to add firewood herself. If she wants a bigger flame, she just has to tell it. Dr. Song. After arranging the restaurant matters, An Zhu headed straight to Yuchen Tower. "Please, Dr. Song, take a look at me." Song Yu checked her pulse for a while before asking, "What do you want to see?" "Dr. Song, does my body have coldness or heavy dampness?" An Zhu asked straightforwardly. "I do a lot of work every day, but I can't lose weight. Is there something wrong with my health?" Song Yu looked at her with difficulty, then carefully checked her pulse. His thick black eyebrows furrowed, and after a long pause, he said, "I'm sorry, but my knowledge is limited." And Zhu mumbled, "What does that mean? Please ask someone more skilled," Song Yu said politely. Her pulse was normal, just like anyone else's. "So, you're saying I gain weight just by drinking water?" And Zhu didn't believe it and went to several other clinics. They all gave the same answer. She whispered to herself, "Am I going to stay this fat for the rest of my life?" She pinched the rolls of fat around her waist, feeling like the end of the world was near. "Xiao Zhu, what's wrong with you?" Mother Lu asked with concern, seeing her look lost and distracted. "Mother, I went to see the doctor today," and Zhu looked at the delicious food on the table but had no appetite. Mother Lu asked, "What did the doctor say?" "It's okay, if you're sick, we'll treat it." "I have money." And Zhu shook her head and said, "The doctor said I gain weight just by drinking water. I can't lose it. I thought it was nothing serious." "It's okay, being a little fat." Mother Lu was used to her chubby appearance and found it quite cute. She said, "You always say you haven't eaten other people's rice. What's there to be afraid of if you gain a little weight?" "Mother," and Zhu didn't know how to explain. She caught a glimpse of Lu Han's slight smile and said irritably, "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in so much." "I won't be responsible." Lu Han pursed his lips and looked at her seriously, saying, "It's not just that you're fat. Your eyes are also bad." "Do I look like I'm laughing?" His expression was cold and distant, clearly showing he wasn't laughing. "Is it my eyes that are bad, or are you just being a scoundrel?" And Zhu said, taking a few bites of rice before going to the backyard to watch her fish. If only the pond were bigger, she could sell fish openly instead of sneaking around like now. And Zhu's eyes twinkled as she wondered if she could hire someone to dig a bigger pond. Never mind. Once she left the Lu family, this pond would probably be a loss. At night, when she took a bath, and Zhu deliberately covered herself with a thick curtain, unlike before when she just hung a simple cloth. "Xiao Zhu," Mother Lu called as she saw An Zhu returning to her room to dry her hair. "You usually chat with me every day. Why is it that ever since Honor came back, you go back to your room every day, Mother?" And Zhu was about to suggest that they foster a better relationship between mother and son when Lu Han walked in. She quickly changed her words, saying, "I'm worried that if I see him every day, I might develop feelings for him. What should I do?" Without waiting for Lu Mu's surprised reaction or Lu Han's frown, she hurried back to her room. "If you mock me for being fat, I'll make you feel sick." While drying her hair, An Zhu was thinking about how she could leave the Liu family.
What?
Divorce. Liu Yu exclaimed excitedly, grabbing her hand. Fat girl, do you think Liu Han dislikes you? But we never disliked his limp. Fat girl, tell me, how did he say it to you? Liu Yu's worry was clear in her eyes. An Zhu stayed silent. Liu Yu reached out and patted her shoulder, tears suddenly falling. You, child, if you're upset, you should tell me. What's really going on? Tell me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to the marriage to bring good luck, An Zhu admitted. I shouldn't have let anyone break your leg just to bring good luck. If he divorces you, what will you do in the future? Liu Yu cried as she spoke, looking as if An Zhu had already been abandoned. Mother, you're mistaken. I'm not divorced, An Zhu said, hearing her crying. She felt her forehead throbbing with veins. She hated it when people cried. It was useless. Huh, Liu Yu's crying suddenly stopped. She looked at An Zhu with teary eyes and asked, You're not lying to me? No, An Zhu sighed. She had thought that after divorce, returning to the An family might be a good option. But now, she realized she was too naive. Then Liu Yu asked again, Did Liu Han bully you? An Zhu shook her head.
No.
If he wanted to bully me, how could he bring a hunted wild pig home? That's true. Liu Yu nodded in agreement. She wiped her tears and asked, So, how did you say you wanted a divorce? An Zhu hesitated. She really wanted to divorce. But wasn't Liu Yu overreacting? Since returning to the An family, An Zhu had completely given up on the idea of going back. Could she start her own life now? With this thought, she returned home and began thinking about her new stove. How could she persuade Lu Mu to let her build a new one? An Zhu first lifted the iron pot and scraped the ash from its bottom. Her eyes stayed fixed on the stove, which had been built less than half a year ago. Looking across the entire village, An Zhu was sure that the Liu family stove was built quite well, sharp edges and clear divisions of work. But if she didn't build a new stove, how could she move the one from the bamboo garden to use? Lost in her thoughts about the new stove, An Zhu didn't notice the ash on her hands. When she wiped her sweat, she also wiped her face. At this moment, her face was covered in black patches, looking like a chubby black cat. When Liu Han walked in, he was startled. He saw her wipe her face with the ash from the pot bottom. He twitched his mouth and teased, An Zhu, is the ash on your face supposed to make you whiter or thinner? Her train of thought was interrupted. She looked up at Liu Han. Because he was facing the light, she could only see his clear outline and the teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. She looked confused for a long time before finally reacting. She stared in surprise at her hands. The next moment, she ran to the water well, pulled up a bucket of water, and looked at her reflection. Oh my God, is that her in the water? She cupped the water and washed her face repeatedly. The water in the basin turned dark. The laughter behind her made her even angrier, grinding her teeth. Why was she always so embarrassed in front of him? And some people still laughed? An Zhu walked expressionlessly to the kitchen. She caught a quick glance at Liu Han, who was laughing at her. Quick as lightning, she wiped the ash from her hands and directly smudged it onto Liu Han's face. Haha, An Zhu quickly stepped away from him, smiling proudly. Sorry about that. I saw something dirty on your face and helped wipe it off. No need to thank me. She closed the kitchen door behind her, her laughter unable to be contained. Even through the door, her giggles could be heard. She covered her mouth, thinking she must not get too proud, or else some people might hold a grudge. Liu Han stood still for a long time without moving. His eyes were dark and unclear. It had been so long that he thought everything that happened before was just a dream. An Zhu listened carefully. There was no sound outside. She looked at the cleaned stove and wondered, if she could swap it with the one in the bamboo garden, would the dishes taste the same as those made in the bamboo garden? She thought about this and decided to do it. The stoves in the bamboo garden were all large iron pots, about the same size. Perfect, An Zhu exclaimed. The unremarkable large iron pot, if not looked at carefully, could be mistaken for the original one or the one from Zhu Yuan. I'm so clever, she said excitedly. After preparing the pot, she planned to cook 2 dishes, actually just 1 dish. She wanted to see whether the spicy stir-fried pork was tastier when cooked in the ordinary pot from Zhu Yuan or in the Lu family's Zhu Yuan pot. Without delay, An Zhu began her preparations. Once the ingredients were ready, she quietly opened the kitchen door. Lu Han had already left, and she was sure he wouldn't come back. She then closed the kitchen door and the window in front of the stove. Turning around, she went straight into the Zhu Yuan stove area. An Zhu threw the ingredients directly into the pot. She used the same method but didn't need to light a fire. There was no overwhelming oil smoke, just like a silent, powerful range hood that made the smoke disappear as soon as it rose. Soon, the spicy stir-fried pork was ready. She quickly reopened the kitchen, heated the oil again, and cooked 2 identical dishes. She first tasted the pork cooked in the Lu family's Zhu Yuan pot. The wild boar meat was chewy and flavorful. Using the same method, it was about 30% tastier than when cooked in a regular pot. Not bad, not bad. My stomach won't be hungry anymore, An Zhu muttered. She then looked at the pork cooked in the ordinary pot from Zhu Yuan. As soon as she took a bite, she couldn't help but want to scream. Ah! An Zhu almost wanted to swallow her tongue. Although it was cooked in a regular pot, it was still a top-quality product from Zhu Yuan. Xiao Zhu, what's wrong? Lu's mother, just back from outside, heard An Zhu's cry from the kitchen. Mom. An Zhu jumped in surprise and quickly presented her dish like a treasure. Mom, try my spicy stir-fried wild boar pork. I think the pot seasoning is perfect. My cooking has improved. She spoke without hesitation, taking all the credit herself. Lu's mother tasted it, her eyes brightening. Xiao Zhu, your cooking has improved a lot. This tastes even better than the last time. She held back her desire to eat more, saw the 2 plates of meat, and said nothing else. Instead, she simply said, make more rice tonight. And Zhu smiled happily and deliberately measured more rice. Xiao Zhu's cooking gets better and better. Old Chun praised that recently, because of wild pig meat, he has been eating dinner at Lu's house every day. Today's dishes were very tasty, and he ate an extra bowl of rice compared to usual. Lu Han felt that the food tasted familiar, like the dishes from his memory. He kept glancing at An Zhu, and his frequent looks caught Lu Mu's attention. She smiled and said, Honor, Xiao Zhu's cooking is really good, right? Yes, Lu Han replied, and he served himself another bowl of rice. Eat more, there's still wild pig meat, Lu Mu said happily. Seeing her son eat so much made her happy as a mother. An Zhu deliberately avoided Lu Han, worried he might still hold a grudge. During the meal, Lu Han kept staring at her, making her feel uneasy. Later that night, after lying in bed, Lu Han didn't come to find her. She finally relaxed. She did her usual yoga stretches to loosen her chubby body, then heard sounds from the next room. An Zhu, did we know each other before? Lu Han's strange words made An Zhu pause. She wondered what he meant and asked, didn't you save me a few times before? Don't you remember? Lu Han had helped the original owner several times. The original owner remembered him very clearly and was grateful to Lu Han, but unfortunately, the young girl had passed away. She hoped she could live on in another world in her place. An Zhu's thoughts drifted away. Even Lu Han next door fell silent, but he didn't notice. And Foam, after you deliver the chicken to your sister, come back quickly. And don't gamble, okay? Lu Yu warned as she held the recently caught hen. And Foam pouted and said, Mom, I haven't gambled in a long time. I'm leaving, and Foam said, carrying his basket and rushing off. He wondered how to tell the chubby girl that she should fulfill her promise about the braised pork. As soon as he entered the village, and Foam was startled to see Zhu Sheng being carried home. Zhu Sheng was lying motionless on the cart, blood flowing down and dripping from the ox cart. And Foam quietly hid nearby and listened to Zhu Posey say, Shinger, you promised Mom you wouldn't gamble anymore. Why did you go gambling again? Now I've lost a leg. What should I do? I haven't even married yet, Zhu Posey said, tears in her eyes. The ox cart gradually disappeared into the distance. And Foam, feeling scared, patted his chest and said, Oh my God, did he really break his leg? And Feng's face was very pale. He always thought that the gambling house wouldn't dare to do anything serious to him. At most, They would give him a beating, and after resting for a few days, he would be back to normal. But now, seeing Zhu Sheng's leg broken because of gambling, his heart was pounding hard. Even when they arrived at the Liu family, An Feng still looked upset. "Brother, is something wrong at home?" And Zhu saw An Feng's pale face and thought Liu was sick again. "Our home is fine." And Feng took a deep breath and told him what he had just seen. And Zhu wasn't surprised at all. And Feng asked, "Fatty, don't you find this strange? Aren't you scared?" "What's so strange? The gambling house has always been like this. I don't owe them any money, so why should I be afraid?" "But you," and Zhu's tone turned cold as he looked at him. "I didn't go gambling," and Feng shook his head quickly. "I won't gamble anymore. I swear I won't go again. I'll never gamble again." And Feng repeated several times, scared by Zhu Sheng. This made An Zhu happy inside. It seemed that a few beatings weren't as effective as Zhu Sheng's example. And Zhu asked, "Then why did you come here?" "I'm here to bring you a chicken." And Feng opened his basket and took out a large hen that weighed a few pounds. "Mother said Lu Han is back, so I brought him a big hen to help him get stronger." "And Zhu, that Lu Han is a grown man. Why does he need to get stronger?" "Quick, take it," and Feng handed her the hen. The hen flapped its wings, and An Zhu hurried to dodge. And Feng said, "Why are you running?" "The hen won't bite." "Fatty," she started to say, but then stopped herself. He quickly moved the hen in front of him, and his steps involuntarily took a step back. And Zhu looked back. Lu Han was standing tall right there. Was Lu Han so scary? Scary enough that her brother was acting so obedient, like a little student. Lu Han." And Feng stammered, unable to speak smoothly. He quickly explained, "My mother said to bring you a chicken to help you get stronger. I'll go now." And Feng placed the chicken in the yard as if someone was chasing him, then turned and ran. And Zhu's mouth twitched involuntarily. She used to say that when Liu family bullied her, she would stand up for him. Now, she didn't even dare to say much. A hen with its legs tied was flapping on the ground, while An Feng's back was already running far away. Lu Han asked, "Am I a tiger? Maybe you look too scary." And Zhu glanced sideways, observing his handsome face. His sharp features looked cold, with bronze skin and dark eyebrows. His piercing eyes seemed to see through everything. "You're the one who looks scary," Lu Han replied instinctively. And Zhu clenched her teeth and said, "No one should look down on anyone. What's wrong with me being fat? At least I am healthy and able." As soon as she finished speaking, An Zhu felt she had said the wrong thing. She was about to apologize when Lu Han's voice sounded. "No need to apologize. What you said is true." Lu Han's face was calm and peaceful, not angry at all about her mistake. "Then you don't need to thank me. What you said is also true. I am naturally fat," and Zhu said seriously. Now, she didn't even want to look at herself in the water when washing her face. Everywhere was flesh. And Zhu caught the hen and told Lu Mu about it. Lu Mu asked, "Where is your brother? Why didn't he stay for lunch?" "He has something to do, so he left first," and Zhu replied. She didn't want to say that Lu Han scared him away. Meanwhile, An Feng was so frightened he was gasping for air. Oh heavens, how could Lu Han's gaze be so terrifying? Big brother Zhu, Xiaoman, carrying Tianzhen, just finished selling tofu strips. She saw An Feng rushing off hurriedly and thought something was wrong. "Hello, Aunt Tian," An Feng cheerfully greeted. "I brought a hen for my sister." He said this and then ran straight toward Shiliang village. Xiaoman watched his figure leave and quietly looked at Tianzhen. Recently, she had asked her family to help find a match for Tianzhen, but no one was suitable after searching for a while. "Mom, we're having fish tonight," Lu Han said, carrying a bucket of fish home. The fish in the river had indeed increased a lot, just as Lu Mu said. Even though many people in the village fished, there were still plenty of fish. With patience and some skill, catching a bucket of fish was easy. No wonder people often caught fish in the river. "Okay, you can keep the fish in the pond behind the yard. I'm going to the village chief's house to get some cabbage seedlings." Sister Sun said she has plenty at her place. Lu Mu said hurriedly and left quickly. Lu Han watched her walk away and suddenly remembered when he first arrived at Dongxing village. His mother was not used to the place at all. With Lu Miao Miao around, she kept calling the villagers country folks and complained about how dirty everything was. Gradually, his mother stopped talking to the women in the village. Usually, besides Lu Miao Miao, there was no one to talk to. He had been gone for less than a month, so why had his mother changed so much? Lu Han poured fish into the pond. The pond was small, and all the fish crowded together. He picked up A and started digging the nearby land. Gu Chunlai saw this when he brought firewood and joined in digging. The two grown men worked faster than An Zhu. Soon, the pond was more than twice its original size. When An Zhu came to get fish for soup, she was amazed. "You guys are so fast." She remembered how she had spent 3 days digging the pond, her hands blistered. But these two? They dug half a day and made the pond bigger than hers. She felt a little jealous. "That's not hard," Lu Han said casually. And Zhu's eyes lit up. "Lu Han, should we find a place to dig a big pond? Then we can have more fish and eat whenever we want. Maybe we can even sell some." "Dig a pond? Sell fish?" Lu Han raised an eyebrow. "How big do you want it?" "There's a field next to our house. It's not very fertile. What do you think?" And Zhu had already been eyeing that field. "1 acre?" Lu Han asked. "Why do you want so many fish?" "To sell." And Zhu answered without hesitation. "And if we have more fish, we can eat whenever we want. Isn't that enough?" Lu Han looked at the new pond. Keeping 10 or so fish was no problem. "It's too small," and Zhu said, looking at the pond with dissatisfaction. "That's just grass carp and carp. If we get crucian carp or other kinds, it won't be enough. We can also raise loaches and other fish. The pond is good. Not only can we raise fish, but we can also plant lotus roots. In summer, we can enjoy the lotus flowers. When the lotus roots are ready, we can cook them, fry, boil, or mix them. They taste great." As soon as she talked about food, she couldn't stop. She seemed to open a floodgate of words. Lu Han silently looked at her, and Zhu pursed her lips. "Forget it, I won't say anything more." She caught a fish and went to the kitchen. Today, she planned to make pickled fish. Xiaoman gave her a lot of pickled vegetables, which were sour and spicy, so they would definitely taste good. When using the new pot, An Zhu was initially worried that Mother Lu might notice the difference, but in the end, she realized her worry was unnecessary. The fish soup with pickled vegetables was placed on the table. As it was served, the sour smell of the soup spread out. Mother Lu asked, "Xiao Zhu, is this pickled vegetable brought by Xiaoman? Can pickled vegetables be used to make fish soup?" "Of course, Mother. You try the taste and see if it's delicious," An Zhu said as she scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Mother Lu first sniffed it. The sour smell was strong, making her salivate. Could it taste good? She sipped a small amount. It was more sour than she expected, a little spicy, and had the fresh flavor of fish. Before she knew it, she finished the entire bowl of soup. She pouted her lips and said, "Not bad. This sour and spicy flavor really tastes good." Unsurprisingly, the fish soup with pickled vegetables received unanimous praise. The next day, Lu Han hired a few workers. When they were digging the fish pond, An Zhu's eyes lit up with a smile. "It's not for you to dig the land. My mother loves to eat fish," Lu Han explained. The fish they caught last night was praised nonstop by Mother Lu. Over the years, Mother Lu's appetite wasn't strong. She often ate vegetarian meals and recited Buddhist scriptures. If it weren't for her health and Lu Miao Miao, she might even eat only vegetarian food every day. "I'm happy because now there's a fish pond where I can plant lotus flowers," An Zhu said with a smile. No matter who Lu Han was digging the pond for, as long as he was willing to do it, she was happy. She said, "I'm going to the county to buy some meat to treat them." As she spoke, An Zhu carried her basket and was about to leave. Mother Lu called her back. "Xiao Zhu, take some silver money." "Don't you need money to buy meat?" "Thank you, Mother," An Zhu said without counting the money, and took it directly. Mother Lu watched her leave and thought, "Such a good girl, she never asks me for money." Then she remembered Lu Miao Miao. She said she didn't want money, but she kept finding ways to ask her for it. She didn't care about the silver, as long as she could talk to her. That was enough. Has she ever asked you for money? Lu Han raised an eyebrow, recalling that after he returned, An Zhu had given him 1 or 200 coins.
Yes.
She and Aunt Tian do some small business and earn some money, Mother Lu pondered. She thought she didn't have much money herself. She probably earned some from selling fish, but this girl loves to eat meat. Sometimes she buys meat and doesn't ask me for a single coin, and Zhu didn't know about the conversation between the two women. After arriving in the county, she went straight to the restaurant. The restaurant's business was getting busier and busier. Not only were freshwater snails from the Yanchuan River becoming everyone's favorite, but snails from all the village's fields and rivers were almost all picked clean. Today, she brought fish with her, planning to make a new dish, pickled fish slices. Zhou looked at her with a big smile on his face. He asked, "Xiaozhu, you're finally here. You don't know, these days, the restaurant is always full. Look, we've added more people in the kitchen. That's great," and Zhu praised. "It's because Uncle Zhou's cooking is so delicious. It's not just me," Zhou said. "It's because you teach so well." He never expected that the dishes he cooked would be loved by so many people. "Uncle Zhou, don't be modest. Your cooking is really good. Today I brought a big grass carp. How about we introduce a new dish, sour soup fish slices?" And Zhu took out her basket and said, "I brought dozens of grass carp today." "Good," Zhou said, looking at the fish. He asked his wife to note down the fish. "Xiaozhu, can your village send us fish every day? The water there is good, and the fish are fresher than others." "Of course," and Zhu said happily, thinking about the countless fish in the bamboo garden. She felt very happy. This was a steady income. Once the fish pond was ready, her fish would be very useful. When An Zhu was teaching how to make sour soup fish slices, she was very serious. Zhou also learned carefully. After finishing the new dish, An Zhu was in a hurry to go home. Just as she left the restaurant, she ran into An Fuchuan, who was returning with snails. "Xiaozhu, you're here in the county so early. Have you eaten?" And Fuchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Come, let me buy you some meat buns." He had been collecting snails from early morning until late at night at the restaurant, washing them. His days were busy but fulfilling. "No need, Dad. I've already eaten," and Zhu said with a flicker of an idea. "Actually, our village has plenty of fish. I plan to sell some to Uncle Zhou. Fish are hard to catch," and Fuchuan frowned. "I still have some money here." "No need, Dad. I have money. Let me tell you secretly, I know where the fish are plentiful and easy to catch," and Zhu whispered. Then she said, "Dad, I need to go back quickly. I have to leave now," afraid that An Fuchuan would ask more questions, and Zhu ran off very quickly. When they arrived at the meat stall, An Zhu was thinking that everyone was doing hard labor. Since Mother Lu had enough money, she generously bought 10 jin of meat and a few bones that others didn't want. On the way, when they saw a potato seller, her eyes lit up. It turned out that De Zhou also had potatoes. "Isn't it true that there are no potatoes?" After asking, she found the price was cheap and bought a whole basket of potatoes. On the way home, she carried dozens of pounds of stuff, which made her shoulders ache. "Mom, I'm back," and Zhu put down her basket, sat by the well, and used a gourd scoop to drink water. She took a big sip and felt much better. "Xiaozhu, what did you buy? Such a big basket?" Mother Lu looked at the potatoes she brought back, still unfamiliar with them. "Potatoes," and Zhu said, holding one and asking, "Mom, haven't you seen them?" The potato seller said they came from Beijing. He thought they were fresh, so he brought them to sell here. Who knew no one in the county would buy them? "I spent 20 coins and bought dozens of jin. It's such a good deal. I haven't seen them. Can you eat this?" Mother Lu asked, looking at the potatoes. "Of course, they're delicious," and Zhu said excitedly. Lu Han, who had just come from the fish pond, looked at her, and Zhu's eyes twinkled as she added, "The seller said these potatoes are very tasty. You can fry them, boil them, pan-fry them, or stew them. He also said they're easy to store. That person probably isn't a liar. How could they not spoil?" Mother Lu looked at An Zhu suspiciously. And Zhu grinned and said, 20 coins for so many. I've really made a good deal. Mom, he said these potatoes are stored in a corner with soil and can last until winter. Xiao Zhu, this doesn't look tasty. Mother Lu thought she had been tricked. And Zhu blinked and said, today I'll try stewing meat with them. The seller said potato stew is very delicious. Let's try it first to see if it's edible. Mother Lu reminded her. What if it's not good to eat and makes us sick? Then I'll listen to you. And Zhu said, looking very innocent. Lu Han spoke up. Mom, potatoes are indeed edible and they can be used to stew meat. Hearing this, Mother Lu said, Xiao Zhu, just stew the meat directly. We're all grown men. We need to fill our stomachs. And Zhu, her son was still effective. She talked for a long time, but Mother Lu didn't believe her. Whenever Lu Han said something, Mother Lu would no longer worry about causing trouble. Cooking potato stew is very simple. To pretend it was her first time making potatoes, and Zhu acted very carefully. Did that person say whether to peel the potatoes or not? Is it okay to eat after washing? And Zhu seemed to forget for a moment, but finally, with Lu Han's reminder, she finished making the potato stew. It's really hard, even for actors. And Zhu muttered to herself. When she was making the big bone soup, she felt more relaxed. After blanching the bones to remove the smell, she put them directly on the stove, waiting patiently for the soup to simmer until the aroma of the bones filled the air. She went to the vegetable garden to pick some bok choy, then to the village entrance to pick some water bamboo. Stir-fried with meat, it tasted sweet. Finally, she made a side dish of pickled vegetables with chili. Gui Lan, I brought some tofu, Aunt Sun Sanju, Zhu Chui Xiang, said as she brought her homemade tofu. As soon as she entered the yard, she smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen. Oh, is it stew? Sun's sister-in-law, my little Zhu bought some potatoes. We're making meat stew. She said they were tired from work, so she also made a bone broth to cook noodles for everyone in the afternoon, Mother Lu said proudly when talking about An Zhu. And Zhu really has a talent for cooking. Little Zhu's cooking skills are really good, Zhu Chui Xiang said, smelling the aroma. I only brought some tofu, so I feel a bit embarrassed. Yesterday, when Lu Han came home and said he wanted to invite people to dig a fish pond, Sun Dekai was very surprised. How could this land, which could grow crops, be used for digging a fish pond? Chui Xiang, if it weren't for your help, how could so many people come to help dig the fish pond? This land doesn't grow crops, so we can dig a fish pond, Mother Lu said, almost scolding. It was my son Honor who said he loved eating fish and asked people to dig the pond. Your Lu Han is really filial, Zhu Chui Xiang praised. Because Mother Lu loved eating fish and had a fish pond, she hadn't seen many others like that. Even Zhu Chui Xiang was not an exception. When Xie Xiaohong brought tofu strips, lunch was almost ready. She put down her things and planned to go home, but Mother Lu refused, insisting she stay for the meal. Xie Xiaohong said, Sister Guilan, isn't that a bit rude? Just call me sister and come to eat at my house. We have plenty of food, and in the afternoon, you can help make noodles. Don't worry, I won't make you work too hard. Mother Lu, Yao Guilan enjoys spending time with them. Contrary to her previous thoughts that rural people are rude and unclean, she finds that they work carefully and neatly. When An Zhu returned home with freshly picked water bamboo, she saw Xie Xiaohong and said, Aunt Tian, I just took some pickled vegetables from your house. Your pickled vegetables are especially delicious. If you like them, I'll make more next time, Xie Xiaohong replied. She was good at making these, and she said, when spring comes next year, there will be plenty. Aunt Tian, you must make more then, and Zhu said with a smile. Just thinking about the pickled vegetables made her drool, but unfortunately, there weren't many left. At lunchtime, Zhu Cuixiang and Xie Xiaohong watched as An Zhu cooked, and she didn't refuse. Guilan, I really envy you. You get to eat dishes made by Xiao Zhu every day. How is her hands so skillful? Zhu Cuixiang said.
Exactly.
If Xiao Zhu were my daughter, I'd love her too, Xie Xiaohong added. Guilan replied, all right, Xiao Zhu is now my daughter-in-law. Whether I admit it or not, she came back for good luck. If we're not destined to be together, I'll treat her like my own daughter. Xie Xiaohong was a bit worried. She asked, Xiao Zhu is 18 this year, right? She is 2 years older than Tianjin at her home. If she delays her marriage for a few years, Will An Zhu still be able to marry? Guilin, do you still want Lu Han to marry her wife? The last word was left unsaid by Zhu Zuixiang. She said seriously, Guilin, besides being a bit chubby, Xiao Zhu can handle everything at home. Remember when you fell and hurt your waist? If it were someone else, not to mention others, even your family's Miao Miao wouldn't carry you to the clinic like that. She had seen Lu Miao Miao. Her eyes almost seemed to reach the sky. Xiao Zhu is kind-hearted, Xie Xiaohong said. She had been worried about An Zhu, but didn't know how to bring it up. Now that Zhu Zuixiang spoke, she joined the conversation. All right, I was just saying. Xiao Zhu is still my daughter-in-law. Yao Guilin smiled as she spoke, but inside she sighed. If An Zhu lost some weight, even if she became a little plumper, she would never dislike her. But now, it's not possible. Yao Guilin changed the subject happily. Later, you must try the potatoes. They say they come from Beijing, but no one has ever tasted what they really taste like. Zhu Zuixiang and Xie Xiaohong didn't keep talking about that. Xie Xiaohong said, by the way, Zhu Sheng's leg was broken. When the ox cart was brought back, it was still bleeding. She was shocked when she heard the news. How badly did he get hurt to be bleeding like that? Tianjun was excited and said, Mother, I know why Brother An Zhu looks so sad. Maybe it's because he saw Zhu Sheng's leg broken? Maybe? Xie Xiaohong wasn't sure. She regretted not asking more at the time. She was scared, and now she thought he probably wouldn't gamble anymore, right? His leg is broken, Zhu Zuixiang said, having visited him. It will be hard for him to stand up again in the future. Yao Guilin asked, that serious? Much worse than Lu Han from your family. Just wait and see if she dares to scold you. Zhu Zuixiang disliked Zhu Posi's attitude. She rarely interacted with her, and last time she asked for 50 coins and made her kneel. She found it disgusting. Guilin, even if Lu Han is limping, she walks better than him, and that face of hers is the most handsome among the young men in Dongxing village, Zhu Zuixiang explained, worried that Lu Mu might be upset.
People have hard times.
As long as life gets better, it's fine. The Zhu family got what they deserved, Xie Xiaohong said angrily when she remembered Zhu Posi's attitude that day. She comforted Guilin, Lu Han will definitely have a bright future. Yao Guilin smiled and said, you don't need to comfort me. I know Honor's leg is lame, but I believe he can get better. Whether it's his leg or life. She believed her son wouldn't stay depressed just because he lost a leg. Yes. With a wife and children, life will get better. Zhu Zuixiang looked at An Zhu busy in the kitchen. As long as she had a son, she would be able to stand firm in the Lu family. Lunch was very hearty. There was stewed potatoes with meat, a dish everyone drooled over, along with stir-fried water bamboo shoots with meat, stir-fried bok choy, and pickled vegetables with chili. Just these dishes were enough to make the meal delicious. Plus, there was tofu sent by Aunt Sun-san, made into spicy tofu, and Xie Xiaohong's popular shredded tofu, which needed no introduction. There was plenty of meat, and the men ate very happily. During the afternoon work, they moved faster than usual. They heard that the potatoes were only available in the capital, so everyone was eager to try them. Xiao Zhu, your cooking skills are so good, you could open a restaurant. Yes, your skills are amazing. Zhu Zuixiang and Xie Xiaohong complimented each other, especially Xie Xiaohong. She had already been good at making shredded tofu and meat-filled buns, but now that she cooked these dishes, everyone thought they were even more delicious. I prefer staying at home. Working in the restaurant every day is too tiring, and Zhu said with a smile, changing the subject. Since there were many people, there was a lot to talk about. When the bone soup noodles were served, Sun Ditsai said, Lu Han, your family's meals are so good. If you ask someone to work in the village in the future, they won't get such good food. During lunch, the meat manager didn't say much, but the tofu he made was even more fragrant than the meat. In the afternoon, there was also noodle soup cooked with bone broth. Everyone had a big bowl, and they ate until they were full. Uncle Sun, everyone working for me shouldn't be too hard. I may not be rich, but I can still treat everyone to some meat, Lu Han said humbly. My mother loves fish, so I plan to dig a big fish pond. Later, I can raise more fish and sell them for money. Many people working together finished digging the pond in just a few days. An Zhu's good cooking reputation spread throughout the village. The fish pond was filled with water. To fill it with fish, An Zhu went to catch fish in the river, and Lu Han went with her. "You want to go fish with me?" An Zhu hesitated, holding her basket. She wanted to play in the bamboo garden, splash some water, and act casual. If Lu Han went, how could she pretend? "That big fish pond, with just your small basket. When will it be full?" Lu Han answered without looking up, his basket on his back packed full. She didn't know what he had put inside. An Zhu forced a smile, thinking about how to subtly bring up the fish later. Previously, everyone caught fish by wading into the water or by trying their luck with fish baskets. When there were many fish, the chance of success was quite high. At the riverbank, An Zhu stood on the flat stone steps where she usually washed clothes, looking at the wide river. She wasn't in a hurry to catch fish but was watching the things Lu Han took out of his basket. "Was that a mosquito net?" "Is that a mosquito net?" An Zhu asked in surprise, walking closer to examine it. "Is there rope wrapped around it?" "Yes," Lu Han replied. He had modified his fishing net. Although mosquito nets are easy to tear, he reinforced it with rope. He lowered the net into the water. The woven bamboo opening was large, so once fish entered, they would fall into the net pouch he made himself. An Zhu was very curious. She had never seen anyone make a fishing net like Lu Han. As a modern person, she found it quite amazing. If he had the kind of netting or casting nets from later times, fishing would be much easier. "I'll help herd the fish," An Zhu said, stepping into the water upstream. "I'll guide the fish into the net." After entering the water, she didn't rush to release the fish from the bamboo pond, as that seemed too obvious. When Lu Han explained his fishing technique, she praised, "This works much better than the fish baskets I asked Aunt Tian to make before." She decided to see how many fish she could catch without using the fish from the bamboo pond. Lu Han held a large net-like pouch in his hand. When An Zhu entered the water, she could feel that there were still many fish in the river. It seemed the villagers' fishing skills were quite poor. "Got one." Lu Han quickly caught a fish in his net. He threw it into the basket behind him and continued fishing. "Is your leg okay?" An Zhu asked happily as she helped herd the fish. She noticed Lu Han walking awkwardly in the water and said, "Maybe you should stay on the shore and herd the fish, and I'll do the catching." She reached out to him, but since his leg made walking difficult, it would probably be even harder in the water. Lu Han looked at her without saying anything and kept using his net to fish. "Hey, I'm doing this for your own good," An Zhu said irritably. "You don't appreciate good intentions." She leaned her basket against the shore, tied it up, then took her fish basket and went to catch fish farther away from Lu Han. She deliberately kept her distance. She chose a likely hiding spot for fish, and as the fish from the bamboo pond swam into the water, they jumped on the surface. An Zhu cheered excitedly. "There are so many fish," An Zhu's voice startled Lu Han nearby. Seeing the scene, Lu Han walked toward An Zhu with a net bag in his hand. With this net, he caught at least 4 or 5 fish. "I'm feeling lucky today. Maybe I found a fish nest," An Zhu said as she poured the fish from her basket into her backpack. The fish jumped lively, and she seemed to foresee that soon, the pond would have endless fish. Lu Han emptied the fish from his net and kept fishing. With both of them fishing and An Zhu's bamboo garden nearby, they quickly filled 2 baskets with fish. "If it gets colder, we can't go into the water to catch fish," An Zhu said as she struggled to climb ashore, wet and uncomfortable. Back home, An Zhu poured the fish into the new pond she had just built. The water was still shallow, so she could see the fish happily swimming. After taking a hot bath, she felt much better. While changing clothes, An Zhu put on the outfit her mother-in-law made for her. It was not only tight but even tighter than the last one she wore. An Zhu frowned, feeling uneasy. Her body was definitely not normal. "Little Zhu, what's wrong? Are you distracted?" her mother-in-law asked with concern. "Are you cold?" "Mom, do you think I've gained weight?" An Zhu pinched her waist. No, she had no waist, just flesh and more flesh. "Let me see," her mother-in-law said carefully, knowing the size of the clothes she made. She looked at An Zhu and said, It seems you've gained a little weight. Maybe the family's food is good. Mom, An Zhu wanted to speak, but stopped. She changed the subject and asked, "By the way, I keep seeing strangers going to the back mountain. Could there be treasures there? They're just picking herbs." "You haven't seen how many people go to the back mountain in spring," her mother-in-law replied casually. "Our back mountain is near Legong Mountain, a deep forest. I heard there are tigers and wolves, but also many rare herbs. Please don't go to Legong Mountain. It's dangerous," her mother-in-law warned repeatedly. "Oh, I won't go there. I value my life," An Zhu said, loving her own safety. The deep forest was like a primeval forest after all. The next morning, An Zhu went straight to Yechen Pavilion in the county to see Dr. Song Yulong. When Song Yu saw An Zhu, he was a bit surprised. "Dr. Song, please help me check my pulse again. I feel like there's something wrong with my body. Could I be poisoned? Or did I take the wrong medicine?" An Zhu hadn't slept well all night and was worried about this. The original owner was a bit overweight, but she didn't want to work hard for a good life only to have her health fail. Song Yu didn't say anything and simply checked her pulse. After a while, he said, "Miss An, your pulse seems to. Could it be poisoning or a wrong medication?" An Zhu saw his troubled expression and patted her leg. "I knew it. I've been so tired every day controlling my diet. How could I not lose weight and still gain weight?" She looked at him with a smile and said, "Dr. Song, there's no need to be troubled. Just prescribe the medicine. I can handle any hardship. Miss An." Song Yu cleared his throat. "I couldn't find any illness in your body," and Zhu's smile suddenly stopped. Then she calmly said, "Oh, thank you, Dr. Song." Without another word, she turned and ran away. No, it must be that Song Yu's medical skills are not good enough. And Zhu thought she should find someone else to check. She looked around Yangchuan County, but all the doctors she saw had already examined her and found no problems. "I've prepared the medicinal bath for you. It's ready now," Song Yu said as he saw Lu Han. Today, the clinic was quiet. Song Yu said, "Lu Han, about your wife who is helping you with the good luck." Lu Han, soaking in the medicinal bath, glanced at him. "Miss An," Song Yu changed his words, "she came to see the doctor twice. Her body is fine, just a bit overweight. Some people gain weight just from drinking water." Lu Han lowered his eyes. "Yes, she even thinks her weight is a disease or that she's poisoned or took the wrong medicine." "Isn't that quite interesting?" Song Yu couldn't help but laugh. Lu Han said, "Song Yu, a doctor shouldn't laugh at patients behind their backs." Song Yu's smile froze on his face. "Maybe it's because your medical skills aren't good enough," Lu Han continued sharply. "Besides, she's overweight but didn't eat your rice or your food. I'm now lame, and you're probably laughing behind my back, too." "No, absolutely not," Song Yu insisted.
Song Yu was really worried now.
He composed himself and said seriously, "Lu Han, we grew up together. Since you came to Dongxing Village, I've been following you to this place where even birds don't lay eggs. Also, when it comes to medical skills, I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can treat common illnesses accurately." Song Yu firmly denied that his medical skills were poor. Who is the one who thought life in the village was too hard and insisted on staying in Yangchuan County? Lu Han reminded him. "I'm practicing medicine to save people," Song Yu explained. "Lu Han, I didn't mean to mock her, nor did I mock you behind your back. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be your match. In my heart, you're still that great general." Song Yu's words were cut off by Lu Han. "Forget the past. It's natural for women to want to be beautiful. If she wants to lose weight, that's normal. Lu Han, you wouldn't really think of her as wife?" Song Yu looked at Lu Han. Even dressed in the simplest cotton clothes, and even with a limp, his demeanor was far from ordinary. "No matter what happens in the future, she is now my nominal wife." Lu Han lowered his eyes. "Who he marries doesn't matter. And Zhu, at least he liked that name. But she doesn't really match you." Song Yu swallowed his words and said, "Should I change how I address her? Mrs. Lu? That doesn't sound right. Maybe I should call her Miss An." And Zhu went to the restaurant for a walk. The new dish, sour and spicy fish slices, became everyone's favorite. Sanpengzi restaurant had been open for just over half a month, but it was very popular. She had heard many people discussing Sanpengzi restaurant. The restaurant was now running smoothly. She only needed to introduce a few new dishes from time to time. She returned home early. During dinner, she couldn't shake off her lack of spirit. "Mother, eat more," Lu Han said, serving a rib to his mother. "You need to gain some weight." "Okay." Lu Mu was pleasantly surprised. She knew her son was filial, but he rarely served her food. "It's good to be a little chubby. Don't care about others' opinions," Lu Han said casually, glancing at An Zhu. Yes, mother isn't afraid of gaining weight, just that eating too much makes her tired." Lu Mu didn't think much of it.
An Zhu post, suspiciously glancing at Lu Han.
Why did she feel like he was comforting her? The next day, she didn't go to the county. Instead, she finished the chores at home and carried a basket to cut pig grass. The little pigs at home were growing bigger each day. By the time of the new year, they would be able to enjoy pork freely. While cutting the pig grass halfway, An Zhu noticed an old man fishing in the lake. She smiled and said, "Grandpa, there are many fish in the river at the foot of the mountain. It's easy to catch them." The lake behind the mountain was large, but there were fewer fish. "This place is good and quiet," the old man replied after finishing his words, then looked at her and said, "You are a chubby girl." "Grandpa, that's rude," An Zhu said with a twitch of her mouth. Why does he always have to be so hurtful? She sat down on a nearby stone and said, "I'm chubby, but I haven't eaten your family's rice." "Why do you keep laughing at me?" "I'm just telling the truth," the old man said seriously. "Chubby girl, how did you get so fat?" "Nowadays, only wealthy families are really fat. Judging by this girl, she doesn't look like she's from a rich family." "Drinking water," An Zhu replied irritably. "Ha ha ha," the old man laughed loudly. "This is the first time I've heard of someone drinking water to get fat. Why not?" An Zhu pouted and muttered, "I think the doctors in the county are no good. There must be something wrong with my body, but they can't see it." "Oh, really?" The old man looked at her curiously. "You're the one who's fat, yet you blame the doctor's skills." "That's right," An Zhu said, looking up at the blue sky. Her life seemed bleak. She felt her body was problematic, but the doctors couldn't see it. She felt uneasy inside. "Let me take a look," the old man waved at her. An Zhu looked at him suspiciously, as if to say, "Are you joking? I'm also a doctor," the old man replied. An Zhu shook her head.
"Impossible."
"I've seen all the doctors in Yang County, even barefoot doctors, but I haven't seen you. Can I be a doctor from the capital city?" The old man raised an eyebrow and stroked his goat beard. "Do I look less like a doctor?" An Zhu carefully examined the old man. His hair was all white, his face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were bright and full of energy. He was dressed in a plain gray cotton robe, with no other accessories. "Not really," An Zhu shook her head. She looked like a fishing enthusiast, after all. "You're such a chubby girl. You can't even speak properly," the old man scolded her with a glare. "If you like it, just look." An Zhu stepped forward. She could faintly smell a light medicinal scent on the old man. She didn't mind the dirt and sat down on the grass nearby, extending her hand. "Please, doctor, take a look at me." The old man lazily glanced at her and said, "Who just said I don't look like a doctor?" "It was me," An Zhu smiled sweetly. "But you really don't look like a doctor. You're here fishing, not like those doctors in the county who have their eyes everywhere." "Oh." The old man's eyes subtly studied her. The chubby girl was quite plump. When she smiled, her eyes squinted into crescent moons. While others had a face the size of a palm, hers was twice that. "Look, skilled doctors usually hide their identities, afraid of being found." And Zhu thought of stories and TV shows about famous doctors. "They never disappear without a trace." She said, "People fear fame, pigs fear fat. I think, old grandpa, you must be a very talented doctor." The old man's eyes darkened as he looked at her. He casually said, "If I can't tell your illness, am I a bad doctor? If I can, am I a great doctor?" Hee. And Zhu grinned cleverly. Oh no. Grandpa, you must have said wrong. Whether or not you see my illness, you're a great doctor. Just pick any doctor, and he's a great doctor." The old man saw she truly didn't know his identity and teased her on purpose. "You, chubby girl," slick-tongued and full of lies. Her expression just now clearly showed she was thinking that. I'm sweet-tongued, but why does it sound like I'm slick-tongued to you, Grandpa? I think you probably don't lack medical skills, but you're afraid to examine me, and Zhu used a teasing tone. Let's make a bet. If you find out what's wrong with me, I'll cook you a fish you've never tasted before. Deal? Quite confident, the old man looked at her with interest. The best Yunnan wine restaurant in Chongqing Prefecture makes a delicious spicy fish. Can you make one I haven't tried? Steamed bass, and Zhu chose the simplest fish. The old man shook his head and said, "This dish is too bland. I've tasted it before. Same dish, different cooks, and the results are naturally different. The fish I made," and Zhu was about to praise herself, but then confidently patted her chest and said, "You'll want to try it a second time after you taste it." The little girl's confidence piqued the old man's interest. He asked, "What if I can't tell what's wrong with your body?" "If you can't tell, then your medical skills must not be good enough," and Zhu replied, pursing her lips with a hopeful look. "Grandpa, you see so much and know so much. You should be able to tell, right?" And Zhu extended her wrist. Her wrist was smooth and round, with rough hands that looked like they had done a lot of farm work, but her wrist was fair and delicate. "Let me see," the old man said, placing his hand on her pulse. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking that maybe the little girl's body wasn't in good shape, perhaps because she ate a lot and was overweight. But after carefully feeling her pulse, he found it was perfectly normal, just like that of a healthy person, with no other signs. From initially being indifferent, the old man became more serious as he examined her for a long time, so long that An Zhu stopped breathing. Finally, the old man withdrew his hand. Switched to the other wrist. "Am I really sick?" An Zhu asked nervously as she switched wrists. The old man didn't answer, but simply looked at her pulse again. The surrounding silence was so deep that An Zhu could hear her own heartbeat. The long-standing problem of her obesity might soon be solved. After a long while, so long that her legs went numb, the old man looked at her with a regretful expression. An Zhu's heart skipped a beat. "Grandpa, it's okay. You can't see any problems. I don't blame you. I'll even make you some fish to eat." She stood up, trying to hide her unease with a smile. "You're not going to live past 20, the old man said coldly, like a bucket of cold water poured over her, making her feel icy inside. And Zhu staggered. Her legs had already gone numb from sitting too long, and now, with his words, she sat down beside him. She glared at him and said, "Grandpa, even if you can't see any problems with my body, you don't have to curse me, do you?" She was 18 years old. If she wouldn't live past 20, that meant she would die in 2 years. "The old man never lies," he said, stroking his goat beard. "Did you grow up here?" And Zhu nodded with a look of confusion and asked, "Why do you say I won't live past 20? Have I really been poisoned?" "Yes," the old man nodded. "If I weren't experienced, I might not be able to identify this poison." And Zhu looked suspicious. The old man was annoyed and glared. No one dared to question him. He explained, "You've been poisoned by a kind of vine, a ruthless, strange vine. Its sap enters your blood and makes you gain weight without showing any signs of illness. It's a fake pulse that fools many doctors. A fake pulse," and Zhu thought the old man was trying to scare her with stories. She stayed calm and looked at him, trying to read his expression. She asked cautiously, "So, how do you know I've been poisoned? Isn't that what you told me?" The old man replied. And Zhu chuckled. She wanted to know if she was poisoned, so why wouldn't she tell him? "You're fat, but not because of eating. You get fat from working hard every day. If your pulse shows signs of illness, that's normal. But your pulse is too normal. I checked it twice before I was sure," the old man said, waving at her. "If you don't believe me, let's test your blood." "Why test my blood?" And Zhu instinctively stepped back. What kind of strange old man was this? "Your blood turns dark in water," the old man explained more clearly. And Zhu was confused. She looked at her finger, thinking of copying what she saw in TV shows, biting her finger. But she hesitated, afraid of the pain. Then she had an idea. She said, "Grandpa, I don't believe you. Why don't you come home with me?" The old man cleaned his ear and raised his eyebrows. "You want me to go home with you?" "Yes," and Zhu said confidently. If the blood doesn't turn dark, then you're wrong. But if it does, then you're right. If you're right, I'll cook you some delicious fish at home. I'm good at cooking. No matter what, the old man looked like a doctor. If he really was a divine doctor, she had to treat him well and get him to help detox her. She didn't want to die young. Fat girl, aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? The old man looked down at himself. Does he look like a good person? Grandpa, didn't you say you're a doctor? Since you're a doctor who heals people, how could you be a bad person? An Zhu looked at him sincerely. As soon as An Zhu got home, she told her mother about what happened on the back mountain. What? Mother Lu frowned. He can't be a liar, right? You're just a little chubby. How could you not live past 20? Whether he's a liar or not, we'll find out when we bleed him, said the old man, sitting on a stone bench in the yard. The family was quite tidy. An Zhu went straight to the kitchen, took a bowl, filled it with clean water, and held a kitchen knife on her finger. After hesitating for a moment, she gently cut, and blood dripped from the knife into the water. The bright red blood turned dark once it entered the water. Seeing the blood turn black, An Zhu almost dropped the knife and muttered, "Could I really be doomed to a short life?" Grandpa doctor. An Zhu put down the knife and forced a big smile to look at the old man. Now you're not calling me a liar, huh? The old man sat calmly, pondering. Could there really be a ruthless vine here? And that chubby girl just happened to be poisoned? 19 years ago, a noble person had been poisoned like this before. But that was a noble from the capital, and she was just a country girl. Grandpa doctor, I was blind and didn't recognize you, An Zhu said, feeling her smile was a bit flattering. But for her own life, she didn't mind being more flattering. She added, Grandpa, please sit here for a moment. I'll go catch some fish. She said this and went to the backyard to catch fish. Soon after, she came back and asked, Grandpa, isn't my blood poisonous? Bandage it up, the old man said casually. An Zhu felt relieved. Mother Lu hurried to make tea and asked, Doctor, can you cure Xiao Zhu's poison? It's a bit difficult, the old man said honestly. The family didn't seem wealthy, and the antidote was expensive. They probably couldn't afford it. Xiao Zhu is still young. Please, doctor, help her, Mother Lu said with concern. The old man asked back, Are you the chubby girl's mother? The mother and daughter didn't look alike at all. No. Mother Lu shook her head, paused, and then said, She is my... Grandpa, you'll have fish to eat very soon. And Zhu immediately started cleaning the fish. For the sake of life, one plate of fish was not enough. She looked at the pond snails she was raising and planned to make a spicy snail dish. Finally, she took a crucian carp and added a piece of tofu. The white fish and tofu soup was fresh and very tasty. Lu Han brought Songyu back and immediately noticed an old man in the yard. Old sir, Lu Han greeted him. The old man looked at him, his gaze falling on his leg, then quickly shifting away. Lu Mu said, Honor, this is a doctor. He said he's here to check Xiao Zhu's pulse. Xiao Zhu has been poisoned and won't live past 20. Xiao Zhu is busy in the kitchen. I'm going to help. Impossible, Song Yu immediately said upon hearing this. Miss N's pulse is normal. How could she be poisoned? The old man looked at him and asked, Are you a doctor? Yes, I run the Yuchen clinic in the county, Song Yu said proudly. I've checked Miss N's pulse twice and I didn't feel anything unusual. The old man looked at him with disdain, as if to say, Amateur doctor. Old sir, I've studied medicine with my grandfather since I was young. My grandfather was a court doctor. I couldn't have misdiagnosed her pulse, Song Yu said, sizing up the old man. But I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Court doctor? The old man looked at him. Song Yu? Is your grandfather the court doctor Song? Song Yu was stunned, almost swallowing a chicken egg. He trembled and said, Are you the wind god doctor? No, the old man quickly denied. Lu Han was surprised. The wind god doctor, whom he had searched for in Chongping Prefecture for over half a month without success, was actually here? No way. You're the wind god doctor. I saw you when I was young over 10 years ago, Song Yu said, growing more convinced. He respectfully bowed. Junior Song Yu, greetings to the wind god doctor. My surname is Luo. The old man firmly refused to admit he was the wind god doctor. Dr. Luo, Lu Han quickly changed his tone, subtly nudging Song Yu and giving him a look. Whether or not he was the wind god doctor, it was clear he was not an ordinary doctor. The old man kept his eyes on his nose, his mind on his heart. Whatever they said, he was too lazy to speak. The yard fell into silence. The dishes are here. Lunch is ready, and Zhu carried the food into the living room. Seeing Song Yu and Lu Han return, she went to buy shredded tofu and cold tofu strips from Aunt Tian's house. Finally, she stir-fried some bok choy. "Grandpa Doctor, please try some." And Zhu treated the old man as an honored guest, carefully preparing each dish herself. "Chubby girl, your cooking looks good." Dr. Luo looked at the dishes on the table. Although she didn't have much time, the dishes were well prepared. The steamed bass fish looked even better than ones he had eaten before. The milky white Crucian carp tofu soup was very flavorful and made his nose tingle. There were also freshwater snails that weren't fishy or smelly, but spicy and fragrant, something he had never tasted before. "Grandpa Doctor, please try some." And Zhu introduced each dish. Lu Han said, "Dr. Luo, you should try some. Xiao Zhu's cooking is quite good." The first thing Dr. Luo tried was the steamed bass fish. It was simple to make, but making it delicious and not fishy was not easy. The tender, smooth fish meat was cooked just right, neither overcooked nor undercooked. It was very tasty. Sliced green and red peppers with scallions were sprinkled on top, making it very pleasing to the eye. "It's not worse than what they serve at Yunlai restaurant, Dr. Luo praised. Then he tasted the Crucian carp tofu soup, which was fresh and tender, making him want to swallow his tongue. "Grandpa Luo," and Zhu sweetly called, "this spicy snail is really delicious. It's spicy enough to be exciting, and I promise you'll want more." "Girl, your words are sweet." Dr. Luo saw An Zhu and Lu Mu taste the food, and he started eating as well. Song Yu kept eating, devouring the snails one after another. How could these snails taste better than those at the Sanpangzi restaurant in the county? He decided he would come here more often in the future. Burp. Dr. Luo was full and satisfied. Whether it was the spicy snails or the fish she made, the flavors were excellent. "Grandpa Luo, how can I get rid of my poison?" After washing the dishes, An Zhu looked at Dr. Luo with a pleading expression. She didn't want to be a short-lived ghost. "Well," Dr. Luo stroked his goat beard and said, "there's no cure for it right now." "What do you mean no cure for now?" And Zhu was not discouraged. She guessed. "Is it because of the herbs? Tell me what herbs I need and I'll go buy them." "You?" Dr. Luo looked her over. She had nothing valuable on her. He said, "You can't afford it. I'll buy them." Lu Han spoke up. His cold voice sounded like music to An Zhu's ears. She looked at him with gratitude. Dr. Luo glared at him. "Who are you?" "Junior Lu Han." Lu Han bowed very low. Luo Longzhong responded with a sound and said, "I know Dr. Song, but I am not the wind god doctor and cannot treat your leg." His words shattered Mother Lu and Lu Han's hope. Lu Han's face remained calm. He said, "My leg is already badly injured, and even the doctor says it can't be cured. I just can't believe it. Please, Dr. Luo, help treat An Zhu's poison. I am willing to pay money. Who is the chubby girl to you?" Luo Longzhong looked at Lu family for a while and was not stupid. "She is my wife," Lu Han answered without hesitation. An Zhu was a bit surprised. Luo Longzhong looked at An Zhu and Lu Han and said, "I can help her, but I want you to write a promise that you will never divorce her in this life." Both responded at the same time. One was Mother Lu, which Luo Longzhong could understand. Not to mention Lu Han. Even ordinary men might not want to marry such a chubby wife. But the other person said it was the chubby girl? Lu Han didn't speak. "Luo Longzhong, I treat Xiao Zhu like my own daughter. Whatever the cost of consultation and medicine, we are willing to pay," Mother Lu said anxiously. Lu Han is a man of his word. If he really promised Luo Longzhong, he would never be able to divorce her in this life. Xiao Zhu is very good, thoughtful, and obedient. But if she really becomes his wife, she feels unbalanced inside. Her son has been excellent since childhood. To be bold, even marrying a princess would be possible. An Zhu couldn't hold back anymore and stood up directly, saying, "Since Dr. Luo doesn't want to help me, I won't force it." No need to trouble others. Luo Longzhong was silent. Why was the chubby girl so fiery? Wasn't he doing this for her? Marrying Lu Han, no matter how, means holding on tightly. I agree, Lu Han said word by word. Luo Longzhong, as long as you can save An Zhu, I will never divorce her in this life. I don't agree, An Zhu immediately retorted. If you don't want a divorce, I don't want to stay in the Lu family for a lifetime. If not for household registration or the route guide, how could she stay in the Lu family? She hasn't found a way yet, but that doesn't mean she won't find one in the future. Afraid of being discovered or suspected, she was already feeling oppressed. Now, with less than 2 years left to live, she didn't want to suffer anymore. The room was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Mother Lu was stunned. She had been whispering to An Zhu, treating her like her own daughter, just to prevent her from clinging to Lu Han. But now, she realized she no longer understood An Zhu. Dr. Luo was also surprised. For the first time, he tried to help someone only to be rejected? Lu Han raised an eyebrow. He wasn't surprised that she wanted to leave. However, her current attitude, being confrontational, was completely different from her previous gentle, submissive, and innocent behavior. Song Yu was so shocked that he was holding a cup of tea nearby and took a sip, but it was so hot that he spat it out.
Lu Han loket diskusted.
Spit. He moved to stand away from Song Yu, keeping his distance. I'm not doing it on purpose. Song Yu quickly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He had never thought that Lu Han would be disliked one day. If you want to laugh, just do it. Don't hold it in, An Zhu kindly reminded Song Yu. Then she looked serious and said, Everything I said is the truth. My parents won't agree to me marrying Li. If you help me fix the household registration and establish a female household, I promise I won't take your wife's place. An Zhu's voice was persuasive. I guarantee that once I have a female household, I will voluntarily leave the family. No. Lu Han refused without hesitation. Why? An Zhu looked at him with confusion. Do you like me being so fat? Are you afraid I'll embarrass you? No, Lu Han replied. He felt that if he agreed, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He pursed his lips and said, Unless you find someone you like, I won't agree. An Zhu touched her chubby face, looking at Lu Han as if she were looking at a fool. Honor, Mother Lu wanted to say something, but Lu Han interrupted. Mother, my decision won't change. Lu Han, please reconsider. An Zhu thought today was a good opportunity. She looked at him pleadingly. Lu Han said, An Zhu, do you think that just because you establish a female household, you can live on your own? He looked at her as if to say, You are too naive. Isn't that so? An Zhu murmured in reply. Your parents are still alive. You have an older brother. After the divorce, you returned to the An family, only to be abandoned by your husband's family. Your parents can't lift their heads in the village. Your brother can't even find a wife, and your sister can't get married. Even if you establish a female household, what can you do? Join the army or work as a servant? Lu Han's question made An Zhu fall silent. This was not the happy life she had imagined. Song Yu moved her lips but said nothing. Lu Han was a clever man. Since he didn't want a divorce, he must have his reasons. He used an excuse to leave. Lu's mother was angry with Lu Han and went back to her room. In the hall, only Lu Han, An Zhu, and Luo Lang remained. Bring paper and pen, said Luo Lang. After watching a long scene, he decided to let the chubby girl live a few more years because she cooked such good food. Aren't you unwilling to save me? An Zhu said angrily. She had been dreaming of living happily alone after the divorce. Now that was gone. She still had some strange poison in her body and thought she wouldn't live more than 2 years. Life seemed very dark. I won't charge you for the treatment. Just make me more delicious food in the future. Luo Lang quickly wrote the prescription. Lu Han took the prescription and, looking at An Zhu, said, I'll get the medicine for you. An Zhu looked at him suspiciously. Aren't you worried about the bad reputation from the divorce? And that's why. Before she finished, Lu Han handed her the prescription. Do you know how to read? He asked calmly, without any mockery. An Zhu took the prescription, planning to read it, but suddenly heard Lu Han's voice. She froze instantly. After you get the medicine, you still need Luo Lang to check it. Lu Han said clearly. An Zhu felt a little embarrassed but then responded confidently. It's because you suddenly don't want a divorce. Who knows what your real plan is? Lu Han stepped forward, his dark eyes fixed on her. An Zhu straightened her back but couldn't help taking a step back. His gaze was too frightening. He looked down at her. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to go to so much trouble. After speaking, Lu Han turned and left, limping slightly. His back view. Chubby girl, Lu Han treats you differently. Luo Lang saw clearly. Lu Han's feelings for her were not exactly love, but his eyes on An Zhu were unusual, not like those of an ordinary person. Maybe I saved his life. An Zhu glanced sideways. She squatted down and asked, Luo Lang, how much silver do I need for that medicine? Can you help me calculate? I want to pay him back later. You? Luo Lang looked skeptical. An Zhu straightened her back and said, Dr. Luo, don't doubt me. I may not have money now, but in the future, I will surely become very wealthy. Her voice was full of confidence, making it seem as if she could really achieve her dream. Such ambition, Dr. Luo praised. A rural girl with a plump figure, and yet she has such big dreams. He said, the medicine recipe uses more than 20 kinds of herbs, and the most expensive one is the 100-year-old ginseng. 100-year-old ginseng is rare and valuable. Does he still go by herbs? An Zhu felt it was hard to believe when she heard about the 100-year-old ginseng. That must be a big favor. What do you think? Dr. Luo looked at her with a half-smile. An Zhu's eyes moved, and she asked, Dr. Luo, do you know Lu Han? He's not an ordinary person, right? That's why I help you, Dr. Luo replied. He can't marry you, so you are his real wife. The good days are still ahead. He looked at her with a disappointed expression. An Zhu pouted and said, I can earn wealth and fame myself. Finding someone I like is better, isn't it? Besides having bad legs, is there anything else wrong with Lu Han? Dr. Luo, a man, thought that Lu Han's looks were outstanding among men. His personality is bad. He's too cold and sharp-tongued, An Zhu answered without hesitation. Most importantly, he doesn't like me. Dr. Luo examined her and said, that's a bit difficult. Everyone cares about beauty. An Zhu was silent, feeling a bit hurt. That night, An Zhu made spicy river snails again, and Dr. Luo enjoyed them thoroughly. When it was time to rest, Dr. Luo left without looking back. An Zhu took her first herbal bath. The fragrant herbal bath needed to soak for half an hour. She lay in the tub, bored, counting sheep. Xiao Zhu, I'll add some hot water for you. Mother Lu came in with a bucket of water. Seeing that the fruit in An Zhu's bath was no longer hot, she poured in more water. She didn't leave immediately, but stood there, watching An Zhu hesitate to speak. Mother, think from my perspective. If I were you, I would make the same choice. I wouldn't choose a rural girl as a daughter-in-law who is as fat as me, An Zhu answered calmly. She wasn't surprised by Mother Lu's choice, but deep inside, she felt a little sour. Mother Lu said, Xiao Zhu, I only have the son, Han or Kama. She sighed deeply and said, Xiao Zhu, don't worry. Your poison can definitely be cured. Thank you, Mother. An Zhu lowered her eyes and said nothing more. The next morning, An Zhu was thinking about making some special dishes for Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo loves fish. He ate fish yesterday at lunch and dinner. She carefully selected a few big grass carp, removed all the fish bones patiently, and pounded the fish meat with an iron hammer until it was minced. Today, she planned to make fish ball soup. Delicious fish balls are a favorite for hot pot. Today, she would make a hot pot without a fire. Xiao Zhu, what are you cooking? Mother Lu came back from the vegetable garden and saw An Zhu still pounding fish meat, very curious. Fish balls. Today, I'm making spicy fish balls. After half a morning, the fish balls were ready. She sliced potatoes into thick pieces and soaked them in water to prevent them from turning yellow. She also cut a few taro pieces into thick slices. The bok choy was washed clean and placed in a basin, and the spinach was thoroughly cleaned. An Zhu specifically asked Aunt Tian to help bring back tofu and pig blood, which she also sliced into thick pieces and placed in bowls. Chubby girl, why aren't these dishes cooked yet? Dr. Luo and Han Lu were fishing in the mountains. When they returned home, Dr. Luo was still hoping for something tasty. But there was no cooked food on the table, only raw vegetables in the kitchen. What's in this pot? It smells so good. Dr. Luo sniffed and looked at the pot, saliva almost coming out. Grandpa Luo, wash your hands. You can eat soon, An Zhu said with a smile. She opened the lid to reveal a broth made from ribs. She added her own hot pot seasoning, then put in potatoes, taro, duck blood, and fish balls. When it looked almost cooked, she added the vegetables. Dr. Luo washed his hands and was looking forward to eating. Han Lu looked at the fish balls in the pot and asked, "Did you make these fish balls?" "Yes," An Zhu replied. Then she asked, how do you know I made them? How do you know they're fish balls?" An Zhu looked at him curiously. She answered herself, "Mother told you, right? I heard about it and decided to try making them. I think they should taste really good." Hot pot, Han Lu said these two words, staring at her intensely. An Zhu paused for a moment. "I thought I might as well use the flavors in the pot and put all these dishes in. It should taste good, right?" She didn't look back, but her heart was pounding. A strange thought crossed her mind. Could Lu Han also have traveled through time? "There's a hot pot restaurant in Kyoto," Lu Han said. When he said this, he clearly saw An Zhu breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, she excitedly turned around, her eyes shining as she asked, "There's a hot pot place in Kyoto? Did you open it?" "No." Lu Han shook his head. He looked at her face again. Her chubby cheeks seemed to become even cuter. He softened his tone. "Someone else owns it." "Oh." An Zhu nodded clearly, not feeling surprised at all. She didn't understand what hot pot was. Lu Han watched her back and suddenly felt glad he hadn't agreed to her divorce yesterday. "This is delicious, really spicy and satisfying," Luo Longzhong said as he ate fish balls, praising with each bite. "This is the first time I've had fish like this, made into balls." "Fatty girl. What were you thinking?" Luo Longzhong ate quickly, so fast that it was hard to believe he was an old man with gray hair. "Of course I'm smart," An Zhu said proudly. Everyone was happily eating, and she felt especially satisfied inside. It was worth spending so much time on this. She hadn't eaten fish balls in a long time. Later, she planned to send a bowl to Aunt Tian. When An Zhu was about to leave with the fish balls, she noticed Lu Han was following closely behind her. Lu Han's eyes flickered. For a moment, he looked embarrassed, caught in the act. He hadn't decided how to answer when An Zhu said, "This fish was caught by me. I mashed it myself. I didn't spend any money." Hearing this, Lu Han understood she had misunderstood. He said in a deep voice, "You are also part of the family." Lu. An Zhu suddenly stepped forward, looked up at him, and asked softly, "Do you really not want a divorce?" Look at Song Yulong. He didn't say much on the surface, but who knows what he's mocking you for behind your back. "So, after we divorce." "He dares." Lu Han's eyes instantly darkened. An Zhu could feel a cold air around her. Even though it was early October, it suddenly felt freezing. She couldn't help swallowing and took a step back, looking at Lu Han with fear. Lu Han restrained his commanding presence and said, "The An family won't agree to your divorce. I will persuade them." An Zhu tried hard to convince Lu Han. Since the idea of establishing her own household wasn't working out, she started thinking about divorce. "Little Zhu." This was the first time Lu Han called her by her nickname. His deep voice, when he said "Little Zhu," had a soft ending sound, like a feather gently brushing her heart. An Zhu looked up at him. Her short, messy hair was now tied back into a long, elegant style. She wore a dark outfit, and in the afternoon sunlight, she looked like a hero from an ancient drama. "In the Lu family, no matter what you do, I won't interfere. You can keep all the money you earn and do what you want. You are still free. But if you return to the An family after divorce, you'll face many challenges." This was the first time Lu Han spoke to her so long. An Zhu's eyes turned as she asked, "You really won't care about me? The money I earn is mine? I am free? I can do whatever I want." "Yes," Lu Han nodded firmly. "If I like someone, you won't stop me?" An Zhu tested. Lu Han looked at her and nodded again. "Then what if I like someone else? Would you feel like I took your place as my wife?" An Zhu asked, thinking staying in the Lu family was more beneficial. Lu Han replied confidently, "No." "Really?" An Zhu stretched her tone and turned to go cook fish balls. Lu Han followed her and said, "Don't worry about the medicine. We will have news in a few days. Okay. Once I get the medicine, I'll pay you back." An Zhu slowed her steps. She was quite happy with Lu Han's attitude. At least he wasn't ungrateful and mean. Maybe she should help him too? Quietly, An Zhu arrived at the Tian family. Xiaoman and Tianjun were busy in the kitchen. The tofu strips and tofu cubes sold well, cheap and tasty. People who loved to eat naturally liked coming to the Tian family for meals. "Uncle Tian, I made some delicious food," An Zhu said as she brought the fish balls. They had just finished marinating the tofu strips and cubes. She added, "Just in time, I can cook the fish balls now, and we can eat." Xiaoman wiped her greasy hands. Just as she finished speaking, she turned around and saw Lu Han behind An Zhu. She paused for a moment, awkwardly smiling, and said, "Lu Han, you've come, Madam Tian." Lu Han had secretly followed An Zhu a few times before. It turned out that the person who left early and returned late was working at the Tian family's pickled food shop. Lu Han silently observed the Tian family. The eldest Tian's family had split up, but they didn't get anything valuable. Their house was leaky and cold, and in winter it might be colder inside than outside. "Come inside quickly." Xiaoman saw Lu Han and didn't know what to say. Hearing the sound, the eldest Tian hobbled out of the house. After Xiaoman poured him some water, she quietly went into the kitchen and asked near An Zhu's ear, "How did Lu Han come?" "Xiao Zhu, you too. I don't know either. Maybe he came to see Uncle Tian." An Zhu guessed casually. She said, "Annie Tian, look, I made fish balls. You've probably never tasted them. They're really tasty. Your cooking must be delicious," Xiaoman praised. She asked Tianjun to light the fire, and after a while, she came back into the house with a small money pouch. She said, "This is the money I earned these days." Xiaoman clearly told how much she earned each day. An Zhu was surprised and asked, "Annie, didn't you say I get 30% and you get 70? Why are you sharing half with me?" An Zhu stepped back and said, "Besides tofu strips, we can also make braised meat, which can be sold." Braised meat? Xiaoman was immediately interested when she heard about the new dish. An Zhu explained in detail. The method was simple. The key was to get the flavor just right. Xiaoman was very talented at cooking. She said, "I'll buy a few pounds of meat tomorrow and try it. It's not just pork. Even pig ears can be braised and taste great. Braised pig head meat is also delicious. People can eat it at home or take it back to fry themselves," An Zhu said, knowing a lot about braised dishes. Besides meat, there were also vegetables, all kinds, endless varieties. Xiaoman and Tianjun's mother and daughter listened very carefully. Even the youngest, Tian Bauer, was paying close attention. In the kitchen, it was a lively food exchange. Outside in the yard, Lu Han held a woven bamboo basket made by Tian Lauda, with various baskets and containers, all crafted very delicately. He asked, "Are these all handmade by you?" "Yes, I made it myself, Uncle Tian," said old Tian, speaking slowly. The Lu family in Dongxing village is a very special presence. They moved there last year before the new year. Neither Lu Han nor Lu's mother seem quite like the others in the village. Earlier this year, someone tried to steal from the Lu family, but they were caught, had their leg broken, and were taken to the authorities. Some young men saw Lu Han hunting well and wanted to openly steal his game. But Lu Han fought them off, leaving them with broken teeth, so they no longer dared to try. "Uncle Tian, can you weave fish traps?" Lu Han remembered the fishing nets. "There are no fishing nets here, but if he used bamboo to weave a fine mesh, maybe he could catch fish with it." "Yes," old Tian replied. "I made one for An Zhu before. If you want, I can make another." "Not that kind," Lu Han explained carefully. He wanted a woven basket made of thin bamboo threads, one that only allows fish to enter but not escape, and that can stay in water without breaking. "That's possible, but bamboo stuff like that will definitely rot if soaked in water all the time," old Tian said. He asked, "Are you planning to catch fish?" Lu Han smiled. His family loves fish, so catching fish is definitely needed. Lu Han and old Tian discussed how to catch fish more quickly. An Zhu quietly peeked out and whispered, "Annie Tian, what do you think they are talking about?" "I don't know." Xiaoman was staring at the pot. The fish balls An Zhu brought were boiling, and the smell was very fresh. "Xiao Zhu, are the fish balls ready?" Xiaoman was worried they might overcook and become inedible. An Zhu looked back. The fish balls were already boiling in the pot. After a little more cooking, she took some out and said, "They're ready. Try the taste. Eat first, Xiao Zhu." Xiaoman handed her a bowl. An Zhu refused, saying, "Auntie Tian, I've already eaten. I'll take a bowl to Uncle Tian." She carried a bowl and headed out. Near the yard, she heard Lu Han talking, as if explaining how to make a fish trap that can catch fish by itself. "Rope? That could work, but it requires skillful hands." "Uncle Tian, these are freshly made fish balls. Please try them," An Zhu said, offering the bowl. "There aren't many fish balls, so please don't mind if it's a little less." There are only 2 fish balls in the bowl, floating in red soup. The spicy aroma wafts straight to the nose. Old Tian instinctively glanced at Lu Han beside him and said, "No, thank you. We ate lunch today and it was quite good." Lu Han spoke. An Zhu looked at him in surprise. Was he feeling unwell today? Why does he keep helping her? An Zhu thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. On the way back, Lu Han suddenly brought up the idea of asking old Tian to make a fish net with rope. "It's just a small task. If it can be made into a fish net, that would be great," Lu Han said calmly. An Zhu asked, "Why did you think of making a fish net? Didn't you dig a fish pond?" "The pond is so big, it can't just have a few fish," Lu Han replied confidently. An Zhu didn't think much and reminded him, "By the way, how much did the medicine cost?" "You must tell me. When I earn money, I will pay you back." After speaking, An Zhu hurried home. She had been staying at the Tian family longer than expected and needed to go to the bathroom urgently. Lu Han stopped in place, looked down at his leg. If you only looked at his leg, there was no difference. But when he walked, his leg was not working well. In the past, if he was limping, it was just a limp. At worst, he would never return to the capital.
But now,
Lu Han watched An Zhu's disappearing figure, and a deep thought appeared in his eyes. In the afternoon, An Zhu warmly invited Luo Longzhong to dinner. She said, "Luo Longzhong, I still need some time to get rid of the poison. Why don't you stay here? If Luo Longzhong doesn't mind, I have a room at my house," Lu Han added. "No need." Luo Longzhong finished eating and wiping his mouth, waiting for someone to pick him up. He specifically told Lu Han, "Lu Han, I am not a divine doctor. You don't need to be so polite." Lu Han looked straight ahead and calmly replied, "Whether or not Luo Longzhong is a divine doctor, as long as he can cure Xiao Zhu's poison, that's enough." "Luo Longzhong, I can't cure your leg," he said, then got into the carriage and left slowly. After eating well these days, it seems he would have to stay in Dongxing village for a while. Even plants like the ruthless vine have their uses. It seems that in Leigong Mountain there must be the spiritual herb he needs. He said, "Chong San, go to the village tomorrow and buy a piece of land to build a house. I hope to move in within a few days." "Yes," Chong San replied steadily, driving the horse carriage. Under the moonlight, his thick beard was particularly eye-catching. "What are you doing?" An Zhu's water bucket was taken away. She looked angrily at Lu Han. Without the bucket, how could she prepare the medicinal bath? Lu Han poured the prepared medicinal bath from the pot into the water bucket and carried it into the shower room. An Zhu watched his back as he left, silent for a moment, thinking, is the sun rising from the west? Lu Mu felt sorry and said, "Hana, let me do it." "No need, mother. I have enough strength, and Song Yu said I should exercise more." After finishing pouring the medicinal bath, Lu Han looked at Lu Mu and said, "Mother, Xiao Zhu saved you. We should help her too." "Yes." Lu Mu nodded in agreement, but as she watched her son work so diligently, she felt something was off. Xiao Zhu, she thought, was also called that. Why did Honor call her like Xiao Zhu? No. When did Honor change his way of speaking? "Mother, if she doesn't detoxify, she only has 2 years left. She's very pitiful." Lu Han's words completely dispelled Lu Mu's doubts. Seeing An Zhu, she comforted her. Xiao Zhu, don't worry. Dr. Luo seems to be a good doctor. He will surely be able to remove the poison from your body. If you need anything, just tell mother, Lu Mu said, feeling sorry for An Zhu. She was only 18 and had fallen into such a situation. She hoped the poison could really be cured. Thank you, mother. With yesterday's experience, An Zhu directly soaked in the medicinal bath. The steam rose quickly, and soon her forehead was covered in sweat. Mother, the shower room is too small. Tomorrow I will modify it with Uncle Gu. Lu Han sat in the yard, talking with Lu Mu. Lu Mu looked puzzled and asked, why do you want to change it all of a sudden? It's okay for now, but in winter it will be very cold. Lu Han thought of the chill in spring and said, widen and enlarge it. It would be best to have a charcoal fire basin inside. It's fine. Even in spring, it's cold, but we still manage, Lu Mu said casually. She usually bathed in the afternoon during winter, and not every day. Yes, but it will be cold. Lu Han insisted on making the change. Lu Mu praised, Honor, I didn't expect that since we came to this village, our relationship as mother and son has gotten better. I shouldn't have caused trouble back then. Mother, Lu Han interrupted her. Forget the past. If you hadn't caused that trouble and married her, I would have regretted it. Miss Chung, Mother Lu hesitated, unsure if Lu Han was telling the truth or lying. Although she didn't like Miss Chung, she was known as a talented woman in the capital. Could it be that he prefers to marry a chubby girl like Xiao Zhu rather than Miss Chung? Lu Han interrupted, Mother, after I had my accident, did the Chung family help even a little? They even took advantage of me and broke off the engagement quickly. Do you really trust such people to become relatives? No, I don't, Mother Lu said immediately without even considering. Mother, I've finished washing. You can go now, An Zhu said, tying a towel around her hair as she struggled to pour out the water from the bathtub. The bitter smell of herbs mixed with the water made An Zhu feel bitter all over. I'll do it, Lu Han said, helping to pour out the water. He was strong, and although An Zhu pushed, she couldn't move the tub, but Lu Han easily poured it out. The small bathroom was filled with steam. An Zhu looked at him and asked, Lu Han, do you think the sun is really coming from the west? Earlier, he rode in a carriage while she walked back, carrying dozens of pounds of things. Lu Han was never this considerate before. Also, when she was rescued from the river by Tianjun, Lu Han watched her jump into the water to save someone without worrying she might drown. Wait, you don't think I only have 2 years left to live and start feeling sorry for me, do you? No, don't feel sorry for me. I believe Dr. Luo can save me. I won't be a short-lived person. And Zhu suddenly understood why he was doing this. She snatched the bucket from his hand and said, I don't need your sympathy. Thank you. After speaking, An Zhu dried her hair and went outside. Taking a bath was too inconvenient. Her hair was long, and without a hairdryer, she had to dry it for a long time every night. The original owner was fat, but her flowing, beautiful hair made An Zhu both envious and jealous. It was thick, black, straight, and not dry. She wondered how the original owner managed to take care of her hair. Could it be that all the nutrients went into her hair? An Zhu sat in the yard, lost in thought while drying her hair. Suddenly, a hand reached out beside her, startling her so much she almost fell off the stool. Why are you so quiet when you walk? An Zhu nervously patted her chest, then sat up straight and looked at the item in his hand, as if it was meant for her. This is dried osmanthus, Lu Han explained. Since you're good at cooking, maybe it will be useful. Dried osmanthus, and Zhu quickly took the cloth bag from Lu Han. When she opened it, the sweet scent of osmanthus filled the air. She softly said, Osmanthus sticky rice lotus root, osmanthus tea, osmanthus duck. Her favorite was osmanthus. She was born in August, when osmanthus flowers bloom and fill the air with fragrance. Every year, when the osmanthus scent is strongest, it's her birthday. She also loved osmanthus sticky rice lotus root the most. Every year, she collected many osmanthus flowers and dried them. Lost in her memories, An Zhu didn't notice that Lu Han's eyes lit up when he heard her mention the dishes. She looked up and accidentally met his dark eyes. She paused for a moment, then asked, Are these all for me? Lu Han stared at her face, trying to see if there was any sign of her past self. Her chubby face, except for her bright eyes, didn't look much like her old self. His throat moved, and he said, "Yes." God knows how much effort he had to use to suppress the urge to hold her in his arms. 20 years had passed. He thought they were separated by life and death, crossing time and space, never to meet again. He even wondered if his memories of the past were just illusions, fantasies. But now, An Zhu's presence told him clearly his memories were real, not a dream. "You look very happy?" An Zhu always felt that something was off with Lu Han today. Holding a bag of dried osmanthus, why was he so excited? "I also like to eat osmanthus sticky rice lotus root," Lu Han answered softly, afraid that raising his voice might scare her away. "Oh," An Zhu replied casually. "Then I'll buy lotus root tomorrow." "No, I don't even know where to buy it." "I know," Lu Han said. "Tomorrow I'll ask Uncle Gu to buy some." "All right, then we'll make it tomorrow," An Zhu said happily, a smile spreading on her lips just thinking about the food. As soon as An Zhu lay on the bed, she heard some noise from the next room. She didn't pay attention. "Little Zhu, are you asleep?" Lu Han's voice came from next door. "Lu Han, can you call me An Zhu?" she corrected. The name always made her feel like he was truly Lu Han. His voice was deep and gentle, with a slight softening at the end, which made her think he was the real him. "My daughter also calls me that." Lu Han quickly changed the subject. "Your cooking skills are so good. I have a lot of money. Would you like to open a restaurant?" An Zhu hesitated. It really seemed like the sun was rising from the west. "You just need to teach others how to cook. If the business is successful, you can earn a lot of money." Lu Han remembered she once said she wanted to open a farmstay called Bamboo Garden. "No, thank you," An Zhu replied irritably. "I don't want your money. I can earn it myself." She stretched her chubby body, thinking about what Dr. Luo said today. She suddenly felt grateful that the original owner grew up in a village and did hard work since childhood. Otherwise, with the toxins in her body, she might not have grown up at all. She reminded herself that life is about movement. Even as a chubby person, she wanted to be a lively and agile one. Next door, the room fell silent. After a simple yoga stretch, An Zhu lay on the bed. She fell asleep quickly. Her biological clock was different now. She went to bed early and woke up early, and dawn was her wake-up time. "Is she already asleep?" Lu Han, through a thin wall, heard An Zhu's steady breathing. He turned over and looked at the wall. Beyond it was her bed. He shouldn't have agreed to let her move to the next room. In the dark room, Lu Han reached out and placed his hand on the wall, as if that could bring him closer to her. His name is Lu Han, and he has lived 2 lives. In the 21st century, he was a hard-working, frugal student. He grew up in an orphanage and, from a small county, got into a prestigious university. As soon as he started college, he was looked down upon and bullied by classmates. He didn't care about their contempt. He was used to enduring. The director's grandmother told him to be patient and keep things peaceful. One night was very ordinary. He returned to school from a bar as usual. In the alley beside the school, he encountered a group of people threatening him to hand over his money. He didn't want to give it. Most of his salary was sent back to the orphanage, leaving only enough for food and daily needs. If he gave them his money, he would probably have to survive on instant noodles. He prepared himself for a beating. Then An Zhu appeared, like a heroine, fighting off the group and defeating them easily. Her bright smile was like a ray of light in his dark life. She was optimistic, cheerful, and sincere. She told him that when faced with such problems, he shouldn't endure alone. He should fight back with his fists to scare them, so they wouldn't dare to bully him anymore. He still remembers how he replied at that time, "What if I can't win?" "Then just run away." "You're not stupid, are you?" she said happily. From then on, she always stayed by his side. "I feel sore all over." An Zhu lay on the bed, not even wanting to move her fingers. Maybe it was just her feeling, but after soaking in the medicinal bath, her body felt even weaker. "Feeling weak is normal," said Dr. Luo, giving her a side glance. "If the poison in your body isn't expelled, you'll have less than 2 years to live." So, how long will my condition last? An Zhu asked again. Besides the soreness and feeling more tired than before, she could still bear it. Dr. Luo didn't answer her directly. Instead, he looked at Lu Han and asked, when can the medicine be prepared? In 3 days. The other medicines were ready, but the 100-year-old ginseng took some effort. It would be delivered to the village tomorrow. Dr. Luo nodded.
Good.
Once the medicine is ready, within 3 days, you'll be so weak you'll have to stay in bed, and you'll experience intense pain all over your body. I'm not afraid, An Zhu said indifferently. As long as it can detoxify me, I don't mind the pain. Lu Han glanced at her. She used to be very afraid of pain. Dr. Luo, is there any way to reduce the pain? Lu Han quietly asked. Dr. Luo looked at him. You're quite concerned about her. If it weren't for the chubby girl being so fat, he might think Lu Han liked her. She is my wife, Lu Han said, his gaze falling on An Zhu, who was busy in the backyard. General Lu is a man of his word, said Dr. Luo meaningfully. Lu Han corrected him. Dr. Luo, there's no need to call me that anymore. That was in the past. Now, I'm just a one-legged hunter. Dr. Luo didn't say anything more. He changed the subject and mentioned his plan to build a house. Lu Han took Dr. Luo directly to village chief Sun Ditsai. When he learned that Dr. Luo wanted to build a house on the wasteland in the village, Sun Ditsai was so excited that he immediately gathered everyone to help with the construction. The busy farming season was over, and everyone had little to do. I heard a doctor had stayed in the village, so everyone happily went to help. Luo Doctor was used to the villagers' enthusiasm. To the villagers, he was like a lifesaver. There was wood in the mountains. Luo Doctor specially bought some tiles and a small pig. Since he was hiring people to work, he thought they should enjoy a good meal. An Zhu volunteered to cook. She boiled half a pig's head, used pork belly to make braised pork, and added potatoes to stew. The smell was wonderful. They also made a delicious dish with pig's trotters, lean meat, mushrooms, and pickled vegetables, which was refreshing and helped with spiciness. Gui Lan, do you know Luo Doctor? Aunt Sun Sand, Zhu Chui Xiang, asked curiously. Luo Doctor is very generous. We don't know him. Maybe he thinks our village people are nice and plans to stay for a while, Lu's mother said, unconsciously hiding An Zhu's poisoning incident. I hope Luo Doctor stays longer. Then, villagers won't have to go to the neighboring village for treatment, Zhu Chui Xiang said hopefully. She thought about the meat they had for lunch and said, Xiao Zhu's cooking is even better than the chefs in restaurants. Xiao Zhu's cooking is indeed good, Lu's mother agreed. Many hands make light work. When Lu Han brought back the medicine, the house's frame was already built. Once the tiles were on and furniture arranged, the house was ready. Luo Doctor personally prepared the medicine. Every ingredient was carefully measured. He had to be precise. Too much or too little wouldn't do. Xiao Zhu, I prepared a towel for you. If it hurts, bite the towel, okay? Lu's mother was more nervous than An Zhu. An Zhu comforted her. Mom, don't worry. I can handle this little pain. After several days of herbal baths, An Zhu felt lighter and more exhausted each time she bathed. Thinking about the poison leaving her body made her very happy. Lu Han stayed close to Luo Doctor, asking about possible reactions after taking the medicine. Luo Doctor grew impatient with the questions and told Lu Han to go away. Go over there. If the medicine isn't brewed right, that 100-year-old ginseng will be hard to find. Lu Han obediently stood aside, afraid to disturb Luo Doctor. Luo Doctor glanced at him, then continued to prepare the medicine. 18 years ago, he had made the same medicine for a noble person in the capital. At that time, he was only a few years older than Lu Han. Relying on his youth and courage, he took the risk. Later, he was afraid. What if something went wrong with the medicine? His life could be at risk. Because of that, he remembered this prescription very clearly. Done. Luo Doctor poured out a bowl of medicine and said, Take it over and drink it while it's hot. Luo Doctor, after drinking this medicine, will I be able to detox? Lu Han carefully held the bowl. Luo Doctor shot him a glance. The poison you've hidden for over 10 years? Do you think one bowl of medicine can fix it? 3 days, 3 bowls. Luo Doctor leaned back with his hands behind his back, lying comfortably in a rocking chair in the yard. Little bamboo. Lu Han stepped steadily toward her. Drink it while it's hot. He was thinking about how to persuade her to take the medicine when An Zhu carried a bowl of medicine without even frowning. She tilted her head and drank it all in one gulp. An Zhu pouted and said, "Grandpa Luo, isn't there probably some bitter herb in this medicine?" It was way too bitter. Lu Han handed her some prepared sugar. "You're a grown man, still carrying sugar around," and Zhu didn't complain. She directly put the sugar in her mouth. The sweet taste neutralized the bitterness in her mouth. She stood up, planning to lie back on her bed. Even if it hurt, at least she could hold the quilt. As she just stood up, she suddenly felt a salty, sweet taste in her throat. And Zhu spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Lu Han. "I'm not doing it on purpose," she said. "How do you feel? Where does it hurt? Why are you spitting blood?" Lu Han didn't care about the blood splattered on him. Nearby, Lu Mu also ran worriedly into the yard. "Luo doctor, you must check on Xiaoju." She spat blood. "Is it black blood?" Luo doctor asked with his eyes closed. Lu Mu looked back. "Yes, blackish blood, a large amount. That's fine. It's good to spit it out." Luo doctor continued resting with his eyes closed. "In the next 2 hours, you'll experience severe pain all over. If you endure it, half of the poison will be gone." He had personally seen that noble person, like a celestial being, suffer so much that she wanted to end her life. "It's okay. The pain won't kill me." And Zhu's face was as pale as paper. Her forehead veins bulged, and she didn't want to appear so helpless in front of Lu Han. She struggled to walk back to her room. Her whole body ached as if knives were cutting her flesh. Her hands unconsciously clutched Lu Han's arm. Lu Han gently carried her and brought her back to her room. When Lu's mother saw this scene, she frowned. "Is Honor caring too much about Xiaozhu?"